Chapter 201. After parting ways with Ji Hyun and the others, Xiang headed straight for the Sword Forest Trial Tower. It had taken her a month to reach the first level of the tower, and she had only glimpsed a glimpse of the second level before being forced out of the tower. During this time, through the SEC competition, the 12 Desolate Secret Realm trials, and the dream journey to Phoenix City, she had actually accumulated a lot of useful experience. But for some reason, her cultivation progressed slowly, and the fourth golden elixir in her spiritual mansion, which had finally solidified to half its original state, had gone silent. According to Enin, while the Chaos Sacred Body's cultivation speed was rapid, the more advanced it became, the harder it became. Xia Ying's current situation was that she had reached a bottleneck. She didn't need to retreat. Thanks to her Chaos Sacred Body, the last thing she lacked was spiritual power. Although she hadn't explored other people's spiritual mansions, a simple estimate indicated that her spiritual C was roughly 10 times that of an average cultivator with a single spiritual root. Xia Ying's spiritual power was immense, but her combat experience and strength were far behind. This was her biggest problem. The only place that could quickly resolve this problem was the Sword Forest Trial Tower. With a clear goal in mind, Xia Ying journeyed without delay, reaching her destination in just 3 days. After not visiting for months, the trial tower remained unchanged as it had been when she left. This place seemed to exist independently, unaffected by the clamor and chaos of the outside world. She took out the black iron token, and as the familiar dizziness washed over her, she closed her eyes and fell directly into the vortex. When she opened her eyes again, she was indeed back on the ancient battlefield she had only had time to glimpse before. This time, the black iron token no longer had a fixed form, but could transform into various spiritual weapons at Xia Ying's will. But no matter what form it took, its quality was firmly locked to mid-grade. Similarly, Xia Ying couldn't open her storage bag to retrieve her own spiritual weapon. She paused to take a closer look at her surroundings. Yellow sand filled the sky, dust billowing. Countless shadows could be seen swarming in the distance. The cries of battle echoed from nearby, influencing her emotions. Xia Ying felt her blood pounding. At this moment, she had only one thought: fight! The black iron token transformed into a spear, just as she had intended. She charged forward, spear in hand. The spear pierced the air, leaving a whirring sound and carrying an unstoppable momentum. Only when Xia Ying drew closer did she realize that this was the scene of a fierce battle between humans and demons. Mutilated corpses were strewn everywhere, and countless blood stained the battlefield completely red. The nauseating, rich smell of blood filled the air and her nostrils. This was also her first time seeing a demon. Outwardly, demons looked much the same as humans. In fact, they were even more strikingly beautiful. The only difference was that most demons possessed enormous wings or tails, allowing them to soar freely through the air and command massive, low-intelligence demon beasts to charge forward and fight for them. Xia Ying's appearance quickly caught the attention of one of the demons. Her eyes instantly lit up, and then a massive, ugly brown demon beast, as massive as a hill, locked onto its target and charged towards her. The demon beast moved like a mountain, shaking the ground beneath its feet as it ran. Seeing this, Xia Ying didn't retreat but charged forward. The spear traced a perfect arc in midair, like a rising moon, swayed in icy chill, inflicting an unhealable wound on the monster. The monster roared in pain, quickly enraged, its 5 fingers forming claws and slashing at Xia Ying. Xia Ying held her spear horizontally to block, but the immense force numbed her entire arm. The spear, already not particularly sturdy to begin with, broke in less than 3 seconds under the monster's full-force blow. Then, a familiar sound of wind passed by her ears, and she was sent flying again. But unlike the puppets on the first floor of the trial tower, whose attacks were measured, the monsters on this floor were clearly deadly with every strike. After being sent flying, Xia Ying didn't even have time to get up before the monster's foot landed on her, crushing her like a 1,000-pound mountain. Xia Ying spat out blood in agony, fainting from the intense pain. But soon, she regained consciousness on the battlefield. The trial tower's greatest advantage: you be injured and in pain, but you won't die. Furthermore, any injuries sustained can be quickly healed, minimizing wasted time for those undergoing the trial. After her recent battle with a giant mountain monster, Xia Ying had also deeply understood the disparity in power. So this time, she decisively changed her target, zeroing in on the bat-like monsters on the battlefield. These weren't particularly powerful, but their soaring midair and chirping were constantly disturbing the human cultivators' minds. Xia Ying restrained her aura, trying not to attract the attention of the other monsters. The black iron token, at her will, transformed into a majestic longbow. She grasped the longbow and, stepping on the sword's light, flew into the fray. With a single finger, she drew the bow and released, firing arrow after arrow at a blinding speed. Arrows condensed from spiritual energy rained down, like a hail of arrows, accurately striking each bat monster. The monsters roared in the air for a moment before plummeting to a pulp, a soundless mass of flesh. Xie Ying's actions had clearly once again attracted the attention of the demons controlling the monsters. Under the demon's command, all the monsters closest to Xie Ying refocused their attacks and attacked her. Unsurprisingly, Xie Ying was once again struck near death, fainting on the corpse-strewn battlefield. But she soon regained consciousness, even earlier than before. The black iron token transformed once again into two massive meteor hammers, and she charged into the battlefield once more, hammers in hand. While Xie Ying was slaughtering her enemies in the trial tower, the others outside were equally busy. Ji Hiyuan, Song Xiushi, and the others were each busy with their own tasks. Far away in Brahma Temple, Yunmei still hadn't received any significant progress regarding the Soul Capture banner, but with the help of Master Xihui and others, she had managed to devise a plan that would temporarily free her from Helian Yao's surveillance. Western Territory, Luyun Palace. Having received no replies from Yunmei or Bai Yin in a long time, Helian Yao felt a rare sense of unease. Just as he was considering whether to personally investigate, a gray-robed subordinate hurried over, looking grim. Master, something's happened. Yunmei's life tablet is broken. Chapter 202. What did you say? Helian Yao's eyes narrowed, and a dangerous aura permeated the hall. Yunmei is dead? Yes. The gray-robed subordinate bowed his head and presented the shattered life tablet. Today, when I passed by the rotating pavilion, I heard a cracking sound coming from inside. Upon entering, I saw Yunmei's life tablet fall and shatter in two. The life tablet is closely tied to the lives of my disciples. Now that Yunmei's tablet is shattered, she is doomed. My lord, I'm afraid Yunmei is a useless chess piece. What a waste! She can't even handle a mere Jin Dan like Xie Ying. Helian Yao's face was stern. Although he was somewhat displeased, he wouldn't blame his true confidant for Yunmei's death. This chess piece is useless, so let's cultivate another one that's more useful. He had spared Yunmei's life in the hope that, as her savior, he could extract from her the whereabouts of the Red Fox clan's heritage, which had been guarded for millennia. But who knew Yunmei knew nothing about it. If he hadn't seen Yunmei as still useful, he would have eliminated her long ago. Why would he have let her live until now? Well, let's put Yunmei's matter behind us. How's the investigation into those small sects I asked you to investigate? I tested them one by one, and the Jin Yuan stone shows no reaction to those disciples. They're not the young sect masters. Well, if it's not them, then it must be Ji Hiyuan. Helian Yao already suspected Ji Hiyuan was the demon sect's young sect master, and sending Grey Robe to secretly investigate the other 8 small sects was just a precaution. As for the newly admitted young monk from Brahma Temple, he had never considered him. Now that Grey Robe had ruled out the remaining 8 possibilities, the answer was clear. Master, please send someone. Yunmei is dead, and Bai Yin and the others are still missing. Don't you see how difficult those Xiaoyao sect disciples are to deal with? What's the point of sending your men there now? Send them over to be killed by Xie Ying and Ji Hiyuan? The gray-robed man, rebuked by Helian Yao, dared not lose his temper, and simply lowered his head in silence. Helian Yao naturally didn't expect the gray-robed man to offer any constructive advice. He was loyal enough, but his intelligence was far inferior to Yunmei and the others. He sighed inwardly, and made 2 decisions. Grey Robe, I will be leaving Luyun Palace for a while. While I'm away, you will temporarily manage Luyun Palace, assisted by Black Robe and the others. You must quickly select a group of available disciples from within Luyun Palace, and recruit new disciples to join the palace. Master, rest assured. I will safeguard Luyun Palace for you, and will never betray your trust. I just wonder what arrangements you have for the young sect master? You do not need to interfere in the young sect master's affairs. I have my own plans. Alright, withdraw. Seeing that Helian Yao did not wish to discuss further, Grey Robe tactfully withdrew without further questioning. Helian Yao's gaze lingered for a long time on the sand table depicting the Wanxiang continent in the hall, finally settling on a certain spot. His figure gradually grew ethereal, eventually vanishing without a trace in a wisp of green smoke. At the same time, in the Yutian sect, Mu Chen had already had half his cultivation destroyed, was dismissed from his position as Yutian sect's leader, and imprisoned in the Immortal locking prison, where he could never be released unless his soul and spirit were completely destroyed. However, a new leader had yet to be chosen, so the position of Yutian sect's leader was temporarily held by Fairy Lingyin, the sect's highest level cultivator. However, Even with Fairy Linging's support, the treatment of Gu Qinghuai, Lin Yuexiang, and the other 4 senior brothers and sisters within the Yutian sect has plummeted. Originally, they were the sect master's personal disciples, enjoying the esteemed status of the entire sect. But now, of Mukin's 6 disciples, Nen Qipan has destroyed his foundation and left the sect. With the exception of Di Qinghui, whose reputation has always been good and who wasn't affected by Mukin's recent actions, the other 4 are nothing more than rats crossing the street. Wang Qing, in particular, loves gossiping. Most of the negative rumors about Xie Ying originated from Wang Qing's mouth. Although no one deliberately mistreats them now, because of Fairy Linging and Di Qinghui, the contemptuous looks they receive from the disciples are even more unbearable than simply killing them. According to the sect's established rules, if the sect master or elders are convicted and imprisoned in the Immortal prison, their innocent disciples can decide on their own to return to the sect and find a new master. However, in recent days, only Di Qinghui had successfully escaped from Mu Chen and returned to Fairy Linging's tutelage. As for the other 4, no elder in the Yutian sect was willing to accept them. This undoubtedly told everyone that Gu Qinghuai and the other 4 were not innocent. To put it bluntly, they were accomplices. Thus, after returning to the Yutian sect, Gu Qinghuai and the others lived in dire straits. Fairy Linging had never accepted a disciple in her life, and now only Di Qinghui was under her tutelage. After temporarily taking over the Yutian sect, she naturally moved her residence to the main peak. She had no other disciples, and Di Qinghui had a close relationship with the other 4. She acquiesced to Gu Qinghuai, and the others continuing to reside on the main peak. For some time now, the brothers and sisters have rarely ventured beyond the main peak, yet rumors about them continue to spread. Lin Yuexiang, always revered as a goddess, had never suffered such injustice before, and in her anger, she nearly went berserk. Thankfully, Fairy Linging, sensing something was amiss, intervened promptly, but Lin Yuexiang still suffered a significant backlash. For unknown reasons, a few days ago, Lin Yuexiang and Gu Qinghuai both collapsed and passed out. Although they were later revived by Fairy Linging, they both developed heart pain. For the past few days, Di Qinghui has been coming to Fairy Linging daily to seek a solution for Lin Yuexiang's injuries. One day, Fairy Linging had just finished meditating when she heard Di Qinghui's voice from outside the room. Even though she was incredibly tolerant and special towards her only son, she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. "Chen Yu, I have doctors from Shenong Palace treat Lin Yuexiang and Gu Qinghuai's injuries. Instead of wasting your time with me on this matter, you should focus on your cultivation. On this Wanxiang continent, there's already Guan Kong, a fellow practitioner of illusion, and now there's Qin Lin Xiao from the Xiaoyao sect, practicing the way of ruthlessness. If you don't continue to cultivate diligently, the immortal world will only remember Guan Kong and Qin Lin Xiao. Who will remember you, a mere disciple of the Yutian sect? Qin Yu, I hope you don't forget that you cultivate the way of ruthlessness. Feelings that interfere with your judgment should be discarded." Chapter 203. Mother, you misunderstood. I didn't come here to ask you to heal my senior brother and junior sister. Di Qinyua's face sank. Fairy Linging's words were harsh this time, no different from pointing fingers at him and scolding him for being worthless. But it was Fairy Linging who had said these words, so Di Qinghui didn't dare to refute him at all. He could only suppress his displeasure and continue to speak. My junior sister sent a letter back to the Lin family a while ago, asking for help. The Lin family replied today, saying that the Lu family in the northern border might have a way to treat them. My junior sister and my senior brother want to go to the northern border for medical treatment, and asked me to consult Mother. After a moment, Fairy Linging's calm voice echoed from the cave. Although they still reside on the main peak, they are not my disciples, and do not need to consult me for everything. If they need to leave the sect for business, they can proceed to the mission hall according to sect rules. Qin Yu, now that you have become my disciple, my requirements for you are different from those from Yukin. From now on, you should focus more on your cultivation and avoid associating with irrelevant people, lest they become a burden to you. Di Qinyu felt deeply embarrassed at these harsh words, and was even thankful that Fairy Linging's words had not been shared with anyone else. But regardless of his inner thoughts, he remained expressionless in his response. Yes, I will follow my mother's instructions. Another month passed in a flash. Dying endured repeated beatings in the trial tower, oblivious to the passage of time. When the month expired and she was teleported out of the trial tower, she still held a large scimitar in her hand, ready to chop off the head of the demon beast in front of her. Xie Ying was caught off guard by the sudden teleportation. Her sword instantly transformed back into the black iron token. She was still a bit stunned when she was transported out. It wasn't until the wind rang the wind chimes beneath the eaves the crisp and elegant sound reaching her ears, that her thoughts slowly returned to clarity. Time flies so fast. A month has already passed? Xiang once again deeply felt the preciousness of time within the trial tower, and was deeply grateful to Xia Zhan for gifting her the black iron token. This trial tower was truly a treasure to her. However, after a month on the second floor, her combat experience had skyrocketed. Xia Ying could actually sense that she was on the verge of clearing the second floor, yet she was transported out at this crucial moment. She felt a pang of resignation. Xia Ying clenched the black iron token in her hand, and just as she turned to return for another month's battle, she heard a noise behind her. She glanced to the side, and saw a paper crane flying straight towards her. She instantly recognized the familiar spiritual energy emanating from the paper crane, recognizing it as coming from Ji Hyun. Xia Ying raised her hand to catch it, and the crane immediately dissipated as it touched her hand, transforming into words that floated in midair. Silver words danced before her. Seeing the contents, Xia Ying's face suddenly changed. She immediately gave up on re-entering the trial tower, summoning the Bibofan, enlarging it, and leaping onto it, flying towards the Northern Territory. The paper crane sent by Ji Hyun conveyed only one message: Second senior brother is in trouble. Northern Territory, come quickly. The Sword Forest Trial Tower was located in the Central Territory, not far from the Northern Territory. Xia Ying, mindful of her second senior brother, Mo Yin, traveled quickly to the Northern Territory. The Northern Territory was steep and dangerous, shrouded in heavy snow and bitter cold year-round. This region has always been the domain of the Snow Clan Snow Maidens. Born and nurtured by nature, bred in the snow, each generation has been composed of women, the spirits of the snow, born with unique talents. For some unknown reason, the people of the Northern Territory have not seen a snow maiden appear in 1,000 years. The endless snowfalls in the Northern Territory also clearly indicate the Snow Clan's presence, though others simply cannot glimpse their whereabouts. It is precisely for this reason that the snowfalls in the Northern Territory differ from those elsewhere. When cultivators cultivate their chi into their bodies and reach the foundation establishment stage, they no longer fear the extreme cold or heat as mortals do. But the snow and wind in the Northern Territory are different. Even cultivators in the nascent soul stage, who arrive in the Northern Territory, cannot completely ignore the chill brought by the pervasive snowstorm. After Xia Ying entered the Northern Territory, she was forced to dismount and continue on foot due to the blizzard. Even though she was a solo cultivator, she immediately felt the pervasive, bone-piercing chill piercing her body. The chill clung to her bones like a leech, unable to escape even when she mobilized her fire energy. Shivering with cold after only 2 steps, Xia Ying resigned herself to a white, plum-embroidered fur cloak and donned it. The cloak was crafted from the fur of the snow soul flame wolf, a superior talisman for warding off the cold. Even with it, Xia Ying could still feel the pervasive chill, though not as unbearable as before. Xia Ying wrapped the cloak tightly around her, and hurried toward the location she had agreed to meet with Ji Hyun. On the way there, she had received a second paper crane from Ji Hyun. It clearly indicated a meeting in Yaohua town in the northern border. Xia Ying, unwilling to waste any more time in the icy snow, simply took out a speed talisman, applied it to her body with a snap, and then, like an arrow, she shot out. Xia Ying's use of the speed charm abruptly shortened the journey from half an hour to a quarter. The moment she stopped, Xia Ying spotted a stunning man sitting quietly in a snow-white cloak in a pavilion not far away, almost blending in with the snowy landscape behind him. This man was Ji Hyun, who had been waiting for Xia Ying for a long time. Xia Ying quickly walked towards him. In fact, Xia Ying had noticed back in Chaofeng City that Ji Hyun was very different from when she first found him. A few months for a normal person seemed like years to Ji Hyun. Back then, he was a young boy with rosy lips and white teeth, a clear mind and a delicate figure. But now, his appearance was still outstanding, but with a more mature aura of a leader. Every move exuded a mysterious and powerful aura that was impossible to ignore. Sitting there, he looked unapproachable and unapproachable. Hearing the noise, Ji Hyun suddenly looked up. The moment he saw Xia Ying, the frost on his body instantly melted away. It was as if he had suddenly emerged from the winter snow into the warm sunshine of early spring. "Junior sister, you finally arrived. Why did you meet here?" Xia Ying rubbed her hands, looking at the drafty pavilion on all sides, and asked the question that most concerned her at the moment. "I admit that the scenery here is indeed beautiful, paired with your wrathful face, but Xiao He, are you really not cold?" Ji Hyun, who had deliberately chosen this spot and struck a perfect pose to impress Xia Ying, said, It seemed like another wasted effort. Here. Facing Xia Ying's genuinely puzzled gaze, He gave a helpless smile, pulled an orange flower ball from his sleeve, and thrust it into her hand. Take this, and you soon feel less cold. The flower ball was delicate and exquisite, composed of countless five-petaled flowers tightly packed together into a small, round shape. The moment she grasped the flower ball, a warmth flowed through her hands, spreading to her limbs and bones, instantly dispelling the chill within Xiaoying. Finally pausing her shivering, she gazed at the flower ball in amazement. What kind of treasure is this? It's so effective at keeping out the cold. This is a Yao flower. Chapter 204. Seeing Xiaoying's interest, Ji Heyuan led her towards Yaohua town, while slowly explaining. Have you heard the rumors about the Snow Maiden of the Snow Tribe? Well, after all, it's no secret that the Northern Territory is perpetually covered in ice and snow. Xiaoying nodded. Why? Is this Yaohua also related to the Snow Maiden? The Yaohua is the Snow Maiden's companion. Wherever the Snow Maiden resides, the land is frozen and barren. Only the Yaohua is unafraid of the severe cold, and can thrive amidst the ice and snow. In that case, the Yaohua is a treasure. Yes, but only in the Northern Territory. Besides protecting against the biting ice brought by the Snow Maiden, it also. Besides the cold, it has no other effect. The Northern Territory is the territory of the immortal cultivators, unencumbered by sects or demonic tribes. To live a normal life in the Northern Territory without being disturbed by the ice and snow, almost everyone cultivates Yaohua flowers. Yaohua Town is the only way to enter the Northern Territory. Therefore, Yaohua Town has the most Yaohua flowers planted there, and the business of buying and selling Yaohua flowers is all about protecting cultivators entering the Northern Territory from freezing to death in the blizzard. As they spoke, they had already reached the entrance of Yaohua Town. Yaohua Town lived up to its name, a vast sea of orange blossoms as soon as they saw it. The vibrant petals clustered tightly together, swaying in the wind and snow. Amidst the snow-covered world, the orange sea of flowers resembled a blazing fire, the only bright spot, bringing warmth to the very sight. Ji Heyuan smiled and reached out to poke an orange flower ball beside him. The flower ball trembled and dodged, as if dissatisfied with his action. But Yaohua flowers are naturally spiritual. If you like them, we can buy a few when we get back. Yes. Xiaoying nodded decisively. Buy a few more. I think Chun and Godmother will like them too. By the way, Xiaohe, you haven't told me what happened to second senior brother. When I came out of the trial tower and saw the message you left for me, I thought second senior brother had encountered some life-threatening situation and rushed all the way here. But then, I checked second senior brother's fate plate and found nothing unusual. Now seeing you so calm, could it be that second senior brother hasn't been in trouble? But if second senior brother hasn't been in trouble, why did you trick me into coming here? Little senior sister. Ji Heyuan was helpless. Why would I trick you out of the blue? Am I so unreliable in your eyes? How could that be? Xiaohe, you're the most reliable. Xiaoying spouted sweet nothings, insisting she wasn't being serious. So what happened to second senior brother? Ji Heyuan had long been accustomed to Xiaoying's temper, and didn't dwell on the issue with her. He got back to business. Second senior brother owed a debt and refused to pay it back, so the creditor took him back to the Northern Territory. Since I happened to be operating near the Northern Territory, Master received his plea for help and a token. He then had a spirit pigeon deliver the token to me, asking me to go to the Northern Territory and see if I could redeem second senior brother. Ji Heyuan spoke so quickly, yet so many factors were involved, that Xiaoying took a long time to react, almost thinking she had misheard. Debt? What debt did second senior brother owe? Isn't he a formation master? Formation masters, like talisman practitioners, make a lot of money. How could he owe a debt and refuse to pay it back? It's not a debt of spirit stones, but a debt of pleasure. Xiaoying, ? He's playing with someone else's feelings? She was confused and utterly shocked. She hadn't expected second senior brother to be this kind of person. When she seen him so uneasy in the Southern Territory's Joy Pavilion, she thought he was a pure, cheerful young man. She had never expected second senior brother to be so secretive. Well, more or less. Actually, I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. Senior sister, you know second senior brother cultivates the way of amorousness, right? Ji Heyuan recalled the news he heard from third senior sister Shinfuyu. I heard from third senior sister that this happened 10 years ago. Back then, second senior brother and third senior sister both became disciples of the master. Third senior sister chose to enter the Tao through weapons, but second senior brother chose to enter the Tao through love. However, second senior brother was quite self-indulgent when he first entered the Tao. He relied on his good looks to meet many women and became entangled with them. But if you walk by the river too often, you inevitably get your feet wet. This woman in the north border is one of the many romantic debts second senior brother incurred back then. Xiang raised an eyebrow. So in the love field, did the veteran second senior brother fall for this Northern Territory girl back then? Well, second senior brother cultivated the way of amorousness and had numerous affairs with female cultivators, but those women didn't really have much affection for him. They were just flirting, spending time together for a while before parting ways. But this one from the Northern Territory is different. She cultivates the way of infatuation. She's fallen for second senior brother and wants him for her, becoming his companion. What a sin! The playboy of the way of amorousness had seduced the innocent girl of the way of infatuation. So what happened next? Did second senior brother just abandon the girl? Not really, but almost. Xia Ying's heart, which had just settled down, rose again in Mo Yan's second half of the sentence. Question mark. Shao He, please stop panting. Can you please speak clearly in one breath? It's my fault. Ji Huyuan smiled. He really wanted to talk to junior senior sister a little more. Second senior brother rejected the girl's request, and frankly admitted that he cultivated the way of amorous love. While, like the way of infatuation, love is the key to enlightenment, he had no intention of seeking a lifelong companion. He persuaded the girl to let go, then slipped away, never setting foot in the Northern Territory again. Because of this incident, second senior brother became much more cautious and disciplined in his actions. In the past 10 years, he hasn't been close to any female cultivators. Unfortunately, the girl who cultivated the way of infatuation was reportedly so traumatized by second senior brother's incident that she nearly collapsed and became possessed. She has been in seclusion in the Northern Territory for many years. Not long ago, this girl emerged from seclusion. Her first act was to capture second senior brother and bring him back to the Northern Territory to demand repayment for the romantic debt he incurred 10 years ago. Bah! Second senior brother is such a scumbag. Even though the other person was his second senior brother, Xia Ying, who preferred justice over kinship, couldn't help but curse. Money debts are easy to repay, but debts of love are hard to repay. Second senior brother should repay his own debts. Now that he's written to Master for help, is Master willing to help him? Speaking of this, Ji Huyuan's expression became somewhat complicated, but he continued. This is the biggest problem right now. According to the letter second senior brother sent back to Xiaoyao sect, the girl must have suffered a great blow 10 years ago, and now she has turned from the path of infatuation to the path of amorous love. She now has 8 husbands of varying personalities in her household, and our second senior brother is the 9th she will marry. Chapter 205. Xia Ying's accusations of injustice were swallowed back before she could even speak. Brilliant. This directly reverses the positions between the two. Second senior brother deserves it, but this sister really surprised me. So second senior brother sent a message to Master asking for help because he didn't want to be that sister's 9th husband? Yes, this girl is very easy to talk to. She bluntly said that she kidnapped second senior brother just to get revenge for a past grudge. If second senior brother truly didn't want to be her 9th husband, the Xiaoyao sect could redeem him with spirit stones. From now on, both parties are even, and no debts are owed to each other. For some reason, Xia Ying suddenly had a bad feeling when she heard this. How many spirit stones does that sister want? 10 billion top-grade spirit stones. How much? How much? 10 billion. Ji Huyuan repeated solemnly, top-grade spirit stones. Let's go! Xia Ying grabbed Ji Huyuan and turned to leave, as if she had made up her mind. Whether or not to redeem second senior brother, there's nothing wrong with him becoming sister's 9th husband. The number 9 sounds auspicious, and after all, second senior brother is the one sister truly loved. I'm sure their married life will be good. Little senior sister, don't leave just yet. I haven't finished talking yet. Ji Huyuan took Xia Ying's wrist and led her towards the town. Master also doesn't want to redeem second senior brother. But that girl is saying that if they're unwilling to pay the ransom, Xiaoyao sect must send someone. After all, the Xue family is a prominent figure in the Northern Territory. As the current head of the Xue family, if she wants to marry a husband, his family must be present. So we're here as the bride's family for the wedding? Yes. Not just us, but also senior brother and third sister, as well as Usher and junior sister. They all be coming to the Xue family in the Northern Territory before the wedding. The Xue family head said, if you're marrying a man, you naturally have to give a betrothal gift. Since Master refuses to leave, it's natural for us to take the betrothal gift from the Xue family head back to Xiaoyao sect. This sister Xue is quite a person. After hearing what Ji Hyun had to say, Xia Ying became even more curious about the Shui family head that second senior brother Mo Yin had offended. Why did she feel like Sister Shui hadn't completely let go of second senior brother? As they chatted and laughed, they finally arrived at Ji Hyun's place in town. Because he had to wait for Xia Ying to come to the Shui family, Ji Hyun didn't stay at the inn. Instead, he spent a few extra spirit stones to rent a quiet courtyard in town. The courtyard had 4 rooms, more than enough for the 2 of them. The weather in the north is poor, with frequent snowstorms and few sunny days. When Ji Hyun and Xia Ying returned to the courtyard, it was already completely dark. The wind had even grown heavier, and the gloomy sky loomed heavy, like a ferocious beast lurking in the shadows, quietly scouting for prey, waiting for the perfect moment to bite down fiercely. Ji Hyun glanced up at the sky, his brows instinctively furrowed. With a single movement, he activated the defensive barrier surrounding the courtyard. He then personally took out a row of lanterns, lit them, and hung them up. However, these lanterns were not a typical color, but a green hue with a faint, azure glow. Hanging in the courtyard, they fluttered in the breeze, lending the courtyard an unnaturally eerie feel. Xia Ying wasn't afraid of this, just curious. She sat on the porch and watched Ji Hyun hang lanterns one by one across the courtyard. Is hanging green lanterns also a tradition in the north? It's a custom that only became popular in the last few decades. Ji Hyun explained slowly. I heard from the people in town that the weather in the north wasn't that bad in the past. Back then, the Snow Maiden, who lived deep in the snowy mountains, would occasionally come out and interact with humans. Back then, there were at least 10 days of clear weather a month, and the winds and snow in the north weren't as biting and unbearable as they are today. But since some time ago, the Snow Maiden has disappeared, and the weather in the north has only gotten worse. Since then, speculation about the Snow Maiden has multiplied. Some speculate that she was harmed, angering the spirit of the snowy mountains. Others say she's possessed by a demon, enraging the heavens, causing the frequent strange phenomena in the north. In short, there are all sorts of theories, but no one knows the exact cause. What about this lantern? Xia Ying leaned on the railing under the porch, chin resting on one hand. To protect against the Snow Maiden? Well, at first, the weather in the north simply deteriorated, but then strange things started happening more and more frequently. Either someone lost a spirit beast or a pet, or corpses suddenly vanished. Later, the vanished corpses reappeared. They were fine during the day, but as soon as darkness fell, the corpses appeared from nowhere and began wandering across the north. Unfortunately, the monk's damage had no effect on these corpses. They were insensitive to pain and fearless, yet their attack power was considerable. Many civilians, after being attacked, soon became monstrous beings like the corpses. The Northern Territory has always been the domain of the Immortal Cultivators. They kept this matter a secret, determined to handle it on their own. The Immortal Demon Alliance and other sects pretended to be unaware. So, the Immortal Cultivators in the Northern Territory came up with the idea of hanging green lanterns to ward off those monsters? Xia Ying was dumbfounded. From Ji Hyun's description, she felt those corpse monsters were most likely zombies, but considering the situation, even the Immortal Cultivators didn't know about their existence? A few lanterns could fight zombies? These aren't ordinary lanterns. Ji Hyun, understanding Xia Ying's meaning, handed her the last lantern he hadn't yet hung. The 9 Netherworld Karma Fire? Xia Ying peered over and immediately understood. This lantern was an ordinary one, but the fire was a strange fire. It seems the Immortal Cultivators in the Northern Territory are indeed quite powerful, able to even obtain the 9 Netherworld Karma Fire. Although the 9 Netherworld Karma Fire was in the underworld, it was extremely blazing, and naturally feared by the less powerful zombies. It's said that the Shui family's ancestor made some kind of bargain with the underworld, thus obtaining a seed of the 9 Netherworld Fire. The Shui family is truly remarkable. After cultivating the 9 Netherworld Fire, they didn't keep it for themselves. Instead, they divided the fire into millions and distributed it to everyone in the Northern Territory to ensure their safety. And precisely because of this incident, the Shui family's ancestors' health gradually declined, forcing them to appoint a new head of the Shui family ahead of time, Shui Shuang, the Shui family head, who will soon marry second senior brother. Xiao He, hearing you say this, I'm even more convinced that second senior brother is a scumbag. With the Shui family's reputation, Sister Shui must be a truly wonderful person. How could second senior brother be so willing to hurt her feelings? I'm not second senior brother, so how can I know what he's thinking? I better ask second senior brother about this after I get to the Shui family. Ji Hyun hung up the lantern and urged Xia Ying to return to her room to rest. Sister, go and rest. We leave for the Shui family tomorrow morning. Chapter 206. Okay. Xia stood up and chose the room next to Ji Hyun's. In reality, with Xia current level of cultivation, she didn't need to sleep at all, but perhaps it was because snowy days were perfect for lazing under the covers, or perhaps it was just that being with Ji Hyun was relaxing. For the first time, Xia indulged herself in laziness and sank directly into the soft bedding. The room was filled with the Yahua flowers Ji Hyun had placed there early in the morning, so it wasn't cold at all. It was actually quite warm. She lay there, and before she knew it, she fell into a deep sleep. But in the middle of the night, Xia, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly opened her eyes, sat up, and listened. In the complete silence of the night, even the sound of the wind and snow outside was much quieter. But precisely because of this, the faint bang-bang sound became even more eerie and unsettling. It was as if something outside was banging on the door, with a persistent and rhythmic banging. Xia heart skipped a beat. She jumped out of bed, threw on her cloak, and hurried out the door, bumping into Ji Hyun, who had also heard the noise. "Master." Ji Hyun began to speak, but Xia covered his mouth. Then he heard her voice enter his ears. "Something's wrong. Don't make a sound yet." Xia listened for a moment, confirming that it was a zombie outside. But that wasn't right. According to Ji Hyun's previous statement, the 9 Netherworld Flame had a strong deterrent effect on zombies. Even if they weren't fearless, they still retained an instinct to seek safety and avoid danger. Such a high-profile attack on a house adorned with the 9 Netherworld Flame was truly strange. The two exchanged glances, each seeing the confusion in the other's eyes. Before they could decide on a plan, a terrified, shrill cry echoed from the next yard. "We can't wait any longer. Most of the people in this town are just ordinary, powerless mortals. They can't stop us. Xiao He. I'm going to save them. You go outside and see what's going on." Their expressions changed, and they quickly rushed in different directions. When Xia climbed over the courtyard wall and reached the next door, she saw a zombie with a green face and fangs, its hands raised straight up, tightly gripping a little girl's neck, its jaws open, ready to bite. The people in the courtyard were crying, but no one dared to step forward to rescue her. At that moment, Xia descended like a divine weapon, the netherworld blue lotus flame transforming into a long whip that lashed the zombie's hand fiercely. Then she delivered another powerful kick to its chest, sending it flying. She then grabbed the terrified girl and laid her next to the family. Before the zombie could leap up and bite again, Xia lashed out with another whip, binding it tightly. With a flick of her toe, she carried it out of the courtyard. She was completely unaware of the stunned gazes of the crowd behind her. Xia, carrying the zombie, landed on a tree. Only then could she see the situation in the town clearly. From afar, she saw a dense crowd of people, and the entire town was filled with jumping zombies, almost completely submerging the town. Xia eyelids twitched. There were so many zombies, even if she couldn't finish them all, not to mention that most of the people in the town were ordinary mortals who had never practiced cultivation. She looked down at the zombie in her hand, and with a thought, blue flame slowly climbed up the zombie's limbs, burning it into a fiery man. Xia casually threw the fiery man into the tide of zombies below, and the fire quickly spread. At the same time, Ji Hyun rushed over from a distance, describing what he had witnessed with a grim expression. "The situation is bad. The entire Yahua town is now overrun with these monsters. And the 9 Netherworld Karma Fire, which used to intimidate them, has somehow lost its effectiveness. The other cultivators in the town are now working together to slay these monsters and protect the mortals. They already sent a message to the disciples of the aristocratic families, who were supposed to be guarding this place. I think reinforcements will arrive soon. It's not that the 9 Netherworld Karma Fire has lost its effectiveness. It's also a different kind of fire. Look, my Netherworld Azure Lotus Flame is just as effective against them. I think someone is deliberately manipulating these zombies. Their simultaneous outburst today is a direct result of that person's manipulation." Zombies? Ji Hyun was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized that the zombies Xia was referring to were these monsters. But now isn't the time to dwell on this. The next second, Xia slightly cold voice rang out again. "This town is full of innocent civilians, who have no means of self-preservation. Find a way to protect them first." With that, Xia summoned the Netherworld Lotus, resting in her spirit beast pouch, and threw her into the zombie horde. The next moment, Yulian, furious, cursed furiously. "Xia, you woman, you're plotting against me. What kind of monsters are these? Don't make a fuss. Right now, only your fire can cause them any real damage. They can't do anything to you." Xia Ying shouted from atop a tree. After this is done, I refine a few elixirs for you to advance. Okay. You keep your word. To advance the elixir, Yulian suppressed her nausea and charged into the zombie horde to fight. Her true form was the nether blue lotus flame. Xia Ying's use of the strange fire, however effective, was no match for Yulian's own power. Yulian rushed forward, blue lotuses exploding around her, with a bang. Zombies tainted by the blue flames were unable to extinguish the flames. They instinctively fled, but each collision only further spread the fire, quickly transforming it into a sea of inferno. The blue flames were intelligent, following their master's will, burning only the zombies while sparing every blade of grass, tree, brick, or tile in the town. The blue sea of fire spread out like a shimmering, charming silk, illuminating half of Yahua town. It was thanks to the help of the nether blue lotus flame that the zombie tide was finally contained, preventing further devastation. Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan breathed a sigh of relief when they suddenly felt the temperature around them plummet. Even the Yahua flowers they held in their arms could no longer provide warmth. Then, large flakes of snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Xia Ying's pupils shrank as she saw them clearly. These were black snowflakes. Oh no! Ji Heyuan cried out softly. The black snow falling into the sea of fire actually extinguished the flames a little. Xiao He, go help. Buy me some time. Xia Ying quickly condensed a long flaming whip from the nether azure lotus flame and thrust it into Ji Heyuan's hand. Ji Heyuan didn't ask any further questions, but rushed into the battle, whip in hand. The Northern Territory is unique, rarely visited by outsiders. Most of the cultivators in this town are from the Northern Territory, and naturally know how to deal with zombies. Thus, while the two forces couldn't completely gain the upper hand, they were able to control the situation and prevent it from escalating further. Xia Ying sat on the tree, sighed, and then, casting aside all distractions, took out talisman paper and a talisman brush, and began to create a talisman on the spot. Chapter 207. Xia Ying closed her eyes, recalling the knowledge she had read in Taoist talisman books in her previous time and space. Combined with the talisman knowledge of this immortal world, a unique rune slowly took shape in her mind. She suddenly opened her eyes, a golden light flashing across them, and then she picked up her brush and began to draw on the talisman paper. Xia Ying's movements were as smooth as flowing water, and the complex rune was completed in one go. Golden light illuminated along the lines of the talisman. The brush stopped, and the talisman was complete. She couldn't wait to test the effect of the talisman, aiming at the nearest zombie and throwing it. Snap! The talisman paper stuck tightly to the zombie's forehead, and the zombie, which had been dancing and dancing, suddenly froze in place as if under a spell. Xia Ying was delighted. It worked. This allowed her to focus even more on drawing the talisman, her movements becoming faster and faster, and her talisman crafting becoming smoother and smoother. She channeled her mind and spiritual energy into the drawn talismans, accurately attaching them to the nearby zombies. Talisman practitioners use their brushes to connect the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, converging them into runes, allowing them to exert different effects. Xia Ying's rapid talisman-making speed caused the surrounding spiritual energy to vibrate unsteadily. Spiritual energy surged toward her from all directions, gradually forming a massive vortex behind her. But Xia Ying remained oblivious, her entire focus focused on the talisman in her hand. This movement, however, caught the attention of the other cultivators in Yahua town. They instinctively looked in the direction of the spiritual energy fluctuations, and saw a petite female cultivator sitting high atop a tree, spiritual energy surging unsteadily around her. What surprised them even more was that the zombies surrounding Xia Ying had suddenly stopped moving, frozen in place. A nearby cultivator quickly flew over, only to discover that each zombie had a talisman affixed to its forehead, a talisman unlike any he had ever seen. Intrigued, the cultivator reached out for the talisman. "Don't touch it!" A clear, cold female voice echoed from behind him, but it was still too late. The cultivator's hands were incredibly swift, peeling the talisman off before Xia Ying finished speaking. Almost the moment he removed the talisman, the zombie revived, its sharp purple-black nails piercing the cultivator's neck. In a flash, Xia Ying, prepared, snatched the talisman from the cultivator's hand and pressed it hard against the zombie's forehead again. The zombie, baring its fangs and claws, a moment before, was instantly sealed once more. The cultivator stared at the scene, stunned, unable to believe his eyes. What kind of magical talisman was this? How could it be so effective? Before he could ask Xia Ying for advice, Xia Ying had already turned and rushed towards Ji Heyuan, who was battling wits and courage with the zombies. "Xiao He! Quick! Apply these talismans to their foreheads to restrict their movements. Xiaoying stuffed a thick stack of talismans into Ji Heyuan's hands, not forgetting to share some with the other cultivators nearby. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for taking the trouble to apply these talismans to the zombies' foreheads. It's my pleasure. I haven't thanked you for your help yet. The cultivators who received the talismans briefly expressed their gratitude and dispersed, nimbly diving into the zombie tide. Xiaoying, of course, wasn't idle either. Thanks to these zombies, she had revisited her old knowledge tonight and mastered a new talisman, further advancing her attainments in the art of talismans. Now she could draw talismans in mid-air without the aid of talisman paper. Holding the talisman pen, Xiaoying slid into the zombie tide like a slippery fish, flashes of golden light flashing one after another without missing a single time. The zombie tide was finally brought under control thanks to everyone's concerted efforts. At this moment, everyone realized belatedly that the night had long passed, and the sky had turned a pale white. As the first rays of light shone through the clouds, puffs of white smoke emanated from the zombies with a sizzling sound. Seeing this, Xiaoying could finally confirm that the monsters, the people of the northern border, were the zombies of her original time and space. At the same time, the aristocratic family disciples, who had been delayed by news of the zombie tide in Yaohua town, finally appeared. When they saw the motionless zombies standing there, allowing the light of heaven to fall on them and burn them, their eyes widened and their jaws nearly dropped. What's going on? Their northern immortal clan had fought these fearless monsters, fearless of swords and pain, countless times over the past century. Naturally, they knew their weaknesses and the methods for their complete destruction. But the difficulty lay in the fact that these monsters, while fearless, instinctively avoided danger. They only appeared at night, and would retreat back into the depths of the snowy mountains before dawn. Their whereabouts were unpredictable, leaving their families helpless despite their agonizing efforts. Over the years, the Northern Territory had been plagued by frequent zombie tidal waves. No matter how cautious they were, casualties were inevitable. But now, not only had Yaohua town remained unscathed, but these monsters, which had plagued them for nearly a century, had even remained motionless, awaiting their demise. How could they not be astonished? Shui Xianjun, thanks to the timely assistance of these two fellow Taoists, Yaohua town was able to safely survive this zombie tide crisis. Especially this little fairy. The talismans she brought out are extremely useful against these monsters. Without her talismans, we might not have been able to protect the entire town. Although these cultivators did not know the true origins of Xiaoying and Ji Heyuan, it was a fact that they had helped Yaohua town and rendered great service. While they were somewhat envious, they would not confuse right and wrong in front of the disciples of the aristocratic families, nor would they do something as unkind as stealing credit. The leading Shui family disciple, upon hearing this, grew more serious and solemnly bowed to Xiaoying and Ji Heyuan. Thank you both for saving my people from the Northern Territory. You're too polite, fellow Taoist. Since we encountered something like this, we naturally can't just stand by and watch. What talisman did the fairy use to subdue these monsters? The corpse suppression talisman. Such a talisman exists in the world of immortal cultivation. I never heard of it before. Where did the fairy obtain these talismans? Could you please tell me? I drew them, Xiaoying answered honestly. Ha! Arrogance! But the next second, an untimely sneer shattered the previously harmonious atmosphere. How could you, at such a young age, draw such exquisite talismans? You're full of lies. Chapter 208. Xiaoying and Ji Heyuan's previously calm expression suddenly changed. Xiaoying was fine, looking at the man as if he were an idiot. Ji Heyuan's expression darkened, and he was already thinking about how to kill him. The man known as Shui Daojun was Shui Yuan, a direct descendant of the Shui family. Hearing this, he secretly thought something was amiss, and quickly rebuked her. Lu Nan! Stop being so rude. Shui Yuan, stop showing off. Lu Nan sneered. The Shui family is powerful in the Northern Territory, but my Lu family isn't any less powerful. It's none of your business to meddle with my affairs. Our Lu family's ancestor was a talisman practitioner. I've been practicing talismans with him since I was a child. How could I not understand their subtleties? Even our Lu family's ancestor couldn't possibly draw such a delicate talisman, so how could such a young girl have created one? Lu Nan's sneer escaped his nose, making no effort to conceal his contempt for Xiaoying. It's clear to me that this girl bought it from some reclusive talisman practitioner. After accidentally rescuing Yaohua town from its crisis, she's now greedy for credit, so she's trying to swell her own reputation by insisting she drew the talisman. Such a liar and boastful boast. Enough. Lu Nan, shut up. Seeing Lu Nan's outrage escalate, Shui Yuan could no longer tolerate it. Yaohua Town and the dozen or so surrounding towns are under the protection of the Shui and Lu families. Disciples from each family take turns guarding the town for a month to ensure the safety of the towns within 100 miles. This month, your Lu family is on guard. But where are the people from your family who were supposed to be guarding Yaohua Town when the zombie tide hit? Are they dead? Why didn't anyone show up? As soon as I heard the news, I hurried here with the Shui family disciples. Who would have thought you'd be even later than me? If it weren't for these fellow Taoists desperately trying to turn the tide and resist the zombie tide with all their might, Yaohua Town would have already fallen and been completely annihilated. Who knows if the zombie crisis in the northern border will spread to other borders? Do you know how much chaos that would cause? Huh? It's fine you didn't even thank them for their help, but you actually had the audacity to insult them. What? Do you think you're superior by disparaging others? People have to have dignity, trees have to have bark. I beg you to have some dignity too. Shui Yuan's scolding grew more and more intense. He had long disliked the arrogant Lu Nan, and now he took this opportunity to spill his guts. Just because you're a dull, useless piece of shit doesn't allow others to be brilliant and talented? Why do you think others can't do what you can't do? When I return to Hanging City after this mission, I tell all the noble families about your heroic deeds. I also ask Patriarch Lu, are all the Lu family members as ignorant, irresponsible, and ungrateful as you? Lu Nan was frozen in place by Shui Yuan's barrage of insults. He was livid, but he couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Even if he could find 1,000 ways to ridicule that little girl, he couldn't utter them now. Because he hadn't deployed troops to defend Yaohua Town, and hadn't rushed to resolve the situation immediately after the zombie tide hit Yaohua Town, this was an indisputable fact, and it was his biggest problem. This alone was enough for Shui Yuan to denounce him to the other noble families, and give them a good beating. None of the others had apparently anticipated that Shui Yuan, known for his gentle demeanor, had such a hidden side. Even Ji Yuan, who had been plotting a way to assassinate Lu Nan, felt a certain urgency subside after Shui Yuan's attack. Xia Ying felt the same way. She looked at Shui Yuan with gleaming eyes, simply impressed by his eloquence. If the timing hadn't been so inappropriate, she would have applauded. Sensing the mocking glances, Lu Nan raised his head and glared at Xia Ying and Ji Yuan. How dare these outsiders act so brazenly in their northern border? Wait until these two arrive in Hanging City, and see how you deal with them. However, facing Lu Nan's threatening gaze, Xia Ying smiled faintly. Then, in front of everyone, she took out a blank piece of talisman paper and threw it into the air, then pointed a pen at the paper. Her gesture was casual, as if she were scribbling. The sound of her pen hitting the paper was heard, followed by a flash of golden light. The corpse-suppressing talisman, imbued with profound meaning, had actually been completed. Xia Ying put down her pen, raised her hand, and gently pushed it. The corpse-suppressing talisman, enveloped in spiritual energy, soared above everyone's heads, allowing them to clearly see. This talisman was indeed her handiwork. Xia Ying said nothing, yet it felt as if she had said 1,000 words. She also slapped Lu Nan across the face several times. Lu Nan stared at the corpse-suppressing talisman in midair in disbelief, his expression even uglier than when Shui Yuan had just scolded him. How could it be? Even his Lu family's ancestor couldn't draw the corpse-suppressing talisman. How could she possibly have drawn it? How could this little girl possibly have such exceptional talent? Alas! Immortal Lu, lack of talent isn't truly terrifying. What's terrifying is being uninformed and unaware of it. I have a piece of advice for you to remember. Xia Ying's eyes were filled with sympathy. Her red lips parted. If you're uninformed, just practice more. Without even glancing at Lu Nan's expression, Xia Ying happily accepted Shui Yuan's invitation, grabbed Ji Yuan, and left with the Shui family disciples. By the time Lu Nan recovered from his shock, Xia Ying and the others were nowhere to be found. Even the other wandering cultivators, who had gathered there, had vanished. Lu Nan had intended to obtain a corpse-suppressing talisman for study. He couldn't believe his mastery of talismans could truly be inferior to that of a little-known little girl. Unfortunately, he reacted too late. The corpse-suppressing talismans on the zombies had already been completely incinerated by the zombies' spontaneous combustion in the sunlight. Helplessly, Lu Nan turned his attention to the wandering cultivators, who had recently departed. He remembered that a few people had secretly hidden a few unused corpse suppression talismans. Meanwhile, Xia Ying and Ji Yuan had already led Shui Yuan to the small courtyard where they were temporarily staying in Yaohua Town. The Shui family disciples greatly admired Xia Ying for creating such a precious artifact as the corpse suppression talisman, and were equally grateful to the two for their heroic efforts last night. The atmosphere in the courtyard was therefore very harmonious. After exchanging pleasantries, Shui Yuan finally asked the question that concerned him most. Chapter 209. How many of your corpse-suppressing talismans are left? Would you be willing to sell them to me? Shui Yuan got straight to the point. To be honest, fellow Taoists, our Northern Territory has long suffered from the zombie tidal wave crisis. While the 9 Netherworld Karma Fire has a deterrent effect on them, it's ultimately only a temporary solution. You two have seen it too. Fierce zombie tidal waves, like the one in Yaohua Town last night, occur frequently in the Northern Territory. Those monsters are unafraid of our cultivators' methods, and their whereabouts are elusive. We disciples of aristocratic families, having cultivated since childhood, naturally fear them. But there are still many people in the Northern Territory who are powerless to protect themselves. Even if the aristocratic families agree to work together, even if we dispatch disciples to defend the area, we're still bound to encounter people like Lu Nan who, through inaction, exacerbate the situation. Today, I observed that the corpse-suppressing talisman you drew is surprisingly effective against these monsters. That's why I dared to ask you to sell it to me in the Northern Territory. I know such talismans must be extremely valuable. If you're willing to sell them to us, our family will never let you suffer any loss. Shui Yuan's straightforward words truly impressed Xiang and Ji Huyuan. We understand what you mean, fellow Taoist Shui. Xiang spoke first, readily accepting his request. This corpse-suppressing talisman was specially drawn by me to deal with these zombies. Although it's effective, it only works against this group of zombies. Even if fellow Taoist Shui doesn't ask, my 2 brothers and sisters will raise this matter with the patriarch after we arrive at the Shui family. You two are going to my Shui family? Shui Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Are you also here to congratulate my patriarch on his wedding? Oh right. We've been talking for so long, and I still haven't asked for your names. I'm Shui Yuan, a disciple of the Shui clan in the Northern Territory. Xiaoying of the Xiaoyao sect. Ji Huyuan of the Xiaoyao sect. The two responded politely, but upon hearing the word Xiaoyao sect, Shui Yuan was stunned for a moment before reacting. Xiaoyao sect? Which Xiaoyao sect? Could there be 2 Xiaoyao sects in this world of immortal cultivation? Xiaoying was amused, but she knew her reaction was likely due to her second senior brother. Sure enough, the next moment, they heard Shui Yuan's tentative question. Then Mo Yin, Immortal Lord, is? He's our second senior brother. Xiaoying glanced at Ji Huyuan, who immediately understood her meaning and began to explain. Everyone in the Xiaoyao sect knows about second senior brother and Patriarch Shui's affair. It was second senior brother who wronged Patriarch Shui first. We in the Xiaoyao sect have nothing to say. My sister and I are here, as second senior brother's bride's family, to see him off. Besides the 2 of us, several other senior brothers and sisters, as well as junior brothers and sisters, are on their way. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Shui, we in the Xiaoyao sect will absolutely not disrupt the wedding of Patriarch Shui and second senior brother. We are here to sincerely congratulate you. Of course I believe you too. Shui Yuan had now fully grasped and adapted to Xiaoying and Ji Huyuan's identities. Although they had a preconceived notion of the Xiaoyao sect due to Mo Yan's previous teasing of Patriarch Shui Shuang, they had a negative impression of the Xiaoyao sect. But now that Xiaoying and Ji Huyuan had saved Yaohua Town, Shui Yuan wasn't so stubborn as to lose sight of right and wrong. He quickly adjusted his composure and gave them another gentle smile. I'm naturally confident in your character. Since you're going to our Shui family, this is convenient. The Patriarch's wedding to Immortal Mo is in less than a month, and I'm going to rush back, but before I do, I need to make sure Lu Nan arranges all the follow-up matters in Yaohua Town. How about this? I write a letter, and send a few disciples to accompany you to Hanying City to report the events in Yaohua Town to the Patriarch, so you can catch up with Immortal Mo. Fellow Taoist Shui, please take care of the arrangements. My junior brother, and I have no objections. Xiaoying nodded. She also wanted to reunite with her second senior brother. Before I leave, I draw some more corpse-suppressing talismans for you, just in case. Thank you so much, fellow Taoist Xie. Shui Yuan's joy was palpable. No need to be so polite. Once second senior brother marries the head of the family, our Xiaoyao sect and your Shui family will be one family. Fellow Taoist Shui, if you don't mind, just call us by our names. In that case, I won't be polite with you. Shui Yuan wasn't one to shy away, and he readily agreed. I'm probably quite a bit older than you. Just call me Brother Shui. By the way, Xiaoying, I heard you call those monsters zombies earlier. That's quite apt. Their bodies are stiff and cold, their limbs are straight and inflexible. Aren't they zombies? It seems to me that you know a lot about zombies. Do you know their origins? I can't say I know everything, but I just happen to have heard something. Xiang now understood a truth. Different time and space and worlds still have varying degrees of cultural heritage. Legend has it that there's a sinister art called corpse refining. It involves burying a corpse upright in a place steeped in yin energy, causing it to linger and remain frozen. At this point, simply injecting a breath of yang energy into the corpse can cause it to resurrect as a walking corpse. A walking corpse is also a type of zombie. After sucking blood and devouring humans, a walking corpse can not only transform them into its own kind through its corpse poison, but also gradually evolve into even more powerful, higher-level zombies. An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. Although Xiang was eager to help the Northern Territory overcome this crisis, she didn't explain the details of corpse refining. Hidden by day and active at night, sucking blood and devouring humans is a zombie's natural instinct. However, zombies created using corpse refining techniques are, frankly, no different from monsters. While they possess a certain level of consciousness, they are not intelligent. All their actions are driven by their instinctive thirst for blood and predation, seeking safety and avoiding danger. In other words, they know the danger of the 9 netherworlds hellfire. Under normal circumstances, they would never have attacked the town so recklessly. After witnessing the unusual zombie tidal wave in Yaohua town last night, my junior brother and I harbored a suspicion. We suspect someone is deliberately manipulating these zombies, and that they were created by that person using corpse refining techniques. Ji Heyuan took over Xia Ying's conversation. So, Brother Shui, using the corpse-suppressing talisman alone won't resolve this zombie crisis. To completely resolve this crisis, we must find the person behind the corpse refining. You can't find them. After hearing this analysis, Shui Yuan wasn't surprised, but rather expressed a deep sense of helplessness. Because the master of these zombies is most likely the Snow Woman, who lives deep within the snowy mountains. Chapter 210. Snow Maiden? Xiang looked at him strangely. Why do you think it's the Snow Maiden who's controlling the zombies? Xiang, you didn't grow up in the Northern Territory, so you don't know much about its affairs. Speaking of this, Shui Yuan's expression darkened. The Snow Maiden of the Snow Tribe did indeed get along well with the humans of the Northern Territory. But 100 years ago, the humans somehow offended the Snow Maiden, and she fell out with the noble families. She then retreated into the snowy mountains, never to leave again. In the past, thanks to the Snow Maiden's protection and tacit approval, humans could venture deep into the snowy mountains to gather spiritual plants and rare treasures for their own use. But after that incident, the depths of the snowy mountains were sealed off by an invisible barrier. From then on, humans could no longer set foot in the snowy mountains. Shui Yuan paused, then continued. Zombies appeared 10 years after the snow mountain was sealed. When the first zombie crisis occurred, our families joined forces to hunt them down, hoping to eradicate the threat once and for all. But we saw all the zombies flee deep into the snow mountain. The barrier that held us back allowed the man-eating zombies in. The snow mountain is the Snow Maiden's territory. How could those zombies have gotten into the depths without her permission? I see. Xiang nodded in understanding, not voicing her opinion further. Xiang, why do you think the Snow Maiden wasn't responsible? Did you discover something? Brother Shui, I only been in the Northern Territory for a day. What could I possibly discover? Xiang chuckled. It's just that I heard that the Snow Maidens of the Snow Clan are natural-born elves, with clear distinctions between love and hate, and pure and simple sincerity. I think if the Snow Girl truly harbored a grudge against the Northern Territory's aristocratic families, and wanted to wipe you out, she wouldn't resort to such a roundabout method that wouldn't cause much actual harm to the families. After all, it's not just the Snow Mountains. The fate of the entire Northern Territory hinges on the Snow Girl's whim. Shui Yuan remained silent. He had certainly considered this question, but all the elders had told him that the zombie crisis was inextricably linked to the Snow Girl of the Snow Tribe. This notion had long been ingrained in the hearts of every Northerner. Even if they were told that the Snow Girl wouldn't do such a thing, no one would believe it. Xiang and Ji Heyuan, having naturally grasped this point, never brought up the subject again. After the three of them sat together to discuss how to deal with the zombies, and agree on a simple plan, Xiang rose and returned to her room to prepare to draw the talisman. As she reached the door, she suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask Shui Yuan a question. Brother Shui, Lu Nan is from the Lu family in the Northern Territory. Is there a Lu Ruching in the Lu family, who married into the Lin family in the Eastern Territory? Indeed, if you count by generation, Lu Ruching is Lu Nan's aunt. I heard that after Lu Ruching married into the Lin family in the Eastern Territory, she gave birth to a talented daughter. Plus, the Lu family is so powerful, so she can get whatever she wants in the Lin family. Why did you suddenly think of asking about the Lu family? At your age, you shouldn't know Lu Ruqing. I don't know Lu Ruqing, but I do know her daughter, Lin Yuexiang. Xia Ying had been so busy running around doing things lately, that she almost forgot about Lin Yuexiang. If it weren't for Lu Nan, she really wouldn't have remembered her for a while. A few days ago, shortly after she left the trial tower, she received a message from the Immortal Demon Alliance elders. The Yuetian sect had accounted for the property they had embezzled from her, and the Immortal Demon Alliance disciples had sent it to the Xiaoyao sect. They also mentioned Mukin's current plight. Mukin was living such a miserable life, so Xia Ying suspected that Lin Yuexiang's current situation wouldn't be much better. Lin Yuexiang wasn't one to put herself in a difficult position. Given her personality, she wouldn't stay in the Yuetian sect for long. After leaving the Yuetian sect, I wonder if Lin Yuexiang would return to the Lin family in the East Territory, or to the Lu family in the North Territory. If she came to the North Territory, that would be fantastic. She could have some fun, get some money, and earn some favor along the way. Xia Ying's mood brightened, as she thought of the fun Lin Yuexiang's appearance might bring her. She smiled and asked Shui Yuan for help, her tone rather serious. Brother Shui, if Lin Yuexiang comes to the Northern Territory, please have someone let me know. Oh. Okay. Shui Yuan didn't understand the situation and just agreed subconsciously. After Xia Ying returned to her room contentedly to draw her talisman, he turned to ask Ji Heyuan, who was standing nearby. Heyuan, is Xia Ying close to the Lu family's granddaughter? Yes. Ji Heyuan paused sipping his tea, and looked at Shui Yuan in surprise. What gave you this illusion, Brother Shui? My senior sister and Lin Yuexiang are sworn enemies. It's no exaggeration to say. Do you, the Northern Territory aristocratic families, really not care about anything outside of the Northern Territory? Things unrelated to the Northern Territory, the Northern Territory aristocratic families, have never been particularly concerned. Shui Yuan briefly explained, then, unable to suppress his curiosity, asked another question. Since Xia Ying and Lin Yuexiang have such a bad relationship, why do I seem so happy when Xia Ying mentions Lin Yuexiang? Ji Heyuan took a sip of her spiritual tea. Perhaps it's because Lin Yuexiang, that fat sheep, is always easy to fleece. Shui Yuan, ? Why did he become increasingly confused the more he listened? How could the world outside the Northern Territory be so vibrant and colorful these days? Xia Ying spent half a day in her room, concentrating on drawing talismans. She finally emerged at noon, carrying a stack of corpse-suppressing talismans. Brother Shui, these are the talismans you requested. Ready so quickly? Hearing this, Shui Yuan hurried toward him. The surprise on his face instantly gave way to shock when he saw the thick stack of talismans. This? So many? A lot? I don't think I'm drawing as fast as I did last night. Xia Ying didn't find it strange that she'd drawn so many corpse-suppressing talismans in just half a day. After all, her sixth junior brother, Song Xiushi, was much faster than her. She remembered that in the later stages of the original novel, Song Xiushi could draw any talisman with perfect precision after just one glance, and he never failed. That was truly incredible. Hers was merely amazing. Shui Yuan, watching Xia Ying speak so sincerely, was momentarily at a loss for words. Thankfully, Xia Ying didn't seem to mind. Brother Shui, since we have enough corpse-suppressing talismans, shall he and I will head to Hanging City first? Of course. I already arranged the carriage and disciples. They're waiting outside. You can set off at any time. Chapter 211. Shui Yuan carefully put away the corpse-suppressing talisman and walked outside, while talking with Xia Ying. Although the Northern Territory is also a corner of the immortal cultivation world, since it is inhabited by ordinary mortals and aristocratic families, it still retains many red tape. To put it mildly, the aristocratic families of the Northern Territory are all very particular. Even when they could fly, they still choose to ride in a carriage. However, the weather in the Northern Territory is inclement, and the wind and snow are like knives on the face. Since Shui Yuan had prepared a means of transportation for them, Xia Ying would not refuse. When the two of them left the courtyard, Ji Heyuan was already sitting in the carriage. Seeing Xia Ying approach, he naturally extended his hand. Xia Ying also unabashedly placed her hand in his palm. Without any effort, Ji Heyuan gently pulled her onto the carriage. Their clasped hands quickly parted, as if this action had been repeated thousands of times, and neither of them saw anything wrong. But such a seemingly ordinary action, in the minds of the two, took on a completely different meaning in the eyes of the onlookers. Shui Yuan and the other Shui family disciples' gazes swept back and forth between the two, then each of them smiled knowingly. Xia Ying Heyuan. Shui Yuan stepped forward. When you return to the Shui family, you must report everything that happened in Yaohua town to the head of the family without missing a word. Don't worry, brother Shui. Ji Yuan spoke before Xiaoying could. No one could do a better job than my senior sister in causing trouble for Lin Yuxiang's maternal family. Bang! The next second, Xiaoying's slap landed mercilessly on the back of his head. Xiao He, can you shut up? But when she looked at Shui Yuan again, Xiaoying's face was once again filled with a bright smile. My junior brother is ignorant, and I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, brother Shui. Don't worry, brother Shui, you won't be wrong if you leave these matters to us. We go ahead now, and meet again when you return. Wait! Fairy, please wait! Xiaoying was about to lower the carriage curtain, but just then, a large family suddenly rushed out from the courtyard next door and knelt beside the carriage. Thanks to the fairy, you saved my daughter Aria's life from the monster last night. We come to express our gratitude. Aria, what are you standing there for? Why don't you kowtow to your benefactor? The woman wore a fawning smile when facing Xiaoying, but when it came to her own daughter, she seemed to change. Seeing Aria didn't move, she gave her a strong shove, sending the little girl stumbling and falling to the ground. But she quickly recovered and kowtowed respectfully to Xiaoying. Aria, thank you for saving my life, fairy. May you be blessed with endless happiness and a speedy ascent to the great path. Get up. Looking at the thin, shivering little girl in front of her, dressed in a single layer, Xiaoying's brows furrowed slightly. She waved gently, and the little girl felt a warm breeze brush against her cheeks, dispelling much of the coldness. Before she could react, the little girl watched in amazement as the invisible wind lifted her upright. The family behind her, bundled up tightly, watched with envy. But before they could say anything, Xiaoying's cold voice rang out. I didn't save you to earn your gratitude. After yesterday's situation, I wouldn't have stood idly by, no matter who it was. Since you kowtowed to me today to express your gratitude, I accept your kowtow. From now on, all karmic ties between you and me are resolved. Fairy, how can such a life-saving favor be wiped out with a simple kowtow? The family member, upon hearing Xiaoying's words of dissociation, grew anxious. Without waiting for any further preparation, they pushed forward a neatly dressed, plump, and handsome little boy with a look of arrogance. This is Aria's younger brother, Tianxi. Fairy, you saved Aria's life. From now on, Tianxi will serve you and do chores for you. As a way of repaying your sister's kindness, Fairy, my Tianxi is very clever. The town teacher. No need. Xiaoying interrupted the family member coldly. Don't you understand me? Fairy, we also want to. This time, Xiaoying didn't even spare the family a glance, simply lowering the curtain to completely block their view. The Shui family disciples understood and, without Xiaoying's request, drove the carriage away. The family had never imagined that after a day of painstaking preparations, they would end up with such a result. They had originally considered Xiaoying's youth and perceived her kindness and easygoing nature, so they wanted to leverage Xiaoying's kindness in saving Aria last night to allow their son to climb the tree. Then, he would be able to transcend the mortal world and become a superior being, but they had never imagined that the seemingly harmless Xiaoying could be so heartless. The carriage sailed further and further into the snow, and even then, they could still hear the cries of children behind them, mixed with the gusts of wind. TSK. Xiaoying sighed as she cracked some melon seeds. That little fat kid has a pretty loud voice. What a shame, he's been raised in a wrong way by his parents. Junior sister, that family clearly wanted to give their son to you, so he could practice cultivation with you and transcend the mortal realm. I took a look and the fat kid doesn't have any spiritual roots, so he can't follow the path of immortal cultivation. The little girl's physique is quite good, but as for what kind of spiritual roots she has, I'm afraid we have to use a testing ball to test them to find out. Why don't you take the child with you? What? Do I look like a kind-hearted saint? Do I have to pick up any poor child I see? Xiaoying lazily raised her eyelids, found a comfortable position, and leaned against the car wall to continue cracking some melon seeds. Xiaohe, don't forget that your senior sister is a wicked person. I don't have a kind heart. But Aria does have a connection with me. It's a shame she's in such a patriarchal family. I hate trouble. If I had taken her away just now, I have been harassed by that family. It's better to be aloof and put them off. Senior sister, you're just as harsh as ever. Ji Yuan, not afraid of Xiaoying's actions, smiled and exposed her true colors. If you really didn't want to intervene, why would you have sent a message to Brother Shui asking him to secretly look after the child? It's just that I think she's destined to be with me. Xiaoying bit her fingers, tapping them at her side. If she can stand on her own, I naturally wouldn't mind helping her. But if she can't, I won't interfere. This is her life, it's up to her to decide. Ji Huyuan smiled but said nothing. The carriage suddenly fell completely silent, save for the crescendo of the wind and snow outside. Chapter 212. Yelhua Town. Not long after Xiaoying left, Shuiyuan and the others quickly dispersed as well. Arya and her family were left alone in the blizzard. With no one else around, their true colors were revealed. As they walked home, they cursed softly. The frail Arya followed silently, listening to her parents and brother curse at the world and, incidentally, at herself. At first, Arya didn't want to intervene. After all, they did this all the time, and she was used to it. But when she heard her brother's disrespectful words towards Xiaoying, Arya suddenly gained the courage, thrusting her brother, Wang Tianxi, hard. Don't you dare say bad things about the fairy. Wang Tianxi accidentally fell in the snow, knocking out his front teeth, and burst into tears. Wow! Dad! Mom! That bitch actually hit me! She actually hit me! Beat her to death! Beat her to death now! Pa! You idiot girl, you're asking for death! Who told you to push your brother? The woman slapped Arya hard across the face, then, heartbroken, hugged Wang Tianxi to her chest and softly soothed him. The slap was so hard, it set Arya sprawling into the snow, unable to even get up. Even so, the verbal abuse and beatings from Arya's parents continued. Only after they had completely vented their anger, until Arya was breathing more than breathing, did the family finally stop. Bah! What an ungrateful bastard! We raised you for so many years, and yet you're still turning your back on me. Useless thing. You can't help your brother's future at all. Dad. Mom. Just leave her here. Bringing her home would be a waste of food anyway. The three people's cursing voices faded away. Arya, still breathing, lay in the snow, hearing their words clearly. Cold. So cold. Arya had never felt so cold before. It felt like it pierced her heart, freezing her from the inside out. Die! But she didn't want to die. Why had she been scolded and suffered since birth, while her brother grew up lovingly cared for by his parents? Is it just because she's a girl? But Fairy is also a girl, and yet Fairy has accomplished things other men can't. It shows that girls can also carve out their own world. No. She refused to accept it. She didn't want to die like this. She wanted to be like Fairy. Arya, finding strength from nowhere, struggled forward, her frail body dragging a bloody trail through the white snow. At that moment, a slender figure appeared before Arya. Arya couldn't see the person clearly, but her instinct for survival took over. She grabbed the man's brocade robe and spoke with all her might. Please, please, save me. I don't want to die. Ah. Before she completely lost consciousness, Arya heard a faint sigh, and then she fell into a broad, warm embrace. The warmth was so overwhelming, so warm that Arya, who had never felt anything like it before, unconsciously let her guard down and fainted. Shuiyuan felt Arya's pulse, and protected her heart with his spiritual power. If Xiaoying hadn't specifically sent him a telepathic message before leaving, asking him to keep an eye on the child, he wouldn't have known how vicious this family was. Shuiyuan glanced in the direction the Wang family had left, a cold glint in his eyes. In that moment, he had made a choice for the child in his arms, disrupting her life's trajectory, yet Shuiyuan himself was completely unaware. He carried the weakly breathing Arya, turning and leaving. As soon as he lifted his hand, Arya's body was on the ground. When Arya awoke again, she found herself lying in a warm, comfortable blanket. There was no beating or scolding, and everything around her seemed like a dream. Slowly returning to her hazy consciousness, she abruptly scrambled to her feet, and saw Shuiyuan sitting by the window, reading. Awake? She immediately recognized Shuiyuan as the other immortal who had stood and spoken with the fairy, and immediately knelt and kowtowed. Thank you, immortal lord, for saving my life. No need to thank me. I saved you because a friend asked me to. Shuiyuan, not wanting to take advantage of this favor, briefly recounted Xiaoying's request to secretly look after Arya, and finally asked, What are your plans for the future? Do you still want to return to that home? No. I won't. Although Arya was frail, her tone and gaze were remarkably resolute. If they want me dead, I just pretend they don't exist as my family, and that courtyard isn't my home. Immortal Lord, please take me away to see the fairy. I won't cause you any trouble. After I personally thank the fairy for her kindness, I leave, and won't be a burden to you. Haining City. The Northern Territory is actually a vast valley surrounded by snow-capped mountains, where the human race lives. As the seat of immortal cultivation families, Haining City is naturally located deep in the Northern Territory, where the spiritual energy is most abundant. Xiang had originally thought the deeper they went, the stronger the wind and snow would become. Unexpectedly, the opposite occurred. The closer they got to Haining City, the more noticeable the chill of the biting cold became. Even the wind and snow visibly lessened, sometimes even glimpsing clear skies. After 3 days of carriage travel, the two finally arrived in Haining City. A disciple of the Shui family brought the two directly to the Shui family and, after properly settling them down, went to see the family head, Shui Shuang, with Shui Yuan's handwritten letter. Many aristocratic families possess their own spirit stone mines and business dealings, making them the least financially secure in the world of immortal cultivation. Even the guest rooms provided for Xiang and the others were astonishingly luxurious. Xiang was in the courtyard, marveling at the generosity of the immortal families with Ji Yuan, when she suddenly heard a commotion outside. Then, a woman of unparalleled beauty, dressed in a gorgeous moon-white dress, entered, surrounded by a crowd. When the two men saw the woman, a name simultaneously came to mind: Shui Shuang. Xiang, always fond of appreciating beauty, couldn't help but stare at her a few more times. In the world of immortal cultivation, where beauties abound, Shui Shuang's appearance wasn't particularly outstanding, but her aura was truly unique. She was like the most beautiful ray of moonlight on a snowy night, bright and cold, as if detached from the mundane world. Master Shui. Xiang quickly averted her gaze and, along with Ji Yuan, bowed to Shui Shuang. You're welcome, both of you. Shui Shuang dismissed the maidservants and sat down at the stone table in the courtyard. I come here today to inquire about the Yaohua Town corpse tide. I hope you tell me everything. Of course. The two men sat across from Shui Shuang, each recounting the events of that night, the other adding to the narrative. Nonsense. Chapter 213. Shui Shuang's eyebrows arched, and she angrily slammed her palm against the stone table, causing fine cracks to appear on the surface. It's one thing for the Lu family to constantly compete with other families for power and resources, but now they're acting so recklessly in the face of serious matters, treating mortal lives with such disregard. Don't worry, my Shui family is no pushover. That brat Lu Nan has committed such a grave offense. Not only will I make him pay the price, I also make the Lu family pay a heavy price. This was a feud between the Northern Territory families, and Xiang and Ji Yuan were tactful enough not to intervene. Thankfully, Shui Shuang didn't care what the two thought. Since they didn't speak, she didn't ask any further questions. It was as if they were simply venting their anger. Once Shui Shuang's emotions had calmed down a bit, she finally changed her previously reserved demeanor. The cold, icy aura that held him at arm's length melted away like ice at the mention of Mo Yin. Are you Mo Yin's junior brothers and sisters? Yes. The two exchanged glances, and Xiang finally spoke. My master already understands Patriarch Shui's intentions. Master feels that second senior brother was indeed the first to offend Patriarch Shui. Our Xiaoyao sect is in the wrong, so there's no point in making excuses. Since Patriarch Shui thinks highly of our second senior brother, it would be a good idea to let him stay with him and repay his debt. When Patriarch Shui and second senior brother get married, we and our fellow disciples will prepare gifts and come to congratulate them. That would be wonderful. Shui Shuang chuckled, and her slightly furrowed brow slowly relaxed. Your Xiaoyao sect is quite reasonable, unlike Mo Yin. If that's the case, then my Northern Territory Shui family will be considered related to your Xiaoyao sect in the future. You little girl, stop calling me Patriarch all the time, it sounds distant. If you don't mind, just call me Sister. Sister Shui. Xiang responded sweetly, her eyes curved like crescent moons, which brightened Shui Shuang's mood considerably, and she couldn't help but sigh. If only Mo Yin were so tactful and obedient. Xiang's curiosity was flaring. What's the matter? In what way was second senior brother so tactless and obedient? Xiang was filled with curiosity. Even Ji Yuan, who seemed so calm and composed, looked at Shui Shuang from time to time, clearly waiting for the next step. Unfortunately, Shui Shuang didn't dwell on this topic for long, quickly moving on to something else. Since you're not helping Mo Yin, I'm relieved. It's been a while since you two, brothers and sisters, have you seen each other? I have someone take you to meet him. Is that appropriate? If not, we can wait until the wedding day to see second senior brother. Xiang spoke sincerely. Shui Shuang's smile widened even more. What's inappropriate about that? I, Shui Shuang, am not so unreasonable as to not even give you brothers and sisters a chance to speak. If Mo Yin hadn't been so obsessed with escaping, I wouldn't have locked him up. By the way, be careful when you see him. Shui Shuang smiled meaningfully. The methods your second senior brother used to escape my Shui mansion are truly astonishing. Shui mansion, listening snow tower. This was the private domain of Shui Shuang, the head of the family, and where she housed several of her family members. Ever since being captured by Shui Shuang and brought back to the northern border, Mo Yin had been imprisoned on the top floor of Listening Snow Tower. Every time he escaped and was recaptured by Shui Shuang, the arrangements against him in Listening Snow Tower became more elaborate. After so many times, Mo Yin had come to accept that Shui Shuang was now stronger than him, and that he could not escape. Now, Mo Yin placed all his hopes on his master, Long Kong. However, after waiting for no reply from the Xiaoyao sect, Mo Yin, bored, would sit by the window every day with a rose. Plucking petals, he muttered to himself, "Master will come to redeem me, Master won't come to redeem me, Master will come, Master won't." Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan were led to Mo Yan's room when they happened to witness this scene. The once vibrant rose in Mo Yan's hand was now reduced to a bare stem. The two exchanged glances. It's over. Could second senior brother have been locked up like a fool? After plucking the last petal, Mo Yin, once again concluding, "Master won't come," sighed helplessly. Just as he was about to get up and return to his room, he looked up and saw Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan, both with complicated expressions. Mo Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. "Ying, Xiaohe, you're finally here." A moment later, Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan entered Mo Yan's room and saw their second senior brother rushing over like a dog at a bone. "Ying, you're here to rescue me, right? Why are you the only ones here? Where's senior brother? Shui Shuang is very strong right now. You two alone might not be able to defeat her." Xia Ying, But they didn't intend to attack Shui Shuang. Ahem. Ji Heyuan cleared his throat with a light cough. "Second brother, don't worry. Senior brother will be here. Not only senior brother, but third sister and Ah Shi will be here soon. Senior brother and Fu Yu are fine, but Ah Shi and the others haven't reached Dan yet." "What are they doing here?" Mo Yin asked instinctively, then suddenly had a bad premonition. "Are you not here to redeem me?" "I'm sorry." Xia Ying spread her hands. "Second brother, you're right. We're here to attend your wedding as your bride's family." Mo Yin, The hanging heart finally died. It couldn't be more dead. Seeing Mo Yin's devastated expression, Xia Ying felt a pang of pity and offered comfort. "Second brother, it's not that Master doesn't want to ransom you. It's simply that the ransom is too high." "How much does she want?" Mo Yin asked softly. 10 billion, top-grade spirit stones. His. Mo Yin gasped, finally understanding why Long Kong refused to redeem him. With so many spirit stones, even if he were to sell him dozens of times, it still wouldn't be enough. Just then, Xia Ying's voice of comfort rang out. "Second brother, if you think about it this way, you're worth so much to Sister Shui, which means you're still the most important person in her heart. When I first arrived, I asked around. Although Sister Shui has 8 other handsome men, none of them are treated as well as you. Of the 9 men, you're Sister Shui's favorite. Does that make you feel better?" Jiao. Ji Heyuan looked at Mo Yan's face, which was becoming increasingly hopeless under Xia Ying's comfort, and finally couldn't help but speak. "Why don't you stop comforting her for now?" Chapter 214. Ji Heyuan had a misconception. He felt like junior sister wasn't trying to comfort second senior brother, but was stabbing him in the heart. "Junior sister, stop talking. If you keep going, second senior brother will jump off the building, Xia Ying, ? After hearing Ji Heyuan's voice, Xia Ying finally stopped talking. She glanced at Mo Yan's expression, her heart skipping a beat. "No way. I'm really trying to persuade second senior brother. Ji Heyuan, you're trying to persuade? I'm embarrassed to say anything. You're doing a good job of persuading me. Don't do it next time." Xia Ying, Then you do it. I do it, senior sister. Just wait and see. I definitely find out second senior brother's true thoughts. The two exchanged spiritual senses, but in the end, Xia Ying fell silent, simply sitting there, watching Ji Heyuan. The look in her eyes seemed to say, "I want to see what you have to say." Mo Yin sat in the room. Although he had no idea what the two of them were communicating through their spiritual sense, he could guess roughly. "All right, just say whatever you want to say. There's nothing to hide in front of your own senior brother. What I said wasn't pleasant. Let Xiaohe speak." Xia Ying curled her lips and pushed Ji Heyuan out. Mo Yan's gaze fell on Ji Heyuan again, but Ji Heyuan simply smiled and got straight to the point. "Second senior brother, my younger sister, and I already learned most of the details about you and Patriarch Shui from third senior sister on the way here. Huh? Mo Yin scratched his head. Did that girl Fu Yu tell you all? Yes, so we also wanted to ask second senior brother what he really thinks. 10 billion talk rate spirit stones is a lot, but if we really want them, our Xiaoyao sect can afford them. While spirit stones can redeem senior brother, they can't redeem this karma. Back then, Master Shui nearly fell into the devil's way because of second senior brother. It's not unreasonable for second senior brother to abandon her now. I know. Mo Yin was silent for a moment before speaking again. Back then, it was indeed me who provoked her, and then refused to take responsibility. I was wrong in this matter, and I have nothing to say. Of course we know senior brother was wrong, otherwise, we wouldn't have watched him imprisoned here without helping. Xiang added with a grin, but second senior brother, Xiao He and I are asking what you think now. Are you truly unwilling to be Sister Shui's husband? If Sister Shui has truly let go of her past with you, it's not impossible for you to use spirit stones to buy a closure. But now, Xiao He and I are watching with cold eyes. It's clear she hasn't completely let go. You didn't handle this matter properly 10 years ago, so now you're being brought to the Northern Territory. If you don't handle it properly this time, who knows what the next 10 years will hold. What Xiang said was exactly what Mo Yin was currently thinking about. Back then, he was used to playing around in the human world. After leaving the Xiaoyao sect, he flirted with everyone, living a happy life. Who could have known that a single trip to the Northern Territory would lead him to such an unresolved emotional debt? I admit, my handling of the situation back then was indeed cowardly. I always thought Shui Shuang was just like the female cultivators I met before, just flirting with each other. Who knew she was sincere? I was shocked too. Mo Yin scratched his head in frustration. I don't know what I was thinking. I said those hurtful words and ran away. I heard over the years that her heart was unstable, and she nearly went astray, forcing her to retreat and cultivate. I actually regret it. This time, she captured me and brought me to the Northern Territory. If I had truly wanted to resist, I wouldn't have been unable to escape. The reason I didn't run away was because I wanted to use this opportunity to end this bad relationship. So, how do you plan to resolve this, senior brother? Ji Huyuan asked slowly. Right now, there's no better solution to this matter than for you, second senior brother, to stay and marry Master Shui and become her 9th husband. Who wants to be her 9th husband? Mo Yin became unreasonably irritated at the mention of this. Anyway, I can do anything except this one thing. Oh. So, it's not that second senior brother doesn't want to be with Master Shui, it's just that he's bothered by you being Master Shui's 9th man. Ji Huyuan keenly grasped Mo Yin's concern, and then, taking advantage of the situation, added a few more words. But my little sister, and I heard that Master Shui quite likes the first 8. If Master Shui were to give up the first 8 people who truly treated her for someone like you, second senior brother, who had caused her so much harm, I don't think she would agree. Mo Yin was indeed anxious after Ji Huyuan's words. Who said she should give up the first 8? And it's not certain that those 8 people were truly loyal to her. At least they're better than second senior brother. Xiang added quietly. At least they stayed and took responsibility. Mo Yin, ? He was amused by his fellow apprentices. I told you too, you're not here to comfort me, you're here to piss me off. Go, go, go. Mo Yin stood up and pushed them out. I take care of my own affairs. Instead of worrying about my relationship problems, you two should worry about yourselves. Bang. The door slammed shut, nearly hitting the faces of the 2 little ones outside, who were still trying to speak. They tacitly ignored Mo Yan's last words. Xiang, fearlessly standing at the doorway, asked Xiohe, is second senior brother angry? Bang. A teapot was thrown accurately from the window, landing at Ji Huyuan's feet. Stop talking. Run. Ji Huyuan's eyebrows jumped, and he grabbed Xiang and ran. As expected, the next second, a slew of objects flew out of the window, each one heading for Ji Huyuan. If they hadn't run so fast, Ji Huyuan would have been hit head-on. Ji Huyuan, he knew it. Second senior brother wouldn't attack little senior sister, but he certainly wouldn't show mercy to me either. Of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best. The 2 of them ran as fast as they could, quickly leaving listening Snow Tower. Little he, you're still blaming me. Xiang ran breathlessly. I almost persuaded second senior brother to jump from the building, but you almost got him to kill us both. Didn't little senior sister keep asking about second senior brother's thoughts when she came here? Ji Huyuan blinked. The boy who usually acted so mature and steady now had a hint of the cunning and mischievousness that only a teenager could possess. See, I already found out for you. Chapter 215. Did you deliberately pierce second senior brother's lung just for this? Of course not. Ji Hyun paused, walking out with Sia-ing as he spoke his true thoughts. I just wanted to force second senior brother to recognize his true feelings. Don't wait until it's too late to regret after the loss is irreparable. Oh. So you think the same as I do. You also think second senior brother has no feelings for sister Shui, right? Well, I wasn't sure at first, but seeing second senior brother today is certain. Senior sister, have you noticed? Second senior brother has already reached the nascent soul stage. He's extremely accomplished in formations. Although he's trapped here now. But before he was abducted and brought to the Northern Territory, if he truly wanted to escape, he wouldn't have had no chance at all. He wasn't brought back because he couldn't escape. It's because he didn't want to escape. Sia-ing immediately followed up on what Ji Hyun hadn't finished. TSK. Second senior brother is truly two-faced. As junior brothers and sisters, we can only help second senior brother get this far. Whether he and Patriarch Shui can have a happy ending depends on them. Well said. Sia-ing nodded in agreement. After all, even with Su Yinji and Shin Fuyu back then, she had quietly and calmly provided them with moments of solitude. She hadn't done anything else. This time, Sia-ing would also exercise due caution in second senior brother's affairs and not get too involved. After all, even a judge can hardly judge family affairs. I heard from brother Shui a while ago that the scenery in the northern border is quite nice. Since senior brother and his family haven't arrived yet, and we have nothing else to do, why don't we go out for a walk? I had originally wanted to take advantage of this trip to the Northern Territory to go deep into the snow-capped mountains and retrieve a piece of shining iron. Sia-ing sighed. But now that's out of the question. The path into the mountains has been blocked by the Snow Maiden. I can only wander around Haining City and see if I can find a piece of shining iron. Perhaps when Brother Shui returns, we can ask him about the whereabouts of the shining iron, Ji Hyun suggested. But for now, let me accompany senior sister on a stroll. Okay. The two of them were walking out, chatting and laughing, when they happened to run into a handsome Taoist monk in purple robes approaching. Accompanying him was Miss Yao Dao, Shui Shuang's steward. The two groups collided, and both sides shared a puzzled expression. Seeing this, Yao Dao quickly introduced the two parties. Immortal Su, these two are Fairy Sia-ing and Fairy Ji Hyun from the Xiaoyao sect. They are fellow disciples of Immortal Mo. Fairy Xia, Immortal Ji, this is Fairy Su Miao, our master's eighth husband. So it's fellow Daoist Su. Sia-ing showed no surprise, and greeted Su Miao very friendly. Su Miao looked gentle and graceful, his every move radiating a pleasing elegance. Did you two just return from visiting Immortal Mo? How is Immortal Mo now? Has he come to terms with things? Thank you for your concern, fellow Daoist Su. Second senior brother is doing quite well. Let him figure it out on his own. Sia-ing laughed it off, unwilling to say more about Mo Yin. Miss Yao Dao, my junior brother, and I are planning to go out for a stroll. We won't disturb you from your business. Farewell. With that, Sia-ing pulled Ji Hyun away. The two quickly disappeared around the corner, ignoring the intrigued look Su Miao gave them as he turned his head. Because of Sia-ing and Ji Hyun's contributions in resisting the zombie tide in Yaohua town, the entire Shui family now treated them with great respect. Hearing that the two planned to explore Haining City, the Shui Mansion's chief steward specially presented them with a jade slip containing Haining City's local customs and map. With this map, Sia-ing and Ji Hyun would be able to directly identify the areas of Haining City that were worth exploring, and which ones were simply not worth the bother. In addition, the jade slip briefly outlined the relationships between the major immortal cultivation families in Haining City in the northern border. The 8 most prominent families in the northern border are Shui, Lu, Qin, Wei, Xie, Ming, Du, and Yu. These 8 families reside in Haining City and Jisoo City, respectively. Haining City is the territory of the Shui, Lu, Qin, and Yu families. Of these, the Shui and Lu families are the leaders. Jisoo City is headed by the Wei and Ming families. However, due to disagreements and competition for resources, the Shui and Lu families have a strained relationship. This was one of the key reasons why Shui Yuan strongly supported them in their opposition to Lu Nan in Yaohua town. The disciples of these two families were originally at odds. Even some of the taboos of other aristocratic families are briefly outlined in this jade slip. As long as Sia-ing and Ji Hyun input spiritual energy into the jade slip, its contents will naturally surface in their minds. As they wandered around Haining City, absorbing the information in their minds, Xiang even praised the Shui family's chief steward. The housekeeper is so thoughtful. This jade slip is incredibly useful. Xiao He, I heard there's a shop in Haining City that sells the kind of cold weather clothing you need for venturing deep into the snowy mountains. Let's go have a look. Okay, I listen to you, junior sister. Just take whatever you like. I pay. Ji Huyuan knew Xiang hadn't completely given up on her plan to venture into the mountains herself, so he didn't say much, only smiling and agreeing. You talk as if I'm broke. Xiang rolled her eyes at him, then raised her chin proudly. The Yutian sect has returned all the things my parents left me. I'm a wealthy woman now, all right. Of course, I know senior sister is rich, but that doesn't stop me from spending money on you. Ji Huyuan said seriously, I'm happy to spend money on you. Xiang, okay, you win. Xiang knew Ji Huyuan's temper, and didn't bother arguing with him over such a trivial matter. At worst, I could prepare a few more useful little gifts like the jade bone pill for Xiao He. The two happily headed towards Haining City's largest shop. The treasure house. The treasure house had 8 floors, housing countless rare treasures. The value of the treasures on each floor varied, and naturally, the higher the floor, the more valuable they were. It's no exaggeration to say that if a treasure couldn't be found even in the treasure house, it certainly couldn't be found anywhere else in the Northern Territory. Xiang and Ji Huyuan were both distinguished. As they entered the treasure house, they were greeted by a round-faced child with a smile. Hello, both! I wonder what the fairy and the Immortal Lord are looking for in our treasure house. If this is your first time at the treasure house, and you're unsure what to buy, I can recommend them one by one. Chapter 216. We need to buy 2 sets of winter vestments, the best kind. Xiang stated her request directly, but she also didn't refuse the boy's offer to introduce them. As for the other treasures in this building, please introduce them to us. Okay. Fairy, please follow me. The boy beamed as he led the two to a magic circle. He gently pressed the orb on the token at his waist, and the magic circle immediately illuminated, bringing them to the 3rd floor in the blink of an eye. As you can see, while the treasure house boasts rare treasures, it also deals with ordinary mortals. The 1st floor houses less valuable items that aren't particularly useful to cultivators, but can prolong the lives of ordinary people. The 2nd floor houses various spiritual artifacts and magical treasures, all of superior quality. The 3rd floor houses spiritual artifacts crafted into robes and jewelry. These are more elaborate and sophisticated than those on the 2nd floor, and therefore naturally more valuable. The 4th floor houses elixirs and books. The 5th floor houses spiritual plants and various refining materials. As for the 5th floor and above, that's beyond my reach. If you're interested, the building stewards will naturally greet you. The child briefly explained the treasure house, and led the two to the 3rd floor, where the robes were displayed. Because Xiang had a clear goal, the child didn't elaborate on anything else, but instead led the two directly to the 2 most magnificent sets of robes. Fairy, this is the most effective cold-resistant robe in our treasure pavilion. It absolutely meets your requirements. This robe is made of the finest and highest quality Yaohua flowers, infused with invulnerable Tianqian yarn through secret techniques. It was then personally crafted by Qingyang, the master craftsman of our treasure pavilion. The robes are ingeniously infused with various defensive and offensive runes. Besides providing warmth, they can also block a certain amount of damage for the fairy and reflect it back at the attacker. How is it, fairy? Are you satisfied with our robes? The child's eyes sparkled, eagerly awaiting Xiang's response. I quite like your robes, but isn't the color too bright? The design seems a bit too ornate. Although Xiang herself enjoys beautiful clothes and jewelry, she's always fighting. Such ornate robes would be very inconvenient to wear in a fight. What are you talking about, fairy? The fairy and the immortal king are so ethereal and graceful, only such luxurious robes could be worthy of you. How dare I flaunt robes that don't suit you too? Only your looks are worthy of being called our 2 most precious treasures. Xiang paused. At that moment, a single thought crossed her mind. This child has a promising future. With such eloquence and salesmanship, he's sure to be one of Treasure House's top sellers. Seeing Xiang remain silent and unresponsive, the child's smile widened. If the fairy feels the color and style of this robe are a bit flashy, there are other solutions. Oh! Xiang peeked. What solutions? Our mission at Treasure House is to provide excellent service and satisfy every guest. That's why Qingyang took every possible consideration into account when crafting these 2 sets of robes. Once these robes are worn and recognized by their owner, they can be changed to other colors and styles as the owner desires. There are ostentatious styles, and naturally, There are simple and elegant ones. Xiaoying, already tempted, brightened even more after hearing the little boy's introduction. What if I'm even more tempted? The little boy observed the two's expressions, and dropped another bombshell on Ji Hyun, who remained silent, but whose gaze lingered on Xiaoying. And what's more, this is a Taoist couple's robe that our treasure house has specially launched to celebrate the upcoming wedding of Patriarch Shui. There's only one pair of these in the entire Northern Territory. Oh no, the entire world of Immortal Cultivation. A one-of-a-kind Taoist couple's robe. Buy it. Ji Hyun didn't even blink, and with a wave of his hand, he made the decision. Xiaoying, standing by, no. Shall he? Are you a little carried away? Okay. The little boy casually pulled out a black jade abacus, and began to count. 2 sets of robes cost a total of 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Since you two are new customers, we're offering a special, auspicious price. Sincerely offer 999 high-grade spirit stones. Xiaoying, She didn't know if this number was auspicious or not. She only knew it would be just what Xiao He wanted. Sure enough, before Xiao finished her story, Ji Hyun had already counted the spirit stones, and handed them back along with a storage bag. Xiaoying's heart skipped a beat at his lavish spending. Even if we have money, we can't spend it like that. Luckily, they didn't let Xiao He manage the accounts on Qibao Island. Otherwise, they have spent so much they couldn't even support Lao Lu and the others. The little boy happily accepted the spirit stones, and then quickly manipulated the waist badge studded with various precious beads. Then he quickly removed the 2 sets of robes, wrapped them, and respectfully handed them to Ji Hyun. Those glittering eyes were no different from looking at the god of wealth. Since Ji Hyun had already taken the initiative to purchase the robes, Xiaoying stopped looking at anything else and instead inquired about the whereabouts of the Xiaoning iron. Is there Xiaoning iron among the refining materials on the 5th floor of the treasure pavilion? I'm afraid I disappoint you this time. The child smiled apologetically. Of course there was Xiaoning iron in the past, but since the snow mountain was sealed, we can no longer mine it to replenish the supply, and it has gradually disappeared. I'm afraid there's no Xiaoning iron left in the Northern Territory now. The child explained carefully, not forgetting to recommend other things to Xiaoying. But besides Xiaoning iron, our treasure pavilion has many other precious refining materials. Would you like to see them, Fairy? Of course. Xiaoying didn't refuse. After all, she was already here. Okay. The child's smile brightened after receiving the accurate answer, and his attitude became even more enthusiastic. Please follow me, both of you. Just then, Xiaoying suddenly heard a familiar voice from outside. She exchanged a glance with Ji Hyun, then turned to the child. Let's not go to the 5th floor yet. Is there a place on the 3rd floor where we can temporarily hide from view? Here's a thank you gift. Xiaoying produced a mid-grade spirit stone, and placed it in his palm. Of course there is. The child's eyes flickered, suspecting it might be related to the people outside. Without further questioning, he quickly manipulated his badge again. Then, a barrier rose around the 3 of them, obscuring their presence. Don't worry, Fairy Lord. This is a barrier our treasure house has specially developed for those who require it. Anyone who isn't a cultivator above the nascent soul stage will be completely unaware of our presence. As soon as the words fell, 2 slender, graceful figures appeared before the 3 of them. One of them was Lin Yuexiang, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. Chapter 217. Lin Yuexiang had clearly been having a rough time recently. Not only was her face pale and malnourished, but the hostility in her eyes had increased considerably. And for some reason, she wasn't accompanied by the treasure house's guide. As if sensing the confusion in Xiaoying's eyes, the child beside her softly explained. Miss Lin frequently visits our treasure house, and is a regular customer. She's very familiar with the rules. So, if she didn't want someone to accompany her, we wouldn't have arranged for someone to greet her. Xiaoying nodded. She naturally didn't think the Miss Lin the child was referring to was Lin Yuexiang, so it had to be someone else. Lin Yuexiang hurried forward, only to be grabbed by the wrist by a beautiful female cultivator behind her. The beautiful female cultivator's eyes and eyebrows bore a resemblance to Lin Yuexiang, but she possessed a more heroic air, looking quite dashing. Lin Yuexiang, stop right there. Sister Bingyan, what exactly do you want to do? What do I want to do? I want to ask you what you want to do. Lin Bingyan's pretty face was as cold as ice. Why are you coming to the Lu family in the Northern Territory instead of staying in the Yution sect as your direct disciple? I explained this issue many times. Something's wrong with my body and my senior brother's soul, and we come here specifically to seek medical treatment from my grandfather. Sister Bingyan, why don't you believe me? Lin Yuexiang's eyebrows furrowed slightly, looking deeply wronged. Believe you? If I believed you, I have ended up like a Ning. Lin Bingyan, who already had a deep grudge against Lin Yuexiang, saw her like this, and her eyes grew filled with disgust. You and Ning and I are the most talented of the Lin family's direct descendants. I'm marrying into the Lin family, so I won't leave. But you and a Ning can choose your own sect to become disciples. When Mu Qing came to the Lin family and expressed his desire to accept a disciple, everyone knew he had his eye on a Ning. But at this critical juncture, news broke that a Ning had mistakenly practiced evil magic and fallen into demonic possession. Grandfather had a Ning killed for the Lin family's reputation. That's why you replaced a Ning and became a disciple at the Yutian sect. It's only been a few years now? Don't tell me you've forgotten. I thought it was something else. It turned out to be about a Ning's sister. Lin Yuexiang smiled knowingly. I know my sister and a Ning. Sister Ning's feelings are good, but I was so young at the time, how could I have the ability to plot sister and Ning's demonic possession? Sister, is it a bit too much to pin this crime on me? Stop it. Others may not know, but how could I possibly know who you are? Lin Bingyan coldly interrupted Lin Yuexiang's performance. There's no one else here, so why are you still pretending? You dare to swear to heaven that a Ning's situation had nothing to do with you. Do you dare? Faced with Lin Bingyan's aggressive pressure, Lin Yuexiang's impeccable smile finally cracked, but even so, she remained stubborn, refusing to let Lin Bingyan find any fault. Why should I swear to prove my innocence for something I didn't do? There's no one else here, Sister Bingyan, so there's no need to pretend to be standing up for a Ning. If you really want to redress a Ning's injustice, why don't you go to Grandpa and say these things instead of coming to embarrass me? I think you're just jealous because Cousin Lu and I are close, so you're deliberately picking on me. Stop that nonsense. Do you think everyone is like you, unable to survive without a man's help? Lin Bingyan's beautiful eyes were filled with impatience. If it weren't for Grandpa's engagement, do you think I would be interested in your cousin? If I really didn't like him, why would you pick on me? Do you think my presence would affect your relationship with Cousin Lu? Whether I like him or not is my business, but I don't want anyone else to take advantage of what's mine. Lin Bingyan stepped forward and looked down at Lin Yuexiang. I'm warning you, I'm not like a Ning, so don't bother with my things. Otherwise, even Grandpa wouldn't be able to save you. After uttering those harsh words, Lin Bingyan didn't want to stay with Lin Yuexiang any longer and turned to go to another floor. Lin Yuexiang's expression was equally grim. She snorted coldly at the direction Lin Bingyan had left, then turned and walked towards another area. One day, she would make Lin Bingyan beg her on her knees. Only when the entire third floor had returned to calm did the little boy remove the barrier, revealing the three figures. The little boy tactfully avoided mentioning what had just happened, much less inquiring about the feud between Xia Ying and the two young ladies of the Lin family. To survive long-term at the treasure house, one must remember two things. 1. Strive to meet all the needs of the guests. 2. Keep a tight lid on everything. Keep a deaf ear. Keep a blind eye. It was precisely because of this knowledge of the treasure house's rules that Lin Bingyan dared to argue with Lin Yuexiang without hesitation. What they didn't realize was that Xia Ying had overheard their entire argument. The child quietly led the two to the 5th floor, and Xia Ying took the opportunity to summon Yining. Yining, what's going on between Lin Bingyan and Lin Yuexiang? And that Lin Anning? Are they mentioned in the book? Why don't I have any impression of them? The original novel tells the story from the heroine's perspective, so supporting characters aren't given much detail. Really? Xia Ying's eyes flickered. Then it's really not easy for a supporting actress like me, who's killed off right after her appearance, to even have a name in the original novel. After all, the host is a very important tool. Yining's answer was flawless. Before Xia Ying could say anything else, she proactively retrieved Lin Bingyan's brief information. Lin Bingyan, the heroine Lin Yuexiang's cousin, possessed a top-grade ice spirit root, exceptional talent, and a decisive personality. She was born into the Lin family of the Eastern Territory, and her maternal ancestors were the Wei family of Jisu City in the Northern Territory. She was, in fact, the granddaughter of the Wei family. A flash of understanding flashed across Xia Ying's eyes. No wonder Lin Bingyan dared to challenge Lin Yuexiang so brazenly. It turned out she had the Wei family's backing, which meant she truly had the strength to do so. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had already reached the 5th floor. Xia Ying then set aside thoughts about Lin Yuexiang and focused on selecting refining materials. The treasure house lived up to its name. While it didn't have the shining iron Xia Ying desired, it did have countless rare and valuable materials. And while the prices were a bit high, They weren't unacceptable to Xiang. After all, she had already spent 999 high-grade spirit stones on 2 sets of winter robes, so naturally, she wouldn't hesitate to spend on any useful refining materials. When the little boy finally escorted the two out of the treasure house, his grin stretched almost to his ears. Thank you for your patronage. Fairy, come often. Xiang, realizing belatedly how much she spent, said, No, if she went to the treasure house again within 3 months, she'd be slashing everything. Chapter 218. The two of them stayed in the treasure house for too long. By the time they emerged, it was already dark. In the northern border, darkness signifies the arrival of danger. Even in Haining City, guarded by the 4 great families, this was no exception. Thus, by the time Xiang and Ji Heyuan left the treasure house, the streets had already been largely deserted. After a brief discussion, the two decided to return to the Shui family first. Xiaohe, do you think Lin Yuexiang's story about seeking medical treatment at the Lu family is true? It should be true. Senior sister was so busy watching the show that she didn't notice. Lin Yuexiang's spirit does show signs of damage. But I can't tell what caused it. How about we ask someone? Xie Ying's eyes gleamed with eagerness. Ji Heyuan knew from the look on her face that someone else was about to suffer. But what could he do? Of course, he joined Xie Ying in the fun. So, the two of them barely even sat down when they rushed out again, heading straight to the Shui mansion's head steward. The Shui and Lu families were at odds, so it was perfectly reasonable to ask the Shui family about such gossip. Ah? You two want to know about Lin Yuexiang, the Lu cousin? Yes, yes. Does Uncle Shui know anything about it? I never really paid attention to that. Butler Shui frowned, thinking. But since Fairy Xia wants to know, I can ask my disciples to find out about it while they're looking for information. Really? Thank you so much, Uncle Shui. Xie Ying's face was filled with surprise, her eyes curved, and her smile was as sweet as a cat's. Butler Shui couldn't help but think of his own granddaughter, and his tone became even more kind. Don't worry, Fairy Xia. This is just a piece of cake for a disciple of the Shui clan. There's no need to trouble Steward Shui to arrange it. A female voice chuckled, and Yao Tao appeared in sight. The patriarch asked me to invite Fairy Xia and Immortal Lord Ji. I can personally answer your questions regarding the Lu clan. How did Sister Shui know we were inquiring about the Lu clan? Fairy Xia, this is the Northern Territory. There's not much in the Northern Territory that the patriarch doesn't know about, especially since you two are distinguished guests from the Xiaoyao sect. Please follow me. Xie Ying and Ji Heyuan tactfully followed Yao Tao to the main courtyard near Listening Snow Tower. What a coincidence! Su Miao, whom they had just met not long ago, now ran into each other again. And judging from the direction Su Miao came from, it was clear that he had just seen Shui Shuangshuang. Because of the dispute between her second senior brother and Shui Shuangshuang, Xie Ying couldn't help but glance at Su Miao a few more times. Su Miao, noticing her gaze, didn't seem angry. Instead, she leaned over and gave her a friendly smile. Junior sister, let's go. Ji Heyuan, annoyed by Su Miao's constant smile, tugged on Xie Ying's sleeve and walked forward. Xie Ying opened her mouth to say something, but because Yao Tao was there, she swallowed her words. In the main courtyard, Shui Shuangshuang was practicing swordplay. Her swordsmanship was light and graceful, her seemingly elegant moves concealing a subtle murderous intent. Hearing the two approach, Shui Shuangshuang turned, sheathed her sword, and with a wink to Yao Tao, motioned for them to follow her into the house. Tell me, why did you suddenly think of asking about the Lin family? Shui Shuangshuang poured herself a cup of spiritual tea and drank it in one gulp, getting straight to the point without beating around the bush. Are you looking to pick on Lun Nan because you're upset about the events in Yaohua Town? Sister Shui, you misunderstood. I don't really think much of Lun Nan. Actually, I just want to know why Lin Yuexiang came to the Lu family, and who came with her to the Northern Territory. That's what I'm more interested in. Xie Ying was equally candid. After all, Lin Yuexiang and I have a deep personal grudge. I see. Shui Shuangshuang nodded in understanding. As far as I know, Lin Yuexiang came here to seek medical treatment from the head of the Lu family. I heard something went wrong during her cultivation, causing damage to her soul. The elders in the sect were helpless, so she had no choice but to seek help from the Lu family in the northern border. She came with her 2 senior brothers, one of whom seems to have the same symptoms as her. Lin Yuexiang has been in Haining City for some time. During this time, the head of the Lu family has been collecting energy from various sources. Spiritual elixirs and magical treasures sufficient to nourish the soul. However, Patriarch Lu kept this matter secret and cautious, so only a few other patriarchs knew about it. Is this enough information? Yes. How could it not be enough? Xiang smiled brightly. Thank you, Sister Shui. Why are you being polite? Since you're on my turf, I naturally make you two feel at home. If you have any questions in the future, just ask Yao Tao to ask me directly. If I can tell you anything, I won't hold back. Really? Then can I ask Sister Shui another question? Xie Ying's bright eyes flickered. Of course. What do you want to ask? Sister Shui, do you really like that fellow Daoist Su Miao? Shui Shuangchuang paused, then quickly let out a playful smile. What? Are you attracted to my person? Or did Mo Yin ask you to ask me? Neither. I'm just a little curious. Little Ing, since neither is true, I won't answer that question. Xie Ing, my mistake. Is it too late to change my tune now? She simply felt that Shui Shuangchuang's attitude towards Su Miao was unusual, and she felt a sense of danger for her second senior brother. Now that Shui Shuangchuang was avoiding the topic, her sense of crisis intensified. What should she do? But this was ultimately a matter between Shui Shuangchuang and the other three. Seeing that she couldn't find any useful information, Xie Ying gave up the idea. Out of fellow discipleship, she simply cut a paper puppet and sent it to deliver a message to her second senior brother. Then, when its paper figurine returned, it not only limped in but also had an arm missing. The paper figurine sat before Xie Ying, its forlorn back revealing a look of aggrieved indignation. Xie Ying used her spiritual power to repair the paper figurine and put it away, sighing. Xiao He, have you noticed that second senior brother's temper has gotten much worse since coming to the Northern Territory? Look how badly he beat up my little paper figurine. Ji Huyuan paused, recalling what Xie Ying had the paper figurine relay. He felt that he wouldn't be surprised if Mo Yin had simply torn the paper figurine apart. But he obviously wouldn't say that. So, under Xie Ying's accusing gaze, he nodded disingenuously, spouting nonsense in all seriousness. Second senior brother is truly insane to be so cruel to a paper figurine. Mo Yin, far away in listening Snow Tower, sneezed loudly several times. Who is it? Who is speaking ill of him behind his back again? Chapter 219. The day after receiving the news from Shui Shuangchuang, Xie Ying indeed saw the familiar trio in Haining City. Gu Qinghuai, Wang Qing, and Lin Yuexiang. Seeing this trio, Xie Ying was even happier. After all, among the 5 disciples under Mukin of the Yutian sect, Wang Qing was the most cunning and calculating. With Wang Qing around, Xie Ying didn't have to bother coming up with a new plan. After all, some people just fall in the same place countless times. A few days passed in a flash. The guest house of the Shui mansion. Ji Huyuan had been sitting by the window, with his head tilted back for a full half hour. His neck was sore from holding it up, and he finally couldn't help but urge them on, his tone helpless. Junior sister, aren't you ready yet? Almost. Just 2 more steps and we're done. And Xiao He, you can't rush girls when they're putting on makeup, okay? But aren't you trying to change my appearance? Okay, shut up. From now on, you're not allowed to speak until I tell you to. Understand? Yeah. Ji Huyuan let out a sound from his throat. His eyes were closed, so he didn't see what Xie Ying was holding. He could only feel something cool and smooth being applied to his face by Xie Ying, and then a mask was put on. Ji Huyuan was stunned. Was this an illusion? Why did he sense a hint of the witch clan's aura from this mask? Before he could think about it, Xie Ying's excited voice rang out again. All right. You can open your eyes now. Ji Huyuan instinctively opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Xie Ying's radiant smile. Then, seeing himself in the mirror, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What is this?" All that was reflected in the mirror was a face devoid of features. This is a semi-immortal treasure I obtained by chance, called the Jade Mask. With the help of a special potion, it can be seamlessly attached to the face. The wearer of the mask can change their appearance and features to any desired form, and even a cultivator in the spiritual transformation stage wouldn't be able to detect any flaws. Xie Ying raised her chin proudly and continued. Although it's a semi-immortal, I studied it carefully and applied several layers of talisman powder, which won't affect the potion's effectiveness, to your face as a protective layer. Now you can change your appearance and shape as you wish. Oh, and by the way, the Jade Mask lasts 12 hours per use, and can only transform into one form at a time, so Xia, think carefully before you change. I understand. In fact, as Xie Ying was explaining the uses of the Jade Mask, Ji Huyuan had already imagined a person. His mind shifted slightly, and he closed his eyes, sketching a figure in his mind. As the figure slowly took shape, Ji Hyun's entire body shone. When the light faded, he was completely transformed, a completely different person. Sia-ing curiously examined the face Ji Hyun had conjured. While it undoubtedly didn't compare to Ji Hyun's own features, it was nonetheless strikingly handsome. A pair of upturned fox eyes beneath eerie red hair, lips as red as blood, an unparalleled allure. Ji Hyun pondered for a moment, then raised his hand, exchanging his azure talus robe for a dark gold-woven brocade robe. His voice also changed as he spoke. "Junior sister, how do you like my outfit? He looks quite like him." Sia-ing crossed her arms in front of her and circled around him, examining him. "But this appearance isn't just something you imagined, is it? This aura feels familiar, and it's just off-putting no matter how I look at it." "Senior sister, you're right. This man is our common enemy. You dealt with him before, but he wasn't using his true form back then." Sia-ing's eyes lit up, and she understood instantly. "Helian Yao? That's him." The two of them had already developed the habit of setting up a barrier beforehand when they spoke alone, so Ji Hyun no longer had to hide certain things. This was one of the forms he used most often back when he was in the demon sect. I suspect it's probably his favorite. One of them. Does he have many faces? Yes. He's from the Fox clan. Every time a Fox clan cultivates a tail, it gains a face and a life. When it cultivates 10 tails, it evolves from an ordinary fox into a celestial fox. A celestial fox, among the demon clan, is considered a fox immortal. However, the conditions for becoming a celestial fox are extremely strict. It's as difficult for a Fox clan member to achieve celestial fox status as it is for a human to ascend to celestial immortal status. After listening to Ji Hyun's brief introduction, Sia-ing gained a deeper understanding of the Fox clan. "In your opinion, how many tails does Helian Yao have now?" "At least 6. "Okay, I understand." Sia-ing patted his shoulder. "Then work hard today, and try to cause Helian Yao some serious trouble. There's been so much going on lately, and it's tiring to always do it myself. It would be great if our enemies could just fight amongst themselves." "Don't worry, junior sister. I promise to take care of this. It's a pity that Lin Yuexiong and the others are so wary of me, otherwise I really like to go and take a look." "Aw? Got it." Sia-ing took out the small paper figurine she had repaired a few days ago, and channeled a wisp of her spiritual consciousness and energy into it. A green light shone, and the paper figurine's body transformed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sia-ing, quick-witted, cut a small set of clothes from talisman paper and threw it over. When the green light enveloping the paper figurine completely dissipated, a delicate little girl, palm-sized, dressed in a light yellow kimono, suddenly appeared before them. This little girl looked nothing like Sia-ing, but the cunning and cleverness in her eyes and features were exactly the same as Sia-ing's. Almost the moment he saw this little girl, Ji Hyun thought of Sia-ing. Spiritual empowerment. Even though he had been astonished countless times by Sia-ing's talent, Ji Hyun couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. However, Sia-ing, completely unaware of the extraordinary nature of her own skills, looked over in confusion. What is spiritual empowerment? It's the act of imbuing previously inanimate objects with life or intelligence, imbuing them with human thoughts and a human mind, bringing them to life. Ji Hyun's expression was complicated as he looked at the little figure sitting on the table, whose expression was almost identical to Sia-ing's. "Just like this little girl you created." Chapter 220. "I see. What I mean is that I'm not just moderately powerful, I'm incredibly powerful." That's not wrong. Then there's nothing surprising. For someone who practices so diligently like me to not be powerful would be simply unjust. You're absolutely right, junior sister. You make the most sense. Ji Hyun, not wanting to contradict Sia-ing, chose to agree. That's the truth. God rewards hard work. Hard work may not always be rewarded, but not working hard will definitely not be rewarded. Sia-ing remained calm, lifting the little figure sitting on the table, listening to their conversation, and placing it on Ji Hyun's shoulder. Although I'm not sure what the spirited creature is, she possesses a wisp of my consciousness, allowing her to communicate with me. Take her with you. As long as I don't sever the connection, I'd be able to see through her eyes what she sees. Okay. Ji Hyun smiled, and slightly adjusted the position of the figurine on his shoulder. He wondered how much more amused senior brother Su, a cultivator of the Dharma, would be if he knew that junior sister had awakened the spirit enchanting technique solely for the sake of watching the show and gossiping. "Senior sister, what's her name? What do you want to be called?" Sia-ing asked, looking at the figurine on Ji Hyun's shoulder. Seeing her look away, Sia-ing quickly added, "Don't pretend." I know you understand, and I know you can speak. You were created by my consciousness, how could I not know you? The figurine, instantly exposed, blushed crimson and glared angrily at Xia Ying, its gaze fixed on the pink crabapple-shaped protected jade on Xia Ying's chest. Then a childish voice rang out. Begonia, Tang Tang. Okay. Xia Ying raised an eyebrow, readily accepting Tong Tong's chosen name. Her name is Tang Tang. Ji Heyuan, The two, big and small, were just as good-looking. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. So, in the end, Ji Heyuan said nothing. Under Xia Ying's expectant gaze, he took Tang Tang and flew out the door. As soon as Ji Heyuan left, Xia Ying burst into laughter. Henin, you saw that? I'm a complete genius. Becoming #1 in the world of immortal cultivation is just around the corner. Henin, so your composure just now was all fake. Yeah, the host is the best. Henin is proud of the host. Henin. You're so perfunctory. But I'm in a good mood right now, so I won't bother with you. Hee. Henin, help. Someone please take care of her host. If she keeps drifting like this, she's afraid Xia Ying will go fight the villainous boss Helian Yao in a few months. That evening, after Gu Qinghuai and the other two, who had been searching for the 10-leaf ginseng near the snowy mountains for half a month, came up empty-handed once again. Even Lin Yuexiang, with Dai Tian's secret help, felt a little discouraged. Big brother, are you saying there really is a 10-leaf ginseng plant in the snow mountains that can restore the soul? That's the information given by Patriarch Lu, so it shouldn't be wrong. He's your grandfather, and there's no reason for him to lie to you about something like that. But the three of us have been searching for half a month, and we haven't found a single 10-leaf ginseng plant. If it's not outside the snow mountain, then it's most likely growing deep within. It's a shame the mountain is now sealed off, preventing even the head of the Lu family from entering. If we can't find the 10-leaf ginseng, we have to settle for finding some magical tools that can nourish the soul, lest the damage to it worsen further. Gu Qinghuai analyzed the situation realistically, remaining true to his attitude toward Lin Yuexiang, always accommodating and answering every question. But Lin Yuexiang felt an inexplicable sense of panic. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt as if Gu Qinghuai and the others' attitude toward her had changed over the past few months. But she couldn't pinpoint what it was. Everyone seemed to have changed, yet at the same time, they hadn't changed. In short, this feeling of everything slipping out of her control was uncomfortable. But for now, she couldn't leave Gu Qinghuai and the others, so in response to Gu Qinghuai's words, Lin Yuexiang remained as obedient and docile as ever. Well, I listened to senior brother. If we really can't find the 10-leaf ginseng, I ask grandfather to help us find 2 soul-nourishing magic tools. Xiang, instead of asking for that, why don't you ask Patriarch Lu to send more people to help us search? There are so many snow-capped mountains, stretching endlessly. How long will it take for the 3 of us to find them? Wang Qing, whose favorability had dropped to 59, was no longer as patient with Lin Yuexiang as before. Especially now that he had been with these 2 people near the snow-capped mountains for a full fortnight, braving the cold wind. Wang Qing couldn't stand it anymore. Naturally, he didn't care about Lin Yuexiang's feelings when speaking. If he weren't an alchemy cultivator, lacking the strength to fight alone and temporarily needing Gu Qinghuai's protection, Wang Qing wouldn't have accompanied them in their search for spiritual herbs. Seeing no response from the 2, Wang Qing grew even more displeased. Xiang, I'm serious. If you could have persuaded Patriarch Lu to intervene, perhaps we would have already secured the 10-leaf ginseng. Third senior brother. Lin Yuexiang hid her irritation, her voice dripping with helplessness and grievance. It's not that I don't want grandfather's help, but the Northern Territory has been gripped by the zombie crisis lately, and the Lu family is already short-staffed. How could I possibly cause trouble for grandfather at this time? If you don't want to cause trouble for your grandfather, then you can cause trouble for me. Wang Qing twitched her lips, and just as she was about to retort, Gu Qinghuai coldly stopped her. Junior brother, that's enough. Stop giving Xiang a hard time. 10-leaf ginseng is what Xiang and I need. I know you've been working hard with us in the snow and wind for a while now. How about this? Don't come with us tomorrow and stay at the Lu family to cultivate. Senior brother, what do you mean by this? Do you think I'm complaining because I'm afraid of the hard work? Gu Qinghuai glared at him coldly, his eyes revealing something. Isn't that right? Wang Qing's hidden thoughts were exposed, and he felt a surge of rage and shame. Senior brother? What's that look in your eyes? Who do you think I, Wang Qing, am? Ah? You're not even human. A sudden, yet inexplicable, voice interrupted Wang Qing's conversation, successfully breaking the tense situation on Gu Qinghuai's side. Wang Qing turned sharply, and saw a red-haired man in a dark brocade robe slowly stroll past them. It was Ji Heyuan, who had disguised himself. And it was he who had just spoken. "Hey! Stop right there!" Wang Qing, brimming with rage and unable to vent, chased after him. "What right do you have to scold me?" "Huh?" Ji Heyuan spun around, the pressure of a nascent soul expert bearing down upon him, causing Wang Qing's face to turn pale and nearly fall to his knees, spitting blood. But he seemed oblivious to Wang Qing's pain, showing no sign of relenting. Instead, the corners of his lips curled slightly, revealing a wicked smile. "Are you talking to me?" Chapter 221. "Senior, please show some mercy." Gu Qinghuai quickly stepped forward to apologize on Wang Qing's behalf. "My junior brother was outspoken and unintentionally offended you. I hope you will forgive me. He was the first to insult me." "Shut up. Third senior brother, please stop making such a fuss, okay?" Lin Yuexiang stepped forward to hold Wang Qing back. "I apologize on behalf of senior brother for what happened just now. Please don't implicate innocent people." Gu Qinghuai had recently, with great difficulty, survived the Jindan Thunder tribulation with Lin Yuexiang and ascended to the Jindan realm. Who could have imagined that within a few days, his soul would be damaged? Since then, he has been busy searching for a way to repair his soul, leaving him with no time to calm down and consolidate his realm. So now, Gu Qinghuai truly didn't want to provoke another difficult opponent. Even if he and Wang Qing had a disagreement, they were still in the same boat. He couldn't bear to watch Wang Qing offend a powerful nascent soul cultivator. "No problem." Ji Heyuan's smile remained undimmed. "Since you two are relatively sensible, I won't bother with him." "Let's go! Let's go!" "They're bad, we won't play with them." Tang Tang, who was sitting on Ji Heyuan's shoulder, loudly urged him to leave. The three of them then realized Tong Tong's presence. Although it could speak human language in front of a human, this little creature was clearly not human. Gu Qinghuai realized almost instantly that the person before him had been speaking to this little creature. He hadn't expected Wang Qing to misunderstand and nearly offend him. Gu Qinghuai and Lin Yuexiang both gave Wang Qing a blaming look. Wang Qing, who had also realized the situation, finally shut up, but he still felt dissatisfied. He felt that this person was deliberately humiliating him. How else could such a coincidence happen? But the other two didn't care what Wang Qing thought. They exchanged glances, each understanding the other's sentiment. This senior is someone worth making friends with. Gu Qinghuai took a step forward and was about to speak, but Ji Heyuan turned and walked away, showing no interest in talking. At the same moment, Dai Tian, who was in Lin Yuexiang's bracelet, suddenly spoke. "Girl, don't let him go. This man has the soul-nourishing jade you need. Look at his waist." Lin Yuexiang's pupils narrowed. Sure enough, she saw a blue jade pendant hanging from Ji Heyuan's waist. The jade pendant was a translucent icy blue. Upon closer inspection, one could see faint starlight pulsing within it, emanating a mysterious aura. Lin Yuexiang could hardly take her eyes off the icy blue, her breathing stuttering. She gently tugged at Gu Qinghuai and whispered, "Senior brother, look." Gu Qinghuai looked in the direction she pointed, his gaze fixed on her. As the former senior disciple of the Yutian sect's leader, he had seen countless fine things, and naturally recognized at a glance that it was a piece of top-quality soul-nourishing jade. While the soul-nourishing jade's effects were certainly not as strong as those of the immortal spiritual plant 10-leaf ginseng, if they had the soul-nourishing jade to nourish their spirits, they would have plenty of time to find a better way to repair their spirits. Thinking of this, Gu Qinghuai no longer hesitated and quickly stepped forward to block Ji Heyuan's path. "Senior, please stay. I have a humble request. To be honest, my junior sister and I accidentally injured our spirits during training a while ago. We urgently need a soul-nourishing magical artifact to repair and nourish our spirits. Could you please share your soul-nourishing jade with us?" "I can't." Ji Heyuan refused without hesitation. "I have no kinship with you, and your junior brother just offended me. I'm already generous enough by not arguing with you. Why should I give you my things? Just because you're weaker and need them more?" Gu Qinghuai's face paled. This person's words were truly humiliating, but he couldn't defeat him and needed help from the other person, so no matter how upset he was, he had to hold it in. "Senior, you misunderstood. We're not asking you to give it to us directly. We like to buy this soul-nourishing jade from you. Please name your price. I'm not short of money." Ji Heyuan still refused to nod and made a move to leave, but at that moment, Wang Qing suddenly rushed over. "Senior, if you're not short of spirit stones, are you short of other things too?" He knew that Gu Qinghuai and Lin Yuexiang must be upset with him for what happened just now, so he was intent on taking the soul-nourishing jade to impress them. I was wrong about what happened just now. I apologize, Senior. Observing your extraordinary demeanor, I imagine this soul-nourishing jade is merely a bonus for you, but for us, it's an indispensable treasure. Since that's the case, why don't you be kind enough to make a good impression on us? I have countless elixirs and fine magic weapons here for you to choose from, as long as you can give us this soul-nourishing jade. I didn't expect you, despite looking so impetuous, to be so articulate. Ji Huyuan's expression remained unchanged, but he relaxed. Let me see what valuables you have. Wang Qing's eyes lit up, and he quickly opened his storage bag and laid out some of his long-treasured possessions. Senior, please. Ji Huyuan didn't move, merely looking at the other two with a half-smile. Are you planning to let your brothers and sisters pay for their own things? Gu Qinghuai's face paled again, and he quickly imitated Wang Qing, taking out a few valuables. No matter how reluctant Lin Yuexiang was to part with the treasures in her storage bag, she couldn't pretend to be oblivious. Ji Huyuan carefully selected and chose, finally taking away a 7th-grade, top-grade demon pill, a top-grade heart-protecting mirror, and a top-grade green jade flute. I won't take much from you, just these 3. I just consider it a token of friendship and goodwill. Ji Huyuan said, shoving the 3 items into his pocket with a wave of his hand. Then, with great pleasure, he untied the blue jade from his waist and tossed it into Gu Qinghuai's arms. Gu Qinghuai's eyebrows twitched violently, feeling as if every move this man made was intended to humiliate them. However, he was certain he had never seen this person before, and coupled with the joy of having obtained the soul-nourishing jade, he didn't want to dwell on such trivial matters. Lin Yuexiang was the only one of the 3 who had the urge to get acquainted. As Ji Huyuan turned to leave, she trotted after him. May I know your name, Senior? Ji Huyuan turned and smiled. Western Territory, Helian Yao. Helian Yao. Lin Yuexiang was dazzled by that smile, and before she could even focus, Ji Huyuan had vanished into the vast snowstorm. She lowered her head, repeating the name softly. Senior, do you think that person is worth approaching? I see that he possesses great luck, but there's something a little strange about him. It's best not to act rashly until we understand what's going on. I understand. Dai Tian was relieved to see Lin Yuexiang so obedient. His true strength was limited by the current heavenly Tao, forcing him to hide within this bracelet to escape its surveillance. But this also prevented Dai Tian from seeing clearly many people and events. For example, the man just now was clearly a rare child of destiny, yet he instinctively sensed a sense of crisis. However, Lin Yuexiang was unaware of Dai Tian's thoughts, for she had other plans in mind, seeing that the Yutian sect was hopeless and Gu Qinghuai was not someone she could rely on long-term. Perhaps it was time to find another way out. Chapter 222. While Gu Qinghuai and the other 2 happily returned to Haining City with the soul-nourishing jade, Ji Huyuan, wearing a concealing talisman, had already soared into the air and arrived at the Shui mansion in Haining City ahead of them. The sect had a large mountain-protecting formation, and Immortal Cultivation families, like the Shui family, also had their own protective formations. Unless one was a disciple of the family or a guest approved by the Shui family head, no one could easily set foot in the Shui mansion. On the first day Ji Huyuan and Xie Ying arrived at the Shui family, they had received a token from Shui Shuangshuang granting them free access to the Shui family. Therefore, when the Shui family disciples saw a stream of silver light fall into the guest house, they didn't even blink. The head of the family had said not to interfere too much with these 2 from the Xiaoyao sect, and even if they saw anything, they would just pretend not to see it. The moment Ji Huyuan landed, he headed straight for Xie Ying's room, where Xie Ying had been waiting for a long time. Tang Tang, born from a strand of Xie Ying's consciousness, naturally drew close to anything that carried Xie Ying's presence. She knew Xie Ying and Ji Huyuan would have to talk, so upon entering the room, she grabbed Ji Huyuan's hair and slid down to the small couch by the window, where she went to play. Junior sister, it's done. Ji Huyuan smiled and sat down in front of Xie Ying. Just as he was about to take out the things he had tricked out, Xie Ying suddenly reached out to touch his face. His ears flushed, and then he felt a slight stinging pain on his cheek. Then, with a rip sound, Xie Ying peeled off the jade face mask on his face, and Ji Huyuan's original appearance was instantly restored. Hearing this, Xie Ying quickly stopped and looked over nervously. What? Did I hurt you? It's okay. I just didn't expect senior sister to act so quickly, so I wasn't prepared at all. Ji Huyuan smiled indifferently, then noticed Xie Ying was wearing a pair of golden silk gloves. He didn't ask further, but he knew these gloves were probably the key to removing the jade mask in advance. I just feel uncomfortable looking at you with that face. Xiang removed the gloves and placed them, along with the jade mask, into the brocade box, then gently folded it away. Xiao He, you're the one who likes your appearance. Then senior sister, please take a closer look. Ji Huyuan pursed his lips and chuckled softly, then pulled out the 3 items he collected from Gu Qinghai and the others. These are the items you liked, senior sister. When Xia Ying was selecting the items, she had been whispering to Ji Huyuan through Tang Tang, which is why Ji Huyuan had chosen these 3. This demon pill is truly remarkable. 7th grade demon pills are rare to begin with, and even rarer still, it's of top grade quality. Senior sister, whether it's for alchemy or refining, these are excellent materials. But I don't understand the other 2. Actually, Gu Qinghai and Lin Yuexiang have more valuable items than Wang Qing. Why did senior sister choose 2 mediocre items? I did it on purpose. Xia Ying said, as she ate a piece of freshly baked rui cake. Actually, it doesn't matter what we choose. What matters is that what we take from Wang Qing must be more valuable than what the other 2 people have. Otherwise, how could they possibly hold on to it? Xiao He, tell me, Wang Qing worked so hard for them, but in the end, after discovering he'd been deceived, he's now being blamed by the other 2. Will he become an enemy? Seeing a slight glance in Xia Ying's eyes and brows, Ji Huyuan understood her thoughts. It's unlikely they become enemies over this, but resentment will definitely develop. If resentment builds for a lifetime, it's only a matter of time before they become enemies. Not only that, besides each other, they probably hate someone even more. Helian Yao. The thought of being able to trick Helian Yao and give Lin Yuexiang a bad impression of him in advance made Xia Ying's smile grow even brighter. The soul-nourishing jade's deception will only last for 6 hours at most. There might be chaos in the Lu mansion soon. It's a pity we can't witness this excitement firsthand. The 2 smiled at each other, and in a good mood, they grabbed a plate of rui cake and prepared to visit their second senior brother, Mo Yin. At the same time, at the Lu mansion, the 3 who had received the soul-nourishing jade tacitly agreed not to tell anyone about the incident. Upon returning to the Lu mansion, they headed straight for their own quarters. Lin Yuexiang, whose soul was aching again, turned pale. She half leaned against Gu Qinghai, whispering urgently, "Big brother, quickly take out the soul-nourishing jade. It hurts so bad." "Okay, let's go to my room now." Gu Qinghai naturally put his arm around Lin Yuexiang's shoulders, not forgetting to turn around and call out to Wang Qing. "Third junior brother, I need to use the soul-nourishing jade to nourish Xiangxiang's soul. Come in and help me protect the Dharma." "Oh, I'll be right there." Lin Yuexiang, who had originally wanted to take this opportunity to connect with Gu Qinghai's soul and absorb his luck, said, What fools. Gu Qinghai didn't notice the change in Lin Yuexiang's mood in his arms. He half carried her into the room and sat her down. He then cast a barrier before taking out the soul-nourishing jade from his storage bag. The soul-nourishing jade was warm and radiated a soft, pure blue light. The moment Gu Qinghai took it out, it soared above Lin Yuexiang. Lin Yuexiang immediately activated her mental skills, intending to harness the unique power of the soul-nourishing jade to repair her soul. Gu Qinghai and Wang Qing stood guard by her side. But even after practicing her mental skills 3 or 5 times, the chip on her soul remained intact. Lin Yuexiang opened her eyes in confusion. "Xiangxiang, how do you feel?" "Senior brother, this soul-nourishing jade doesn't seem to be working. My damaged soul hasn't been repaired at all." "How could that be?" Gu Qinghai was horrified, and then he suddenly had a bad feeling. Could this soul-nourishing jade be fake? Hearing this, Wang Qing immediately stepped forward, removed the jade pendant, and examined it closely. "But this aura is definitely that of the soul-nourishing jade." As soon as the words left his mouth, the soul-nourishing jade in Wang Qing's hand suddenly transformed. The blue light vanished, and with it, the lustrous jade transformed into an ordinary pebble. The 3 people who witnessed this scene looked as gloomy as if they had swallowed a fly. This familiar scene reminded them of the time they were scammed out of 1,500 mid-grade spirit stones on the black market. Back then, Wang Qing had blamed Xia Ying for all the mistakes, but today, it was clearly a man who was playing tricks on them. Besides, they didn't believe that Xia Ying, still at the Jindan stage, could pull off such a brilliant trick to deceive all 3 of them. How could Wang Qing and the others have imagined that today's soul-nourishing jade, like the blood mist grass disguised as a spiritual bone at the Yutian sect, was also the work of System Enin? Enin's move naturally prevented them from noticing her intentions. What a brilliant move! You tricked me twice. Wang Qing was seething with rage. clearly blaming Helian Yao for the black market scam. Helian Yao. I, Wang Qing, swear to annihilate you. Chapter 223. Wang Qing grew increasingly furious as he pondered this. He clutched the stone and rushed out, intent on settling his score with Helian Yao. But not long after he ran out, Wang Qing was sobered by the oncoming cold wind. Not only did he not know where Helian Yao was, he wasn't even sure if Helian Yao was real. Even if he did find him, what good would it do? He couldn't possibly defeat Helian Yao. Wang Qing, always impulsive and quick-tempered, acting on his own whims, had finally learned to think calmly after experiencing the dramatic changes surrounding Mu Chen's incident. He turned and returned to the guest house, intending to discuss the next steps with Gu Qinghai and Lin Yuexiang. However, as he approached, he overheard them discussing him. Big brother, should we follow them and see what happens? Third brother is an alchemy cultivator with average combat power. He's no match for Helian Yao. It would be terrible if something went wrong. Why follow them? Do they think they give us a chance to settle the score after stealing our magic weapon? Gu Qinghai's voice was cold. What's more, third junior brother has always acted recklessly, without regard for the consequences. I don't know how many people he's offended. We used to clean up his mess. Now that Master is imprisoned in the Immortal prison, if he still refuses to repent, I can't protect him. In my opinion, it would be a good thing for him to suffer a beating. If he hadn't rashly offered to trade our magic weapon today, we wouldn't have suffered such a great loss. But third junior brother also meant well. Lin Yuexiang's voice was soft. He did this to obtain the soul-nourishing jade for us. So what's the result? Were we still deceived? Hasn't he messed up enough in all this time? If he hadn't treated Xie Ying so terribly back in the Yutian sect, how could we even be in the Yutian sect now? Ah. Lin Yuexiang sighed softly, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Eldest brother is right. Third brother is indeed. That's why I said, leave him alone. Let him be. Wang Qing didn't listen to what the two of them said next. He was shocked, sad, and angry. He had long known that Gu Qinghai was dissatisfied with him, but he hadn't expected that he would be so deeply moved. His beloved junior sister Xiangxiang actually looked down on him so secretly. Why was he targeting Xie Ying? Wasn't it all because of Lin Yuexiang? If Lin Yuexiang hadn't liked Gu Qinghai, and Xie Ying wasn't Gu Qinghai's fiancée, would he have targeted Xie Ying? Now it's all his fault? Well. Today he finally saw the true face of his junior sister. Wang Qing sneered inwardly, not even wanting to rush in and argue with the two men. He simply stormed off. Ding dong. Supporting character Wang Qing's favorability dropped by 20 points, now at 39 for the heroine Lin Yuexiang. Wow! It dropped to 39 in an instant? Even lower than Yi Qianshao, whose favorability was only 50. It seems Wang Qing has suffered a significant blow from Lin Yuexiang this time. TSK. With a little more effort, maybe he'd be able to take down Wang Qing soon. Xie Ying laughed out loud in her joy, drawing the attention of Ji Heyuan beside her. What are you laughing at, senior sister? It's almost time. The deception must have worn off by now. Xie Ying winked at Ji Heyuan. Do you think they fight? They're staying at the Lu family now, so they shouldn't cause much trouble. Ji Heyuan laughed dumbly, but he didn't let Xie Ying's words sink in, responding to every word. But when Brother Shui returns in a few days, when the four great families of Haining City settle accounts with Lu Nan for his negligence, junior sister will certainly be able to witness some exciting events. Who knows, maybe senior brother, and the others will be here by then. Xiao He, now that you mention it, I'm really looking forward to it. 3 days passed in a flash. Just as Ji Heyuan had said, Shui Yuan returned with Qin Lin Zhao and his 5 siblings, who had arrived a little later. Xie Ying had assumed that only the people from Qibao Island would be attending Mo Yan's wedding, but she hadn't expected Su Yanji to come along too. Xie Ying knew something was amiss between Su Yanji and Shinfuyu from the aura they shared. She ran to Shinfuyu's side, unable to suppress a smile. Senior sister, you and senior brother Su. For senior sister, after attending second senior brother's wedding, we might even be attending third senior sister and senior brother Su's Dao couple ceremony soon. Oh. Xie Ying's smile was profound. Shinfuyu's cheeks flushed as charmingly as the sunset glow. She glared at Meng Fuiying unhappily. Fuiying used to be so well behaved, but now, after being with Ah Ying for so long, you learned to tease senior sister? No way. We're clearly concerned for you. Xie Ying stuck out her tongue and made a playful face. You're such a mischievous spirit. Shinfuyu gently tapped her forehead. Let's go pay our respects to Patriarch Shui first. We come back and deal with you later. Then I wait for senior sister to return. Su Yinji had come on behalf of Xiaoyao's sex leader, Su Ci, to congratulate the Northern Territory Shui family's patriarch on his wedding. He had also specifically asked Su Yinji to bring a gift. Since Qin Linzhao and the others were Mo Yan's relatives, they naturally had to meet Shui Shuangshuang first. Thus, Xie Ying didn't spend much time talking to them. Besides Qin Linzhao and the others, Shui Yuan also brought back someone Xie Ying hadn't expected. Wang Area, the little girl Xie Ying had casually rescued in Yaohua town. When Xie Ying had rescued her and held her, she had felt incredibly frail, so skinny she seemed weightless, as if she could be blown away by the wind. But after only 7 or 8 days, her condition had noticeably improved. Not only was her complexion rosy, but her cheeks had gained some flesh, and she looked much more energetic. Xie Ying knew from the moment she saw her that she had been doing well with Shui Yuan. While Xie Ying was talking to Shinfuyu and the others, Arya had been standing behind Shui Yuan, secretly watching her. Now, seeing Xie Ying's gaze fixed on her, she mustered her courage, stepped out from behind Shui Yuan, and was about to kneel down and kowtow to Xie Ying. But this time, as soon as her knees bent, she was forcibly lifted up by an irresistible, gentle force. Fairy? I forgot to tell you last time that I actually don't like others kneeling to me, and I hope you won't bend your knees for anyone or anything in the future. Everyone says a man's knees are worth gold, but a girl's knees are equally precious and shouldn't be broken casually. Chapter 224. Fairy. Arya's eyes flushed as she gazed at Xie Ying's gentle features. She felt indescribably moved, tears welling up uncontrollably. She wiped the tears from her face and nodded. Yes, I listen to you, Fairy. You don't have to listen to me in everything. In life, the only person you can rely on is yourself. Having the ability to make a living is the most important thing. You have spiritual roots and can cultivate, but have you thought about what you do after leaving Yaohua town? Do you want to embark on the path of immortal cultivation? Can I really? Can I cultivate immortality and become a fairy like you? Arya looked up, eyes filled with surprise, but met Xie Ying's affirmative gaze. Why not? You have spiritual roots, so you can cultivate. Even if they aren't the best, as long as you're dedicated to the Tao and diligently practice, you surely achieve something. As for whether you could become someone like me, Xie Ying chuckled softly and lowered her gaze to look at her. In that moment, she felt as if she saw the boundless, vast starry sky in Xie Ying's eyes. The brilliance and mystery within it seemed to draw her in. For many years to come, she could never forget Xie Ying's gaze on that winter day, every word she spoke. Arya, I don't think I'm a particularly good person, nor do I think being someone like me is something to be proud of. It's like this flower. Xie Ying raised her hand, and, using her spiritual power, plucked a Yaohua flower from the courtyard and placed it in Arya's hand. Every flower is unique, and so are people. I don't want you to be anyone else. You just need to be yourself. Fairy. Arya held the flowers, staring blankly at Xie Ying's profile. At that moment, Xie Ying's eyes lit up. After an unknown amount of time, Arya finally came to her senses and mustered the courage to look at Xie Ying. Fairy, I want to cultivate immortality. I want to break away from the past. I don't want to be that cowardly Wang Arya anymore. I want you to pick a new name for me. Naming. This wasn't really her forte, but seeing Arya's expectant gaze, Xie Ying couldn't say no. She pondered for a long time, and finally, her eyes lit up. I got it! How about Liu? Li is the character for dawn, signifying beginning and hope. Yu means beauty. Also, Liu sounds like the character for separation, a name I like to express my best wishes for you. Xie Ying gently placed her hand on her head, her sparkling eyes gazing at her. I hope you will live the rest of your life free from suffering and sorrow, and be able to grow freely into the person you desire. Liu thanks the fairy for the name. Liu knelt and kowtowed to Xie Ying, but this time Xie Ying didn't try to stop her. The moment Liu accepted the name she had given her, the bond between them was unbreakable. Besides, Xie Ying was quite fond of this little girl. She had felt a liking for her from the moment they met, and she had even considered taking her as her disciple. Therefore, she accepted Liu's gift with a clear conscience. But before Liu's head had even touched the ground, Xie Ying grabbed his arm and lifted him up. All right, just the gesture is enough. I don't mind these empty formalities, and you shouldn't be so fussy about these things. Brother Shui. Xie Ying raised an eyebrow and gently nudged Liu toward him. I'd like to trouble you to take little Liu to the spiritual root testing center at home to test his aptitude. But I don't mind his aptitude, whatever it is. So, please, Brother Shui, please send him back. Shui Yuan had just observed the entire process from the sidelines, and now, Seeing Xie Ying's thoroughness, he was even more certain of his intentions. Xie Ying, are you planning to accept a disciple? I do. Xie Ying didn't deny it. However, according to sect rules, only disciples above the nascent soul stage can open a sect and accept disciples. I'm not qualified yet. But you can teach Li Yu how to draw qi into your body, and how to embark on the path of immortal cultivation. Then I can call you master from now on? Li Yu turned around and looked at Xie Ying in surprise. Of course. You can call me master or sister, it's just a title. You can stay with me for a while. I teach you some basic cultivation techniques, but the formal disciple-taking ceremony won't begin until I reach the Dan stage and formed an infant. Disciple understands? Disciple can wait. Go with Brother Shui to get your spiritual roots tested first. Yes. Li Yu jumped up and down, happily following Shui Yuan away. Ji Huyuan had drifted to Xie Ying's side without him noticing. Tang Tang was sitting on his shoulder, playing with his hair, but his tone was faintly resentful. Junior sister is so gentle and considerate to this child. I remember when we first met, you were so worried I get too attached to you. Xiao He, are you even jealous of my little disciple? Xie Ying looked at him with amusement. How dare you talk about our first meeting? I saved you out of kindness back then, and you were so wary of me, don't you remember? If I hadn't harbored any ill will towards you then, you have killed me, risking the consequences. Weren't we still familiar with you then? Ji Huyuan coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment, turning his head away from Xie Ying's eyes. Anyway, they're different. Alright. Xie Ying leaned over to tease Ji Huyuan. You're you, and Li Yu is Li Yu. Their identities are certainly different, but to me, they're both equally important. Besides, I don't accept disciples easily. Li Yu might be my only successor in the future. As her uncle, are you still going to be jealous of her? Never mind. Ji Huyuan's lips curled up at the word important Xie Ying mentioned, and he snorted proudly. Seeing this, Xie Ying couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Don't be fooled by Xiao He's usual reliable demeanor. He's actually quite childish when no one else is around. And Xiao He is still as easy to coax as ever. Honestly, senior sister, why are you so concerned about that kid Li Yu? You're not the type to meddle in other people's business. Part of the reason is that her boldness appeals to me, and part of the reason is that I think she's a lot like the Xie Ying of the past. She's clearly done nothing wrong, she's clearly the victim, yet she's being looked down upon and mistreated for reasons that don't even register. When I saw her, I thought, if Xie Ying had met a truly impartial master instead of the sanctimonious Mu Chun, perhaps everything would have been different. But if that were the case, perhaps I wouldn't have met you, so it's actually quite good now. Xie Ying smiled as she spoke, looking up at Ji Huyuan, but without a hint of teasing in her eyes. But if I raise Li Yu today, Li Yu might raise someone like her tomorrow. And so? A single spark can start a prairie fire. As he spoke, a paper crane suddenly flew from the horizon and landed in Ji Huyuan's palm. Noticing Xie Ying's slightly puzzled gaze, Ji Huyuan casually handed the crane over. It's second senior brother's paper crane. He said he wants to see us now. Chapter 225. Mo Yan's paper crane perfectly broke the somewhat heavy atmosphere between the two. The two walked side by side towards Listening Snow Tower, neither continuing the previous conversation. Inside Listening Snow Tower, Mo Yan rarely lost his lifeless expression. Instead, he wore a serious expression, looking at the two of them seriously. Eyeing Xia, I need you to help me pass a message to Shui Shuang. Senior brother, please go ahead. Tell Shui Shuang that I'm willing to marry her, and ask her to let me out. Second senior brother, are you serious? Ji Huyuan and Xie Ying exchanged a glance, seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Ji Huyuan joked without hesitation. Didn't senior brother vow to never compromise? Why have you suddenly changed your ways? Could it be that second senior brother pretended to agree to trick Patriarch Shui into lowering his guard, and then escaped again? Don't worry, Xiao He. Xie Ying added playfully, now that senior brother and the others have arrived, even if second senior brother tries to escape, senior brother will catch him back. Senior brother and the others are already here. That's even better. Mo Yan's eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly glared at the two of them. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a ruler appeared in his hand. Great. You're getting bolder and bolder, even daring to tease senior brother. Xie Ying and Ji Huyuan's smiles faltered, and they both took a few steps back. This was a mistake. Isn't the golden wooden ruler, used specifically to discipline Xiaoyao sect disciples, in the hands of senior brother? How come second senior brother also has one? The golden wooden ruler is crafted from a small piece of sacred wood taken from the ancient golden phoenix banyan tree. Every island in the Xiaoyao sect has a golden wooden ruler, used by the island master to discipline his disciples. The golden wooden ruler possesses a natural deterrent effect on Xiaoyao sect disciples. However, to prevent it from falling into the hands of outsiders and posing a threat to Xiaoyao disciples, the sect's founder placed a special incantation upon its creation. Only Xiaoyao sect cultivators above the Jinden stage may wield it to discipline disciples. Their master, Long Kong, is a Buddhist. While he never deprives them of cultivation resources or withholds guidance when they encounter bottlenecks, he is most impatient with daily discipline. Thus, the golden wooden ruler on Qibao Island has always been in the care of senior brother Qinlin Xiao. However, senior brother is known for his calm and gentle demeanor towards his junior brothers and sisters, never once revealing the ruler. Therefore, they are unaware of the ruler's origins in Mo Yan's possession. Humph. You two are so disrespectful. Now you're scared of the wooden ruler, right? Mo Yan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw their surprised looks. Little brats. He can't deal with Ying and Xiao He? Big brother is always soft on you. There's no way he used the ruler. But I'm different, hee. Xia Ying and Ji Yuan, Second brother, don't laugh like that. It's creepy. Yeah. Ji Yuan nodded in agreement. Just like the villain in a storybook. Mo Yan, Honestly, second brother, have you really come to terms with this marriage? Of course not. Mo Yan answered instinctively, then saw the two of them with as expected expressions. He was speechless for a moment. But I'm not trying to escape either. You're right. Escape won't solve the problem between Shui Shuang and me, but I can't really marry her and cheat on her. I decided to help her find her destined love. That way, we can put an end to the conflict between us. Sigh. Xiohe, second senior brother will definitely regret this in the future. I think so too. The two of them exchanged telepathic glances, tacitly agreeing not to say anything more. Second senior brother, so you called us here just for this? Of course not. Mo Yan's expression grew more serious. I discovered something, so I have to find a way to leave Listening Snow Tower. I'm worried something might happen to Shui Shuang. What do you mean? Hearing this, Xia Ying and the others also looked at him with a serious expression. A few days ago, I ran into Su Miao meeting someone from the Yu family, one of the 4 great families in Haining City. Although they had no vested interests with the Shui family in the past, the current head of the Yu family, Yu Lang, is extremely disdainful of women and has had conflicts with Shui Shuang in the past. So you suspect Su Miao was sent by Yu Lang to be with Sister Shui? But second senior brother, do you have any evidence? Without it, I'm afraid no one would believe you even if you told me. Although Ji Yuan didn't really want to hurt him, he had to remind him of something. What's more, Su Miao is now highly valued by the head of the Shui family. If you rashly accuse him without evidence, I think it might backfire. It's precisely because he's so highly valued by Shui Shuang that I can't just sit back and watch. Do you know who I saw meeting Su Miao at the back door that day? It was Chu Linfeng, Yu Lang's most respected figure. Most aristocratic families only value their own disciples, but Chu Linfeng is the only exception among the 8 great families of the Northern Territory. And now, this Chu Linfeng is secretly meeting with Su Miao. If I say Su Miao has no connection to Yu Lang, would you believe it? Besides, I'd done all the research. Su Miao was rescued by Shui Shuang while she was out. His origins are truly unknown. How can I trust someone with such ulterior motives to stay with Shui Shuang? Mo Yan's face lit up as he mustered the courage to voice his plans. So I decided, I'm going to go out and compete for her favor. I won't let Su Miao harm Shui Shuang. He had thought that after he mentioned compete for her favor, with Xia Ying and Ji Yuan as his voice, Jin's temper would surely tease him again. But this time, he didn't hear a response from the two for a long time. Turning around, he found them staring at him motionlessly. Second senior brother, when did you go to the back door and see this? I see. Second senior brother, you were planning to sneak away again, right? Mo Yan's smug expression froze. Don't talk nonsense. I was just strolling around, not running away. Oh, so second senior brother was strolling around until he went to the back door, and then strolled around until he was out of the Northern Territory. Isn't that right, Xiao He? Forget it, little senior sister. This is second senior brother's business, and we can't interfere too much. Let's go find Patriarch Shui first. That makes sense. Let's go. Xia Ying stood up to leave, but Mo Yan stopped her. Wait a minute. For the first time, Mo Yan felt a hint of panic. You know what to say, right? Don't worry, second senior brother. Xiao He and I are very tight-lipped. We won't say anything we shouldn't. That's fine. Imoyen breathed a sigh of relief and smiled again. Of course, I trust Aang to handle things. You guys go quickly. A moment later, in the reception hall, Xue Shuangxuang looked up at Siang and Ji Huyuan in surprise. What? Imoyen sneaked out of Listening Snow Tower again a few days ago and almost escaped? Chapter 226. That's right. Sister Xue. My junior brother, and I heard this with our own ears. If you don't believe me, ask my junior brother. Siang spoke with righteous indignation, her peddling of second senior brother Imoyen audaciously and confidently. She had indeed promised second senior brother not to say anything she shouldn't. But in her opinion, the part about Su Miao and the Yu family was the one she shouldn't talk about. As for second senior brother's attempt to escape again, of course, she had to explain every detail. And on this matter, Ji Huyuan and Siang naturally shared the same thoughts. Seeing Xue Shuangxuang's gaze, Ji Huyuan blurted out without hesitation. Master Xue, my second senior brother did slip out a few days ago, but for some reason, he didn't take the opportunity to leave and instead returned to Listening Snow Tower. My little senior sister and I came to see Master Xue today, not only to inform him of this incident, but also to pass on a message for second senior brother. What did he want you to tell me? Second senior brother said he wants to escape and doesn't want to be imprisoned any longer. He's agreed to marry you. Humph. Agreed to marry me? Xue Shuangxuang snorted coldly. I think he really wants to use this opportunity to escape. Seeing Xue Shuangxuang's reaction, Siang and Ji Huyuan expressed their understanding and tactfully refrained from commenting. After all, from Xue Shuangxuang's perspective, second senior brother's previous shady actions alone had completely eroded the trust between them. And as Imoyen's closest junior brothers and sisters, it seemed inappropriate for them to say anything. But just because they didn't say anything didn't mean Xue Shuangxuang wouldn't ask. Aang, what do you think about this matter? Don't worry, just say it directly. Imoyen is Imoyen, and you are you. I won't distrust you just because Imoyen isn't trustworthy. I think, Sister Xue, why don't you just release second senior brother? Since Xue Shuangxuang had already asked, Siang naturally didn't hesitate. Honestly, there's been a lot going on in Haining City lately. I don't think Sister Xue has the time to keep an eye on second senior brother. Instead of keeping second senior brother locked up in Listening Snow Tower and worrying about him escaping, it's better to keep him under your watch and a peace of mind. My senior sister is right. Ji Huyuan chimed in. Don't worry, Patriarch Xue. We are all here now. If anything happens to second senior brother, you don't have to do anything. Senior brother and senior brother Su will take action. Yes. Xue Shuangxuang seemed lost in thought, but didn't answer immediately. Just then, Yao Tao walked in and reported. Patriarch Su Miao, the Su Immortal Lord, requests an audience. Since the Patriarch and fellow Daoist Su have important matters to discuss, let's go back first. Siang and Ji Huyuan tactfully stood up to leave, but Xue Shuangxuang unexpectedly reached out to them, signaling them to sit down. There's no need to be shy. A Miao is here on serious business. Even if you weren't here, I would have sent someone to invite you, said Xue Shuangxuang, turning to Yao Tao. Yao Tao let a Miao in. Then, you personally invite fellow Daoist Qin and the others, as well as Shui Yuan, and tell them I have something important to discuss with them. By the way, call Imoyen up too. Yes, I understand. Shortly after Yao Tao left, Su Miao walked in. He wasn't surprised to see the two of them there. He nodded briefly, then sat down, to Xue Shuangxuang's right, to her lower right. Su Miao and Xue Shuangxuang chatted and laughed, while Siang and Ji Huyuan exchanged glances and silently sipped their tea without interrupting. About a cup of tea later, Qin Lin Zhao and the others, led by Yao Tao, arrived. Su Miao? Why are you here too? Imoyen's eyes widened as he saw Su Miao. Su Miao is my husband. Why can't he be here? Xue Shuangxuang interrupted Imoyen impatiently, seemingly unwilling to speak a word. But when she looked directly at Qin Lin Zhao and the others, her expression softened. Fellow Daoist Qin, I asked you to come here today because I need your assistance. Of course, you can decide whether to help or not after listening to me. Ah Miao, please tell me. Well, I've been observing the stars for the past few months and have discovered that a devastating catastrophe is imminent in the northern border. A divination revealed that this catastrophe will strike the Snow Clan of the Snow Mountains, but it also happens that the source of this catastrophe lies here. Su Miao stood up, took out a small compass, and tossed it into the air. With a flick of his finger, the compass suddenly expanded countless times. A golden Bagua formation loomed above everyone's heads, and tiny sparks of light floated within it. As Su Miao gently moved the stars, the scene in the air shifted. Deep within the endless snow-capped mountains rose towering peaks, and the raging snow obscured all roads. Amidst this vast expanse of white, a single sliver of red stood out. Even from a distance, I could vaguely make out a figure. It was just too far away to tell whether it was a man or a woman, much less their appearance. Who is this? Is it the snow girl? I don't know. Anyway, ever since I used my esoteric techniques to predict a catastrophe in the north, every time I peered into the depths of the snow-capped mountains, I only see the scene. And with each deduction, the picture becomes clearer. Last time, Shuang and I could only see a smudge of red, but we couldn't pinpoint what that red was. Now, we're certain it's a person. As Su Miao spoke, he continued to manipulate the stars in the diagram, attempting to bring the image closer for a clearer view. But just as the image zoomed in, and everyone was about to see the person's face, the figure in the picture suddenly turned around, as if sensing something. That sharp gaze seemed to transform into a physical blade, bearing the overwhelming pressure of a powerful being. Everyone felt a sharp pain in their heads and had to look away. At the same time, a cry of pain rang out from the hall. The image in midair vanished, and the small compass fell to the ground with a clatter. Su Miao covered his eyes in pain, blood trickling down his cheeks. Meow! Shuang rushed to his side, her face filled with anxiety. Seeing this, Mo Yin didn't even notice the fleeting trace of despair in his own eyes. Meow, how are you? Your eyes? Nothing's wrong. Su Miao closed his eyes, but still grasped Shuang's hand with unerring accuracy, offering a soothing smile. Shuang, don't worry, I'm fine. I underestimated that person's strength, and he caught me spying on me with my profound skills. This was his warning. That person simply wanted to warn me, not to kill me. Otherwise, I'm afraid everyone here would be implicated. As for my eyes, they heal after a few days of rest. You don't need to worry about me. Chapter 227. Despite this, the worry on Shuang's face didn't diminish in the slightest. She unreservedly helped Su Miao, who was of similar size, to his feet and instructed Yao Tao. Yao Tao personally escort Miao back home to rest. Then send someone to the Qin family to have a doctor examine Miao's injuries. We must ensure he doesn't sustain any hidden injuries. Don't worry, master. I make arrangements. Sorry, everyone, I take my leave. Although Su Miao couldn't see, his spiritual sense was intact, allowing him to project it and observe the outside world. Xia Ying and the others hadn't anticipated this. Su Miao had been so severely attacked, it was clear that the man's cultivation and strength were not to be underestimated. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of apprehension. Xia Ying recalled the scene she had just witnessed, and a sudden chill struck her. She couldn't even recall what that person looked like, yet she had clearly seen him the moment he turned around. Do you remember what that person looked like just now, sitting atop the snowy mountain? Xia Ying's words startled everyone, their faces darkening. They had clearly seen the person atop the mountain, but now, like Xia Ying, they couldn't recall anything useful other than the red figure. In that single glance from that person, all their memories of him had been wiped clean. My memory was wiped. Mine too. Me too. Who was that person atop the snowy mountain? How could he possess such formidable power? To erase portions of the memories of so many people with a single glance, such a feat only a cultivator at the fusion stage could achieve. Su Yanji's face was solemn. According to the records of the Immortal Demon Alliance, no cultivators in the fusion stage had appeared in the world of immortal cultivation for hundreds of years. There were several in the spirit transformation stage, but most of them remained secluded. The only one who regularly appeared in public was Fairy Linging of the Yutian sect. When did such a powerful being appear in the world of immortal cultivation? He had been hiding deep in the snowy mountains, and even the Immortal Demon Alliance was unaware of his existence. The elders in the Immortal Demon Alliance were only at the late spirit transformation stage at the highest level. They couldn't possibly detect the existence of cultivators with higher levels of cultivation than themselves. Qin Linzhao took over. Furthermore, that powerful being is staying deep within the snowy mountains. The Snow Clan's barrier is inherently capable of preventing the prying eyes of many outsiders. If it weren't for fellow Daoist Su Miao's ability to use his profound techniques to deduce the situation deep within the snowy mountains through the barrier, even 100 years from now, no one would have known that such a figure existed within the mountains. That's why I invited you all to hear this story. Listening to everyone's discussions, Shuang finally spoke out her true purpose. Everyone who came to Haining City with Shui Yuan must have heard about the zombie crisis plaguing our northern border for years. Those zombies are not afraid of ordinary fire or spiritual fire, nor are they vulnerable to damage from cultivators' magical instruments or spells. Only supernatural fire of the highest quality, and the corpse-suppressing talismans drawn by Iron can suppress them. But until the origin and true cause of the zombies' appearance are uncovered, and until the person behind them is found, the crisis in the northern border will never be completely resolved. Xue Shuang's expression was solemn. This was a matter of life and death for the northern border, and she dared not slack off or relax. She was determined to cover every detail and explain everything clearly. Ever since Miao used Xianmin techniques to deduce that the catastrophe would occur in the snowy mountains of the northern border, I secretly discussed this with the heads of the other 7 families. The Yu family is a prominent Xianmin family, and their head, Yu Lang, is highly skilled in the art of fortune-telling. Miao has been in contact with his confidant, Chu Linfeng, to exchange information. Hearing this, Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan exchanged a silent glance before turning to Mo Yin. As expected, Mo Yin's expression froze for a moment, a flicker of disbelief and disappointment flashing across his eyes. But Xue Shuang hadn't finished her words yet. It's now almost certain that the impending catastrophe will strike in a month. For some time now, our 8 great families have been sending disciples to search for the weakest point in the barrier near the snowy mountains. Thankfully, our efforts paid off, and we finally received good news not long ago. After discussion, we decided that in 7 days, we would unite the 8 great family heads and jointly open an entrance through the weak spot. Patriarch Lu and I will each lead a team, along with the elite disciples from the 8 great families, to enter the snowy mountains to search for that glimmer of hope reflected in the star chart and horoscope. What does Patriarch Xue wish us to do? Su Yinji was the first to ask the most concerning question, then made his position clear. Of course, if we can help the northern border, our Xiaoyao sect will not refuse. So please speak frankly, Patriarch Xue. If possible, I naturally hope you will join us into the snowy mountains. The Xiaoyao sect is a secluded immortal sect on the sea, and you are among its most prominent members. Your assistance will undoubtedly be a powerful asset. This way, we have a better chance of success. Xue Shuang was very pleased with Su Yinji's attitude, but she also didn't want to trick everyone into following her lead, so she didn't hide the dangers of this operation. However, I'm sure you all just sense the dangers of the snow mountain. Ultimately, this is a matter for our northern border, so it's understandable that the Xiaoyao sect doesn't want to intervene. If you don't wish to join us in the snow mountain, please assist the remaining 6 great families in defending the northern border. If anything were to happen to us in the snow mountain, please help arrange for the evacuation of innocent civilians from the northern border. Please consider this carefully before giving me your answer. We, the brothers and sisters, understand Patriarch Xue's intention. Su Yinji nodded, exchanging glances with the others, and instantly grasping their meaning. But there's no need to dwell on it. How can a cultivator be so afraid of death as to be so greedy for life? Although the snow mountain catastrophe occurred in the Northern Territory is also part of the world of cultivation and the Wanxiang continent, and they are inextricably linked. If something truly happened in the Northern Territory, how could the other realms, or even our Xiaoyao sect, truly remain unscathed? Senior brother Su is right. Xia Ying looked at Xue Shuang. I am willing to accompany Sister Xue into the snow mountain. Yes, if we didn't know about this, it would be fine. But now that we know, there's no reason to sit idly by. Following Su Yinji and Xia Ying, the remaining Xiaoyao sect members also expressed their opinions. But Qin Linzhao's gaze was fixed on Song Xiushi and Meng Fuiying, the lowest among them. Master Xue, we are all willing to accompany you into the snowy mountains, but my 6th junior brother and 7th junior sister must remain outside. Why? Senior brother, I want to join you too. Junior sister, listen to senior brother. Song Xiushi held Meng Fuiying in check, fully aware of his own situation. The snowy mountains are treacherous. You and I have barely reached the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage, and haven't yet found the trigger for core formation. If we follow senior brother and the others into the snowy mountains now, we won't be helping, but hindering them. Chapter 228. 6th junior brother, you're right. Qin Linzhao looked at Meng Fuiying with a gentle expression. We feel more at ease if you stay outside. Besides, if any unforeseen danger were to occur in the snowy mountains, you have a chance to inform the sect promptly. Okay, I understand. I listen to you, senior brother. Meng Fuiying knew that what Song Xiushi and Qin Linzhao said was correct. Although she felt a little reluctant, she didn't insist. She knew they were all doing this for her own good, so she didn't blame her senior brothers and sisters for not wanting to take her with them. Meng Fuiying blamed herself for not being more diligent in her training. If she had been as diligent as her fourth and fifth senior brothers, who had successfully advanced to the Golden Core stage in less than 6 months, their senior brothers would definitely not have left her outside today. At that moment, the desire to become stronger took root deeply in Ming Fuiying's heart, and then it spread like mushrooms after rain, growing wildly. In that case, I will personally arrange everything for these two young friends at the Shui family. Shui Shuangshuang glanced at the sky and said no more. Then it's settled. Everyone, go back and rest. I make all the arrangements. You can just follow me. By the way, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. Shui Shuangshuang's eyes fell on Xia Ying and Ji Huyuan. The fact that Lu Nan's mismanagement nearly wiped out Yahua Town has spread throughout the 4 great families of Haining City. While the head of the Lu family still wants to protect this grandson, he also has to give a reasonable explanation to the other families. Therefore, Lu Nan's trial has been scheduled for 3 days. Ah Ying, if you're interested, you can ask Shui Yuan to take you along to see the excitement. Okay. Then I'd like to thank Sister Shui first. Such a lively occasion truly couldn't be complete without me. Why be polite? Shui Shuangshuang smiled, glancing at the sky outside as she spoke, a hint of anxiety in her eyes. Everyone saw clearly what was happening, so they naturally stopped bothering her and rose to take their leave. Xia Ying noticed that not long after they left, Shui Shuangshuang hurried off in another direction. That direction was exactly where Su Miao lived. Including the unmarried Mo Yin, Shui Shuangshuang had 9 wives in total. But after living in the Shui family for so long, she realized that even Mo Yin, rumored to be Shui Shuangshuang's favorite, and the one she couldn't let go of, wasn't that special. At first, Xia Ying had thought that the 8 wives wouldn't be a threat to second senior brother Mo Yin. Now it seemed that she had perhaps overestimated second senior brother's status in Shui Shuangshuang's heart. Although second senior brother possessed the most spacious and comfortable room in Listening Snow Tower, he was still confined to it. But Su Miao was different. Su Miao was the only one of the 9 who possessed his own independent courtyard, had free access to Shui Shuangshuang's study, and commanded the respect of the entire Shui family. Especially, Shui Shuangshuang's anxious rush to see Su Miao now showed that she truly cared deeply about him. Poor second senior brother, he was probably doomed this time. Alas! Xia Ying sighed with deep regret. Just as she looked away, she caught a glimpse of Mo Yin, who had quietly left the group and was following Shui Shuangshuang's direction. She widened her eyes in surprise. Second senior brother, what's wrong? Shh. Senior sister, keep your voice down. Don't let second senior brother know we discovered it. Ji Huyuan, standing beside her, gently warned. You guys? She turned her head in confusion, and sure enough, she saw Su Yanji and Qin Lin Zhao above, and Ming Fuiying below Song Xiushi. Even Shui Yuan was staring intently at the direction Mo Yin had followed, his eyes gleaming with the same gossipy glint. Xia Ying, Sure enough, watching the show is an unchangeable human instinct. Shen Fuyu snorted proudly. Second senior brother, you're so sneaky. You really think we don't know he's secretly left the team? If it weren't for the fact that he's about to lose his Taoist partner, and it's so pitiful, we wouldn't pretend to be oblivious. Pitiable? Shui Yuan sneered. With all due respect, I think the truly pitiful one is the patriarch, who was harmed by Immortal Mo 10 years ago. What's happening now? Our patriarch has only shown a little more concern for Immortal Su. He hasn't done anything. Even if the patriarch did something, Immortal Mo deserves this retribution. That's right. I completely agree with what you say, fellow Taoist. Shen Fuyu, despite being rebuked, showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, he nodded in agreement. That's right. Ming Fuiying chimed in. Second senior brother, this is called belated affection, even more worthless than grass. He's caused the Shui family head 10 years of suffering, so he deserves to suffer now. While the other members of the Xiaoyao sect remained silent, their expressions clearly showed their agreement. Shui Yuan, who had expected to cause dissatisfaction among the Xiaoyao sect members, was completely unprepared for this reaction. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Xia Ying noticed his embarrassment and offered explanations with a smile. Brother Shui, I already told you this. While we in the Xiaoyao sect may be protective of our own shortcomings, we're not ignorant of right and wrong and only care about our relatives. From the beginning to the end, second senior brother was at fault. No matter what Sister Shui does to him, as long as his life isn't endangered, we won't interfere. Young senior sister, you're absolutely right. All right. Let second senior brother worry about his own emotional affairs. I don't want to get involved anymore. Xia Ying smiled as she walked over to Shui Yuan and naturally broached the subject of Mo Yin. Brother Shui, we've been busy with business. I haven't had time to ask you what kind of spiritual roots Liu has. That's exactly what I wanted to tell you. Shui Yuan's attention was indeed drawn away. I'm afraid I disappoint you. Liu has good aptitude, but her spiritual roots are a bit mixed. She has 5 spiritual roots, representing the mutual generation and mutual restraint of the 5 elements. 5 spiritual roots? That's great. Xie Ying's face showed no sign of disappointment. As long as I can draw qi into my body and practice normally, other problems won't be a big deal. As she spoke, the others could tell that Xie Ying had taken a fancy to a child, and was considering taking him as her disciple. For a moment, they all forgot about Mo Yin and focused their attention on this future nephew. Meanwhile, Xue Shuangshuang had already arrived at Su Miao's residence, but Mo Yin had followed her in moments before she stepped into the courtyard. Then the voice that had troubled her for years echoed behind her, just as it had when she first met Mo Yin all those years ago. Xue Shuangshuang, wait a minute. I have something to tell you. Chapter 229. Even after so many years, Xue Shuangshuang couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat when she heard that voice again. She turned around, her expression remaining impassive, even cold. What's the matter? I go with you to see Su Miao. You want to go with me to see a Miao? Xue Shuangshuang frowned. You and he have never met before, so why are you looking at him? Mo Yin, what are you doubting? 10 years ago, Xue Shuangshuang had loved Mo Yin wholeheartedly. She took every detail of his affairs to heart. If it came to understanding him better, no one in the world could compare. So, when she heard Mo Yin's inexplicable request and saw his expression, Xue Shuangshuang instantly knew something was amiss. Are you suspicious of a Miao? Why? I did suspect him before, because I saw him interacting with Chu Lifeng of the Yu family. I know what you're worried about. Xue Shuangshuang began to explain on Su Miao's behalf. But it was my suggestion that he contacted the Yu family. A Miao is a very good person, and has no ulterior motives towards me. Anyone in this world could collude with Yu Lang to harm me, but a Miao would never do that. Do you trust him so much? Of course. Trust a man you employ, and don't employ him if you doubt him. Besides, the friendship between a Miao and I is more than can be explained in a few words. Even in front of Mo Yin, Xue Shuangshuang made no secret of her special regard for Su Miao. Mo Yin, I'm naturally grateful that you're thinking of me, but I know everything about a Miao's situation and don't want anyone to interfere, even if that person is you. I understand. Mo Yin felt a dull pain in his heart, unable to pinpoint the cause. He deliberately ignored the discomfort, and looked up at Xue Shuangshuang again. But regarding the Snow Mountain expedition in 7 days, do you absolutely have to lead the troops there yourself? You should know how dangerous it is these days. You're the head of the family. If something were to happen, who else could bring down the Xue family? Precisely because I'm the head of the Xue family, I can't afford to retreat to a safe haven and let my disciples take risks. Xue Shuangshuang interrupted Mo Yin impatiently, don't worry. My affairs in the Northern Territory will never implicate your sect, let alone you. Not to mention we're not married yet. Even if we were, I wouldn't ask you to accompany me. Dead. What's more? Xue Shuangshuang sneered. Her thoughts etched in her mind. If something really happened to me, wouldn't that be just what you want? From now on, you can completely break free of me and be your carefree Mo Xianjun. I never thought of it that way. I was wrong back then, and now I have no say in what you want to do to me. Even if I truly don't want to get married, I never wanted anything to happen to you. Mo Yin frantically explained, but his words abruptly stopped when he saw Xue Shuangshuang's increasingly cold expression. Forget it. It's come to this. No more explanations will help. He chuckled to himself, took out a fine healing elixir, and forcefully shoved it into Xue Shuangshuang's hands. This is the healing elixir my junior sister Xie Ying specially concocted for us. It's very effective. Give it to Su Miao as apology for my earlier suspicions of him. Mo Yin. I don't want it. Xue Shuangshuang instinctively refused, but Mo Yin didn't even give her the chance. He vanished in a flash. He actually used the teleportation talisman to leave. Xue Shuangshuang, realizing what was happening, snorted angrily and turned to head back to Su Miao's courtyard. Su Miao, due to his eye injury, habitually projected his spiritual awareness, allowing him to see everything happening outside. Even before Xue Shuangshuang even set foot in the room, she heard Su Miao's slightly helpless voice. Shuangshuang, I see Immortal Mo clearly cares about you. Why are you deliberately misinterpreting his kindness with such harsh words? What do you mean by caring about me? If he truly cared about me, he wouldn't have stayed away from my Xue family for 10 years. Xue Shuangshuang sneered. Now you care about me? What were you doing before? Shuang Shuang. Not talking about him is bad luck. Shuang Shuang impatiently interrupted Su Miao and placed the pill Mo Yin had given her by the bedside. This is a pill made by Xiang. I heard she's incredibly talented, and her pills shouldn't be bad. Take a look and see if you think you can use it. Yes. Su Miao saw Shuang Shuang didn't want to discuss Mo Yan's affairs, so he didn't press her further and moved on to another matter. There's another matter, about Grandfather Shui. I received a message from Grandfather Shui, and he wants me to meet him in the forbidden area before entering the snow mountain. Shuang Shuang was genuinely stunned. Why does Grandfather want to see you? I don't know, but I already agreed. I go to the forbidden area once my eye injury heals. Another 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the day the 8 great families gathered to judge Lunan. Ever since the Northern Territory's aristocratic families fell out with the Snow Girl 100 years ago, the zombie crisis has become a paramount concern for all the Northern Territory families. Over the years, thanks to the concerted efforts of all the families, while the zombie crisis hasn't been completely resolved, it hasn't caused any major disasters. However, upon taking over Yahua Town, the young master of the Lu family, Lunan, nearly destroyed the entire town and nearly caused the zombie crisis to spread to other regions. Such a serious mistake would be unacceptable for the other 7 families to sit idly by. After all, the 8 great families of the Northern Territory are like grasshoppers tied to a rope. If one prospers, all prosper. If one suffers, all suffer. Even though they often clash over cultivation resources, when it comes to major issues, none of the 8 great families can ignore the other. Each aristocratic family has a designated young master as the next head of the family. But now that Lunan, the young master of the Lu family, has caused such a disaster, how can the other families trust their children to work with such a person in the future? Thus, the other 7 aristocratic families gathered here today with a single purpose, to have the head of the Lu family depose Lunan and appoint a new head of the family, although this news had not yet been officially announced. The disciples of the 8 aristocratic families knew it clearly. Many of the Lu family's lower-level disciples, who had been bullied by Lunan, were eager to see him suffer a mockery. However, Lunan himself remained unfazed, seemingly unfazed by the impending trial. He even had the leisure to go to the city's treasure house early to purchase the latest defensive pearl hairpin they had just released, and then wait outside Lin Yuexiang's courtyard. Chapter 230. Lin Yuexiang lived in the Lu family, so naturally she had heard all this. So, when she and Gu Qinghuai went out together, and saw Lunan lurking outside the courtyard, Lin Yuexiang's first reaction was to avoid him. She didn't want to have anything more to do with Lunan, who was about to be deposed as young master. Unfortunately, Lunan had already spotted Lin Yuexiang and strode towards him. Cousin Xiang. It's my cousin. Lin Yuexiang was impatient, but a sweet smile remained on her face. What are you doing here, cousin? I was waiting for you. Lunan said, pulling out a pearl hairpin he had bought from his bosom and handing it over. Cousin, when I saw it, I thought it suited you, so I bought it. The hairpin was ornately shaped, shrouded in spiritual energy, and it was obvious that it was a fine item. Lin Yuexiang's eyes lit up the moment she saw it, but she pretended to decline. Cousin, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. If Sister Bingyan finds out, she'd be upset. You should give this hairpin to her. We're blood relatives. It's only natural for me to treat you well. What does my giving you have to do with her? Lunan frowned unhappily. He actually didn't like Lin Bingyan at all. He liked his cousin Lin Yuexiang. Lin Bingyan was arrogant and cold, always looking down on him. How could she be as gentle and considerate as his cousin Lin Yuexiang? Both were daughters of the Eastern Lin family. Why couldn't it be Lin Yuexiang but Lin Bingyan if they wanted a marriage? Lunan couldn't understand, but he couldn't change his grandfather's mind, so he could only accept it angrily. But the more others tried to tie him to Lin Bingyan, the more he resented it. Lin Yuexiang, knowing this all too well, frequently mentioned Lin Bingyan in front of Lunan. Lin Bingyan's hatred for her was immense. She absolutely could not allow Lin Bingyan to become the Lu family's young master's wife, or else she would be unable to gain any benefits from the Lu family in the future. Seeing Lunan's growing dislike for Lin Bingyan, a flicker of satisfaction flashed across Lin Yuexiang's eyes. Lunan, of course, failed to notice this. Seeing that Lin Yuexiang remained motionless, he thrust the hairpin into her hand without hesitation. Take it, cousin. There's no need to refuse something worthless. As he spoke, he glanced at Gu Qinghuai behind Lin Yuexiang. Isn't it that fellow Taoist Gu wouldn't mind me giving it to you? No, young Master Lu, please do as you please. Ever since Mu Chen's accident, Gu Qinghai had been forced to shoulder the responsibility of caring for all his fellow disciples, and his temperament had grown increasingly cold. So much so that when he saw Lu Nan showing affection towards Lin Yuexiang, he didn't even feel the slightest bit of jealousy. After Gu Qinghai's words, Lin Yuexiang, who hadn't meant to refuse, naturally took the hairpin and put it on her head, smiling sweetly at Lu Nan. "Thank you, cousin. What's there to thank me for?" Lu Nan snorted proudly. "You're going to the judgment stand, right? Come on, I take you there." Lu Nan didn't see Wang Qing and didn't ask any further questions. After all, if it weren't for Lin Yuexiang, he wouldn't have had anything to do with the Yutian sect. The three of them walked side by side to the judgment stand. Gu Qinghai remained silent, while the entire route was filled with Lu Nan's voice, trying to cheer Lin Yuexiang up. But soon, Lu Nan's happiness was shattered by a voice. "Lu Nan! What are you doing here? Don't you know that today is the day the 8 great families will come together to judge you?" Lin Bingyan quickly walked up to Lu Nan, glaring at him with disapproval. "Do you know what today's trial means to you? You will be deposed as young master." "Lin Bingyan, stop your nonsense. Those are just Shui Yuan slanders against me. Today, my grandfather will clear my name to all the great families." Lu Nan looked at Lin Bingyan coldly. "You better recognize your place. You're only engaged to me, not the young master's wife. A snob like you, who's obsessed with the position of young master's wife, even if you become the young master's wife, stay out of my way." Okay. Lin Bingyan had never met such an arrogant and utterly foolish idiot as Lu Nan. At this moment, her disgust for him reached its peak. "I want to see how you clear your name today. But you're right. I do have my eye on the position of young master's wife, and that's the only position I have. So you better pray that you can keep your young master position today, otherwise." Lin Bingyan sneered, her eyes filled with mockery. "I asked my grandfather, the head of the Wei family, to personally dissolve our engagement. A good-for-nothing fool like you, if you weren't the young master of the Lu family, wouldn't even be worthy of carrying my shoes." Lin Bingyan finally let out the truth she'd been holding in her heart for years, feeling completely relieved. Without even glancing at Lu Nan, whose face had already turned ashen, he sped off. "Lin Bingyan, stop right there!" Lu Nan shouted, beginning to chase after him, but just then, the men sent by the Lu family head to look for him arrived. "Young master, the members of the 8 great families have gathered at the judgment platform. The family head has sent me to invite you over." "Understood." Facing the people around his grandfather, Lu Nan finally subdued his arrogance. He followed the men, but showed no sign of panic. Did Shui Yuan think that just knowing the Yahua town incident would pull him down from the clouds? What a dream. He had a plan in mind. With this trump card in hand, he would surely turn the tide at today's judgment platform. The judgment platform. The heads of the 8 great families sat on the platform. Their disciples sat around the platform. Because Xiang and the others preferred to observe the proceedings quietly and avoid a high-profile event, Shui Shuang didn't specifically arrange for them to sit in a designated area, instead placing them among the Shui family disciples. For this reason, Lu Nan didn't notice Xiang among the crowd when he arrived at the trial platform. But Gu Qinghai, who happened to be sitting across from the Shui family disciples, immediately spotted Xiang, chatting and laughing with Ji Hyun. His expression shifted, and he instinctively tried to stand and walk over, but just then, the head of the Lu family spoke from the platform. He recounted the incident in a succinct and eloquent manner, finally turning his gaze to Lu Nan on the platform. "Lu Nan, because of you alone, Yahua town was nearly lost and the entire army was annihilated. Do you acknowledge your guilt?" "I didn't know. I will never admit to anything I never did." Lu Nan held his head high, looking as if he had suffered a profound injustice. "Please understand, all of you family leaders, the truth behind the Yahua town incident is not what Shui Yuan claims. Shui Yuan is deliberately slandering and blaming me out of selfish motives. Not only do I have physical evidence proving I am not guilty, but have actually made contributions, I also have the witnesses of the Yahua town residents, who can attest to my innocence." Chapter 231. As soon as these words were spoken, silence fell for a moment. But then Shui Shuang's chuckle broke the silence. "What a joke. My fellow Shui disciples witnessed everything you did in Yahua town, and now you're accusing Shui Yuan of framing you. This is truly absurd. The Shui disciples will naturally speak for Shui Yuan. And Patriarch Shui and my Lu family have always been at odds. How can you trust the words of your disciples?" With the backing of his grandfather, Patriarch Lu Hanqing, Lu Nan took Shui Shuang, who had only recently taken over the Shui family, seriously. "Of course, my Lu disciples will favor me, and their words are equally untrustworthy. But the residents of Yaohua Town have no reason to favor either side, so their testimony is the most trustworthy, isn't it? Lu Nan spoke confidently. If someone uninformed saw him like this, they might actually suspect he was being framed. The witnesses are currently at the Lu family. I beg the heads of the families to allow them to come forward and prove my innocence. At this point, no one could say anything further. Even Xue Shuangshuang had no reason to refuse, as doing so would have made it seem as if the Xue family was guilty and deliberately framing Lu Nan. Bring them up here, Lu Hanqing ordered calmly, and soon the so-called witnesses were brought up. When the three familiar figures appeared before everyone, Xie Ying and the others couldn't help but express a hint of surprise. Lu Nan's witnesses were actually the three members of the Wang family. She exchanged a glance with Ji Yuan and began to speculate about what Lu Nan would do next. Sure enough, the next second, Lu Nan's voice echoed from the bench. Don't be afraid. Just tell us what you saw honestly. Remember, you must tell the truth. We dare not lie to the immortal lords. Wang's father pulled his wife and children to their knees and recounted the entire incident. That day, when the monsters attacked Yaohua Town, Immortal Lord Lu arrived a little late. But upon his arrival, he immediately led the other immortal lords in using an extremely powerful talisman to control the monsters. Shui Yuan, listening to the Wang family's three twists and turns, nearly jumped in anger. How could someone as shameless as Lu Nan? Was that corpse-suppressing talisman his? Was he the one who saved Yaohua Town? How dare he be so brazen, shamelessly claiming credit for someone else's achievements? This was outrageously shameless. At this moment, Shui Yuan deeply regretted not insisting that the patriarch inform the other aristocratic families ahead of time about Xiang and the others' assistance to Yaohua Town. Now, Lu Nan had been the one to reap the benefits. Ji Yuan's expression was also disgraceful. How dare someone steal the credit from his junior sister? Just because the junior sister didn't care about the credit didn't mean she could let someone like Lu Nan take it and use it to enhance his own might. What nonsense! Lu Nan, you brought shame not only to your Lu family, but also to our entire northern territory. Seeing Lu Nan present the corpse-suppressing talisman, drawn by Xiang, which he had obtained from who knows where, like a treasure, before the 8 aristocratic families, Shui Yuan's patience finally broke down, and he suddenly stood up from among his disciples. Having worked with someone like you is truly the biggest stain on my life. Don't you know what your talents are? For so many years, you held the title of young master of the Lu family, yet achieved nothing. All you know is to fawn over the master and learn his talisman techniques. Could it be that you suddenly discovered the secrets and created a powerful talisman, like the corpse suppression talisman? Shui Yuan, do you still want to continue accusing me at this point? Lu Nan snorted coldly. Since you claim I didn't draw this talisman, then I draw it myself right here in front of you all. With that, Lu Nan actually took out a blank piece of talisman paper and threw it into the air. Immediately, he picked up his brush and began to draw on it with a calm and careful manner. Time passed, and with a flash of golden light, the corpse-suppressing talisman was actually created. Although the talisman's power wasn't as effective as the one he had initially presented, it's impossible for a talisman practitioner to draw a talisman successfully every time, and it's even more impossible for every talisman to be identically effective. Thus, the unaware crowd remained unaware. Seeing this, Lu Nan's eyes lit up with pride. He spent so many days studying the corpse-suppressing talisman, he bought at such a high price. Now, let's see what Shui Yuan has up his sleeve. But more than everyone else's surprise, Shui Yuan felt more disgusted, because Lu Nan's so-called method of proving his innocence was exactly the same as Xie Ying's when she slapped Lu Nan in the face in Yaohua Town. Really? He even copied me? Xie Ying's expression finally changed upon seeing this. It felt like she'd been forced to eat a fly. It was disgusting. So, she decided to hammer Lu Nan, that disgusting fly, to death. But Shui Yuan's movements were clearly faster than hers. Just as Xie Ying was about to make a move, he turned and pulled her to her feet. Don't think that just because you can draw the corpse-suppressing talisman, it means you created it. The true owner of the corpse-suppressing talisman is clearly the person next to me, Xie Ying of the Xiaoyao sect. Yaohua Town's crisis was averted thanks to the timely intervention of Xie Ying, Ji Yuan, and some of the town's independent cultivators. The corpse-suppressing talisman they painstakingly created, which they risked their lives to save, has anything to do with you? A tree without bark is doomed to die, and you, shameless as you are invincible. Shui Yuan, you should know your limits when framing me. Now, not only do we have the corpse-suppressing talisman proving I'm innocent, but even meritorious, but the townspeople are also testifying on my behalf. What do you have to offer? Lu Nan was indeed a little flustered the moment he saw Xie Ying, but he quickly calmed down. Shui Yuan had left immediately after handling the remaining matters in Yaohua town, never expecting him to stay and tamper with anything further. Now, everyone in Yaohua town has been bribed by him, and the corpse-suppressing talisman was also revealed through his own hands. Now, this Xie Ying wants to step forward and expose him. Too late. Xie Ying. I remember. Isn't this fellow Daoist Gu's ex-fiancé? Fellow Daoist Gu, why don't you tell us whether your ex-fiancé is actually a talisman master? Suddenly called out, Gu Qinghuai had no choice but to stand up in front of everyone. These days, he recalled more than once the days before the Xie family's crisis, when he and Xie Ying had spent their childhood together. Now, upon hearing Lu Nan point him out, Gu Qinghuai's initial intention was to speak in Xie Ying's favor. But when he saw Xie Ying's cold gaze, he felt a surge of inexplicable anger, and his words naturally changed. No, I only know Xie Ying is highly accomplished in alchemy and swordsmanship. Gu Qinghuai avoided Xie Ying's gaze with a cold expression. But I never heard Xie Ying can make talismans. Chapter 232. Shui Yuan, did you hear that clearly? Fellow Daoist Gu is Xie Ying's ex-fiancé. Could you possibly know more about this than he does? Lu Nan's disdainful gaze flickered between Shui Yuan and Xie Ying, his tone etched with meaning. If that's the case, I really like to ask Shui Yuan what kind of close relationship you have with this fellow Daoist Xie. Could it be? Pa! Before Lu Nan could finish his words, he was interrupted by a resounding slap. Ji Heyuan stood up and slapped Lu Nan's face through the air. 5 bright red fingerprints immediately appeared on Lu Nan's face. Before anyone could react, Ji Heyuan had already flown to the judge's platform, casually plucked a vine from the courtyard, and lashed it towards Lu Nan's head. The blow set Lu Nan's knees buckling, and he fell to the ground. It was clearly just an ordinary vine, but Lu Nan had no power to resist. The vine branches seemed to be wrapped in immense force, each blow piercing through flesh and striking the soul. Lu Nan nearly fainted from Ji Heyuan's blows. Stop! How outrageous! Who gave you permission to attack my young master? Lu Hanqing, reacting immediately, threw a celestial-grade explosive talisman directly at Ji Heyuan's face. Seeing he was about to continue, Shui Shuang intervened. At that moment, a resounding bang rang out from the judgment platform. The sturdy structure shattered to dust by the force. Dust and smoke billowed from the arena, obscuring everyone's vision. Shui Shuang's expression darkened, and she launched into a fierce attack. Master Lu, what a magnanimous act. He threw a celestial-grade explosive talisman without blinking. Is he trying to silence someone? Humph. That brat was disrespectful to my young master of the Lu family first, and I was merely giving him a minor punishment. Heh. What a minor punishment, a major warning. A soft laugh emanated from the ruins below the stage, and then the smoke dispersed, revealing 2 upright figures. Master Lu, instead of taking issue with Lu Nan's rude remarks and insults against my senior sister, seems to be resentful of me whipping your precious grandson with a vine. Truly an eye-opener. I wonder if Master Lu is protecting his own son, or if he looks down on our Xiaoyao sect. As the smoke cleared, everyone was surprised to see Ji Heyuan unharmed. Then, they realized Xie Ying had unexpectedly arrived at Ji Heyuan's side. She held a snow-white talisman paper in her hand. It was this talisman that had created a barrier to protect the two of them, the moment the immortal explosive talisman exploded. Without waiting for Master Lu to react, the remaining Xiaoyao sect members leaped down to Ji Heyuan and Xie Ying's sides. They all raised their eyes to the head of the Lu family on the dais. Their numbers were small, but their presence was overwhelming. Not to mention Su Yanji, Qin Linzhao, and even Mo Yin, who had recently achieved breakthroughs and reached the dam-breaking infant stage. They treated the Shui family with courtesy because they were related to the Xiaoyao sect. As for the Lu family, what kind of people were they? As the Xiaoyao sect's acting leader, Su Yanji consciously took on the responsibility of supporting his fellow disciples. Does the head of the Lu family have any objections to our Xiaoyao sect? No. Lu Hanqing's expression was grim. He was certainly well-versed in the Xiaoyao sect. This was a Sea Immortal sect not among the 9 great sects, but its strength and foundation rivaled theirs. Unless absolutely necessary, Lu Hanqing didn't want to be an enemy of the Xiaoyao sect. But with the 8 great families gathered here today, if he bowed his head now, how could he ever stand up straight before the other 7? What does Patriarch Lu mean by this? I simply attacked a little too hard in a moment of haste. Don't forget that it's also true that your Xiaoyao sect disciple injured my Lu family's young master. Oh! So, in Patriarch Lu's eyes, The damage my junior brother inflicted on young Master Lu with his vine branch was equivalent to the damage he inflicted on my junior brother with his immortal blasting talisman. Su Yanji's smile was forced, his tone almost gentle. Master Lu, you truly believe in my junior brother. Xiaohe, why don't you thank Master Lu for his appreciation? Look how much confidence he has in you. It's truly unacceptable for you not to say thank you. Xie Ying couldn't help but burst out laughing. She had assumed senior brother Su was as serious a person as the eldest brother, but now it seemed senior brother Su was quite talented in the art of hermaphroditism. Being openly mocked by such a young junior, Lu Hanqing's thick eyebrows arched in anger. How dare you, brat? Come on, Master Lu. My senior brother Su is being kind and giving you a favor. Don't be so shameless. Shen Fuyu stepped forward and stood beside Su Yanji, speaking sharply. Originally, our Xiaoyao sect didn't want to interfere in your northern border affairs, but who knew that your young Master Lu would commit a crime and deny it? He even took my junior sister's talisman and pretended it was his own creation, then took the credit for my junior brothers and sisters. Forget all of this. After all, fame and fortune are what my junior brothers and sisters have the most. We just treat it as a dog bite. But your young master should never, ever associate my junior sister with such a treacherous villain. And he shouldn't even be using such dirty talk to jeopardize my junior sister's innocence. Since your young master is so fond of gossiping, we in the Xiaoyao sect have no choice but to have a few words with your Lu family. As soon as Shen Fuyu finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. But Yu Lang, who had nothing to do with this matter, insisted on interfering. This fairy is so arrogant. Your brothers and sisters are still here, so when will it be your turn as a mere female cultivator to challenge the head of the Lu family? You're so ignorant. What business do the Xiaoyao sect and the Lu family have with you? You're meddling in other people's business. How arrogant. This world is a man's world. Women's existence is meaningless. Even if a woman becomes a cultivator, she shouldn't surpass men. Otherwise, it's putting the cart before the horse. Oh, to say that women's existence is meaningless, the head of the Yu family must have sprung from a rock. What a hapless creature, born and raised without a mother. Yu Lang hadn't expected Shen Fuyu to be so aggressive. She possessed none of the gentleness and grace expected of a woman. What he hated most were female cultivators, who were ignorant of their own limitations, and didn't recognize their own status, just like that bitch from the Yu family, who was trying to compete with him for the position of head of the family. A dangerous glint flashed in Yu Lang's eyes. He twitched his fingers, about to strike, when a cold sword suddenly lodged itself across his chest. Shui Shuang half smiled. Yu Lang, I'm not dead yet. You're trying to attack my guests right in front of me? Do you think the Shui family is a pushover? A hand suddenly stretched out from the ruins, attracting everyone's attention. They then realized it was Lu Nan, who had been caught in the wreckage. Lu Nan struggled to emerge from the rubble, glaring at Xie Ying angrily. I didn't steal her. The corpse-suppressing talisman is my own creation. Chapter 233. The Xiaoyao sect members were completely surprised that Lu Nan would still be so stubborn even at this point. Xie Ying couldn't help but sigh as she watched him. I thought a cooked duck's mouth was the toughest, but I didn't expect yours to be even tougher than a dead duck. The Xiaoyao sect members. What a bizarre metaphor. Although it wasn't particularly lethal, it was extremely insulting. As expected, Lu Nan, who had first been nearly beaten to death by Ji Yuan and then nearly perished at the hands of his own grandfather's explosive talisman, spat out a mouthful of foul blood. Xie Ying leaped 3 feet high and quickly moved away from him. She glanced at her skirt with a mixture of care and concern, but her gaze towards Lu Nan was filled with disdain. Lu Nan, what's that look in your eyes? Am I, the young master of the Lu family, not as valuable as one of your ceremonial robes? Sorry, I really am not, because in my eyes, you're worthless. Stop talking nonsense. If you're using my things to flatter yourself, you should be prepared to be exposed. Xie Ying really didn't want to waste any more time arguing with Lu Nan. She threw out a blank piece of talisman paper and casually drew a few strokes. With a flick of her wrist, the talisman instantly magnified several times and flew into the sky. A mysterious aura instantly emanated from the talisman paper. Although her display was similar to Lu Nan's, their auras were worlds apart. Xie Ying was natural and casual, her every move exuding the aura of a powerful and the boss. Lu Nan, on the other hand, had been cautious and slow, like a child stealing an adult's moves. The superior and the inferior, were clearly discernible at a glance. What is this? It's nothing. Lu Nan still refused to admit his mistake, distorting the truth. You seen my talisman? The fact that you can copy it flawlessly only proves your exceptional talent in the art of talismans. It doesn't prove that it was yours. You're truly a man who won't cry until you see the coffin, and won't give up until you see the Yellow River. Xiang didn't bother to look at him anymore, only gazing at the head of the Wei family on the high platform above. The corpse-suppressing talisman that Lu Nen had first taken out was now in his hands, toying with it and examining it. As for the one he copied later, it was held in the hands of the head of the Lu family. Head of the Wei family, could you please throw the corpse-suppressing talisman in your hand into the air so everyone can get a closer look? Of course. Head of the Wei family, Wei Qing, was always a clever man. He could easily tell which side was more advantageous in the current situation, so he didn't mind giving the Xiaoyao sect a run for its money. As Wei Qing did as he was told, Xiang looked at Lu Hanqing again. Please, Master Lu, throw the talisman in your hand into the air as well. Xiang, what are you playing at? Don't worry, what can I do in front of everyone? Xiang smiled lazily, then used her spiritual energy to move the corpse-suppressing talisman she had just drawn near the other two. The three talismans, supported by spiritual energy, floated above the judgment table. Because they were so close, and the runes were proportionally magnified by the spiritual energy, everyone could clearly see something unusual. One of the three runes had a noticeably clumsy pattern, clearly the work of a beginner. That was the very same corpse-suppressing talisman that Lu Nanfang had just drawn on the judgment table, in full view of everyone. At this point, the truth about who was right and who was wrong was clear, but Xiang had no intention of stopping. It would have been fine if she hadn't taken action, but since she was going to do it, she was determined to beat Lu Nan to the point of no return. So everyone watched helplessly as Xiang simultaneously injected a stream of spiritual energy into the three corpse-suppressing talismans in midair. The spiritual energy sank into the talisman paper, leaving the runes unchanged. However, a small crabapple blossom imprint slowly emerged in the corners of the two talismans Xiang had created. The Lu family is a family of talisman masters, and the head of the Lu family is a renowned talisman master of his time. Surely, they know that a talisman master who reaches a certain level of cultivation can leave a unique mark on their talismans, right? What a coincidence! I'm a talisman master who likes to leave marks on talismans, but I don't like to be seen, so I'm used to hiding them. Unexpectedly, this attracted thieves. I think you should also reinterrogate those witnesses from Yaohua town. Bring them back here. Xue Shuangchuang ordered directly. Lu Nan's face darkened with these words. He looked at his grandfather hopefully, wanting to plead, but Xue Shuangchuang silenced him with a silencing spell. Lu Hanqing knew his grandson was a complete loser, so he simply ignored it, not wanting to further entangle him with the Xue family and the Xiaoyao sect. The Wang family trio were quickly brought back up. This time, without Xie Ying's intervention, Song Xiushur cast 3 mantra talismans upon them. Soon, the trio rushed to reveal in detail how Lu Nen had bribed them, and how he had instructed them to perjure themselves. The Wang family lived a relatively prosperous life in Yaohua town, not lacking for money. What truly moved them was Lu Nan's personal promise. If this deal went through, he would accept their son, Wang Tianxi, as a disciple. Once this matter became public, those Lu family disciples already resentful of Lu Nan became even more furious. Why should they, through diligent cultivation and desperate battles on missions for the family, receive resources and opportunities for advancement? But now, this mortal boy, lacking even spiritual roots, could become a disciple of the Lu clan simply because of Lu Nan's words? Lu Nan was simply going too far. As soon as this incident happened, Xiang and the others didn't even need to say anything. The Lu clan disciples, deeply feeling their interests were being harmed, all stood up and knelt to plead for mercy. Master, Lu Nan has corrupt personal ethics. He committed a grave offense against Yaohua town first, then refused to repent, and stole the credit for someone else's talismans in an attempt to evade punishment. How can such a despicable person be worthy of the position of young master of our Lu clan? Disciples petition. Master, depose Lu Nan from the position of young master, and appoint someone of both virtue and talent. And punish Lu Nan. Master, depose Lu Nan from the position of young master. Master. One disciple after another knelt to plead, and with the other 7 great families still waiting for an explanation from him, Lu Hanqing couldn't spare Lu Nan's life, even if he wanted to. In the end, not only was Lu Nan publicly stripped of his young master title and half of his cultivation, but he was also personally ordered by Lu Hanqing to be thrown into a forbidden area, where he was not allowed to leave until he died. Patriarch Wei, sensing his granddaughter's gaze, seized the opportunity to cancel Lin Bingyan and Lu Nan's engagement. Lu Hanqing naturally had no reason to refuse. As a result, Lu Nan's last remaining value as a marriage alliance was completely extinguished. Chapter 234. The trial against Lu Nan has concluded, but the series of troubles it has spawned have also begun to unfold. Originally, not many people knew about the Xiaoliao sect's arrival in Haining City, but that day's incident became a national phenomenon. Not only did Xie Ying's demonstration of hand-drawn talisman techniques on the trial stand evoke envy from the other aristocratic families. Though there are not many outstanding talisman masters in the world of immortal cultivation, the Northern Territory is not short of them, as the Lu family is a family of talismans. But a master like Xie Ying, with incredible talent and the ability to create talismans that counter the monsters of the Northern Territory, is what they lack most. The Shui family is already a formidable force throughout the Northern Territory. With the help of the Xiaoliao sect and Xie Ying, a formidable general, they will be even more powerful. With time, it's not impossible for them to surpass everyone else, and even surpass the other aristocratic families. The aristocratic families had long held sway in the northern border, so how could they possibly be willing to hand over such an opportunity to the Shui family? With the exception of the Yu family, who traditionally looked down on women, the other aristocratic families all sought to win over Xie Ying. Sects and aristocratic families traditionally did not interfere with each other. Aristocratic family members could become disciples within the sect, and naturally, sect disciples could also become guest officials within the aristocratic families. At Wei Qing's suggestion, Lin Bingyan repeatedly visited Xie Ying, hoping to establish a close relationship with her. Because they shared a dislike for Lin Yuexiang, Xie Ying didn't dislike Lin Bingyan. Instead, she learned from her many untold stories about Lin Yuexiang's past within the Lin family. Lin Bingyan was also a brilliant and perceptive person. After testing Xie Ying's intentions the first time and receiving a negative response, she never mentioned the idea of recruiting her to become a guest official within the Wei family again when she brought small gifts. In this way, Xie Ying was more willing to interact with the eldest daughter of the Lin family's eldest branch. After all, who wants to make enemies all over the world when they can have more friends? After Lin Bingyan spread the news that Xie Ying didn't want to be a guest of any aristocratic family, the other aristocratic families, while not completely abandoning their plans, superficially stopped their actions. After all, they had heard that Xie Ying of the Xiaoliao sect would be among the group that would soon follow Shui Shuangshang into the Snowy Mountains. The Snowy Mountains were extremely dangerous these days. Even if they entered, they might not be able to leave. So, it wouldn't be too late to win over Xie Ying of the Xiaoliao sect, and wait until she emerged from the mountain safe and sound. But just because others could wait didn't mean the Lu family could. Those who cultivate immortality fight against the heavens for their lives, following a path that defies the will of heaven. Lu Hanqing had only one biological son in his life, but that son died in the great battle that marked the return of the demons in Wanmao Gorge, leaving only Lu Nan as his sole heir. For so many years, Lu Hanqing, driven by selfish motives, knowing full well that Lu Nan's temperament and talent were unworthy of the position of young master of the Lu family, still stubbornly insisted on making him the young master, even risking his dignity by personally traveling to the forbidden grounds to ask the Lu family ancestor to teach him the art of talismans. But who could have foreseen such a dismal end? It seems that no matter how much effort one puts into someone who can't rise to prominence, they are ultimately a pile of mud. At this moment, Lu Hanqing truly regretted pushing Lu Nan forward, otherwise, perhaps, he could have guaranteed him a life of peace and continued his bloodline. At the same time, Lu Hanqing harbored a deep hatred for Xie Ying and the Shui family, but Xie Ying's talent in talismans was so strong that even he couldn't help but cherish her. While there are diligent and ambitious members of the Lu family today, none can match Xie Ying's talent that day. If a Lu family member could marry Xie Ying, why worry about the Lu family's talismanic skills not advancing to a higher level? Since the Xiaoliao sect agreed to Mo Yan's marriage to the Shui family's patriarch, they certainly wouldn't be reluctant to part with a mere Xie Ying. However, Lu Hanqing wanted Xie Ying, a talisman genius, to wholeheartedly support and aid the Lu family, so earning Xie Ying's sincerity was crucial. As Lu Hanqing pondered, a plan began to form. He summoned the most promising members of the clan and discussed the matter with them for a long closed-door discussion. In the blink of an eye, the date agreed upon by the 8 great families to enter the Snowy Mountains arrived. However, when they met outside the Snowy Mountain barrier, they discovered a slight change in the situation. Lu Hanqing, angered by the incident with Lu Nan, had suffered a relapse of his old injury, making him unable to lead the team into the Snowy Mountains with Shui Shuangshang, so he was replaced by Yu Lang. Not counting the 2 leaders, each of the 8 great families sent 4 elite disciples to accompany them. In addition to the 6 originally assigned to the Xiaoyao sect, the Lu clan also included 3 from the Yutian sect, and even 1 from the Ming clan of Jisu City. This brought the total number of people entering the Snow Mountain this time to 44. The one the Ming clan of Jisu City had sent in wasn't someone else, but none other than Helian Yao, who had come to the Northern Territory specifically for Lin Yuexiang, Ji Heyuan, and the others. Helian Yao. This time, Helian Yao finally didn't use someone else's body, but openly used his real face and name. Ji Heyuan had been right. Of Helian Yao's many different looks, he liked the one with red hair and black clothes the most. So, when Helian Yao appeared this time, the Xiaoyao sect members didn't react, but the 3 Yutian sect members' expressions suddenly changed. Wang Qing instinctively wanted to rush forward and demand an explanation, but Gu Qinghuai stopped her, barely suppressing her rage. Helian Yao naturally didn't miss the gazes of these 3 people, and a certain suspicion welled up in his heart. Although he had encountered these people before when he had borrowed Mu Yao's body to enter the heaven realm of the 12 desolate secret realms, he hadn't deliberately targeted them due to his interest in Lin Yuexiang's secrets. But now, it seemed clear that the looks they were giving him were not right. Could it be that someone from Liyun Palace had gone awry while out on the road? Thinking of this, Helian Yao asked, "I wonder why you 3 are looking at me like this. But when have I ever offended you?" The corners of his lips curled slightly, his slightly upturned fox eyes sparkling, and every move held a certain alluring allure. But the 3 members of the Yutian sect were even more enraged by his appearance. Even Lin Yuexiang, the most composed, couldn't help but glance at him repeatedly, her eyes etched with irritation. Gu Qinghuai nearly lost his gentlemanly demeanor in public. Helian Yao had repeatedly deceived and tricked them, treating them like monkeys, and now he was pretending nothing had happened. This was a blatant provocation. This is too much. This is truly too much. Gu Qinghuai suppressed his anger again and again, before finally speaking coldly, though a hint of anger still shone through in his tone. "Senior, please worry too much. How dare we express our dissatisfaction with you? The Yutian sect has always refrained from frequent interactions with the demon race. If we, 3 brothers and sisters, have offended you, please bear with us." Helian Yao was even more astonished. He wanted to ask another question, but at that moment, the voices of the noble families urged him on. "The gap has been opened. Everyone, quickly enter the snowy mountains." Chapter 235. Before the snow-covered mountain, an oval red halo emanated a brilliant light. This halo, created by the combined efforts of the 8 family heads, was now shrinking at a visible speed. "Master Shui! Quick!" Shui Shuang was the first to step into it, followed a little later by Yu Lang. Soon, the group of 44 swiftly passed through the gap. The moment the last person stepped in, the red halo completely vanished. The remaining 6 family heads, struggling to hold on, finally relaxed their efforts and wiped the sweat from their foreheads. "I just hope Master Shui and the others have everything going smoothly." A barrier formed on the snowy mountain, separating 2 completely different worlds. Everyone had initially thought the cold in the northern border was unbearable, but the moment they crossed the barrier and truly stepped into the snowy mountains, they were shocked to discover that the biting cold in the north wasn't even 1/10 as severe here. The Yaohua, which had been able to withstand the cold in the north, proved to be of little use here. Luckily, Xia Ying had made advanced preparations with Ji Heyuan, intending to enter the depths of the snowy mountains to retrieve the Xianming iron. Now, upon noticing something unusual in the snowy mountains, the 2 of them immediately changed into the cold weather vestments they had purchased that day at the treasure house. The orange-red color, which had seemed so flamboyant at first, was surprisingly well suited to them. A glint of amazement flashed across their eyes as they looked at each other. It was a pity that the original style of the robes was too gorgeous and ostentatious, and was not suitable for their current actions in the snow-capped mountains. The 2 had to change the color and style of the robes. Perhaps due to a shared understanding, they both retained the original orange-red color of their robes, changing the base to their favorite turquoise. Xia Ying wore a light green corseted dress with a white fur collar that tightly framed her neck. From her shoulders and sleeves, a few orange-red ribbons fluttered in the breeze. Ji Heyuan wore a clean, neat light green outfit, with only a touch of orange-red at the belt around his waist and his cuffs. Although their outfits weren't as striking as they had initially been, anyone would have recognized them as a couple. The Xiaoyao sect members exchanged knowing glances, only smiling in silence. The others weren't familiar with Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan, and even if they had noticed something, they wouldn't have been foolish enough to comment. Only those Lu disciples, who had received Lu Hanqing's instructions upon arrival, showed a slight change of expression. In a moment, everyone had changed into their cold weather robes. Even so, They had to wear a thick cloak or cape over their cold weather vestments to fully withstand the harsh winds and snowstorms of the snowy mountains. No one said much as, led by Xue Shuangshuang and Yu Lang, they raced forward into the depths of the snowy mountains. The snowy mountains towered, stretching endlessly. Everywhere they looked was a pure white, as if this was the only color left in the world. They struggled forward amidst the blizzard. Even though their spiritual power shields blocked the biting wind, the wind and frost that attacked from all directions pounded against the shield again and again, quickly creating cracks in it. As the leaders of the team, Xue Shuangshuang and Yu Lang naturally walked in front, shielding the disciples behind them from most of the wind and snow. Since Xiang entered the Xiaoyao sect, she has pursued a multi-pronged approach, honing her swordsmanship, various sorcery techniques, and alchemy, while also diligently cultivating her body through physical cultivation. When she first underwent the Jindan Thunder Tribulation, she used the heavenly thunder to reshape her entire Dao body's meridians. Therefore, while her physical cultivation path wasn't as solid as that of orthodox physical practitioners like Meng Fuiying, her Dao body was far stronger than that of the average cultivator. Besides the biting coldness of the pervasive snowy mountains, which gave her some headaches, the sharp, piercing wind and frost blades proved incapable of causing her any substantial harm. The remaining disciples, unlike Su Yinji and the others, who had already achieved dam breaking and infant formation, were nonetheless among the best in the Jindan stage. While they couldn't handle it as easily as Xue Shuangshuang and Xiang, they weren't so vulnerable to even this little bit of wind and snow. Among the group, only the three from the Yutian sect struggled mightily. In the past, Gu Qinghuai could indeed be considered a disciple of exceptional talent. However, ever since Lin Yuexiang joined the Yutian sect, everyone from Gu Qinghuai to Yi Qianshao has gradually shifted their focus from cultivation to plundering Lin Yuexiang's favor. Lin Yuexiang's talent isn't bad, but following the advice of the senior Daitian within the bracelet, she's never been willing to diligently cultivate, fixated solely on plundering others' luck to feed her own, ultimately propelling her to immortality. Unfortunately, Xiang showed up midway to disrupt things, preventing Lin Yuexiang from plundering sufficient luck to this day. As a result, their cultivation and realm have gradually fallen behind those of the diligent and dedicated disciples. On a normal day, the difference isn't noticeable, but now, in these snowy mountains, it's fair to say the difference is stark. Furthermore, Lin Yuexiang and Gu Qinghuai had suffered damage to their souls, making their situation even more difficult than others. They had only advanced half an hour into the snowy mountains, when the frail Lin Yuexiang collapsed headfirst. Xiang. Gu Qinghuai quickly reached out to catch her, but was still a step too slow. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Yuexiang fell into Helian Yao's arms. Recalling the previous deception, Gu Qinghuai's fury burned, and he snatched Lin Yuexiang from Helian Yao's arms. "Thank you for your kindness, senior, but I take care of my junior sister." The Yutian sect members had already fallen at the back of the group. Now, Gu Qinghuai and Helian Yao stopped arguing. Although their voices were low, they still caught the attention of those ahead. Xue Shuangshuang frowned and approached. "What's going on?" "Master Xue, my junior sister has always been frail, and recently she inexplicably injured her spirit. We're following you into the snowy mountains to search for the 10-leaf ginseng that can heal her spirit." Gu Qinghuai quickly answered Xue Shuangshuang's question, lowering his head in an awkward plea. "But we didn't expect the situation in the snowy mountains to be so dangerous. My junior sister's condition is seriously frail. I wonder if Master Xue could allow us to stop and rest for a while before continuing." "Senior brother." Cough cough cough. "I'm fine." Lin Yuexiang, lying delicately in Gu Qinghuai's arms, opened her eyes, and made a move to rise from his embrace. "Senior brother, please don't embarrass Master Xue. They already have important matters to attend to. How can they delay their journey for me?" Although Xue Shuangshuang was anxious about the fate of the Northern Territory, she wasn't one to turn a blind eye to the lives of others. She was originally prepared to agree to Gu Qinghuai's request, but when she saw Lin Yuexiang's hypocritical look, she immediately felt a little disgusted, and naturally her words were not very polite. Chapter 236. Since Fairy Lin says she's fine, then don't lie there any longer. Get up and get going. Don't delay everyone. Lin Yuexiang's smile froze. What's going on? Does Xue Shuangshuang not understand? She already been so considerate and understanding. Shouldn't she have stopped and, ideally, taken out some defensive weapon to appease him? What kind of attitude is that? Master Xue, how can my junior sister continue on her journey in this state? Master Xue, I think this young disciple is in serious trouble. She should rest for a while. Yu Lang disliked and looked down on all women, but he was happy to antagonize Xue Shuangshuang. After all, Xue Shuangxuang was the only opponent he truly feared. Anything that could make Xue Shuangxuang lose face was a source of joy for Yu Lang. As expected, as soon as Yu Lang spoke, many disciples chimed in. Master Xue, it's freezing cold, and we don't know where to go right now. Let's rest for a while. Master Xue, Master Yu is right. Master Xue. Some of these disciples who chimed in were followers of the Yu clan, led by Yu Lang, while others had an inexplicable fondness for Lin Yuexiang and couldn't help but speak up for her. However, no matter how they tried to persuade her, Xue Shuangxuang remained unmoved, merely glancing at them. Whatever you say, I'm here to locate the Snow Clan Snow Maiden to resolve the crisis in the north, not to take you on a sightseeing trip. If Master Lu hadn't asked, do you think I'd be willing to bring this burden with me? Now is the time for the North's survival. I don't have time for sympathy. Those who wish to stay and rest are welcome to do so. Those who wish to continue with me follow me. Xue Shuangxuang acted decisively, turning and walking away. Yu Lang's anticipatory smile faded slightly, and without further ado, he followed Xue Shuangxuang. Right now, resolving the crisis in the northern border is truly more important. Lin Yuexiang was stunned. Her tried-and-true tactics were now ineffective, and she felt extremely resentful. Especially when she saw Xie Ying, who was subconsciously protected by the Xiaoyao sect. The hidden resentment in her heart suddenly surged out. Ying, I know you always hated me and my brothers because of what Master did. Lin Yuexiang suddenly shouted at Xie Ying's back. But we really didn't know about those things. We're truly innocent. Can you let us go? What do you mean? Ying, I know your second brother is about to marry the head of the Xue family. If it weren't for you, why would Patriarch Xue have embarrassed and humiliated us three brothers and sisters so much? Lin Yuexiang bit her lip, her face pale as she looked at Xie Ying, her face pitiful yet tinged with stubbornness. This look would easily arouse a protective urge in anyone who saw her. Unfortunately, Lin Yuexiang's flirting was like a blind man. The Xiaoyao sect was full of straight men and women who didn't understand romance. Not only would they not pity her, but they would think she was mentally ill. You think Sister Xue embarrassed and humiliated you? Xie Ying smiled softly. Then you really misunderstood her. I show you right now what true embarrassment and humiliation mean. Before she finished her words, everyone felt a figure swiftly pass by. Xie Ying's hairband flew up, and she grabbed Lin Yuexiang's collar with one hand, lifting her up. A flash of green light revealed a ruler in her hand, and she began lashing out at Lin Yuexiang's face with two sharp blows. Xiang. Gu Qinghuai hurried to stop her, but Xie Ying sent him flying with a casual palm. She didn't even spare Gu Qinghuai, who was slumped into the snow. A glance of coldness etched on her face as Lin Yuexiang's panic was evident. I'm telling you, don't think I'm letting you off the hook just because I didn't proactively cause you trouble. Mu Chen is Mu Chen, and you're you. I remember every debt you owe me, Xie Ying, perfectly. I didn't proactively attack you because I find you unlucky, and don't want to waste my time on you. So, I don't mind you flailing around for a few more days, but it's not because I'm afraid of you. So Lin Yuexiang, you should have some self-awareness. If you refuse my offer of face, don't blame me for ripping your skin off and stomping it hard on the ground. Xie Ying's blows were brutal, each one brimming with spiritual energy, spreading from her cheek to every part of her body. In a matter of moments, Lin Yuexiang's pale cheek was swollen and red from the ruler's blow. The murderous, ferocious spiritual energy surged through her body, seemingly ripping through her veins and tendons, causing her to break into a cold sweat. But just at that moment, Xie Ying's hand gently slid across her cheek and then landed on her neck, where it was then gripped tightly. A suffocating feeling suddenly overwhelmed Lin Yuexiang. She tried to struggle, but found her hands and feet bound by an invisible force, unable to move. She closed her eyes in agony. She could feel the hand tightening around her neck, and the air in her chest dwindled. Just as Lin Yuexiang thought she was doomed and was about to seek help from Dai Tian, Xie Ying's grip on her hand suddenly loosened. Lin Yuexiang, caught off guard, fell to the ground, gasping for air before bursting into a violent coughing fit. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Yuexiang. Xie Ying's voice suddenly rang out again, and Lin Yuexiang shuddered, but she continued. Taking your life is just a matter of a few blows. Even if I kill you today, the Yutian sect won't do anything to me for you. Why don't you guess why I didn't kill you? As Xie Ying finished her words, a hint of a smile was evident in her tone. But it was precisely this hint of a smile that made Lin Yuexiang feel even more terrified. Right. Why? If Xie Ying clearly hated her so much, why didn't she just kill her outright? Is there something about her that Xie Ying could exploit? Or was Xiang trying to keep her alive and torture her? One thought after another popped up in the depths of Lin Yuexiang's mind, but none of them truly convinced her. And precisely because of this, Lin Yuexiang became increasingly fearful and uneasy. What exactly did Xiang want to do to her? Even though they were already in the coldest place in the world of immortal cultivation, Lin Yuexiang felt that Xiang's words were 10,000 times colder than the snowy mountains of the northern border. Most of her previous weakness had been feigned, but now, after Xiang's attack, she truly couldn't move forward. Watching the group retreat further and further, with no regard for their lives, Gu Qinghuai could only grit his teeth, carry Lin Yuexiang on his back, and quickly follow. With their current strength, if they were left alone in the snowy mountains, their fate would be certain death. Chapter 237. Gu Qinghuai, carrying Lin Yuexiang on his back, hurried forward, unexpectedly stopping ahead to wait for them. How are you, fellow Taoist Gu? Do you need my help carrying fellow Taoist Lin? Don't worry, Patriarch Shui and the others still need fellow Taoist Su to use Xinmen techniques to deduce the correct direction, so they haven't gone too far. Gu Qinghuai, catching up, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing a figure not far away. He could tell Helian Yao was deliberately trying to be nice to him, and he knew that if a nascent soul stage senior came to their aid, they would be much more relaxed. But thinking back to the 2 previous times Helian Yao had treated him like a monkey, Gu Qinghuai couldn't bring himself to trust this man. Thank you, but it's not necessary. I can handle it myself. Gu Qinghuai cautiously said nothing to Helian Yao, simply walking past him and forward. Wang Qing followed silently, leaving Helian Yao alone at the back. The smile on Helian Yao's face vanished, replaced by an icy coldness. His eyes, filled with sinister suspicion, glared at Gu Qinghuai and the others. Why were they so wary of him? Was it because the people of Liyun Palace had once wronged them? Or had they already known that he had other motives in approaching Lin Yuexiang? Helian Yao paused, pondering for a moment before quickly catching up with the main group. Gu Qinghuai was also speaking with Wang Qing at the time. Gu Qinghuai's tone was filled with resentment. Although Xia Ying had just sent him careening into the snow, if Wang Qing hadn't held him back, Lin Yuexiang wouldn't have suffered so much at Xia Ying's hands. Third junior brother, why did you hold me back when Xia Ying attacked just now, preventing me from saving Xiangxiang? Of course, I want to see Xia Ying give Lin Yuexiang a good beating, so you can feel her pain. Wang Qing honestly thought this, but he naturally wouldn't say it out loud. After all, he still needed Gu Qinghuai's support for a while. Big brother, I didn't let you go forward for Xiangxiang's own good. Don't you understand why Xia Ying is targeting Xiangxiang? It was because you were too close to her back then, even breaking off your engagement for her. Now you're acting so caring in front of her, are you afraid she won't hit her hard enough? Really? Wang Qing sneered inwardly. Of course it's fake. Xia Ying isn't a fool now. Why would she be jealous over someone like you? Of course it's true. Otherwise, why would Xia Ying go against you at every turn? Gu Qinghuai's eyes flickered with a glint, then filled with suspicion. But there's really no trace of affection left in her eyes when she looks at me. Third junior brother, you're probably overthinking it. Eldest senior brother, women are often dubious. I don't think Xia Ying has completely let go of you. After all, you grew up together as childhood sweethearts, and that kind of bond is something no one can truly match. If you truly repent, I don't think Xia Ying would be so heartless. Gu Qinghuai said nothing more, silently carrying Lin Yuexiang on his back as he continued walking forward. But Wang Qing knew his heart had been moved. He had long seen that Gu Qinghuai was fickle and wavering. Gu Qinghuai didn't want to give up on either of them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dragged his feet in marrying Xia Ying. Later, upon discovering Xia Ying's ability to cultivate, he went back on his word and broke the engagement between him and Lin Yuexiang, arranged by his master, Mu Qin. But those who waver will ultimately gain nothing. Lin Yuexiang is now clearly no longer able to help Gu Qinghuai, and will instead become a burden to him. Meanwhile, Xia Ying has a promising path to immortality. Given Gu Qinghuai's temperament, he won't give up as long as there's even the slightest chance of winning Xia Ying back. Wang Qing understood this very well, which is why he urged Gu Qinghuai to continue pestering Xia Ying. After all, no matter which of the three suffered a loss, it would be a good thing for him. He was just waiting to see what would happen to them. The group continued walking for another 2 hours, each preoccupied with their own concerns, but the scenery remained unchanged. If it weren't for the increasingly biting wind, they would have almost thought they were walking in circles. After all this time, they still hadn't found any trace of the Snow Clan's past, nor had they found the snowy mountaintop that had been depicted on the Bagua plate. And the sky was gradually darkening. The gloomy sky hung heavy like a vast curtain, accompanied by the whistling cold wind. It felt as if a sinister, enormous beast lurked in the shadows, poised to bite and deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Everyone knew the Northland teemed with dangers after nightfall, and this danger was exacerbated in the snowy mountains after dark. The further one advanced, the greater the dangers. Not to mention that the monstrous zombies wreaking havoc in the Northland all originated from the snowy mountains. These zombies lacked spiritual power and breath. If they were truly lurking in the shadows, preparing for a surprise attack, even cultivators would be unable to detect them immediately amidst the blinding wind and snow. Xue Shuangxuang looked at the darkening sky hanging overhead. After a brief discussion with Yu Lang, they reached a decision. Stop and find a safe spot to rest for the night, continuing their journey after dawn. Nearby, a large rock lay sheltered from the wind, so Xue Shuangxuang led the group to rest behind it. Everyone knew they would be in the snowy mountains for a long time, spending most of their time sleeping outdoors, so they packed plenty of essentials. Most of the group formed groups of 4 from their respective families, each carving out a small area to avoid disturbing each other. One disciple raised a giant umbrella to shield themselves from the wind and snow, while another held a small, yet warm, red lantern at their feet. Disciples from each of the 8 great families summoned their own unique magical instruments to ward off the wind and snow. These instruments wouldn't be convenient to use while traveling, but they were perfectly suited for this situation. The Lu family's disciples kept in mind Lu Hanqing's words. Whoever could earn Xie Ying's special favor and marry her into the Lu family would become the next young master. Even though everyone could see that Xie Ying and Ji Heyuan had a distinctly uneasy relationship, some stubborn Lu family disciples still wanted to challenge her. One disciple, Lu Shang, was particularly prominent. After seeing everyone else offering their spiritual and magical weapons, while the Xiaoyao sect remained inactive, Lu Shang confidently stepped forward. Thank you. Excuse me, fellow Taoist, you're blocking my way. Chapter 238. Lu Shang, ? He watched helplessly as Xie Ying nodded politely, and then walked right past him. Xie Ying had no fondness for the Lu family, so she didn't want to waste her time on their disciples, not even wanting to say a single word. Xie Ying walked to a large open space, turned back, and nodded to the Xiaoyao sect members. The next second, everyone saw Xie Ying pull 3 large tents from her storage bag. The tents were made of fire rat fur, resistant to water and fire, and provided excellent warmth. Xie Ying quickly set up the tents, and with a gentle snap of her fingers, a cyan flame emanated, swaying around the tents to form a natural barrier. Xie Ying said nothing more, simply greeting Xue Shuangxuang and pulling Shenfuyu into one of the tents. She hung the luminous pearl inside the tent, and its soft, lustrous light instantly illuminated the area. From beginning to end, Xie Ying hadn't exchanged any thoughts with disciples outside the Xue family, and naturally, she didn't care about their well-being. The others, naturally, saw from Xie Ying's actions the Xiaoyao sect's cold and distant attitude. There were only 6 Xiaoyao sect members, but only 3 tents, clearly no room for others. The disciples from the aristocratic families, understanding this, tactfully refrained from disturbing them. Who told them they weren't as well prepared as the others? But even if they had been prepared, a fire rat hide tent wouldn't be easily found. So, they just have to endure the cold outside. After a day of traveling, everyone, though they didn't say it, was actually a little tired. Now, once they relaxed, they couldn't help but lean against each other and close their eyes to rest. As the leaders of this operation, Xue Shuangxuang and Yu Lang naturally took on the night watch duties. Xue Shuangxuang controlled the 9 netherworld infernal flames to form a circle that protected everyone. Soon, the surroundings felt completely silent, the stillness of the snowy night broken only by the whistling wind. Xie Ying lay in the warm tent with her eyes closed, discussing the situation in the snowy mountains with Yining in her mind. Are you really not considering telling me what's going on in the snowy mountains? Host, I'm a disciplined ruler. If I tell you everything, wouldn't that be like giving you an open book exam? Wouldn't the upcoming mission be easy then? Actually, it will be. After all, I can't guarantee I get a perfect score on an open book exam. Yining, Now is the time to discuss whether or not a perfect score on an open book exam is possible. Yining, what mission will you give me? Once the host successfully reaches the mission point and triggers the mission plot, Yining will naturally assign the mission. Xie Ying sighed softly. She knew from Yining's attitude that she wouldn't be able to extract any useful information this time, so she simply stopped talking and closed her eyes, concentrating on sorting out the information. Yin, a koi carp that had cultivated for 1,000 years in the Merit Pond, not only brought Xie Ying good luck, but its most powerful attribute was its instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm. From the moment she stepped into the snowy mountains, Yin, transformed into an armlet wrapped around her arm, had quietly warned her. Something was amiss with this place. It wasn't just the invisible dangers lurking beneath the white snow, but even more so the resentment condensed within the flakes. Yin is a Buddhist spiritual carp, cultivating the power of vows, and possessing a keen sense of resentment. It was thanks to Yin's reminder that Xiang realized these seemingly pure white snowflakes are actually the condensed resentment that has lingered in the snow-capped mountains for centuries. As the snow fell on their bodies and melted, the resentment would slowly seep through their skin and into their bodies, affecting everyone's mind. After learning this, Xiang immediately whispered to Shui Shuang, which is why everyone had been using spiritual power to form shields to prevent contact with the snowflakes throughout the journey. Even now, this was no exception. However, they still had to stay in the snow-capped mountains for a long time, and wasting spiritual energy like this was not a good idea. They had to find a permanent solution. Xiang rubbed her temples with a headache. She could imagine that this trip to the snow-capped mountains would be more dangerous than any previous one. After all, besides the pervasive resentful snow and the zombies that threatened to tear them apart at any moment, there was also a red-clothed figure lurking in the shadows, still elusive. Xiang pondered these questions in her mind, and before she knew it, she felt a tinge of drowsiness. Then, like a tide, sleep washed over her. She felt as if her eyelids weighed 1,000 pounds. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open them. The next second, she fell into an uncontrollable sleep. Behind the rocks, the wind died down, and all around was quiet. Everyone fell into an uncontrollable sleep. The once bright white snowflakes had suddenly turned a deep, inky black, drifting down from the sky, seemingly burying everyone beneath the snow. A burning pain in her arm jolted Xiang awake. Xiang, you're finally awake. Go out and take a look. I sense a dangerous aura approaching us. Xiang immediately turned to look at the hourglass beside her, and her brows leaped. She had slept unconscious for a whole hour. Beside her, Shenfuyu was also sound asleep, a faint smile even twitching at the corner of his lips, clearly dreaming. But this was completely unscientific. Those cultivators didn't need to sleep to replenish their energy, and even if they did, they wouldn't fall into such a deep, unprotected slumber as they were now. Senior sister? Third senior sister, wake up. Xiang shook Shenfuyu for a long time, but with no sign of him waking up, she gave up for the time being. She quickly ran out of the tent, only to see that the falling snow had turned black. The rest of the group, like Shenfuyu, were all smiling, lost in their own sweet dreams. Even Shui Shuang and Yu Lang, both of the highest cultivation, hadn't escaped. Xia Ying's heart sank. They'd finally been attacked. But she had no idea when or how. The wind whistled in her ears, and the drowsiness washed over her once more. Xiang swiftly slashed her palm with the icy dagger, exerting force with a single thought. The pain brought clarity back to her drowsy mind. She wasted no time, turning and entering the tent where Su Yanji and Ji Heyuan were resting. Xiang had expected to find a scene just as dire as outside, but upon entering, she was surprised to see Su Yanji, now awake, slapping Ji Heyuan's face, trying to wake him. Ji Heyuan, his face flushed red, remained unresponsive. Xia, sister Xia. Su Yanji's eyes flashed with surprise. Junior brother Ji. Brother Su, leave Xiohe to me. Go next door, and find a way to wake sister. Chapter 239. Su Yanji left quickly. Xiang took a deep breath, and then parted her red lips. Hey! Monster! Kneel down before your grandpa's son. Bang! The moment the words fell, a golden light flashed above Ji Heyuan's head. Then, the invisible, mysterious force yanked him back, creating a human-shaped pit in the ground. Junior, senior, sister. The humiliating scene on Chang'an Island was still vivid in his mind. This familiar feeling completely awoke Ji Heyuan from his sweet dream. The fire rat fur tent shielded him from the snow, but when he got up, his hair was still disheveled, and his high ponytail was slightly askew, making him look incredibly disheveled. Sorry. Xiang rushed forward and covered his mouth, apologetically soothing him as she pulled him out of the tent. Xia, if I hadn't run out of other options, I wouldn't resort to such extreme measures to wake you. You see for yourself. Ji Heyuan naturally wouldn't get mad at Xiang over such a trivial matter. He was angry that he had lost face in front of Xiang again, and he wondered who had forged this strange golden hoop. But even this anger vanished completely after he saw what was happening outside the tent. It's the same black snow I saw last time in Yanhua Town. Ji Heyuan's brows knitted together, his expression grave. To be precise, this thing should be called resentful snow, formed from the condensed resentment of living beings. Xie reached out to catch the resentful snow falling from the sky. Because of the spiritual shield, the resentful snow couldn't penetrate Xie skin and cause any effect. But precisely because of this, they could see more clearly. The resentful snow, which should have melted at the touch of a finger, now seemed to have developed a sense of its own, straining to penetrate the spiritual shield and land in her palm. Xie face turned slightly cold. A hint of red gradually etched in her pupils. Then, a cluster of green flame suddenly rose from her palm, completely incinerating the resentful snow. This entire valley is covered in resentful snow. What could have happened in the snowy mountains? How could so much resentment persist? Ji Huyuan was equally baffled. This question may only be answered after we find the Snow Clan, or the man in red. What should we do now? Is there no way to awaken them? What about Yin? It's a Buddhist spiritual object, so is it powerless? Ji Huyuan looked at the aristocratic disciples, who had almost collapsed. Almost every face was filled with happy smiles. The scene looked incredibly eerie. I asked around. Yin, who previously stayed in the Merit Pond, is adept at chanting sutras for salvation, but it doesn't have a good solution for this situation. It only told me that if we find out how everyone got infected, perhaps we can resolve our current predicament. And third senior sister's situation is exactly the same as theirs. I tried other methods before, but they didn't work. Senior brother Su is knowledgeable and experienced. I wonder if he can find a way to wake everyone up. As the two were talking, they heard two voices behind them simultaneously. Looking back, they saw not only Su Yinji emerging with the revived Shen Fuyu, but also senior brother Qin Lin Xiao, who had also woken up. Senior brother? What happened? We don't know either. Faceting Qin Lin Xiao's question, Xie quickly recounted what they knew and suspected. But now isn't the time to investigate. We must find a way to wake Sister Shui and the others. Otherwise, even if they're fine now, they still die when their spiritual energy is exhausted. Brother Su, how did you wake third sister? And senior brother, how did you wake yourself? I have a telepathic connection with Fuyu. As long as I use the heart cleansing technique, waking her is always easier than waking others. Xie, so that's why you used magic on third sister but slapped Xiaohe? My awakening probably has something to do with my cultivation of the way of mercy. Those who cultivate the way of mercy are emotionally stable and rarely affected by the emotions around them. Naturally, these intoxicating dreams don't hold much appeal for me. Qin Lin Xiao replied matter-of-factly. So my experience probably won't be of much use to you. Okay. Xie sighed. Junior sister Xie, don't sigh so quickly. I have an idea. Do you remember the talisman you created when you first made it, along with the one dream-free talisman? Nightmare talisman? Xie Ying's eyes lit up. Yes. Why didn't I think of using this? Since they're so caught up in their sweet dreams that they don't want to wake up, let's turn them into nightmares, and scare them awake even if it means scaring them. When she first created the nightmare talisman, her second senior brother, Mo Yin, volunteered to test it for her. He was so tormented by it that he couldn't close his eyes for days. The nightmare talisman was rarely used, so Xie naturally put it aside. When she crafted this talisman, she hadn't imagined that one day she might need to rely on the nightmare talisman to break through. While Xie was working on the nightmare talisman, Ji Huyuan and the others gathered to discuss a more comprehensive plan. Junior sister's nightmare talisman is useful, but I think it would be even better if combined with senior brother Su's heart cleansing technique, Ji Huyuan suggested. As for me, senior brother, third senior sister, and we will be responsible for protecting you and ensuring that no other accidents occur while you work together to awaken them. How about that? Just as you say, Xiaohe. At Yin. Xie Ying's voice came from behind her, and in her hands was a stack of newly drawn nightmare talismans. She put her fingers together and used her spiritual power to conjure a wooden fish. Yin then leaped from her arm, using its tail to support itself and leaping to the wooden fish's side. The fish's tail swayed, hitting the wooden fish with a resounding tap-tap. A stream of Buddhist scriptures, transformed into golden characters, poured out simultaneously from Yin's mouth. They exchanged glances and attacked simultaneously. Xie threw the nightmare talismans in her hand into the air. Dozens of them, like celestial maidens scattering flowers, transformed into dozens of golden rays that sank into the hearts of the people. Then, Su Yinji and Xie simultaneously formed hand seals. Their movements were synchronized, and a snow-white seal expanded from their hands, rising to merge above their heads. The seal enveloped everyone's heads, shedding a holy light that shone in harmony with the golden scriptures recited by Yin, encircling each person. Chapter 240. Ji Heyuan and Qin Lin Zhao divided the Tai Chi at the location of the group, standing at the yin and yang points respectively. Using their spiritual swords as a guide, they jointly constructed a sword formation. Thousands of sword lights transformed into floating shadows, circling the group and illuminating half of the snowy valley. After the sword formation was established, even the rustling of the wind by their ears became much quieter. Shen Fuyu, who had been moving around the sword formation to check on everyone, exclaimed in surprise. "This is working. Everyone's reacting." Hearing this, the other four smiled, their spiritual energy continuously flowing, increasing their strength. Soon, the most advanced disciples, including Helian Yao, Shui Shuang, Yu Lang, Su Miao, and Mo Yin, emerged from their dreams one after another. The remaining disciples also woke up within half a cup of tea. Shui Shuang and the others, upon learning what had happened, looked grim. They thought they had been extremely cautious, but they still fell prey, nearly annihilating the entire army, but no one knew exactly when they were tricked. Thank you all for your assistance today. Once this matter is resolved, the Northern Territory will prepare a generous gift to thank you all. Master Shui, you are very polite. Since we brothers and sisters have agreed to accompany you into the mountains, we will certainly give it our all. Shui Shuang bowed solemnly to the Xiaoyao sect members. Even Yu Lang, who had always looked down on Xia Ying and Shen Fuyu, followed suit. For they knew that if the Xiaoyao sect members hadn't been there to help them today, perhaps those with advanced cultivation would have been able to break through the illusionary dream at the last moment. But these younger disciples wouldn't be so lucky. Although Xia Ying's nightmare talisman had caused them considerable psychological shock, it had also truly saved them. Those accompanying them into the snowy mountains were all elite disciples selected from the 8 great families. If they were all slain upon entering the snowy mountains, even if they ultimately resolved the crisis, it would still be a significant blow to the 8 great families. Even Helian Yao's expression was solemn. He had roamed the Western Territory, and even the Demon Clan for many years. Even when he served under Su Yan of the White Crane Clan in the Demon Sect, he had never found himself in such a passive position as today, and yet, he had no idea who was behind all this. This was truly frustrating. Now that everyone had awakened and everything had been said, Qin Lin Zhao and Ji Heyuan no longer wasted their spiritual energy maintaining the sword formation. The two brothers exchanged a glance and, in tacit agreement, withdrew their swords and sheathed them. Just as the sword formation retreated, the sharp, whistling sound of wind swept in again, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of drowsiness. Everyone's heart trembled, and almost simultaneously they realized what the problem was. It's the wind. There's something wrong with the wind. This wind can affect the mind. Everyone, quickly shut off your hearing. Shui Shuang shouted, and the disciples who had reacted quickly obeyed. The moment their hearing was shut off, all surrounding sounds vanished, and Xia Ying's world seemed to transform into a vast silent film. But after losing the wind, she certainly didn't feel the same drowsiness she had felt before. She had heard that cultivators who practiced illusion could blend their magic with the sounds of nature, subtly and invisibly bewitching people. It seemed they had encountered this kind of advanced illusion today. With their hearing blocked, even sound transmission was rendered ineffective, forcing everyone to use spiritual power to write words in the air to communicate. Cultivators with different spiritual roots could manipulate and control different colors of spiritual power, so the words floating in the air were also multicolored. Watching the shimmering lines of text dance before her eyes, Xia Ying felt a sense of trance. It was like being back in time, before she transmigrated into a book, curled up in bed with her tablet, watching variety shows and scrolling through comments. Xia Ying shook her head, clearing her mind of these chaotic thoughts, and then happily joined the chat using colored text. Amidst the sea of solid colored text, Xia Ying's colorful words stood out like a dark horse, abrupt yet eye-catching. Alas, there was nothing she could do. Since she possessed a full spiritual root, she could harness all the spiritual energy in the world. Therefore, writing spiritual texts with colored spiritual power was a piece of cake. Everyone quickly came to a conclusion. Since their threat came from the wind and the resentful snow, as long as they blocked their hearing and maintained their spiritual shields, their current location would naturally be relatively safe. So, everyone decided to remain where they were, while Su Miao and Yu Lang worked together to calculate their next direction using the Xianen divination technique, and then continue their journey until daybreak. However, after the previous incident where the wind had taken advantage of their opportunity to enter their dream, no matter how exhausted they were, they dared not close their eyes. Everyone was either meditating to regulate their breathing or gathering together to communicate using spiritual texts, quietly going about their business. Shui Shuang and the Xiaoyao sect members gathered not far from Su Miao and Yu Lang, carefully observing the changes in the scene they were deducing from the star chart. No one paid any attention to the 3 members of the Yuetian sect in the corner. Gu Qinghuai sat in the corner, staring at Xie Ying's back with a complex expression. He knew Xie Ying had grown to prominence, but he had never imagined she had reached a level of excellence beyond his reach. The key to breaking through today's impasse was Xie Ying again. If he had known Xie Ying would achieve such success, why would he have so easily written a letter of annulment, completely severing his relationship with her, if he hadn't broken off the engagement and married Xie Ying sooner? All the good resources Xie Ying had now would be his, to say nothing of anything else. The giant koi fish that could speak and strike the wooden fish with its tail was a rare spiritual treasure. You should know that there are many Buddhist sects, large and small, in the world of immortal cultivation, but only the Brahma Temple, with its ancient legacy, possesses a merit pond. The spiritual treasures within the Brahma Temple's merit pond are not for everyone to take. Even Fairy Lingyin, hailed as the foremost in the world of immortal cultivation, was unable to take any spiritual treasures from the merit pond. This shows how tempting Xie Ying's opportunity truly is. Gu Qinghuai, who had long regretted his decision, felt even more regretful at this moment. His desire to win Xie Ying back was brewing. Just then, Lin Yuexiang beside him suddenly tugged gently at his sleeve. Gu Qinghuai, feeling a surge of impatience, turned his head and saw Lin Yuexiang quietly pointing in a direction. He looked in the direction Lin Yuexiang pointed, his gaze fixed on her. Is that Tenli Ginseng? Chapter 241. Gu Qinghuai's blood boiled with excitement. Yes. He couldn't be mistaken. This was the Tenli Ginseng he and Lin Yuexiang had been searching for since arriving in the Northern Territory. With the Tenli Ginseng, the damage to their souls would be healed, and he would no longer have to worry about cultivating. Gu Qinghuai and Lin Yuexiang exchanged glances, each seeing a determination to obtain it. Just now, Xue Shuangshuang had repeatedly warned everyone that the surrounding environment was not safe, and no one should rashly step outside this temporary safety zone created by everyone's joint efforts. And yet, that Tenli Ginseng, swaying in the wind and snow, happened to be growing on the rock face just outside the safety zone. In their quest to find the Tenli Ginseng to heal their injuries, how much scorn and suffering had they endured these days? Only they themselves could understand the hardships involved. Now that the Tenli Ginseng they had so long sought was within reach, neither Gu Qinghuai nor Lin Yuexiang wanted to miss this hard-won opportunity. However, they both knew that if Xue Shuangshuang and the others learned of this, they would definitely try to stop them, so they decided not to tell anyone. Since everyone was now listening, and no one was paying attention, as long as they quietly retrieved the Tenli Ginseng without alerting anyone, there would be no problems. After making this decision, Gu Qinghuai prepared to quietly leave, but was unexpectedly grabbed by Lin Yuexiang's sleeve. Gu Qinghuai? ? He glanced over, puzzled. Lin Yuexiang quickly wrote down her idea. She wanted to go pick the Tenli Ginseng herself. To get Gu Qinghuai's agreement, Lin Yuexiang even prepared a long list of excuses, but to her surprise, Gu Qinghuai nodded without even asking, and even took the initiative to shield her from view. Lin Yuexiang? ? She felt a little uneasy. Gu Qinghuai had agreed to let her take such a dangerous risk without even asking a few questions. Did he really care about her? But the current situation didn't allow Lin Yuexiang to dwell on it. After all, she had never truly trusted or reassured Gu Qinghuai, otherwise, she wouldn't have volunteered to go and pick the Tenli Ginseng. The impact of a damaged soul is far more severe than a damaged spirit. If she couldn't repair her soul, even the amount of luck she gained through the secret techniques taught by Senior Daitian would be useless. After all, an incomplete soul couldn't ascend to immortality, let alone become a god. This Tenli Ginseng was crucial to her future immortal journey, so Lin Yuexiang was willing to take the risk. Taking advantage of the unnoticed situation and Gu Qinghuai's cover, Lin Yuexiang quickly escaped the safe zone and sprinted towards the rock face. The snowy blizzard that obscured the sky and sun made flying difficult. But to quickly reach the Tenli Ginseng, Lin Yuexiang endured the pain of her spiritual energy drain and soared up the rock face. However, the wind and snow grew stronger the higher she climbed, and even after desperately trying to climb higher, she found it difficult to advance even an inch. Thankfully, at this height, she could still reach the Tenli Ginseng with a little effort. Lin Yuexiang grasped a protruding rock on the rock face with one hand, reaching for the Tenli Ginseng. As her hand drew closer to the root of the Tenli Ginseng, she couldn't conceal the joy in her eyes. But just as she grasped the root, the Tenli Ginseng, which had been swaying in the wind, suddenly entangled her wrist, preventing her from breaking free. A flicker of surprise flashed across Lin Yuexiang's eyes. Before she could comprehend the reason, a fanged face suddenly appeared before her, and the 10-leaf ginseng she'd been clutching instantly transformed into a cold, stiff wrist. How could this be some magical elixir? This was clearly a terrifying zombie monster. This sudden change startled and shocked Lin Yuexiang, causing her to scream. Ah! Gu Qinghuai, who had been closely monitoring Lin Yuexiang's situation, suddenly changed expression. Without a second thought, he rushed directly towards her. His 10-leaf ginseng must not be harmed. This undisguised, drastic action finally caught the attention of Xie Ying and the others. Seeing Lin Yuexiang clinging to a zombie on a nearby rock face, Xie Ying nearly couldn't suppress the murderous intent within her. Lin Yuexiang again. As the enchanting heroine, Lin Yuexiang wouldn't be killed easily, but they didn't have the aura of the protagonist. At that moment, Xie Ying truly didn't want to care about this troublemaker's life or death. A terrifying thought even popped into her mind. Forget it. Let's all be destroyed. But upon seeing Ji Heyuan and her fellow seniors around her, Xie Ying convinced herself. Lin Yuexiang couldn't die before her luck was completely exhausted. Xie Ying took out a corpse-suppressing talisman and was about to strike, but then something even more unexpected happened. An avalanche, the blanket of white snow, like millions of ferocious beasts released from their cages, roared and rushed towards everyone, seemingly burying them all in the snowy valley. The avalanche came too fast and too suddenly, and the blizzard within the valley suddenly intensified, giving no one a chance to react or resist. The icy snow bore down upon them. In this critical moment, everyone only had time to instinctively grab the person most important to them. The group was scattered by the avalanche, and without exception, they were all buried beneath the snow. In contrast, Lin Yuexiang and Gu Qinghuai managed to escape. She had only escaped the avalanche, but not the zombies. The zombie that had used the 10-leaf ginseng to trap Lin Yuexiang was clearly far more clever and advanced than those that had appeared in Yaohua town. Seeing the avalanche had buried the others, it didn't immediately suck their blood. Instead, it carried Lin Yuexiang and leaped deeper into the avalanche. Gu Qinghuai, arriving a step too late, could only grit his teeth and follow. When Xie Ying awoke again, she saw, for some reason, complete darkness, a complete absence of light. One of her hands was grasped tightly by someone, unable to move even a little, so she could only use her other hand to slowly grope around. But no matter which direction she touched, all she could feel was a biting cold. It was snow all around her. Chapter 242. The events before the avalanche were still vivid in her mind. Thinking of the avalanche Lin Yuexiang had caused by her own reckless behavior, Xie Ying only regretted not breaking her limbs at the outset, giving her the opportunity to cause trouble. But now was not the time to dwell on such matters, for she had something more important to verify. Xie Ying pursed her lips, and with a flicker of her mind, a small cluster of flickering green flames appeared in her palm. She could clearly feel the warmth emanating from her palm, but her vision remained pitch black. She could no longer see. A slight stinging sensation in her eyes led Xie Ying to suspect snow blindness. Although cultivators have a much higher tolerance than ordinary mortals, this snowy mountain was no ordinary mountain. So, snow blindness didn't surprise Xie Ying much. However, since she couldn't see, she could only project her spiritual sense outward, which not only consumed spiritual energy, but also made it easy for the red-clothed figure hiding within the snowy mountain to be discovered. She directed her consciousness slightly, and discovered that the person, who had held onto her hand tightly, even after fainting, was indeed Xiao He. Xie Ying sighed. It was fine having Xiao He by her side, but she wondered how the other senior brothers and sisters were doing. Junior sister. Her hand, tightly clenched, moved, and Xie Ying turned in surprise. Xiao He, you're awake. Junior sister, what's wrong with your eyes? Ji Heyuan didn't have time to take in their current surroundings, staring at Xie Ying's eyes in shock. Xie Ying couldn't see, but Ji Heyuan could see clearly. Her eyes were red and bloodshot. In the blink of an eye, drops of blood trickled down her cheeks, dripping onto the white snow, creating a blinding crimson stain. It's okay. Xie Ying raised her hand and felt a slippery wetness, then calmly used a cleansing spell to cleanse her face. I think I got snow blindness from staring at the snow for too long yesterday. It healed with time, Xie Ying said, pulling out a small bottle of Taijin water from her storage bag and pressing it into Ji Heyuan's hand. Xiao He, I'm not feeling well right now. Can you help me wash my eyes with the Taijin water? Okay, then lie on my lap first. Ji Heyuan's eyes were filled with heartache. He didn't know that although Xie Ying couldn't see, she was constantly projecting her spiritual sense, and so the undisguised emotions in his eyes were clearly visible to Xie Ying. Xie Ying's heartbeat raced uncontrollably, and she simply pretended not to see anything, retracting her spiritual sense and lying flat on Ji Heyuan's lap, feeling blind. As soon as she laid down, she felt a chill on her eyes. Ji Hyun carefully washed her eyes with Taijin water, drop by drop. Taijin water is truly a divine treasure. The initial stinging sensation was noticeably lessened after washing with it. Alas! I wonder where senior brother and third sister are now. During the avalanche, I saw senior brother Su grab third sister, and second brother run towards Patriarch Shui. Senior brother wanted to protect us, but the avalanche came so suddenly that we were completely unprepared. But senior brother is the most advanced among us, and he's traversed many dangerous secret realms alone before. He has more experience handling such situations than the rest of us. Little sister, don't you worry too much, Ji Hyun said softly. Besides, little sister, don't you think the timing of this avalanche is a bit too coincidental? At that moment, Su Miao and Yu Lang were just one step away from deducing the Snow Tribe's exact location, but an avalanche struck at that very moment, not only separating us all, but also destroying their painstakingly calculated results. You're right. I also think the avalanche's timing was fortuitous. While the avalanche's occurrence was undoubtedly linked to that idiot Lin Yuexiang's screaming, it's more likely that Lin Yuexiang's presence or absence wouldn't have changed the timing of the avalanche. Xiang thought for a moment before voicing her suspicions. Xiaohe, I suspect that from the moment we set foot in the snowy mountains, we've been under the surveillance of that red-clothed figure. While I don't know who that red-clothed figure is or what his motives are, one thing is certain, he doesn't want us to find the Snow Tribe. But why is that? What's that person's relationship to the Snow Clan? Xiang frowned as she pondered these questions. Before entering the snowy mountains, they had always assumed the man in red was from the Snow Clan, and Shui Shuangshuang and Yu Lang's goal from the start was to find him. So, after entering the snowy mountains, Su Miao's every deduction was directed in the direction of the man in red. If the man in red hadn't been so elusive and difficult to deduce, Shui Shuangshuang wouldn't have asked Su Miao and Yu Lang to instead calculate the Snow Clan's location. But this deduction yielded a conclusion. An unexpected result. The Snow Tribe and the man in red were actually in completely opposite directions. You have to know that the Snow Tribe has always been a social elf since its birth. Although the Snow Maidens may separate when leaving the Snow Mountains, upon returning, all of them will invariably live in the same place. This confirms that the man in red they saw in the star chart is definitely not a Snow Tribe member. Sister, don't overthink it. We already know the approximate direction of the Snow Tribe. Su Miao and the others simply didn't have time to calculate their exact location. I believe senior brother and the others should have figured this out by now. If so, we will definitely head in the direction of the Snow Tribe. Ji Hyun said soothingly, as long as we're heading in the same direction, we definitely meet up with senior brother and the others eventually. Right. There's no point in overthinking it now. Xiang sat up and patted her face. Now that the pain in her eyes had subsided, she felt much more energetic. Let's rest for a bit before heading to the Snow Tribe's habitat. But first, I need to find something to cover my eyes. Her snow blindness would require her to avoid looking directly at the thousands of miles of white snow until she recovered. Use this. Ji Hyun's voice echoed from behind her, and Xiang felt something brush against her face, then cover her eyes. Chapter 243. Ji Hyun held a moon-white ribbon, about 2 fingers wide. He used it to blindfold Xiang, not forgetting to tie a beautiful bow behind her head. Although the ribbon was moon-white, it reflected a rainbow of colors in the sunlight, as if covered with a shimmering halo. It was light and flowing, and weighed very little, so it didn't feel restrictive when placed over her eyes. On the contrary, Xiang could feel a gentle coolness flowing through the ribbon to her eyes, gradually soothing the burning pain. What is this? 9 profound cloud silk. A silk fabric woven from the hazy clouds and mist of the 9 profound heavens. Ji Hyun explained as he took out another ribbon and used it to blindfold himself. The ribbon was thin and translucent, blocking out the effects of the vast snow without impairing vision. The Wu clan has been passed down from ancient times to this day, and they have collected many rare and unique treasures. When the Wu clan was still alive, the elders trained me to be the next clan leader. Later, I became the sole survivor of the Wu clan, and naturally, all of their magical weapons and heritage became my possession. So Xiaohe, aren't you very wealthy? Xie Ying's eyes lit up. No wonder Helyan Yao is so obsessed with you. It turns out he's got his eye on the Wu clan heritage you hold. Junior sister, I never said I was poor. Ji Hyun shattered the snow overhead with a palm strike, then stood up, holding Xie Ying's hand. Let's go! We go find the Snow Clan now. The moment the snow shattered, the sunlight was accompanied by the sound of a sharp, whistling wind. However, The hallucinogenic effect of this wind was significantly less than that of the wind in the dark. Furthermore, since they had already seen through their opponent's trick and were on guard, the hallucinogenic effect of the wind was completely negligible. So, the two of them didn't block their hearing again. Xiaohe, do you feel like the snow layer earlier seemed to be protecting us? When we were in the snow just now, we couldn't hear a single wind. Perhaps? Ji Huyuan gazed into the distance, still seeing only a vast expanse of white. There are so many secrets in this snowy mountain. Even if the snow layer truly protects us, we can't stay there forever. If we want to leave the snowy mountain safely, we must first find the whereabouts of the Snow Clan. That's right. Let's go! Xiaoying nodded in agreement with Ji Huyuan. Just as she was about to use her spiritual sense to determine the direction, Ji Huyuan suddenly grabbed her arm and carried her on his back. The man in red has profound cultivation. We don't know how much of this snowy mountain is his domain. Senior sister, please refrain from sending your spiritual sense outward, lest you accidentally attract his attention. It's okay if you can't see the road. I can carry you on my back just the same. Ji Huyuan's tone rose with ease, almost as if he were laughing. You've always been accustomed to rushing to the front and protecting everyone behind you. Senior sister, rest assured and let me be your eyes and legs for a while. Since you said so, I reluctantly give you this opportunity. Xiaoying didn't refuse Ji Huyuan's offer and naturally rested on his back, pointing the way. I remember yesterday that Su Miao and the others calculated the direction to be northwest. Let's go that way. Okay. At the same time, the others scattered across the snowy mountain gradually awoke from the snow. When the avalanche struck, none of them had time to even run, and could only watch helplessly as they and their companions were buried deep beneath the snow. Thankfully, they had always been together, so they weren't too scattered. When everyone awoke, they were more or less accompanied by 2 or 3 companions. Many of these disciples, like Xiaoying, had suffered snow blindness, limiting their vision and movement, and could only rely on their companions to continue their search for a way out. They tried to contact Shui Shuangshuang and the others, but the snowy mountain seemed to have countless invisible barriers, cutting off all contact with the others. Whether they sent talismans or jade slips, their messages were like falling on deaf ears, yielding no response. After experiencing so many frustrating events in just one day, many disciples began to show signs of mental collapse, but the pride and stubbornness ingrained in their bones for years wouldn't allow them to give up. Therefore, despite the current predicament, these disciples persisted in searching for a way out. As these disciples persevered in searching for the others' whereabouts and a way out, Shui Shuangshuang finally regained consciousness on the other side of the snowy mountain. But upon opening her eyes, she realized something was wrong. She could no longer see. Furthermore, along with the avalanche, the snow surged, along with the massive rocks hidden within. To protect the disciples, Shui Shuangshuang was struck by the rocks, sustaining significant injuries. Even the slightest exertion of chi caused a sharp pain in her chest, let alone using her spiritual sense to observe the situation. Shui Shuangshuang had always been a strong-willed person, and even in her current predicament, she would not easily admit defeat or retreat. She groped for support on a nearby rock, but then realized something was wrong. What was going on? Shouldn't she have been buried deep in the snow after the avalanche? Did someone dig her out? Who was that person? Could it be a Miao? Su Miao was the person closest to her during the avalanche, and among those traveling with her, besides the Shui family disciples, Su Miao was also the one she trusted most. So, in this moment, Shui Shuangshuang instinctively assumed that the person who had dug her out of the snow was most likely Su Miao. As she thought this, she began to hear the sound of footsteps approaching from afar. Shui Shuangshuang turned her head in the direction of the sound, a smile spreading across her face. A Miao? Are you back? The next second, the footsteps approaching her paused noticeably, and she froze in her tracks. Chapter 244. Mo Yin, returning from his scouting trip, froze in place, along with a smile on his face. Shui Shuangshuang's smile was radiant, no different from the smile she always given him 10 years ago. But now, this smile existed because of someone else. Having received no immediate response, Shui Shuangshuang naturally sensed something was amiss. She slowly softened her smile, returning to the calm and aloof Shui family head she had been before. You're not Su Miao, but thank you for rescuing me from the snow. It's me, so you don't need to thank me. As soon as Mo Yan's voice rang out, Shui Shuangshuang recognized him, a flicker of surprise flashing across her eyes. Mo Yan? How could it be him? She clearly remembered that before the avalanche, Mo Yan was standing farthest away from her. Because of the unpleasant events of 10 years ago, even now, They rarely had the chance to sit down and talk properly, let alone like they were now. For a moment, both of them were silent, not knowing what to say. Mo Yan's concern, which had been on the verge of expressing himself, was swallowed back by Xue Shuang's a meow. Xue Shuang was severely injured and unable to project her spiritual sense, so naturally, she couldn't see the complex and conflicted look in Mo Yan's eyes as he looked at her. She pursed her lips, then finally took the initiative to break the silence. Even if it was you, I still thank you. Do you really have to be so clear with me? Isn't this what you always wanted? Xue Shuang's eyebrows furrowed slightly, her bloodshot eyes fixed on him, her tone tinged with irritation. Didn't you tell me firsthand that you cultivate the path of amorous affection, that you would never stop for one person in your life, and that you couldn't offer me any promises or status? You told me that everything we'd done before was just a passing fancy, and that it would be best for us to just go our separate ways, and not have anything to do with each other anymore? Am I not already doing what you said? Why do you think I calculated things too clearly? I was wrong about what happened 10 years ago. Mo Yan apologized without hesitation. I'm sorry. I caused you irreparable harm. About that Alright. That's enough. I accept your apology, so there's no need to talk about what happened 10 years ago. Xue Shuang interrupted Mo Yan, because she didn't want to hear it. I don't have the time or the interest to discuss who was right and wrong 10 years ago, and I certainly don't want to discuss our relationship issues now. I came to the Snowy Mountains for business. Now that we've been separated from the others by the avalanche, our top priority is to find the others, and then reunite and search for the Snow Tribe's location. I know. Mo Yan nodded, obediently not bringing up their personal matters. When you were unconscious just now, I already searched the area, but unfortunately, there's no one else around except us. But the good news is that the wind and snow in the Snowy Mountains are much lighter today than yesterday, and it's sunny again, a long time coming. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to hurry on and find the Snow Tribe's whereabouts. Seeing Xue Shuang frown again, Mo Yan spoke before she could say anything. I know you want to reunite with the others first, but you've seen how treacherous and dangerous the situation in the Snow Mountains is. Our goal this time is to resolve the crisis in the north. The safety of our disciples is certainly important, but the safety of the north is even more crucial. Plus, those accompanying you into the Snow Mountains this time are elite disciples from various clans, capable of independently facing danger. Last night, you informed everyone that the Snow Clan is located northwest of the Snow Mountains. I believe those disciples will undoubtedly head northwest. As long as our goals align with theirs, we'd definitely be able to reunite in the end. Although Xue Shuang was displeased with Mo Yan's words, she couldn't deny that what Mo Yan said was true. Reaching the northwest to find the Snow Clan's Snow Maiden was indeed the most important priority. Locate the Snow Clan, and perhaps they could uncover the identity of the man in red. This would naturally provide a solution to the crisis in the north. Okay, then let's head northwest. You're injured and blind, so I carry you first. You can use this opportunity to recuperate. That way, if we encounter any emergencies later, we won't be caught off guard. Thank you very much. Xue Shuang wasn't one to be shy. She truly needed Mo Yan's help right now, so she wouldn't let a personal grudge disregard the greater good. She fell onto Mo Yan's back, letting him carry her. Just then, a faint scent of blood lingered at her nose, and Xue Shuang's heart fluttered. Mo Yan, are you injured? Hearing this, Mo Yan glanced at his arm and realized that the previous wound had somehow reopened. A cultivator's body is obviously much stronger than an average person's, and he used the finest elixirs, so it's impossible for his wound to recur. This snowy mountain is truly bizarre, but Mo Yan didn't want to burden Xue Shuang with these unimportant details right now. So, he quietly performed a healing spell and looked away. Well, it's just a minor injury, probably a scratch from the avalanche. I already treated the wound, but I haven't had time to clean the bloodstains on my robes yet. What? Did the smell of blood bother you? That's not what I meant. I just need to be extra careful with injuries sustained in the snowy mountains. It's different here than outside. I know. I won't hold you back. Mo Yan deliberately interrupted Xue Shuang's next words. Hurry up and catch your breath. I tell you if anything happens. Xue Shuang hesitated, wanting to say something more. In silence, the two of them walked towards the unknown. Just as everyone else was heading northwest, Lin Yuexiang, who had fainted after being captured by the zombies, finally regained consciousness. As she opened her eyes, she nearly screamed again. Fortunately, her body reacted faster than her brain and quickly covered her mouth, preventing a sound. She stared at what unfolded before her, her eyes filled with horror. Chapter 245. Lin Yuexiang was now in a vast cave. Looking up, she saw the cave was filled with densely packed black coffins. There were at least 1,000 of these coffins, all embedded upright in the rock wall. In each coffin stood a zombie, its hands interlocked, fingers stretched straight, their purple-black nails long and sharp, and their exposed skin covered with long white hair. Their faces were dark blue, long, sharp fangs protruding from their mouths. Their terrifying features had long since lost the appearance of a human. Lin Yuexiang awoke to find herself surrounded by hundreds of these monsters. If she hadn't been afraid of waking them, she would have cried out. Lin Yuexiang deeply regretted her impulsive decision last night. If she had known this was a trap, that anyone who tried to pick the 10-leaf ginseng would be abducted by the monster, she would never have fought Gu Qinghuai for it. These zombies were unafraid of ordinary fire, magical attacks, or spiritual energy. As a swordsman refining weapon, she had no means to deal with them. Rather than a vast cave, it was more like a bottomless cemetery. The entire cave was gloomy, with not a ray of daylight filtering through. Only the night-shining pearls embedded in the rock face emitted a faint, soft glow. After Lin Yuexiang regained her composure, she took advantage of the zombie's slumber to search for a way out of the cave. Soon, she discovered something strange. Among the thousands of pitch-black coffins, one, floating upright above her head, stood out, an ice-blue crystal coffin. Lin Yuexiang suppressed her fear and carefully sensed the surroundings. She soon discovered that the area surrounding the black coffin was shrouded in a gloomy aura of death, while the crystal coffin was enveloped in a rich spiritual energy. Not only that, the crystal coffin was also covered in a mysterious protective formation. Lin Yuexiang's fear largely dissipated upon seeing the coffin, replaced by a lustful greed. There must be treasures within the crystal coffin. She stared intently upward, pondering how to approach the crystal coffin without alerting the zombies in the cave. Just then, she heard hurried footsteps approaching her. Lin Yuexiang turned back cautiously, and saw Gu Qinghuai rushing in, sword in hand. "Senior brother?" She didn't dare speak loudly, but she was still pleasantly surprised to see Gu Qinghuai. She hadn't expected him to actually come and save her. "Xiang." Gu Qinghuai, likewise relieved, hurried over to her side. "Are you okay? How's the 10-leaf ginseng? Did you protect it? Senior brother, are you here for the 10-leaf ginseng?" Lin Yuexiang's smile faltered. Having his thoughts exposed, Gu Qinghuai felt a little displeased, but he didn't show it. "How could that be? Of course I came to save you, but you know how important the 10-leaf ginseng is to both of us. If something goes wrong with it, wouldn't all our efforts be in vain?" "Senior brother, you're right." Lin Yuexiang curled her lips. "But I'm afraid I'm really going to disappoint you this time." "What do you mean? Something went wrong with the 10-leaf ginseng again?" Gu Qinghuai, in his excitement, gripped her arm with such force that Lin Yuexiang frowned in pain. "Big brother, please let me go. You're hurting me." "Sorry. There's no such thing as a 10-leaf ginseng. That's a trap set by those zombies to ensnare us." Lin Yuexiang briefly recounted her previous experience, and Gu Qinghuai's expression visibly darkened. So, after all his hard work tracking them down, he came up empty-handed? Gu Qinghuai, unwilling to show this in front of Lin Yuexiang, grabbed her hand and turned to leave. "Forget it. Let's get out of here first." "Wait a minute, senior brother. Look at that coffin." Lin Yuexiang pointed upwards. "I think there must be a treasure hidden in that coffin. We're already in this state. If we don't come to the snow mountain to get some useful resources, it would be a shame for both of us. Senior brother, your swordsmanship is excellent. Take me up there and take a look. If there really is a treasure hidden in the crystal coffin, we find a way to take it away." "Okay, senior brother." Lin Yuexiang tugged at his sleeve coquettishly, her sparkling eyes fixed on Gu Qinghuai. However, the wound on her face from Xiang hadn't healed yet, so she looked rather amusing than endearing. "Okay." Gu Qinghuai averted his eyes, but still agreed. Lin Yuexiang was right. They definitely wouldn't return empty-handed after their trip to the snow mountain. If they could find some treasure within this crystal coffin that could nourish their souls, they could leave the mountain without having to follow Shui Shuang and the others deeper into danger. With this hope in mind, Gu Qinghuai carefully flew Lin Yuexiang on his sword, carefully circling the other coffins in the cave and arriving in front of the crystal coffin floating in midair. But the crystal coffin contained no treasures they had hoped for, only a woman lying quietly within. The woman, dressed in a pure white dress, and with long snow-white hair, lay peacefully within the coffin. She was incredibly beautiful and pure, like the purest spirit in the world. No words could describe her beauty. One glance and the two froze in place, as if possessed. Then, uncontrollably, they reached for the crystal coffin. Then, a second later, the coffin shone with a blinding white light, sending the two flying. Gu Qinghuai and Lin Yuexiang were hurled heavily to the ground. At the same moment, countless slimy, slender tentacles extended from the ground, tightly binding them and dragging them underground. The mingled smell of earth and blood made them nauseous. Gu Qinghuai tried to shake off the tentacles, but was horrified to discover that his spiritual power was bound, rendering him powerless. The zombies slumbering in the cave were also awakened by the noise they made and all looked towards them. In the dim cave, hundreds of pairs of eyes, emitting a faint green glow, stared motionlessly at them, making their scalps tingle. Slowly, zombies began to leap from their coffins, swiftly leaping toward them. The rhythmic dong 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 sound was like a prelude to death. Lin Yuexiang cried out to Gu Qinghuai, "Brother, big brother, please think of a solution. I don't want to die." "Shut up." Gu Qinghuai was annoyed by Lin Yuexiang's tears, and uncontrollable resentment welled up in his heart. If it weren't for Lin Yuexiang's greed, they would have quietly left long ago. How could they have fallen into this predicament? She was already a Jin and cultivator, but Lin Yuexiang could only cry when faced with danger. If it were Xie Ying, she would definitely not do this. Chapter 246. Ding Dong. The system detects that supporting character Gu Qinghuai's favorability towards the charming female lead, Lin Yuexiang, is rapidly decreasing, currently down by 10 points. Ding Dong. Favorability decreased by 5. Favorability decreased by 5 points. Supporting character Gu Qinghuai's current favorability towards the charming female lead, 50. What's going on? Xie Ying, who had been napping on Ji Heyuan's shoulder, suddenly woke up. Yinin! Yinin! Did Gu Qinghuai and Lin Yuexiang have another fight? No, they didn't. Yinin, glancing at Lin Yuexiang's perspective, replied honestly, it wasn't really a fight. Did Lin Yuexiang trick him again? No, I'm being too flattering of Gu Qinghuai. Before Yinin could reply, Xie Ying had already denied it. They're both equally shameless. Even if Lin Yuexiang tricked Gu Qinghuai, it must have been Gu Qinghuai's own greed that got away. Instead of reflecting on himself, he blamed everything on Lin Yuexiang. Yinin, Host, did you install surveillance on them? How come you know everything? Of course not. Each and every one of them is the original owner's #1 enemy. I have to understand their intentions thoroughly to better avenge the original owner. After all, knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory. Xie Ying spoke, her eyes darting around, a cunning air emanating from her. By the way, Yinin, wasn't Lin Yuexiang captured by that zombie? Where are they now? What just happened? Host wants to know. Then let's keep thinking. It's not illegal to think. Xie Ying, Yinin, you learned bad habits now. Thank you for the compliment. Yinin learned all this from the host. I suggest the host hurry up and find the Snow Tribe. Yinin can tell the host that many of the host's questions will be answered after finding the Snow Tribe. Even finding the Snow Tribe will only provide hints, not the final answers. Seeing that Yinin was now difficult to deceive, Xie Ying stopped wasting time on her. After resting for the journey, her eye symptoms had actually improved considerably. While not fully recovered, it didn't affect her vision within 3 meters. Xie Ying patted Ji Heyuan's shoulder. Xiaohe. What's wrong, junior sister? Put me down. I can walk on my own? You're carrying me too slowly. It might take us forever to find the Snow Tribe. But your eyes? Don't worry. How could a Jindon stage cultivator like me truly be blind? I can see a little. Put me down. Xie Ying's voice was gentle, but her tone was filled with a firmness that brooked no refusal. Ji Heyuan finally gave up and put her down as he was told. But the restrictions in the snowy mountains prevent us from flying high in the sky with swords. Even if I don't carry you, our speed won't be much faster. We're slow because we only have 2 legs. What if we had more? Ji Heyuan, ? He took a half step back cautiously. What do you mean by more legs? Junior sister, you haven't invented some weird talisman yet, have you? Ji Heyuan shuddered at the thought of having 2 or even 4 extra legs and running wildly in the snow. He's half demon, and he has a demonic body, but that doesn't mean he can accept having extra legs for no reason. Xie Ying, Honestly, Xiaohe, your half step back really hurts me. Do you think I'm that unreliable? No, junior sister, you misunderstood. It's because you're too reliable that we're even more hesitant to try the talismans you created. Don't worry, you're mistaken. I'm not planning on trying any new talismans on you. Hearing this, Xie Ying rolled her eyes at him, then raised her hand, and released Juju from the spirit beast bag. Juju has so many legs, she'd definitely be able to run really fast. Juju, caught off guard and falling into the snow, jumped 3 feet high from the cold, her hair standing on end. Juju still couldn't speak, but that didn't stop her from glaring at Xiaoying. You freeze the spider to death. Sorry, but we really need your help right now. Xiaoying, apologizing but with no trace of apology on her face, patted Juju's large pincers, and then whipped out several jasmine flowers. With a wave of her hand, she transformed them into flower shoes, and slipped them directly onto Juju's feet. Juju? ? Where did this ugly thing come from? How's it? Will it keep my feet from freezing? Xiaoying ignored the disdain in Juju's eyes, and pulled Ji Heyuan onto her back, seizing her. Juju was her mount, so why wait any longer? Let's go now. Go! Juju, master, I'm a spider, not a horse. Although she was inevitably a little mad, Juju, as a mount, still had the self-awareness that a mount should have. At Xiaoying's command, she sprang out, her legs darting through the snow at such speed that they left after images. In a matter of moments, she had covered dozens of miles. Ji Heyuan, sitting on Juju's back, his face pelted with snow and wind, asked, So this is the advantage of having so many legs? So why didn't you let Juju out from the start? Is it because you didn't want to take anyone else with you? Juju's passing sent a cloud of snow and wind, and the disciples, also heading northwest, were caught in the whistling wind and snow. What is that thing? How can it run so fast? Is it a demonic beast from the snowy mountains? No way. I think it's an 8-star red crab spider. But don't red crab spiders live in extremely hot places? This is deep in the snowy mountains, in an extremely cold place. Are you seeing things? No. I can't be seeing things. I just saw 2 people sitting on its back. You're getting more and more ridiculous. If you don't believe me, just chase it and see for yourself. Go ahead. The disciples, inexplicably driven by a desire to win, immediately chased after Xiaoying and the others. The 2 people riding Juju's back finally realized they might have stumbled upon their companions. Junior sister, were those disciples of the Yu and Wei clans we just saw? I think so. Xiaoying wasn't sure. Actually, I don't remember what they looked like. Then should we go back and find them? Why would we go back? Xiaoying flatly rejected the idea. Can anyone sit on my Juju? Besides, there wouldn't be enough room for so many people, otherwise, I would have let Juju out long ago. Just let them run behind us. We're heading in the right direction, and nothing serious will happen. Young people, running is good for exercise. Ji Heyuan, But junior sister, you seem to be the youngest among us, right? Chapter 247. Ji Heyuan, already numb to Xiaoying's various outrageous actions, tactfully kept silent. They hadn't encountered any danger along the way, and they had long since discovered, the closer they got to the northwest, the less wind and snow they encountered. If a blizzard meant danger in the snowy mountains, then the northwest was definitely safe for now. Before the avalanche, Xue Shuangshuang had already informed everyone that the snow tribe was in the northwest. Anyone with a bit of common sense would know to head northwest upon waking. If anyone insisted on going the other way and courting death, they could only wish them well. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened again. But like last night's blizzard, Xiaoying could even clearly sense that the temperature around them was actually warming up. This further proved that their direction was definitely correct. Juju walked briskly, completing in a single day the distance that would have taken them 2 or 3 days. As darkness fell, Xiaoying finally stopped Juju from advancing and instead rested where she was. She remembered all the precautions Xue Shuangshuang had given her regarding the snowy mountains, the most important of which was not to venture into unfamiliar territory after dark. Having listened to the advice to eat her fill, Xiaoying naturally wouldn't sit idle and go against Xue Shuangshuang's warning. But just as she jumped off Juju's back and prepared to set up camp, the thought on her arm stirred again. The scorching heat made her roll up her sleeves and stare at the thought on her arm, which was flickering red. Are we in danger again? No, I smelled the scent of a treasure, so I got a little excited and lost control. I accidentally burned you. I'm sorry. Xiaoying, If apologies were useful, what would the Immortal Demon Alliance be for? First, tell me, what precious treasure did you smell that got you so excited? Not just 1 or 2 treasures, but a whole bunch. The more excited Yin became, the more frequently the red light on the bracelet flashed. Xiaoying was forced to look away helplessly. If she stared any longer, she feared her eyes, which had finally recovered, would go blind again. Although we're still quite a distance away, this intoxicating scent can't be mistaken. Yin's tone was filled with intoxication. 200 miles north from here, there must be treasure. Yin is a treasure hunter. Ji Hyun, returning from a tour of the area, glanced at it in surprise. After all, it's a koi fish that brings good luck. It always leads us to treasures in various places, which is also a form of good luck. Xia explained nonchalantly, but she was actually quite interested in the treasure Yin mentioned. Isn't the greatest reliance of cultivators who defy fate and fight for their lives the treasures and opportunities plundered from all over the world of immortal cultivation? If I hadn't known there were treasures in the snowy mountains, it would have been fine. But now that I know, I can't just ignore them. Xiaohe, what do you think? She could take risks for opportunities, but she couldn't drag others into danger, even if that person was her closest junior brother. Young senior sister, do you want to visit the place Yin mentioned? Of course. Anyone who knows there are treasures waiting just out there would be hard not to be tempted. Xia admitted decisively. But the sudden appearance of so many treasures in this snowy mountain is itself unusual. It could be a trap. Xiaohe, if you want to play it safe, then it wouldn't be too late for us to wait until tomorrow morning, when the view is clear. But delaying can lead to unexpected events. I want to go and take a look. Ji Hyun didn't want to wait. Past experience taught him that waiting won't bring you what you want. So, if you want something, you must proactively pursue it. Fortune and honor are sought through risk. The path to immortality is always perilous. Besides, we already traveled a long way northwest, deep into the snowy mountains. Who knows? Perhaps the place I sensed is actually connected to the Snow Clan? Xiaohe, you truly understand me. Xia Ying's eyes gleamed. As expected, working with Xiao he was the most rapport and effortless. Then go ahead, but since we're on a treasure hunt, it's best not to make too much noise. We have to walk on our own from now on. Xia raised her hand and waved it. A flash of red light appeared, and the once enormous Juju shrank to the size of a normal spider and landed in her palm. Xia instinctively knew she needed Juju later, so she didn't put her back into the spirit beast bag. Instead, she casually placed her on her head, letting Juju find a place to nestle in her hair. We can go now. Sister, wait. I leave a signal for senior brother and the others. If they come here, they won't get separated from us. Ji Hyun drew his sword and left a trail of sword energy on the nearby rock face, pointing directly in the direction they were heading. 200 miles might sound like a long distance, but for cultivators like them, it was nothing. It would simply take a little longer. Moreover, the wind and snow had subsided, and there was none of the imminent danger they had felt when they first entered the snowy mountains. Therefore, it didn't take Xia and Ji Hyun long to spot the place Yin had mentioned. Is that a fire? Xia Ying's eyes hadn't fully healed yet, and fearing alerting the enemy, she didn't release her spiritual sense, unable to see far. In her sight, she could only make out a bright glow in the distance, resembling an inhabited area. Ji Hyun, on the other hand, could see everything clearly. It's a palace. It was a magnificent crystal palace, built against the backdrop of the snowy mountains. The palace, perched halfway up the mountain, soared into the sky, shrouded in mist, making the entire palace seem to float in midair. The fire Xia had thought was actually the light emanating from this crystal palace. Junior sister, I think we found the right place this time. This might be the Snow Clan's hidden haven we've been searching for. After all, only the Snow Clan, the elves who amass the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the vast snowy mountains, could build such a majestic palace. Let's go! Now that we're here, let's make the best of it. Xia strode forward, followed closely by Ji Hyun. I heard the Snow Clan are all pure and compassionate. They're at odds with the Northern Territory's aristocratic families, so I don't think they deliberately embarrass others. I must ask what connection the red-clothed man, who poses a threat to the entire Northern Territory, has with the Snow Clan. Chapter 248. The two of them quickly arrived at the foot of the palace. Only after getting closer could Xia finally see the palace's true form. A full moon hung high above the palace, its bright and clear light casting a sacred glow over the entire place. Outside, the snow was raging, and countless dangers lurked in the gloomy night. But here, the moon was bright, and the wind was clear. Even though the ground was covered in thick snow, one could not feel the slightest bit of cold. This place was completely different from what they had encountered on their journey yesterday. Its tranquility was like a fairyland, incompatible with the snowy mountains. The snow-colored staircase wound its way upwards, reaching straight into the clouds. Ji Hyun and Xia exchanged a glance, then ascended. The staircase was long, and it took them a full quarter of an hour to finally reach its end and the palace gate. Only after getting closer did they realize that this wasn't a crystal palace, but an ice palace constructed of ice and snow. The main gate was about 5 meters high, and to either side stood 2 tall, imposing statues of the mythical beast Ming-Ji. Even before they even approached, they could already sense the chill emanating from the statues. Xia tentatively took a step forward, only to see the 2 statues suddenly come alive and pounce upon her with swift force. Their long tails, like sharp whips, lashed out at Xia face with a sharp, piercing sound. Xia face froze. Why are they specifically targeting my face? Without time to think, she spun in midair to avoid the 2 tails. As she landed, she saw the 2 Ming-Ji simultaneously drop to the ground, then, leveraging their momentum, leap high into the air. Their sharp claws flashed a cold light in the moonlight, as they lunged fiercely and decisively at her heart and vital points. Xia original purpose was to meet with the Snow Clan, not to engage in a fight with Ming-Ji, nor to damage the relationship between them. But now, Ming-Ji's every move was aimed at taking her life, which was truly infuriating. Come! Xia retreated swiftly, her bare hand slightly extended, and the Qianquan spear flew out. The spear shot out like a dragon. Xia swung the silver spear upwards, drawing a semi-arc. Blazing flames poured from the spear tip, transforming into countless flaming blades that struck the 2 Ming-Jis. With a series of bang-bang-bang sounds, Ming-Ji, originally carved from white snow, was shattered by the flaming blades, turning into chunks of snow that fell to the ground. Xia let out a long breath. Senior sister, be careful. It's not over yet. Ji Hiyuan's warning echoed through her. Xia turned and saw that the Ming-Ji, whom she had just chopped into countless pieces, had actually pieced themselves together. Although their bodies still bore the marks of Xia chopping, their eyes stared at her with murderous intent. No way. This thing is impossible to kill. Doesn't that mean it's endless? Xia pursed her lips as she gazed at the towering ice gate before her, considering the possibility that she and Ji Hiyuan could simply split it open and break through. She flew back to Ji Hiyuan's side, and was about to speak when the movement behind her suddenly stopped. Xia turned back in surprise to see that the 2 Ming-Ji, who had looked so ferocious a moment ago, had transformed back into the statues they had first seen. Xia? Question mark. She seemed to sense something, and took a tentative step forward. As expected, the moment she left the stairs, the statues instantly resurrected. But once she returns to the stairs, the resurrected Ming-Ji will turn back into a statue again. Upon discovering this, Xia suddenly had a bold idea. Xiaohe, do you think if Ming-Ji keeps switching back and forth between resurrection and melting, will he eventually break? Ji Hiyuan, Senior sister, he's just a statue. Nonsense. Have you ever seen a gatekeeper statue resurrect and bite? Before she finished her words, Xia had already begun a playful experiment. She took a step forward, then quickly retreated, then took another step forward, then quickly retreated again. The 2 statues kept resurrecting and melting again in response to her movements. Whether it was an illusion, Ji Hiyuan seemed to see expressions of speechlessness on the faces of the 2 statues as Xia repeatedly tested the waters on the brink of a blow. But Xia idea was correct. As long as they didn't voluntarily leave the stairs, the 2 statues wouldn't be able to cross over and hurt anyone. Seeing Xia enjoying herself, Ji Hiyuan simply took out a rattan chair and leisurely sat down beside her. The little snow maidens, observing them from the shadows of the ice palace, fell into deep thought. Seeing their Ming-Ji statue threatened to be destroyed by that detestable beautiful woman, the little snow maidens finally rushed out. Stop! Stop playing with that! Xia and Ji Hiyuan both looked up in surprise. Where did that childish voice come from? Then, the tightly closed door opened. A little snow maiden in a snow-white robe, her silver hair cascading to her feet, rushed out, glaring angrily at the 2. The little snow maiden's skin was a pure white, with a shimmering white frost covering the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. Only her lips bore a hint of color. Seeing the snow girl for the first time, Xia was simply curious. This little snow girl looked quite adorable. Who are you? Why are you trespassing in my Snow Clan palace? Xia and Ji Hiyuan, disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, have come to see a Snow Clan elder. Xiaoyao sect? The little snow girl frowned, seeming distressed. I never heard of this place before. Is it one of those aristocratic families that have emerged in the Northern Territory in the past 100 years? The little snow girl was innocent and naive. She had lived in the snowy mountains since her birth, never setting foot outside. Hence, her knowledge of the outside world came entirely from the casual chatter of the elders within the clan. Thus, in the little snow girl's mind, The Northern Territory consisted only of aristocratic cultivators, ordinary mortals, and her own Snow clan. As for the world beyond the Northern Territory, they had never heard of it. Xiaoying and Ji Heyuan immediately thought of this upon hearing her words, and they guessed at the little snow girl's personality. Xiaoying always showed a lot of extra patience with the soft, sweet little girl. Although this childlike-looking little snow girl was actually probably more than a generation older than she was still quite young. No, we're not from the Northern Territory. The Xiaoya sect is a sect, not like the aristocratic families you're familiar with. Oh! The little snow girl, not quite understanding, nodded solemnly. Although she didn't know the difference between a sect and an aristocratic family, she understood the crucial information. These two weren't cultivators from a Northern Territory aristocratic family. Since they weren't, they could enter their Snow clan. The little snow girl stepped aside, then lightly pointed her finger in the direction of the two men. Two six-petal snowflakes floated over their heads, then transformed into tiny specks of snow that fell all over them. All right, you can follow me in now. With the little snow girl's personal approval, the two men were no longer attacked by the Meng-Ji statue. They followed her through the gate, and saw the courtyard full of little snow girls, all smiling and rushing towards the one in front. Sister Xueji, who are these two? Why do they look different from us? Chapter 249. They are outsiders, so of course they look different from us Snow Tribe members. Xueji reached out and stroked the head of the youngest Snow Maiden. Be good. I have things to do, so go play by yourselves. After Xueji finished speaking, two Snow Maidens, who looked about her own age, immediately led the remaining little ones to play elsewhere. Xiaoying and Ji Heyuan, led by Xueji, arrived at a small hexagonal pavilion in the courtyard. This place was well ventilated, allowing for a panoramic view of the entire courtyard. While Xueji was speaking to her tribesmen, Xiaoying had already been quietly surveying the layout. From its layout, this palace looked no different from the ones outside, but because it was constructed entirely of black ice and white snow, it lacked elegance and sanctity. Even the buildings in the courtyard, including the hexagonal pavilion they were currently staying in, were made of black ice. As they walked, they saw numerous trees and flowers transformed from frost and ice. They were crystal clear, shimmering with a brilliant silver light. Their petals trembled gently in the breeze, as if they would shatter at the slightest touch. The overall impression Xiaoying had of them was one of cleanliness, purity, and comfort. Xiaoying had heard from the aristocratic families of the Northern Territory that the Snow clan was capricious and vindictive. But she clearly remembered the ancient texts describing them as, born and nurtured by nature. These snow elves were born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, pure and kind, and full of affection and nature. Now it seemed clear that the ancient texts more accurately reflected the Snow clan they were witnessing. Seeing Xiaoying's gaze roaming the courtyard, her eyes filled with undisguised admiration, Xueji raised her chin with a hint of pride. How is it? Isn't our Snow clan's palace magnificent? Elegant. Beautiful. Ji Heyuan and Xiaoying each offered their opinions. You have good taste, and know how to appreciate it. Hearing their sincere praise, Xueji felt better. When you leave, I can give you a few frost flowers. Frost flowers aren't particularly special. They can stabilize the wind and snow to a certain extent in the snowy mountains, and they can also guide you safely out of the mountains. But once outside the mountains, they're just ordinary, beautiful flowers, useless except as souvenirs. The Snow Maiden's mood can affect the weather in a small area. Now, thanks to Xueji's good mood, snowflakes are slowly falling near the hexagonal pavilion. But these six-petaled snowflakes are completely different from the resentful snow that nearly killed them. There's no venomous resentment in them. Instead, they sense pure purity. A gentle breeze wafts by, bringing a delicate plum blossom fragrance to their noses. Xiaoying looked at Xueji in surprise. Your Snow clan's frost flowers are quite unique. They even have a plum fragrance. How do you do that? Frost flowers are spiritual flowers that grow by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. They are naturally odorless. Then what is this plum fragrance? It's from the red plum blossoms planted in the Saint Maiden Palace in the back hall. The mention of this red plum blossom visibly worsened Xueji's mood. The reason was that the snowflakes that had been dancing around them just a moment before vanished without a trace the moment the plum fragrance appeared. What about the Saint Maiden Palace? The Saint Maiden Palace is, of course, where our Snow clan saint resides. Xueji explained nonchalantly. These weren't particularly important secrets for the Snow clan, so there was no need for her to hide them. The Snow tribe saint is the most powerful and formidable being in the Snow tribe, shouldering the responsibility of caring for and protecting the entire Snow tribe. When one saint is about to pass away, the next, chosen by the snow god, emerges. Our current saint is Aunt Shuayu. You arrived just in time. Aunt Shuayu entered the saint's palace for a retreat 9 days ago, and will emerge tomorrow. She will likely meet you in person then. So the red plum blossom in the saint's palace was also planted by Aunt Shuayu? Of course not. Aunt Shuayu hates everything outside the snow mountains, especially anything related to you humans. That red plum blossom was planted by the previous saint, Xuanning, herself. It's the last trace of Saint Xuanning left in the world. If not, Aunt Shuayu would have had us clear out the red plum blossoms long ago. Xie Ying's mention of the red plum blossoms was originally a test, and Xueji's dramatic reaction only made her even more concerned with the saint's palace. According to records, the Snow tribe hasn't appeared in the world for 1,000 years. However, the Northern Territory families claim that their true falling out with the Snow clan occurred 100 years ago. Combining the insignificant information Xueji had shared with them, Xie Ying could deduce that Saint Xuanning had now passed away, so the person who had fallen out with the Northern Territory families 100 years ago was most likely Saint Xuayu. Furthermore, the cause of the falling out might be intricately related to Saint Xuanning. Xie Ying's thoughts raced within her, but she remained expressionless, tactfully avoiding further conversation about the red plum blossom. By the way, Xueji, what did you mean by Saint Xuayu meeting with us tomorrow? Did she already know we would be coming to the Snow clan? Yes. Aunt Shuayu is the most spiritually powerful and profoundly skilled of our Snow maidens. It's no exaggeration to say that Xueji's greatest idol is Saint Shuayu. Therefore, whenever Shuayu is mentioned, Xueji instantly transforms into a little fangirl with twinkling eyes. Before she went into seclusion, she predicted that a destined person from our Snow clan would arrive, so she specifically ordered me to stand guard at the palace gates daily. Otherwise, do you think I would have let you in so easily? But how did you know we were destined to be together? Besides my 2 senior sisters and brothers, are there others in this snowy mountain who have come specifically to meet the Snow clan? Huh? Xueji's expression froze for a moment, and she blinked slowly. Are you saying there are other people in the snowy mountains? Yes. My senior brothers and sisters, as well as the 2 patriarchs of the Xue and Yu families, the disciples of the 8 great families, and a few insignificant others. We entered the snowy mountains with them. So how many people are heading towards our Snow clan now? Not many, not many. About 40 or so. How many? Xueji's breath, which hadn't even been released yet, became stuck in her throat, unable to rise or fall. How many? Look for yourselves at how many people there are in our Snow clan. Are you, the 40 or so who came into the snowy mountains to cause us trouble? At this moment, Xueji was on the verge of tears. Auntie, why didn't you explain clearly before you retreated? You only said that anyone who could find the Snow clan's secluded place was most likely the destined person they were waiting for. But there couldn't be more than 40 people, could there be? Chapter 250. Xie Ying hadn't expected things to take such a bizarre turn in the end. She'd seen Xueji's confident look earlier, and had thought she was truly destined to be part of the Snow clan, so Xueji had misunderstood. Although there are a few more of us, I can assure you that none of us in the Xiaoyao sect have any intention of opposing the Snow clan. You don't have that in the Xiaoyao sect, but what about those other aristocratic families? Xueji looked at Xie Ying dimly, her body temperature slowly dropping. I don't think they have that intention either. Xie Ying brushed the goosebumps that had broken out on her arms, and answered without hesitation. Although I don't know exactly what transpired between the Snow clan and the Northern Territory family, I can assure you that Patriarch Xue and his companions have come to see you on an important matter, hoping to resolve their conflict. After all, no matter how much grudges there may be between the 2 sides, personal grudges will be put aside when faced with a common crisis in the Northern Territory. What do you mean? What do you mean by a crisis in the Northern Territory? Xueji's brows furrowed in a frown. Ever since she realized that Xie Ying and the other woman might not be the destined pair the Snow clan was waiting for, she had become wary of them again. But before she could ask more, a cold voice suddenly rang out from behind her. Xueji. Aunt Shuayu. Why did you come out of seclusion early? Xueji turned in surprise, and immediately ran towards the newcomer. Xie Ying and Ji Heyuan followed her direction, and saw Saint Shuayu, dressed in a white dress, standing quietly beneath a frost-covered tree. Her eyes were cold, her long, snow-white hair caressed casually behind her head, and she exuded a noble, sacred aura. Strangely, even though it was their first time meeting the Snow Jade Saint, they both felt a certain familiarity, as if they had seen her before. They exchanged a silent glance, then suppressed their doubts. Under the icy tree not far away, The Snow Jade Saint said something to Shueji, dismissed her, and then walked directly towards the two of them. Saint, please follow me. In response to the two who offered their greetings, the Snow Jade Saint simply nodded and gestured for them to follow. The Snow Clan had no leader. The Saint held the highest authority within the clan. As Xiaoying followed Shueyu along, she could sense the Snow Clan's trust in the Snow Jade Saint, a submission born from their very blood. The place Saint Snow Jade was taking them to was the Saint's palace, the very place Xiaoying had long been curious about. As they entered the palace, a red plum blossom, proudly standing amidst the snow, caught their eye, its delicate fragrance filling the air. Xiaoying noticed that Shueyu's gaze at the red plum blossom wasn't simply filled with dislike, it seemed to show a hint of longing. Why? Was it because this red plum blossom was the only relic left by the previous saint? Xiaoying's mind raced with speculation, but she knew Shueyu wouldn't offer any answers. She suppressed her curiosity and followed her into the hall. In the main hall, tablets of the Snow Clan's successive saints were enshrined. A thin veil blocked their view, and from the doorway, Xiaoying could only see countless flashes of light behind the veil. Shueyu had no intention of letting them into the main hall. Instead, she led them around it, and directly to the back hall, where she currently resided. Please come in, both of you. With a wave of her hand, Shueyu filled the hall with a full set of tables and chairs. She leisurely sat down across from the two of them. I heard everything you two said to Shueji just now. To be honest, I'm also curious to know what you meant by the northern crisis you mentioned. Of course, we in the Snow Clan never take advantage of others. We only engage in exchange. If you sincerely answer my questions, I can also answer the question you most want to know. So, are you willing to tell me? Outside the Snow Clan, the wind was growing louder. After the events of last night, those who had been traveling during the day had all stopped and found a nearby place to rest. In the endless night, only Gu Qinghuai and Lin Yuexiang shivered as they continued their journey through the wind and snow. Big brother, do you think what that person told us is true? Do the Snow Tribe really have the 10-leaf ginseng that can heal our damaged souls? The Snow Tribe are elves from the snowy mountains. They possess any treasures found there. Besides, that person had no reason to lie to us. Gu Qinghuai lowered his eyes and continued forward. Such an absolutely powerful being, who could kill them both in an instant with a single blow, would have nothing better to do than lie to them about such a matter. Time flashes back to this morning. At that moment, when the two of them were tightly bound by tentacles extending from the cave's ground and being dragged downward, surrounded by countless zombies watching them hungrily, Gu Qinghuai truly believed they were about to perish. But who knew that at that moment, a figure in red descended from the sky. The figure simply glanced at them, without even moving a finger, and the tentacles that had bound them retreated like a tide. Even the zombies, which had radiated malice and hostility just a moment before, retreated swiftly into their coffins, and lay motionless upon seeing the figure in red. Most importantly, the figure in red saw the problem that even Fairy Linging couldn't see the moment she laid eyes on them. So, it's two incomplete souls. After death, cultivators have a certain chance of reincarnation and rebirth as human beings. But for some reason, when you died in one of your lives, one of your souls, and one of your spirits were separated, resulting in an incomplete soul in your subsequent reincarnations. This shouldn't have had much of an impact on you. After all, it's common for cultivators to separate their souls and create clones. But your separated souls, and one of your spirits were killed and completely disappeared not long ago. As a result, your original souls are naturally damaged and difficult to heal. Gu Qinghuai and Lin Yuexiang were utterly shocked upon hearing this. They had never imagined that this could be the cause of the soul damage. It was precisely because the man in red saw through their situation and pointed it out, and told them that the Snow Clan had the 10-leaf ginseng that could heal their injuries, that when the man in red asked them to do something for him, Gu Qinghuai agreed without hesitation. But now, having calmed down by the cold wind, Gu Qinghuai couldn't help but regret his impulsiveness. Beside him, Lin Yuexiang was also feeling more and more regretful. Big brother, are we really going to the Snow Tribe to help him steal? They're the most powerful tribe in the Snow Mountains. It would be incredibly difficult for us to steal from them. No matter how difficult it is, we have to do it. Don't forget what he planted in us before we left. Gu Qinghuai turned and gave Lin Yuexiang a cold look. She paled at the reminder. Chapter 251. Soul-eating goo. That man in red had actually poisoned them with the soul-eating goo. Soul-eating goo is an extremely powerful and vicious form of goo magic. The cultivator must place the mother goo in their heart, nourishing it with their hard blood day and night to produce countless offspring. When the offspring attack, thousands of poisonous insects simultaneously tear and bite the soul, causing unbearable pain. Furthermore, a soul devoured by the soul-eating goo cannot be healed, no matter how precious the treasures. This is the most terrifying aspect of the soul-eating goo. There are only two ways to dispel the soul-eating goo. One is to use the goo cultivator's hard blood as a lure to draw the offspring out of the body and kill them immediately. The other is to kill the goo cultivator. Once the goo cultivator dies, the mother goo parasitizing their heart will also die. Once the mother goo dies, the offspring will soon die, and the soul-eating goo will naturally dispel itself. However, Lin Yuexiang and Gu Qinghuai knew full well that they couldn't possibly obtain the red-clothed man's hard blood, let alone kill him. He was a powerful cultivator at the fusion stage. How could they, with just 2 golden cores, stand up to a fusion stage cultivator? They had no right to refuse the red-clothed man's demands. They could only do as he said. However, even more chilling than the soul-eating goo itself was Gu Qinghuai's attitude. For some reason, she felt Gu Qinghuai was now extremely impatient with her. The feeling of having Gu Qinghuai firmly under her control, feeling like she could do anything with ease, was gone. Lin Yuexiang wanted to ask Dai Tian for clarification, but since the last time she was deceived and they had a fight, Dai Tian had fallen into a deep sleep, recuperating his strength, and had shown no signs of waking up. Without Dai Tian's constant reminders, Lin Yuexiang didn't dare to venture into any speculation, even if she had some. She could only secretly monitor Gu Qinghuai's every move. Gu Qinghuai naturally felt Lin Yuexiang's frequent glances, but he didn't care or bother to respond, simply speaking coldly. Alright, let's not waste time. Let's hurry to the Snow Tribe to retrieve the 10-leaf ginseng, complete his instructions, and then we can leave the Snow Mountain. Snow Tribe, Holy Maiden Palace. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the side quest The Holy Maiden's Secret. Please uncover the secrets carried by the 2 former Holy Maidens of the Snow Tribe, and the truth behind the catastrophe in the north within the allotted time. Deadline, 15 days. Quest completion reward. A chance to draw a treasure of immortal quality or higher. After listening to Xie Ying's words, the Snow Jade Holy Maiden lapsed into a long silence. From beginning to end, Xie Ying was the one conversing with Saint Snow Jade. Ji Heyuan sat quietly by her side, speaking only a few words when needed. That's why Ji Heyuan clearly noticed the faintest flicker of resentment in Xueyu's eyes when Xie Ying mentioned the man in red. Ji Heyuan remained impassive, but quietly communicated his discovery to Xie Ying through secret communication. Xie Ying's eyes darted, and then she suddenly asked, Saint Snow Jade, does what you said earlier still count? What? Questions for questions, answers for answers. Of course. Xueyu clearly didn't expect Xie Ying to use this opportunity so quickly. After a moment's pause, she quickly nodded. Miss Xie, what do you want to ask? What is the relationship between the Snow Clan and the man in red hiding in the snowy mountains? Who was that person? And why had he been hiding in the snowy mountains for so many years? Didn't the Snow Clan always dislike strangers setting foot in the mountains? And why did they allow that man in red to live there forever? As Xie Ying peppered them with questions, the temperature around them plummeted. Frost quickly crept up their calves from their feet, as if it would instantly freeze them into ice sculptures. Even Ji Heyuan, who was sitting next to Xie Ying, was stunned. He turned around and winked at her in surprise. No, junior sister, why are you so direct and don't even try to beat around the bush? Is it coming down? There's no time for detours, just go for it. Xie Ying turned and winked at him. Don't worry. I know my limits. Ji Heyuan, what if I'm not worried? Xie Ying simply ignored Ji Heyuan's concern and Xueyu, who was clearly irritated by her. She raised her hand and summoned a circle of green flames to melt the frost that was almost reaching their waists. As if nothing had happened, she continued to smile at Xueyu. Saintess, take it easy. You haven't answered my question yet. Don't freeze me and my junior brother to death. Xueyu gave Xie Ying a deep look, her eyes cryptic, but Xie Ying and Ji Heyuan could clearly feel the frost slowly receding. I only asked you one question. According to the rules of my Snow Clan, you can only ask me one question. You asked too many questions just now. Ask again? Then I just pick one from those questions. Xie Ying rested her chin on her hand, appearing nonchalant, but she spoke without hesitation. Who is the man in red? A casual cultivator, Ning Xian. Xie Ying's eyes flickered, and then she smiled and nodded. Thank you, Saint, for your help. It's getting late. I wonder if my junior brother and I could stay with the Snow Clan for a few days until our companions arrive. Yes. Xueyu responded coldly. After all, she had no intention of letting the two leave. I had Xueji prepare accommodations for you too. Xueji is waiting outside the Saint's palace now. You can leave at any time. Then we won't bother you, Saint. Goodbye. Xia stood up swiftly and walked out, taking Ji Heyuan with her. Outside the Saint's palace, little Xueji was waiting, just as Xueyu had said. Perhaps because she was still young and didn't know much about the secrets of the Snow Clan, and because Xueyu was meeting them personally, Xueji's attitude towards Xia and the others was much more natural and gentle than Xueyu's. She led the two around the magnificent main hall, and stopped in front of a small palace to the east called Lanhua Terrace. The main hall isn't occupied, but the other areas are occupied by our clansmen. As for Lanhua Terrace, it's used by our Snow Clan specifically to receive outsiders. There are many rooms inside. Please choose the one you like. Oh, and it's getting late now. It's best for you to stay in Lanhua Terrace and not wander around. Why? I don't know. Aunt Xueyu always tells us that. Xueji said solemnly, unconditionally supporting her Aunt Xueyu. Anyway, you'd be right if you listened to me. If there's nothing else, I'd be leaving. Xueji, wait a minute. Xia, do you have anything else to say? Xueji tilted her head, a little puzzled, and looked at Xia, only to see her smile brightly. I think the scenery of your snow tribe is quite beautiful. Do you have time to take us for a tour tomorrow? Of course I can, if Aunt Xueyu doesn't have anything else to tell me to do. Then I wait for you at Lanhua Terrace tomorrow. Yes. After watching Xueji leave, Xia and Ji Heyuan turned and entered Lanhua Terrace. Chapter 252. Although Lanhua Terrace wasn't as grand as other palaces within the Snow Clan, it was exceptionally quiet and elegant. As per custom, Xia and Ji Heyuan chose adjacent rooms. In Ji Heyuan's room, the two of them went back and forth, setting up several layers of anti-spying barriers before finally sitting down face to face. Xiaohe, have you heard of the name Ning Xian? I don't have much of an impression. Ji Heyuan searched his memory for a moment before slowly speaking. However, the Ning family of Zhongjing was once the foremost of the Immortal Cultivation world. Although they have gradually declined in recent years, this family has always enjoyed a high profile. If Ning Xian were from the Ning family of Zhongzhou, the Immortal Cultivation world would have known about his name for so many years, and the Ning family wouldn't have fallen to such a state of decline. So do you think Ning Xian is really a casual cultivator as Xueyu claims? If he is, then his affairs would be difficult to investigate. The Snow Clan is known for its integrity, especially when it comes to transactions. Trading with outsiders is also a form of spiritual practice for the Snow Clan. They are willing to exchange anything in this world for something they deem worthwhile. Xia understood Ji Heyuan's hidden meaning. In other words, they can't cheat on a deal that's already been made. That's right. After all, when Xueyu mentioned this deal, she certainly didn't expect you, senior sister, to immediately ask about her relationship with Ning Xian. I'd like to take it slow, but time doesn't permit it. Yining gave her 15 days to investigate the secret of the Saintess, and Xue Shuangshuang had originally told him the great catastrophe in the northern border would occur in a month. With less than a month left until that catastrophe, how could she afford to take her time? Let's be frank. She bet Xueyu didn't want the northern territory to be destroyed. Besides, it was obvious that Ning Xian had a close connection to her. If she hadn't deliberately pressed him today, who knew when Xueyu would finally reveal the red-clothed man's true identity? Forget it, it's getting late. I go back to practice. If senior sister and the others are also coming this way, at their speed, they should be here by tomorrow night. Xia stood up and brushed off her skirt. Xiaohe, get some rest tonight. We see what secrets the Snow Clan holds tomorrow. Ever since the incident in Chaofeng City came to an end, Xia had never slacked off in her practice, whether during the month in the Trial Tower or now in the Northern Territory. And the Northern Territory's spiritual energy is pure and beneficial to Xia Ying's practice in every way. This benefit was also evident in the golden elixirs within her spiritual palace. She now possessed 5 large, full golden elixirs, circulating within her body and absorbing spiritual energy. The 6th golden elixir was also beginning to take shape. Although, on the surface, her realm hadn't advanced significantly, Xia knew that with her current strength, even though she was still at the golden core stage, she wouldn't be completely powerless against a cultivator in the middle nascent soul stage. Hasn't the benefit of having more golden elixirs become apparent? Xia concentrated her breath, casting aside all the chaotic thoughts in her mind, and resumed the 4th level of the Xiaoyao Ju Heart Method's breath-regulating practice. The night gradually deepened. While practicing, Xia unconsciously projected her spiritual awareness, slowly reaching out from her own body. Her spiritual awareness transformed into gusts of breeze, drifting through the various realms of the Snow Clan. Therefore, when the Snow Clan lit their fires and all the Snow Maidens ran in one direction, Xiaoying was the first to learn of the situation, her eyes abruptly opening. She quickly went to find Ji Hyun, and the door quickly opened. "Junior sister, what's going on?" "There's something unusual happening in the Snow Clan. It seems someone has intruded into their forbidden territory. Let's follow and see." "Okay." The two figures quickly disappeared into the snowy night, swiftly chasing after the Snow Maidens. At the same time, Shuiyu, who had noticed the situation immediately, hurriedly led her tribe towards the back mountain, inquiring about Shuiji's situation. "What's going on? How could someone break into the Enlightenment Stone Wall in the back mountain?" Each ray of sword energy from the Enlightenment Stone Wall could instantly kill a Jindan stage cultivator. The entrance to the back mountain was even protected by the sword energy from the stone wall. For thousands of years, only the Snow Maidens had been free to enter and exit the back mountain, and never before had an outsider intruded as they had now. "And we don't know either." Shuiji's expression was equally dismal. "The back mountain never needs guarding. Shuefei and the others only patrol it once a day, morning and evening. If it weren't for the strange phenomenon in the back mountain, we probably wouldn't have known anyone had broken in. And Shuiyu, do you think it could be Xiaoying and her companions? They told me today that there were over 40 of them who had entered the Snow Mountain. As the Snow Mountain's messenger, its child, how could she not sense the dangers in the Northern Territory? She had calculated that her destined companion would arrive in the next few days, but she couldn't predict who it would be. But was the survival of their Snow Clan, and indeed the entire Northern Territory, dependent on outsiders? Whenever this moment came, Shuiyu couldn't help but think, if only Shuining were still alive. If Shuining were still alive, things would definitely have taken a different turn. She remained silent for a moment before finally making a decision. "Shuiji, go ask Xiaoying and Ji Hyun to come over." "Saint, we're already here." Xiaoying's voice echoed behind Shuiyu, and everyone turned in surprise, just in time to see the two of them approaching side by side on the snow. We also witnessed the strange phenomenon in the back mountain. "Saint, please don't mind us coming uninvited." Ji Hyun spoke politely, preempting any chance of Shuiyu attacking them. Unexpectedly, Shuiyu, who had been so cold and even wary of them not long ago, didn't hold on to the incident. In fact, her attitude towards them had softened considerably. "No problem. Since you two are willing to come and help, Shuiyu is already grateful, so why would she mind? Shuiji, I take everyone to the back mountain first. To ensure their safety, you should explain the situation to them in detail before returning." With that, Shuiyu quickly disappeared into the vast snowy night with the Snow Maidens. Shuiji, worried about them but unable to disobey Shuiyu's orders, stamped her feet anxiously. "Shuiji, if this is urgent, why don't we talk while we're walking?" Xiaoying suggested decisively, as she didn't want to waste time staying put. This idea resonated perfectly with Shuiji's thoughts. Her eyes lit up, and without further ado, she grabbed Xiaoying's hand and headed back to the mountain. "Then follow me. I say hurry." When the three of them arrived at the Enlightenment Stone Wall in the back mountain, they found themselves tightly surrounded by the Snow Maiden Shuiyu had brought with her. Shuiyu stood at the front, slightly dazed, staring at the soaring figure in front of the stone wall. The man stood tall and broad, his dark blue robes rustling in the wind. Countless sword energy swirled around him, enveloping him completely. Ji Hyun and Xiaoying followed the crowd's gaze, and landed on the figure standing before the stone wall. They were startled, their eyes filled with confusion and surprise. Chapter 253. Senior brother? The two of them exclaimed in unison, looking at the figure in midair. Shuiji, upon hearing this, turned back in surprise. "You said this man is your senior brother? Then why didn't he come to you instead of sneaking into our back mountain?" Shuiji's voice was loud, and the shout successfully attracted everyone's attention. "How about I apologize to you on behalf of my senior brother? Or wait until he comes down and I ask him why he did this? Xiaoying, would you like to hear what you're saying?" Shuiji looked as if she had seen a ghost, pointing at Qin Lin Zhao, who was clearly in a state of enlightenment in midair. "Your senior brother broke into our forbidden area and did something like this, and you're not embarrassed?" "Why should I be embarrassed?" Xiaoying gave her a puzzled look. Although entering someone else's territory without the owner's permission and potentially stealing their opportunities certainly sounded unethical, but so what? The immoral person was senior brother Qin Lin Zhao, not her, Xiaoying. She wouldn't feel any embarrassment or awkwardness about it. "You cultivators out there are all like this. Shameless?" Seeing Shuiji's eyes widen, her worldview shattered, her face wanting to curse but embarrassed, Xiang kindly spoke those 3 words for her. Not really. Look at my junior brother, he's so bright and clear. Ji Heyuan, always secretly plotting to kill this and that. Me? Bright and clear? I never thought I'd be like this in my junior sister's eyes. And I'm not being shameless, I'm being immoral. Xiang raised her chin proudly, her face serious. I'm cultivating a path of immorality that's unprecedented and unparalleled. As for the path of immorality, as long as I'm immoral, no one can manipulate me. If you think there's something wrong with me, it's definitely your problem. If someone makes me uncomfortable and unhappy, it's definitely their problem. In short, there can't be anything wrong with you, the problem can only be with others? That's right. Xiang snapped her fingers and smiled. Congratulations, Xueji, you reached the threshold of the path of immorality. It seems you have a natural talent for cultivating the path of immorality. What kind of nonsense is this? How can this be called a nonsense? This is clearly the truth. Xiang looked at Xueji disapprovingly. I live my life with integrity. I never kill innocent people, nor do I harm others. I only ever target those with whom I have grudges. I'm happy, open, and honest, living my own life with a clear conscience. But others, out of dislike for me, rush up to me and use specious arguments to accuse me, demanding I do what they want. Why? Because he's arrogant or because he lives by the sea? If this person isn't his fault, how could it be my fault? If you must be strict with others, then don't be lenient with yourself. Expecting others to do something you can't do yourself, how can that be justified? Xiang rattled off, and Xueji strangely felt a sense of agreement. What should I do if I'm tempted? Practicing this unethical path sounds like something that would bring me joy. Not only was Xueji tempted, but the other young women present, who hadn't yet decided on their own path, looked at Xiang with eagerness. After a brief moment of distraction, Saint Xueyu realized that most of her family had been bewitched by Xiang. Poaching has even reached her? What kind of people are in the Xiaoyao sect? A senior brother trespassed on their forbidden territory, a junior sister deceived and abducted her own clansmen, and there was even a junior brother who blindly supported his own senior brothers and sisters. Xueyu found it hard to imagine what kind of scoundrel the sect leader, capable of commanding and controlling such a group of disciples, could be. But she clearly remembered Xuaning's words. The Xiaoyao sect is a hidden immortal sect, one of the few in the world of immortal cultivation that doesn't discriminate against demons and doesn't interfere in any conflicts. Now, only 1,000 years have passed, and the Xiaoyao sect has become like this? Xueyu couldn't understand or comprehend it. As Xiang spoke more and more, the light in Xueji's eyes grew brighter. Xueyu didn't even bother to notice Qinlin Xiao, who was meditating before the stone wall, and quickly interrupted the two. Miss Xie, what are your instructions, Saint? As soon as Xueyu spoke, the snow maidens who had been surrounding Xiang immediately dispersed to make way. Xiang and Ji Heyuan strolled over to her. At this moment, Xueyu had recovered from her previous chaotic thoughts, her expression calm. Excuse me, what path does Miss Xie's senior brother cultivate? The path of mercy. As expected, as soon as the words the path of mercy came out, Xueyu's heart, which had been a little uneasy, completely sank. Her expression changed so quickly that it was impossible for anyone to ignore her. I wonder why the saint asks this. Ji Heyuan's gaze was sharp. But what's wrong with my senior brother cultivating the path of mercy? Don't worry, young Master Ji. Your senior brother will be fine. I'm only asking this question to confirm a suspicion. Xueyu hadn't wanted to reveal these things too quickly, but the successive arrivals of Xiang and the others, coupled with the incident at the stone wall tonight, had completely disrupted all her plans. After all, man proposes, God disposes. Xueyu took a deep breath, surveying the crisscrossing sword energy on the stone wall, and the sword intent surrounding Qinlin Xiao. The sword energy and sword intent imprinted on this enlightenment stone wall originally came from a ruthless sword cultivator. I think perhaps your senior brother didn't intentionally intrude, but was drawn here by these sword intents. A ruthless sword cultivator? But that Ning Xian? Xie Ying's mind fluttered, and she casually asked whatever came to mind. I had expected Xueyu, who disliked Ning Xian, to deny or remain silent, but this time, she admitted it so readily. Yes, it's him. No matter how much Xueyu hated Ning Xian, she had to admit that the sword energy left behind in the Snow Clan's back mountains had indeed protected them for years. This stone wall has existed for 1,000 years. Our clansmen occasionally come here to gain understanding, but we never seen anything like today's strange phenomenon. Perhaps your eldest brother is the one destined to receive these sword energy. Perhaps he's also the one destined to receive them for the Snow Clan. Xueyu stared at Qin Lingzhao's figure, lost in thought. Xie Ying's attention was completely focused on something else. If the stone wall had existed for 1,000 years, wouldn't Ningxian be 1,000-year-old? How could they possibly defeat him? The 40 or so people who entered the snow mountain were less than 1,000 years old. It seemed they had to first understand what had happened between Ningxian and the Snow Clan, and what secrets did Saint Xueyu hold. Little sister, look at my eldest brother. Chapter 254. Xie Ying looked up at Qin Lingzhao in midair. She saw that the sword energy that had been surrounding him suddenly surged towards him, finally sinking into the space between Qin Lingzhao's eyebrows. Not only had the eldest brother gained enlightenment from this sword energy, he had also absorbed all of Ningxian's ruthless sword energy and used it for his own benefit. Could it be that the eldest brother's attainments in the ruthless path were even greater than Ningxian, who had lived for 1,000 years? After Qin Lingzhao absorbed all the sword energy from the stone wall, he finally opened his eyes in midair and slowly fell back to the ground. And without the sword energy's blessing, the enlightenment stone wall was just an ordinary stone wall. Though the snow maidens kept silent, they couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment after seeing this scene. The sword energy had completely vanished, and they would never have another chance to comprehend it again. Big brother. Eyeing Xiohe. Qin Lingzhao nodded slightly at them, then suddenly turned and left a set of his own sword moves on the stone wall, imbuing them with his own sword intent, and leaving countless sword energies. The snow maiden's eyes lit up, new sword energy and sword intent, and they could clearly sense that although both were practitioners of the ruthless Tao, the sword intent Qin Lingzhao had inscribed was vastly different from the one Ningxian had left behind. Ningxian's sword intent was cold and brimming with murderous intent, resolute and aloof. But Qin Lingzhao's sword intent held a faint hint of compassion. Xueji looked at Qin Lingzhao curiously. Didn't Anne say that ruthless Tao practitioners are the most cold-blooded and ruthless? Can a cold-blooded person also feel compassion? Big brother, did you see the mark Xiohe left? Why did you go to the Snow Clan's forbidden territory for no reason? Well, I found this place because I saw the mark you left. To be honest, I had intended to wait until dawn to knock on the door and visit the Snow Clan, but I spotted a ruthless sword aura while walking nearby and was unknowingly drawn here. Qin Lingzhao bowed and apologized to Saint Snow Jade, then explained. I am Qin Lingzhao of the Xiaoyao sect. I was wrong to trespass into the forbidden land of the nobles. I hope Saint Snow Jade will forgive me. The original sword intent on the stone wall has recognized me as its master. I cannot remove it. I can only leave a new one. I hope it will not affect the Snow Clan. Young Master Qin, you are polite. Although Xueyu had been slightly displeased at first, that displeasure completely vanished after seeing Qin Lingzhao so consciously leave a new sword intent to protect the Snow Clan. Not to mention that Qin Lingzhao is very likely the destined person their Snow Clan has been waiting for. Since you left behind a new sword will, the old one is gone, and we won't mind. Who knows what complex emotions Xueyu feels towards Ningxian's sword will. Now that Qin Lingzhao has taken Ningxian's sword will, it's actually a good thing for Xueyu. Even Xie Ying could clearly sense that Xueyu's mood was much better than when she met them that evening. This isn't a good place to talk. Since this is just a misunderstanding, please, young Master Qin, accompany us back to the Snow Clan, so we can show our hospitality. Saint Lady, it's polite to accept your kindness, and I will certainly comply. Qin Lingzhao's every move and gesture exuded the demeanor of a truly elegant gentleman. Coupled with his recent contemplation in front of the Enlightenment stone wall, the Snow Clan's attitude towards him was now extremely enthusiastic. Even the usually stoic Xueyu smiled a little when facing Qin Lingzhao. There's one more thing I'm wondering if Saint Maiden can help you with. The night we entered the snowy mountains, we were caught in an avalanche. Besides Ying and Xiohe, several of my fellow apprentices and sisters, as well as many of my companions, were lost in the avalanche. I wonder if Saint Maiden could help me find them. It's not a difficult task. Young Master Qin, Anqin, and Miss Xie can stay at Lanhua Terrace. After daybreak, I have Xueji lead the team to search for your companions and bring them back to the Snow Clan. Thank you very much, Saint Maiden. The two chatted and laughed, their atmosphere harmonious as they walked away. Xie Ying, left far behind, said, ? Xiaohe, what do you say? She nudged Ji Heyuan beside her with her elbow. As fellow Xiaoyao sect disciples, why does Saint Snow Jade treat us and Senior Brother so differently? Perhaps it's because Senior Brother appears to be the beacon of righteousness, the most reliable disciple of the Immortal sect. A cultivator like Senior Brother, who exudes such a trustworthy aura, would be hard to distrust. That's true. How could Senior Brother, Who's so righteous he's gone mad, be unreliable. Xiaoying nodded in agreement, but then a sudden thought struck her. No! If senior brother is reliable, does that mean I'm unreliable? A complex expression flashed in Ji Huyuan's eyes. Jujiji, do you really think you're reliable? Ji Huyuan wanted to say this, but he didn't dare. He was certain Xiaoying didn't want to hear the truth at this moment. He lowered his eyes slightly, looked at Xiaoying sternly, and then sighed. Junior sister, you should understand why I didn't agree with you right away. Xiaoying, ? Suddenly, I didn't want to talk to Xiaohe anymore. Okay, I understand. Let's not talk anymore. Let's go back and continue practicing. The Snow Clan is trustworthy. Shuiyu will always fulfill her promises, and the entire Snow Clan is incredibly efficient. They were born from snowflakes, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and are born with the ability to transform. Thus, as long as they are in the snowy mountains, they are connected to every snowflake. If the Snow Girl wishes, they can sense everything around them through any snowflake in the mountains, and reach that location instantly. With such a talent, retrieving those scattered throughout the snowy mountains is not difficult. It can be done in a day at most. Xiaoying and the others were also waiting patiently in the Snow Clan for the return of Shenfuyu, Shui Shuangshuang, and the others. What they didn't expect was that instead of Shui Shuangshuang, they encountered two unwanted people. Shortly after dawn, under Ningxian's guidance, Gu Qinghuai and Lin Yuexiang, after traveling all night under the stars, finally arrived at the Snow Clan. However, Ningxian hadn't informed them of the special nature of Mengji, the Snow Clan's gatekeeper beast, and without the Snow Maiden's permission, the two men, who inadvertently triggered Mengji, nearly perished before their mission was complete. It was only when a passing Snow Maiden noticed something was amiss, and came to investigate, that Mengji's one-sided assault on them was halted. After learning that the two men had entered the Snow Mountain with Xiaoying and the others, the Snow Maiden intended to escort them to Longhua Terrace before reporting to Shuiyu. Unexpectedly, the two men directly requested an audience with the Snow Jade Saint. The Snow Maidens instinctively disliked these two cultivators, whose eyes were filled with calculation, but they didn't show it. With a stern expression, they led the two men to the entrance of the Saint's palace. Chapter 255. Wait here while I report to the Saint. Thank you, young lady. Gu Qinghuai gave the Snow Girl, who was leading the way, a warm smile, but she didn't even glance at him as she walked straight into the Saint's palace. Ignored, Gu Qinghuai's expression froze, but he then pretended nothing had happened and returned to normal. Lin Yuexiang, standing beside him, was about to speak, but a cold glance from Gu Qinghuai forced the words back. A moment later, the gates of the Saint's palace opened, revealing the Snow Girl from before, her expression impassive. The Saint has agreed to see you too. Please follow me. Thank you. A flicker of surprise flashed across their eyes, and they quickly followed the Snow Girl into the Saint's palace. This time, Shuiyu didn't even let them into the back hall, meeting them directly in the open courtyard. Shuiyu was dressed in pure white, with only a hint of crimson on her lips, her eyes filled with a cold and proud expression. Noble and holy, she exuded an aura that was to be admired from afar, not to be touched. The moment Gu Qinghuai laid eyes on Shuiyu, a flash of astonishment flashed across his face. He had never imagined that this saint of the Snow Clan would be so transcendental. Rumor has it that the Snow Woman's spiritual power was pure, and that practicing dual cultivation with her would greatly enhance both parties' cultivation, allowing them to advance by leaps and bounds. It's no exaggeration to say that the Snow Woman's natural physique far surpassed any artificially crafted cauldron. However, because the Snow Woman lived in seclusion in the snowy mountains and possessed considerable strength, no one had dared to target them for years. But at this moment, Gu Qinghuai couldn't help but be moved. He knew he might not be able to win back Xiaoying, and Lin Yuexiang, now no longer able to help him on the path of immortal cultivation, would only hinder him. If it weren't for their long-standing friendship and Lin Yuexiang's genuine devotion to him, Gu Qinghuai would have abandoned her long ago. The appearance of Saint Snow Jade was like a timely raindrop falling before Gu Qinghuai's eyes. If he could secure the Snow Clan Saint's unwavering support, he would surely surpass the current Fairy Ling. And how could he not reach the pinnacle of the immortal cultivation world? Even Xiaoying would then bow down at his feet. But to receive the Snow Clan Saint's unconditional support, he first needed to gain her sincerity. Gu Qinghuai dreamed, unaware that all his secret thoughts were clearly sensed by Snow Jade. As elves born and raised in nature, favored by heaven, the Snow Clan possessed numerous talents unmatched by other races. The ability to intuitively sense a person's good and evil, as well as their emotions, is merely the most insignificant of their many innate abilities. If they were to categorize all living things by color, everyone would appear a different shade. Qin Linxiao is the purest white. But the two before them are the gray and black, the colors the Snow Clan dislikes the most. Lin Yuexiang's black, in particular, has a faint tinge of blood. Big brother. Seeing Gu Qinghuai staring at Xueyu in silence, Lin Yuexiang couldn't help but tug at his robe from behind, whispering a warning. Gu Qinghuai finally awoke, bowing demurely, followed closely by Lin Yuexiang. Gu Qinghuai, a disciple of the Yutian sect, greets the saint. The saint is so ethereal, like a fairy descending from the earth. I was so overwhelmed by her grace that I was momentarily stunned. I hope you will forgive me. Xueyu, my fists are hard. I really want to punch this pretentious person. Little snow girl, you. Don't bother with these irrelevant words. I don't have time for your nonsense. Snowyu, expressionless, fought the urge to strike. Tell me, what do you want to see me about? Gu Qinghuai, despite being rebuked by Xueyu, remained unperturbed. She is a cold beauty. A little arrogance is normal. He exchanged glances with Lin Yuexiang, then stepped forward. To be honest, Saint, we brothers and sisters are seeking medicine from you. Medicine? Xueyu raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes, my junior sister and I were harmed by a treacherous person, resulting in damage to our souls and spirits, preventing us from further advancement in our cultivation. Only the 10-leaf ginseng, the elixir nurtured by the snow mountains, can heal our spiritual wounds. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to find the 10-leaf ginseng since entering the snow mountains, so we can only rashly ask the saint for the elixir. Senior brother is right. Lin Yuexiang added, I heard that the Snow Clan is kind and loyal, and we truly need the 10-leaf ginseng. The saint, so dignified, generous, kind, and beautiful, would surely not bear to see us suffer so much, and end our path to immortality, right? Ha! What a powerful mouth. Xueyu snorted coldly, retorting. According to you, if I don't agree to the elixir, would I be considered a heartless and ungrateful person who would stand by and watch someone die? Saint, you misunderstood. That's not my intention. I'm afraid that from now on, I never be able to achieve immortality and ascend to heaven. As Lin Yuexiang spoke, her expression shifted to tears again. This was her usual tactic. Whether it was the battle she fought with her sisters for cultivation resources at the Lin family, or her later plot against Xie Ying and the Yutian sect, this tactic had always worked. She only needed to shed a few tears and say a few half-hearted words, and naturally, out of pity, someone would offer her everything she desired. But Lin Yuexiang had forgotten that she was no longer the pampered, adored genius junior sister she'd been when she first joined the Yutian sect. She also had no idea that Gu Qinghuai, who once had a 100% favorable impression of her, was now down to 50%. Faced with her display, Xueyu didn't want to say a word, simply staring coldly at them. Saint! My junior sister has always been tongue-tied. She had no intention of offending you. Gu Qinghuai's heart skipped a beat when he saw Xueyu's sullen expression, and he hurriedly urged Lin Yuexiang to apologize. Xiang, why don't you apologize to the Saint Maiden? Big brother. Lin Yuexiang bit her lip, her face etched with grievance. But Gu Qinghuai only urged her impatiently. Apologize now. I'm sorry, Saint Maiden sister. It's all my fault. Please forgive me. Even though she knew Gu Qinghuai had done all this to obtain the 10-leaf ginseng, she still felt humiliated. But in front of the two of them, she didn't dare show it. Just then, Xueyu's cold voice rang out again. I can give you the 10-leaf ginseng to repair your souls, but what can you offer me in exchange? Gu Qinghuai hadn't had time to react with surprise when Xueyu's second half of the sentence froze him. Exchange? What else? My Snow Clan isn't a charity. Why should I obediently offer you the elixir just because of a few words from you? This time, Xueyu couldn't help but laugh. Naturally, it was at their foolish laughter. Chapter 256. Xueyu simply couldn't be bothered to talk to idiots, especially these two foolish and wicked ones. She glanced at the little snow girl behind her and whispered, Xueqian, you teach them the rules of the Snow Clan. Yes, Auntie. Xueqian stepped forward with her head held high and chest puffed out, clearing her throat. Let me tell you, we of the Snow Clan never refuse trades. But trades always have to be reciprocal. There's no such thing as a one-sided payment. You too want to obtain the 10-leaf ginseng, a precious elixir from the Snow Clan. Of course, that's fine. But you must offer something equally precious in exchange. Otherwise, if the item isn't worth the 10-leaf ginseng to you, we won't make the deal. After all, no one wants to lose money on a deal. So have you two thought it through? What are you willing to exchange for the 10-leaf ginseng? We take anything you want. Since her own immortal path was at stake, Lin Yuexiang dared not hold back any longer. She poured out all her magic weapons. As long as the Saint Sister is willing to give us the 10-leaf ginseng, I have no complaints even if you take all these magic weapons. Are you trying to get rid of beggars with all this? Xueqian asked sincerely, her sarcasm at full blast. Our Snow Clan has existed for thousands of years, and possesses a rich heritage. What kind of magical weapon haven't we seen? What kind of rare treasure haven't we encountered? If you're serious about trading, please show your sincerity. At the very least, it should be something we haven't seen before, right? Lin Yuexiang was practically furious at Xueqian's casual words, that devalued something she cherished so dearly. Gu Qinghuai's face was also grim, as he pondered what he could offer in exchange for the 10-leaf ginseng. The Xia family's treasures left behind at the Yutian sect did contain several rare treasures, but unfortunately, they had all been returned to Xiaoying by the Immortal Demon Alliance. If they had been, perhaps they would have solved his immediate problem. Why don't you just speak frankly, Saint? Gu Qinghuai sighed. Do we have anything you think is worth trading? Of course we do. Seeing Gu Qinghuai finally hit the nail on the head, Xueyu curled her lips slightly. But I'm afraid you two might not be willing to part with it. Saint, just speak frankly. There's nothing we wouldn't part with to restore our souls. Okay. Meeting the two's expectant gazes, Xueyu tapped Lin Yuexiang and Gu Qinghuai in turn. I want your luck, and your 100 years of life. The two froze in place, never expecting Xueyu to be so interested in these things. Despite their immense reluctance, they quickly made their choice. Lin Yuexiang, at least, I can use the secret techniques I learned from my seniors to plunder other people's luck for my own benefit. At worst, I can find a few more people to steal their luck later. Gu Qinghuai, just 100 years of life. If I achieve enlightenment and ascend to immortality in the future, why would I care about a mere 100 years? So, the two of them answered almost simultaneously. I'm willing to trade. The moment the words fell, two beams of white light flew out of their bodies and landed in Xueyu's palm, transforming into two thin contracts. After Xueyu put the contracts away, her mind shifted slightly, and two bright red immortal plants appeared in her palms. Although red, it appeared remarkably translucent, with 10 tiny glazed leaves scattered across its surface in a staggered pattern, emanating an air of immortality. Just a breath of its scent brought a feeling of invigoration, instantly wiping away any fatigue. And these two immortal plants were none other than the 10-leaf ginseng that Gu Qinghuai and Lin Yuexiang had been longing for. They joyfully accepted the 10-leaf ginseng. At the same time, Xueyu formed a hand gesture and immediately detached the two tiny balls of light from their bodies. Then, deftly, she placed them into a glazed bottle nearby, which Xueqian had already opened. Gu Qinghuai and Lin Yuexiang knew immediately that Xueyu had taken the items they had agreed to exchange. They had originally thought that taking their luck and lifespan would have some impact on them, but who knew they felt nothing at all. This made the two of them feel even less heartbroken about the deal. Gu Qinghuai, in particular, had already harbored some feelings for Xueyu, and now, after witnessing her actions with his own eyes, those little thoughts had sprouted like mushrooms after rain. He wanted to take this opportunity to speak with Xueyu, but Xueyu refused to give him a second and simply ordered them out. Xueqian, show me! Please. Xueqian unceremoniously forged the two from the Saint Maiden Palace, fashioned a snowman out of the accumulated snow, channeled the spiritual energy into it, and ordered the snowman to lead them to Lanhua Terrace. Then, with a merciless slam, the Saint Maiden Palace door slammed shut. As for what the two people outside were thinking, Xueqian didn't care. She trotted over to Xueyu, who was fiddling with two glass bottles, and asked curiously, Auntie, those two people's bodies were so dirty, how could you take their lifespan and fortune? Xueqian, look carefully. Xueyu placed the bottle filled with luck in front of her. This luck doesn't belong to Lin Yuexiang. She stole it from someone else somehow. If you had looked closely just now, you would have noticed that her black skin was stained with a number of bright red bloodlines. These bloodlines are the karmic consequences of the sins she committed. I don't know what kind of evil magic she's mastered to plunder others' luck for her own benefit, but now that I encountered her, there's no reason to sit idly by. Taking away her luck will cause her future misfortunes, and at the same time, it will harm fewer people. Xueqian nodded thoughtfully, then looked at the other bottle. What about this? Could Gu Qinghuai's lifespan also have been stolen through some evil magic? Not really. It's just that, aside from his lifespan, he doesn't possess anything I value. It's better than nothing. On the other side, Gu Qinghuai and his partner, following the snowman to Lanhua Terrace, were unaware that Xueyu had already seen through their characters. Having finally resolved the thorny issue of the 10-leaf ginseng, Gu Qinghai felt an indescribable sense of relief. His thoughts drifted involuntarily to the snow jade saint whom he had just met. Lin Yuexiang, now aware of Gu Qinghai's fickleness, felt an indignation. Xia Ying was fine. After all, she was Gu Qinghai's childhood sweetheart and fiancée. But what about this saint? Why hadn't she seen before that Gu Qinghai was such a shameless person, falling in love with every woman he met? Senior brother, don't forget what that person told us. Lin Yuexiang's cryptic words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing any romantic thoughts in Gu Qinghai's heart. Just as he was about to retort, a strange ballad voice drifted in from the wind not far away. What's Daddy's dad's name? Daddy's dad's name is Grandpa. Chapter 257. The two had lived in the world of immortal cultivation for so long, yet they had never heard such a strange yet inexplicably catchy ballad. They followed the sound and discovered that it was coming from Lanhuatai. Mixed with the song were the clear, melodious laughter of the little snow maidens, like silver bells. The gates of Lanhuatai were wide open, revealing the scene within. On the high circular platform in the courtyard of Lanhuatai, Zhu, now an 8-star red crab spider, sat. A sound recording stone hung around her neck, topped with an amplifying stone. The strange ballad that Gu Qinghai and the others had heard was emanating from the sound recording stone on Zhu's neck. On Zhu's back sat a little snow maiden, clutching her fur and giggling as she rocked back and forth. There were still 20 or so little snow maidens waiting obediently in a long line. Xia Ying, grinning from ear to ear, stood beside Zhu, maintaining order. After the song finished 4 or 5 times and stopped, she took the prepared gift from the little snow girl, enveloped her in her spiritual power, and placed her on Zhu's back. Then the song began again, and Zhu began to rock along. Don't worry, it's still early. Let's line up one by one, and I guarantee you all get a ride on the rocking spider. This unprecedented scene, strange yet strangely harmonious, left the two stunned. These little snow girls, happily playing with Xia Ying, were all newly born members of the snow tribe in the past few years. Though they looked not much younger than Shui Ji and the others, their age and mental abilities were no different from those of real children. Normally, Shui Ji and the others were responsible for taking care of these 20 or so children and playing with them. Today, Shui Ji and the others were sent out by Xueyu to find someone else, so Xia Ying took over the responsibility of caring for the little snow girls. Children can be difficult to care for, but little snow girls are different. They're sweet, and generous, like a bunch of little angels. Not to mention, thanks to Jiujiu's incident, Zhu now has plenty of experience with children. Furthermore, Xia Ying, possessing a modern memory, simply moved the rocking car that children always had to ride at the entrance of the modern supermarket to this location. With a few minor modifications and Zhu's integration, it will be just as appealing to children as the original rocking car. Beyond that, Xia Ying also drew simple blueprints, allowing Ji Heyuan, who possessed a mutant ice spirit root, to use his spiritual power to create an ice slide and a rotating ice horse in the courtyard of Lanhua Terrace. In short, thanks to Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan's transformation, the entire Lanhua Terrace had been transformed into a complete children's playground, filled with laughter and joy. Gu Qinghai and Lin Yuexiang stood nearby, watching the farce unfolding in Lanhua Terrace with scornful eyes. But when they saw the large handful of 10-leaf ginseng in Xia Ying's hands, their sarcasm was instantly replaced by deep shock. Where did Xia Ying get so much of it? And why was it that the 10-leaf ginseng, which they had treasured so carefully and carefully hidden, was now as worthless as a radish in Xia Ying's hands? At that moment, their defenses were completely broken. Xia Ying. Gu Qinghai finally couldn't stand it anymore and rushed forward, barking questions one after another. Why do you have so many 10-leaf ginsengs? Where did you get them? Why haven't you said anything? Don't you know Xiang and I have been searching for 10-leaf ginseng? Gu Qinghai's appearance immediately soured the originally harmonious and cheerful atmosphere. Without a word, Xia Ying slapped him through the air with such force that he was sent flying. Big brother! Lin Yuexiang exclaimed, trotting over to him and helping him up. Only then did she notice that Gu Qinghai's left cheek was swollen, like a steamed bun. 5 bright red finger marks stood out against his fair face. Lin Yuexiang's face froze, and she couldn't help but recall the tragic experience of being carried and beaten by Xia Ying. Even though the wound on her face had healed with her spiritual power, the memory of that incident still caused a dull ache. Lin Yuexiang supported Gu Qinghai and quietly retreated behind him, trying to minimize her presence in front of Xia Ying. If you hit senior brother, you can't hit me again. Gu Qinghai, who gave your dog the audacity to speak to me like that? If you don't learn to speak properly next time, I cut your tongue out. You keep me from getting hurt. Xiaoying raised her hand, and Cyan's spiritual energy wove a rattan chair from midair. She sat on it, and began to swing. Xiaoying casually played with a piece of excellent tin-leaf ginseng in her hands. The little snow girls, who had been queuing obediently, swarmed around Xiaoying. Sister Ying, are these two your friends too? How could that be? Xiaoying chuckled softly, and ruffled the hair of one of the little snow girls. Have you ever seen anyone hit their best friend? They are my enemies, sworn enemies. For some reason, I can't kill them now. Xiaoying's smile betrayed undisguised murderous intent. But one day, I will personally take their lives. Is that so? We were wondering, how could colorful Sister Ying be friends with black and gray people? The little snow maidens nodded in understanding, not suspecting anything wrong with Xiaoying's constant calls for violence. Colorful? Black and gray? Could it be that each of them was a different color in the eyes of the snow maidens? Xiaoying's eyes flickered, but she didn't want to ask too many questions about the Snow Clan in front of Gu Qinghai and the others. Huh? Just then, one of the little snow maidens tilted her head in confusion. They carry Aunt Shueyu's aura. I know. They must have just made a deal with her. No wonder they were so upset when they saw you, Sister Ying, taking so many tin-leaf ginseng leaves. They must have paid a huge price to get the tin-leaf ginseng from Aunt Shueyu. So that's how it is. Xiaoying chuckled softly, mocking her without hesitation. Gu Qinghai, so jealousy is breaking your defenses. But what can I do? You've been begging for this elixir, paying a huge price to obtain it. If I don't ask for it, someone will rush to give it to me. She leaned casually against the rattan chair, her posture elegant and casual. The chair swayed gently with her will, and a faint smile played in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. Gu Qinghai, already exposed by the little snow girl, now looked even more gloomy. Henin, who had witnessed the entire process from the system space, sighed. Host, you're awesome. Look at your attitude. 3 parts nonchalance, 3 parts sarcasm, and 4 parts contempt. You're a true villain. How come I didn't realize before that Host had the potential to be a villain? Chapter 258. Humph. There's so much you don't know. Xiaoying snorted proudly. Besides, what kind of villain am I? I haven't even had time to do what a villain should do. Yin was itching to act. So will the host do it? Of course. They came to me on their own initiative. If I don't collect some interest, I'm afraid these 2 shameless people will forget what they owe the original owner. What difference does it make if they suffer so much? The original owner lost her life. Xiaoying's face flashed with a chill, and a dangerous glint in her eyes. Sensitively aware of this, Lin Yuexiang instinctively wanted to flee. She remembered Xiaoying's expression every time she struck her. Now, without Senior Dai Tian's protection, Xiaoying could very well kill her. Lin Yuexiang didn't even consider confronting Xiaoying head-on. She turned and tried to run, but Xiaoying was clearly faster than her. With a gentle snap of her fingers, countless green vines, shaped by her spiritual energy, emerged from thin air, entangling her limbs and suspending her in midair. Don't leave so quickly. We're already here. Gu Qinghai instinctively drew his sword to sever the vines, but just as he was about to raise his sword, one of them lashed his wrist, causing him to let go in pain. Clang! The sword clattered to the ground. Be more self-disciplined. I don't want to say the same thing twice. Before Gu Qinghai could reach for it, the vines, shaped by Xiaoying's spiritual energy, followed suit, suspending him in midair. From beginning to end, Xiaoying didn't make any big moves. She just sat there, and moved her fingers slightly, and she immediately dispelled all the tricks of Gu Qinghai and the others. Lin Yuexiang had long known she was no match for Xiaoying, and the news didn't surprise her at all. But Gu Qinghai couldn't accept not even having a chance to strike back against Xiaoying. He knew Xiaoying was powerful now, but he had never imagined the gap between them was so vast. Gu Qinghai had always believed it was because of his damaged soul that Xiaoying had so easily sent him flying. But now, from the immense spiritual energy binding him, he could clearly sense Xiaoying's strength. Even though they were both in the Jinden stage, there seemed to be an unbridgeable chasm between him and Xiaoying. The difference in strength was immense. How could it be? Could it be? How could this be? How could you be so strong? Witchcraft. It must be witchcraft. Xiaoying, you must have practiced witchcraft. Otherwise, how could your strength and realm improve so quickly? How could a normal person cultivate so quickly? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Come on, don't assume others can't do what you can't do. Xiaoying truly found Gu Qinghai repulsive. Even though the true culprit in the original owner's death was Lin Yuexiang, who wanted the original owner's remains, But judging by the memories and lingering emotions Xia inherited, the original owner hated Gu Qinghuai more for his complicity. The original owner knew from the beginning that Lin Yuexiang harbored ill will towards her, so no matter how extreme she was, she wouldn't be surprised. But Gu Qinghuai was different. He was her childhood sweetheart, her fiancé, the man she truly loved, the only family member she considered a relative after her parents' passing. Yet, it was this very family member who stabbed her repeatedly, leaving her riddled with wounds, and then mercilessly took her life with his own hands. Gu Qinghuai, who betrayed the original owner's sincerity, was even more despicable than the treacherous Lin Yuexiang. Xia Ying wondered if she had developed an inseparable connection with the original owner after taking over this body. Every time she tried to sense the original owner's lingering memories and emotions, she was easily influenced. Just like now, when Xia Ying looked at Gu Qinghuai, she simply couldn't suppress the murderous intent within her. Thankfully, reason ultimately prevailed. She couldn't kill him outright, but beating him half to death wouldn't affect the unfinished mission or the world. She clamped her fingers together, holding 2 talismans, and flung them at the 2 men. The talismans stuck to their bodies, silencing them and sealing their meridians and acupoints. The next moment, they saw Xia Ying's gaze roaming over them, her voice drifting softly on the wind. "Where should we start?" "Ah, I got it. I just made a batch of poison a while ago and haven't had time to test it out yet. I start with you." Xia Ying spoke to herself, unconcerned about Gu Qinghuai and the other's willingness. 2 different pills were simultaneously placed into their mouths. The poison pills melted in their mouths, yet strangely, neither of them felt the slightest discomfort. Xia Ying saw the flicker of relief in their eyes, and ruthlessly shattered their wishful thinking. "Don't worry, the poison pills I made will definitely work. You're not feeling it now simply because it hasn't taken effect yet. After all, before you test the poison for me, I wanted to play a few other games with you. It's a shame Wang Qing isn't here. I remember he loved testing drugs on me. Now that he can't get that kind of good thing, I just have you do more for him." Xia Ying swayed gently in the rattan chair, gesturing at them for a while, before finally settling on Lin Yuexiang. "Then let's start with you. Since you can't control your hands and feet, and always have to do unnecessary things, why not just get rid of them?" Xia Ying's face was cold, her fingers forming claws. As she slowly tightened, Lin Yuexiang felt as if her hands and feet were being broken. Beads of sweat streamed down her forehead. The moment her 5 fingers clenched, the sound of bones cracking followed. Lin Yuexiang, who could clearly feel the bones in her hands and feet shattering, her tendons and veins rupturing, suddenly opened her eyes wide. Why? Why did he hit her after hitting Gu Qinghuai? She couldn't bear the pain of her tendons being torn apart, and soon fainted from the torture, her head drooping. Gu Qinghuai, who witnessed the scene, felt his heart pounding like a drum. How could Xia Ying have become so cruel? He was breathing rapidly, and for the first time, he felt the urge to beg Xia Ying for mercy, but he couldn't utter a single word. He could only watch helplessly as Xia Ying produced several ice needles, their tips gleaming with a faint purple light, clearly imbued with an extremely potent demonic poison. The next second, Xia Ying thrust the ice needles directly into his 8 extraordinary meridians with a single palm strike. The demonic poison coursed wildly through his body, and the ice needles slowly froze his soul, turning it into a frozen state. Realizing Xia Ying's true intentions, Gu Qinghuai's eyes finally filled with an unconcealable panic. Chapter 259. Xia Ying intended to fuse the demonic poison's overbearing power to freeze his spiritual energy. Even if he took the 10-leaf general's medicine to heal his soul, he would still be unable to cultivate or even use his spiritual energy. A shattered foundation can be rebuilt, but a shattered heart simply prevents further progress on the path to immortality. But if she used the demonic poison to freeze his spiritual energy, he would be reduced to a mere mortal, possessing spiritual roots, but unable to cultivate, a worthless waste until the poison was removed. It would be just like Xia Ying back in the Yutian sect, when everyone could step on her and mock her at will. What kind of look was that in Wang Qing's eyes? What's with the deep affection and the unforgettable old love? He looked at Xia Ying with a chuckle. She clearly hated him to the core, wishing she could devour his flesh, eat his bones, sever his tendons, and drink his blood. Xia Ying clearly wanted him to experience the same miserable conditions she endured in the Yutian sect, the agony and struggle to survive. Xia Ying. What a vicious heart. The demonic poison needles pierced Gu Qinghuai's acupuncture points, and quickly began to travel through his body. Gu Qinghuai could clearly feel the piercing chill surging from his meridians to his heart, and his hands and feet went rigid uncontrollably. Xia Ying never spoke a word to him the entire time, her almond-shaped eyes coldly observing the demonic poison coursing through his body. Only when the demonic poison had completely seeped into his bones and blood, completely sealing Gu Qinghuai's spiritual power and rendering it useless, did Xia Ying finally avert her gaze. The vines in midair vanished, and the two men fell heavily to the ground as two immortal binding ropes flew from her sleeves, binding them tightly. Now, they and their fellow brothers and sisters were staying in the Snow Clan's territory. Xia Ying had already used their territory to take revenge and collect some interest, so she naturally wouldn't be so tactless as to let the Snow Clan clean up the mess for her. Xia Ying waved her hand, and a swarm of colorful paper butterflies flew out from her sleeve, lifting the two of them and dropping them into the most secluded room in Lanhuatai. Ever since unlocking the skill spirit empowerment, Xia Ying had spent her free time cutting numerous paper toys, channeling her spiritual energy into them and imbuing them with life. But these paper toys were different from the original Tang Tang. Tang Tang had inherited a wisp of Xia Ying's consciousness and had already developed self-awareness, with her own thoughts and tempers, not much different from a real person. But the paper butterflies Xia Ying created later only inherited Xia Ying's wood element spiritual energy. While they had developed a modicum of intelligence, they lacked the agility and vitality of Tang Tang. They simply followed Xia Ying's orders. Thinking of Tang Tang, Xia Ying couldn't help but feel a headache. That little girl had clearly been born with her consciousness and spiritual energy, so logically, she should have been closest to her. But she simply loved being around Ji Heyuan, practically becoming his charm. Alas, it's true that girls grow up to be no longer under their mother's control. What are you mumbling about, junior sister? Ji Heyuan came around from behind. He had just seen Xia Ying dealing with Gu Qinghuai and the other two, and had spontaneously led the group of little snow maidens elsewhere. Juju had extensive experience with children, and the snow maidens, though innocent and playful, weren't truly ignorant. He then felt relieved to temporarily leave all the snow maidens in Juju's care, and walked over to Xia Ying. Nothing, just a sigh. It wasn't a particularly important matter, and Xia Ying didn't bother to explain. Seeing this, Ji Heyuan naturally didn't ask any more questions. He stood side by side with Xia Ying, his gaze fixed on the direction where Gu Qinghuai and the other man were being carried away, a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Since junior sister hates those two so much, why not take this opportunity to kill them directly? Muchen has been imprisoned in the immortal locking prison for eternity. His disciples are a hot potato in the Yuetian sect. Even if they were dead, no elder would bother to intervene on their behalf. As for the aristocratic families behind them, they are even less to be feared. Ji Heyuan, having obtained a jade flower from somewhere, toyed with it in his palm, his light tone betraying undisguised murderous intent. If junior sister, due to our past friendship, doesn't want to do it herself, how about I eliminate these two troublemakers for you? Are these two black-hearted and ruthless people worthy of your dirty hands? Xia Ying turned and smiled at him, giving him a reassurance. Xiao He, don't worry. I, Xia Ying, am not one to dwell on the past. I have a reason for not killing them now, and I can't tell anyone about it for now. But that doesn't mean I don't want their lives. I will personally end the feud between me and the Yuetian sect members. When Gu Qinghuai and the others' favorability drops below 30, the mission is complete. That's when she personally take their lives as a sacrifice to the spirit of their former owner. As for Lin Yuexiang, she's the charming heroine that even Yining fears. Not to mention that her death at this moment would cause the collapse of this small world. Even if Xia Ying truly killed her without a care in the world, Lin Yuexiang wouldn't necessarily be truly dead. The art of escaping and possessing another's body is not uncommon in the world of immortal cultivation. If she doesn't kill Lin Yuexiang, this enemy is out in the open, right under her nose. But if she were killed, she had the opportunity to possess someone else's body. Who knows whose body she'd take on and then hide in the mortal world, making it difficult to accurately identify this evildoer. But it didn't matter if she couldn't kill them. Today's poison pill was a gift Xia Ying had specially prepared for them. Lin Yuexiang was extremely afraid of pain and death. The poison in her body would erupt every 3 days, inflicting upon her every unbearable pain. Gu Qinghuai cared most about his future and reputation, so whenever the poison in his body erupted, it would plunge him into a boundless illusion, where he would repeatedly experience the cycle of gain and loss, the struggle of seeking and not being able to obtain what he desired. Xia Ying had made her words so clear, Ji Heyuan naturally wouldn't pursue the two's lives anymore, as that would only cause her more trouble. Just then, a snowflake flew in from outside and landed squarely in her palm. The snowflake shimmered with pure white light, and Xue Ji's voice echoed from within. Everyone has returned. Come to the main hall to discuss business. Chapter 260. The Snow Clan's main hall. A large group of people sat opposite each other in the hall 2 by 2. They were the ones scattered by the avalanche. Although many looked rather distressed, fortunately, none were spared, and all arrived safely in the Snow Clan. When Xiaoying, Ji Heyuan, and Qin Linzhao, the three brothers and sisters, arrived upon receiving the news, everyone was sitting in the hall awaiting the arrival of Saint Snow Jade. Spotting Xiaoying and the others, Shen Fuyu was the first to stand up and waved excitedly at her. Junior sister. Junior sister. Come and sit here. Third senior sister. Xiaoying smiled and ran over to Shen Fuyu, letting her pull her down to sit. I heard from Miss Xueji that it was thanks to senior brother's intercession that Saint Snow Jade sent them to help us. Otherwise, Yanji and I wouldn't know how long we would have been wandering around in this snowy mountain. Fairy Shen is right. Shui Shuang, sitting across from him, nodded in agreement and bowed solemnly to Qin Linzhao. We all owe Immortal Lord Qin a huge thank you. I merely said a few words. The true help came from the Snow Clan. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, it should be to them. As soon as Qin Linzhao finished speaking, Snow Jade, dressed in a frosty white, stepped in and took the main seat in the main hall. Even though she said nothing, Shui Shuang and the others could sense her identity from her demeanor and rose to express their gratitude. Shui Shuang, the 20th generation head of the Northern Territory Shui family, greets Saint Snow Jade. Thank you, Saint, for helping us despite past grudges. Yu Lang, the 21st generation head of the Northern Territory Yu family, thanks you for your assistance. As everyone introduced themselves, Saint Snow Jade paused slightly, her amber eyes resting on Shui Shuang before quickly shifting away. No need to thank me, I'm only doing this for young Master Qin's sake. I already learned the general purpose of your visit from several members of the Xiaoyao sect. If it weren't for the fate of the entire Northern Territory, given the conflict between my Snow Clan and your Northern Territory families, I wouldn't mind you dying in the snowy mountains. Shui Yu's words were incredibly blunt, and Yu Lang and some of the other disciples present didn't look particularly pleased. It was only because of the other party's status, and the fact that they would need his help that they had to hold back. Shui Yu took in everyone's expressions, sneering inwardly. After 100 years, the Northern Territory families haven't improved at all. Wang Qing, a disciple of the Yuntian sect, greets Saint Snow Jade. Wang Qing, who had been ignored in the corner, suddenly stood up. I wonder if anyone from the Saint Maiden clan has seen my senior and junior brothers and sisters. They're currently at Lanhua Terrace. Do you want to see them? Snow Jade, who was in the Saint Maiden Palace, had noticed something as soon as the incident at Lanhua Terrace occurred. But she instinctively disliked those two. Xiaoying acted with discretion, so Shui Yu let her go. Yes, the Saint Maiden is discussing important matters with fellow Taoists. I don't have much to offer you. I rather see my senior and junior brothers and sisters. In that case, Shui Qian, take him to Lanhua Terrace. Yes. Wang Qing thanked Shui Yu again, and followed her out of the main hall. He could tell the Snow Clan disliked them. Otherwise, why wouldn't they have called Gu Qinghuai and the others to discuss such important matters? Wang Qing was now extremely self-aware. He knew he couldn't afford to offend anyone sitting in the hall, so he simply decided not to stay and become an eyesore. Helian Yao was somewhat concerned about Lin Yuexiang's current situation, but he was unwilling to give up on the matter everyone was discussing. After much hesitation, he decided to stay. Seeing no one else speak, Shui Yu got down to business. The man in red you're looking for is named Ning Xian. He's a wandering cultivator in the immortal world. He's been entrenched in the snow mountain for 1,000 years. 1,000 years? Doesn't that mean he's 1,000 years old? Yu Lang's face darkened. Since the Saint Maiden already knew such a dangerous figure was hiding in the snow mountain, why didn't she tell us sooner? Would it be any use telling you? He reached the fusion realm 1,000 years ago. Do you, the Northern Border family, have the ability to deal with him? Shui Yu made no effort to conceal her contempt and dislike for the Northern Border family. If Ning Xian's current target wasn't the entire Northern Territory, I wouldn't bother caring about your family's fate. Saint. Lest Yu Lang say more rational things and anger Shui Yu, thus affecting their cooperation, Shui Shuang quickly interrupted. Saint, could you please explain Ning Xian's situation more clearly? I know the Snow Clan are the elves of the Snow Mountain and have absolute control over it. If the Snow Clan had taken action, could they have forced Ning Xian out of the depths of the mountain? Of course they could have done so 1,000 years ago. Saint, what do you mean? Haven't you noticed along the way? Shui Yu's expression remained unchanged. This snow mountain has long been out of our Snow Clan's control. The bewitching sound of wind and snow you encountered along the way, the bitter snow drifting from the sky, and those avalanches that nearly took your lives were all caused by Ning Xian. Ning Xian also holds half control over this snow mountain. For millennia, he and our Snow clan have each controlled half of the mountain, and neither can cross the line. The faces of the people in the Northern Territory gradually darkened as Shuiyu spoke. They had thought that finding the Snow clan would provide a solution, but now it seems that even the Snow clan, who hold absolute dominance in the Snow Mountain, can't do anything to Ningxian. Excuse me, Saint, how did Ningxian possess the power to control half of the Snow Mountain? Yu Lang stared at Shuiyu's face with a burning gaze, wishing he could bore holes into her. From what I understand, the Snow Mountain is spiritual, and it only recognizes you, the Snow clan. Without Snow clan blood, even the most advanced cultivators cannot gain its recognition. How did Ningxian do it? Because he stole a treasure from our Snow clan. Treasure? Upon death, a Snow Maiden will release her Snow Soul, which embodies all her life's cultivation. The Snow Soul of a Snow clan saint is even more powerful. After the death of every Snow tribe saint, their spirit returns to the snowy mountains, transforming into spiritual energy to nourish this world. But that villain Ningxian, Shuiyu, who had always maintained a calm and expressionless expression, darkened when she mentioned this. She had originally thought she could keep this secret until her death, but now, for the survival of the entire Northern Territory, she had no choice but to reveal it. He's a heartless hypocrite. He came to our Snow tribe under the guise of studying, and with sweet words, he deceived the heart of our previous saint, Xuanning. Then, to prove his ruthless cultivation, he took advantage of Xuanning's unguarded moment and killed her with a sword. Not only that, he also seized Xuanning's body and refused to return it, and also took Xuanning's Snow Soul. If it weren't for the Snow Soul, how could he have survived safely in the snowy mountains for these past 1,000 years? So, this disaster is actually caused by your Snow clan saint's infatuation with men? Yu Lang's tone was tinged with sarcasm. But before he could finish his words, he felt his body suddenly chill. A large area of frost instantly crawled over his body, instantly freezing everything below his head. You cannot slander my late Snow clan saint in such a way, and don't think you have nothing to do with this matter. Your family personally sent Ningxian to the Snow clan, begging Xuanning to take him in. Chapter 261. Wow, twists and turns, twists and turns. Xiaoying rested her chin on one hand, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Today's business truly brightened her eyes. Honestly, Xiaoying hadn't expected Shuiyu to so easily reveal the secret she kept hidden for years. But when the quest progress notification sounded in her mind, she knew what Shuiyu was talking about wasn't the secrets of the saint mentioned in the quest. And while it was the secrets of 2 successive saints, the quest's focus was likely on Saint Xuanning, who had fallen 1,000 years earlier. After all, Saint Xuanning was the only bridge connecting Ningxian and Shuiyu. Either Shuiyu was deliberately concealing what happened today, or whatever she knew wasn't entirely correct. Considering the current critical situation in the northern border, Xiaoying leaned more towards the latter possibility. However, in the current tense atmosphere, Xiaoying tactfully kept silent. Yu Lang had always been arrogant, and Shui Shuangshuang hadn't actually wanted to go with him into the snowy mountains on this mission, but the urgency of the situation meant she couldn't afford to be picky about her choices. Now, seeing Yu Lang's careless words offending Shuiyu and being reprimanded, Shui Shuangshuang simply sat by, aloof and indifferent. Until Yu Lang was practically frozen by Shuiyu, the Yu clan disciples who had followed him finally knelt down to plead for him. Please, Saint, have mercy. Our patriarch never meant to insult Saint Xuanning. Patriarch Shui, please speak for our patriarch. Saint, please calm down. Shui Shuangshuang intervened. Master Yu is known for his reserved demeanor. He definitely didn't mean to offend. Although she disliked Yu Lang, she had no prejudice against the other members of the Yu family. Moreover, she merely wanted to teach Yu Lang a lesson, not his life. At this critical juncture, Yu Lang couldn't die. Our top priority is to find Ningxian and work together to prevent this catastrophe in the northern border. Once the crisis is resolved, we will have no objection to any punishment the Saint Lady wishes for Master Yu. Yu Lang, frozen and unable to move, yet still retaining his senses, said, You, Shui Shuangshuang. You really want to kill me? Shuiyu remained silent, staring intently at Shui Shuangshuang's face, her eyes shimmering with uncertainty. But in the end, she gave Shui Shuangshuang a favor. The frost that had frozen Yu Lang receded like a tide, and suddenly free, Yu Lang fell back heavily, leaning against the chair and panting. No matter how resentful he felt, he dared not continue provoking Shuiyu. His face remained stern and he remained silent. Since we're discussing serious matters, I don't think it's necessary to have so many people sitting here listening. Don't you, Master Shui, want to know Ningxian's whereabouts? Stay, I can teach you how to find him. As soon as Xueyu finished speaking, everyone's eyes instantly fell on the two of them. Was Saint Xueyu going to dismiss them all and speak only to Master Xue? Saint Xueyu. Su Miao stood up calmly and stated his request directly. I want to stay with Shuang Shuang. I beg your pardon, Saint. The feud between the Northern Territory families and the Snow Clan hasn't been going on overnight. I'm worried if Shuang Shuang is left alone here. Mo Yin, half a step behind Su Miao and interrupted, sat back down silently. Xueyu's gaze rested on Su Miao for a moment, then she quickly nodded in agreement. Okay, but you alone will stay. Everyone else, please leave. Xueji, Xuefei, show us out. The order to leave had been given. Yu Lang, feeling slighted, and Helian Yao, still eager to learn more, were compelled to leave, no matter how upset they felt. Compared to their reluctance, the Xiaoyao sect's departure was incredibly abrupt. That's the good thing about the Xiaoyao sect's disciples. They can take things, let them go, and think things through. They eat and drink when they should, and don't take things to heart. They don't bother to worry about things they shouldn't know or worry about. Xueji's attitude toward the members of the Northern Territory's aristocratic families wasn't exactly gentle. It could only be described as polite and distant. Furthermore, Xueyu had only asked them to see the guests off, not to escort them to Lanhua Terrace. Therefore, after leaving the main hall, Xueji immediately fashioned a snowman for them to follow. Lanhua Terrace is a place our Xue clan uses specifically for entertaining guests. While a bit remote, it's perfectly adequate. Aside from the rooms already chosen by Xie Ying and the others, you may choose from the remaining vacant rooms. Thank you for your explanation, young lady. Xue Yuan politely thanked them. Seeing that Xie Ying and the others remained motionless, he didn't ask any further questions and followed the snowman's steps. The others, though curious, couldn't remain alone, so they followed suit. Only after Xueji had seen all the outsiders leave did she smile at Xie Ying. Xie Ying, Xue Qian has already told me about your care for our sisters. Those kids are usually the most mischievous. Xue Fei, Xue Qian, and I have a lot of headaches taking care of them. I never expected you to get along so well with them. Although they hadn't been together long, Xueji was very fond of Xie Ying. As they were talking, she naturally took Xie Ying's hand and affectionately led her in the other direction. But she didn't know if it was her imagination, but the moment she held Xie Ying, Xueji suddenly felt a chill on the back of her neck. But that shouldn't be the case. She's a snow girl. How could a snow girl be afraid of the cold? Xueji shook her head, clearing her mind of those chaotic thoughts, and turned back to continue talking happily to Xie Ying. Xue Fei, and I have agreed to thank you very much. You and your fellow disciples should come with us. Behind them, Shen Fuyu, who had a clear view of everything, walked over to Ji Yuan and whispered with amusement. Xiohe, Miss Xueji is just a child. What are you worried about? Third senior sister, have you ever seen a child over 200 years old? Well, but in the Snow Clan, she's just a minor. And she's a girl. Don't worry, she won't take Ah Ying away. That's not necessarily true. Ji Yuan said in a gloomy voice, third senior sister. You still know too little. In Che Fengqing's dream, Qin Shu and Lin Yu, both men, were deeply in love, even sacrificing the lives of the entire Phoenix clan. What's so strange about a woman falling in love with another? Shen Fuyu, feeling looked down upon by her junior brother, had a look of confusion in her eyes. Question mark. Has she been busy with the Taoist couple ceremony in the Xiaoyao sect recently, so she missed some important information? Up ahead, Xueji was still chattering non-stop. Noticing her best friend Xue Fei, lost in thought, remaining silent, she finally revealed a hint of displeasure. Xue Fei, what are you thinking about? You've been ignoring me whenever I talk to you. Chapter 262. I'm sorry, Xueji. I was just thinking about something else. Xue Fei, having regained her composure, apologized, but Xueji simply curled her lips. I know you were distracted, but I just want to know what you were thinking about. As Xueji spoke, a terrifying possibility suddenly occurred to her, and she looked at her fiercely. Could it be that you've fallen for one of those disciples, and become tempted by worldly desires? Xue Fei spat harshly. Xueji, please don't insult me, okay? I may not be as talented as you, but I'm not so destitute as to find a man to marry. Isn't Saint Xuening's experience a warning to us? Xue Fei's eyes were filled with disdain, as if giving up cultivation for marriage were a profound insult to her. So what are you thinking about? I'm thinking about that Master Xue who just came from the northern border. Xue Fei frowned. Don't you think? Master Xue looks familiar. Xueji hadn't paid attention to the others in the main hall. After Xue Fei's reminder, She tried to recall, but unfortunately, she couldn't even recall Master Shue's eyes or eyebrows. Are you mistaken? Someone from the Shue family did come 100 years ago, but it was a male cultivator. You and I have never left the Snow Mountain, so how could we have seen Master Shue? No, she really does look familiar. Shuefei said this seriously. While she wasn't exactly a photographic memory, she had always had a good one. If she hadn't met Shue Shuangsheng before, she wouldn't have felt such a sense of familiarity upon seeing her. As they were talking, the group arrived near the Holy Maiden Palace, where a red plum blossom peeked out from over the wall. Almost immediately upon catching sight of it, Shuefei's mind flashed with a face, capturing it with unerring precision. I remember. Ah! Xueji, startled by Shuefei's sudden jumpiness, gave her a stern look. You remember where you saw Master Shue? Then tell me where. In the Holy Maiden Palace, the shrine dedicated to the holy maidens of all generations. Xueji, ? Shuefei, are you really okay? Why are you talking nonsense? Have you forgotten, Xueji? The temple houses portraits of every saintess who has ever lived. At this moment, Shuefei's face was filled with solemnity. Saintess Xuening's portrait is naturally among them. And the features of the Shue family head bear 3 resemblances to the fallen Saintess Xuening. Xueji and the Xiaoyao sect, shock. Xiaoying and the others, who had originally not intended to join the conversation, could no longer pretend to be invisible and cast their gazes over Shue clan main hall. After everyone left, Xueyu raised her hand to close all the doors, then stood and motioned for Shue Shuangsheng and Su Miao to follow her. The two followed Xueyu to the back hall, where they saw a small magic array that had been set up at some point. The array used ancient runes they had never seen before, but since Mo Yin was a formation master, Shue Shuangsheng had studied formations for a while. Although she still couldn't understand the runes, judging by the pattern structure, Shue Shuangsheng speculated that it might be a teleportation array. Xueyu didn't explain much, just signaled them not to fall behind. The moment the two stepped into the magic circle, a brilliant white light flooded before their eyes. They instinctively closed their eyes, and when they reopened them, they discovered that everything around them had changed. Shue Shuangsheng, it's indeed a teleportation array. She surveyed her surroundings and discovered a small cave, its walls inlaid with pure white luminous stones, illuminating this small world. At the far end of the cave stood an altar, behind which hung a portrait. For some reason, the moment she saw the portrait, Shue Shuangsheng felt drawn to the altar by some mysterious force. The portrait depicted a woman dressed identically to Xueyu. Compared to Xueyu's cold and aloof demeanor, the woman in the painting's features clearly held a touch of compassion, a sign of great love for the world. The snow maidens of the Snow clan were all beauties, but the woman in the painting was clearly more beautiful than any she had seen that day. Most importantly, Shue Shuangsheng was shocked to discover that her appearance bore a striking resemblance to the woman in the painting. She lacked her compassionate nature, however. Instead, like Xueyu, she possessed a more aloof and proud air. Realizing this, Shue Shuangsheng's expression darkened. What was going on? What connection did the woman in the painting have with her? It seems Master Shue has also noticed that you bear a resemblance to her. Xueyu stepped forward, but didn't look at Shue Shuangsheng. Instead, she raised her gaze to the woman in the painting, a hint of tenderness unexpectedly lingering in her usually cold eyes. Excuse me, Saint Xueyu, who is this? She is the previous saint of my Snow clan, the most gifted saint since its founding. She is also my biological sister, Xuening. What did you say? Saint Xuening and Saint Xueyu are sisters? Xiang, upon learning this from Xueji and Shuefei, was surprised. After arriving at Xueji and Shuefei's residence, they briefly recounted the relationship between Xuening and Xueyu to the Xiaoyao sect. After all, Xueyu had instructed them ahead of time to reveal this matter privately to the Xiaoyao sect. But they themselves hadn't anticipated that Shue Shuangsheng bore even a passing resemblance to the 1,000-year-old Saint Xuening. This had momentarily thrown them off balance. But by this point, they had clearly regained their composure. Just then, Xia Ying's voice, tinged with doubt, rang out again. But aren't you, the Snow clan, elves born from nature? Since you have no father or mother, how can you be considered sisters? Yes, we were indeed born from snowflakes in the snowy mountains. Logically, there are only clan members, not relatives. But Saint Xuening and Aunt Xueyu are different. They are the only exceptions in the Snow clan's history. Xueji paused, and Shuefei naturally took over. They were conceived from the same snowflake, nurtured by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then transformed into two completely different people. Twin snowflakes? That's understandable. Shueji confirmed Ji Heyuan's suspicion. Ant and Saint Snow Jade share the same spiritual power and techniques, and they share each other's pain and joy. So when Saint Snow Ning was pierced through the heart by Ning Xian's sword, used to prove her truth, Ant was also deeply distressed. Not to mention that Ning Xian also stole Saint Snow Ning's body and spirit. For all these years, Ant's greatest desire was to kill Ning Xian herself and avenge Saint Snow Ning. Xiang nodded in understanding, then asked sincerely, "So, why does Sister Shui bear some resemblance to your Saint Snow Ning?" Chapter 263. I don't know. I don't know either. Shui Ji and Shui Fei said in unison, their main point being their complete lack of knowledge. We're only over 200 years old, but Saint Shui Ning died 1,000 years ago. We only heard about her from Aunt Shuiyu, so we don't know much about their past. After the words fell, Shui Ji paused and added, "But I remember 100 years ago, the then patriarch of the Shui family also came to the Snow clan to ask for an audience with my aunt. My aunt initially didn't want to see him, but for some reason, she changed her mind and allowed him into the Saint Maiden Palace. They had a long, private conversation there, and she even generously gave him a frost flower. Wasn't that the time 100 years ago, when the Northern Territory families and the Snow clan fell out?" Xiang remembered that when Shui Yuan had introduced them to the situation in the Northern Territory, he had mentioned that 100 years ago, the Northern Territory families had offended the Snow Maiden, and the Snow clan had since retreated into the Snow Mountains, setting up a barrier to seal them off. From then on, humans could no longer set foot there. But 10 years after the Snow clan sealed off the mountains, zombie attacks began to appear in the Northern Territory. In the past, the Northern Territory families believed the zombie crisis was the Snow Maiden's revenge against the families. But now, it seems that those targeting the families and harming the human race aren't the Snow Maidens of the Snow clan, but Ning Xian, who shares half of the Snow Mountains with the Snow Maidens. Perhaps the Snow clan's closure of the mountains is a means of protecting the innocent humans outside the mountains. However, the Northern Territory nobles, unaware of the complexities involved, instead placed all the blame on the Snow clan Snow Maiden. Seeing Xiang frown slightly and remain silent, Shui Ji and Shui Fei had no idea what she was thinking, and could only continue answering her questions. We don't know much about these matters. We only heard Aunt Shuiyu tell us about the relationship between the Snow clan and the Northern Border family. In short, my impression is that Aunt isn't very enthusiastic about the Northern Border family. This is also the biggest reason why all of these Snow girls maintain a distant attitude towards the Northern Border family disciples. So, what's going on with Shui Shuangshuang? Mo Yin hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking. We really don't know. Shui Ji helplessly spread her hands. You can ask her in person when Aunt returns. Since Aunt has hinted at us telling you these things, she probably won't hide anything about the Shui family master either. But, Mo Yin was about to ask again, when a sudden sharp pain shot through his previously injured arm, causing him to wince subconsciously. Qin Linzhao, perceptive, noticed and his gaze fell on him. Ian, are you injured? Yes, I accidentally got hurt during the avalanche. Mo Yin didn't hide it. I was so busy traveling that I didn't pay attention to it. Don't worry, senior brother. I go back and use some medicine and I be fine. I have some excellent elixirs here. Second senior brother, I give them to you. No thanks, Iing. Mo Yin flatly rejected Xie Ying's offer. I still have a lot of those elixirs you gave me. I can ask you for more after I use them up. I'm more concerned about what Saint Snow Jade said to Shui Shuangshuang. Let's go to the main hall and wait for them. Okay. Everyone saw the worry and anxiety in Mo Yan's eyes. Naturally, they understood his intentions and agreed considerately. The group said goodbye to Shui Ji and the other two and headed back to the main hall for meetings. Meanwhile, in the cave, after listening to Shui Yu's story, Shui Shuangshuang froze in place, as if petrified. It took an unknown amount of time before she slowly regained her voice. So the saint is saying, I'm not actually human. Then what am I? A Snow Maiden? Probably not either, right? Shui Shuangshuang smiled bitterly, rubbing her forehead. After all these years, she was suddenly told that she wasn't actually human at all. This was too absurd, but Shui Shuangshuang couldn't help but believe Shui Yu's story. Her grandfather had always cared for her and trusted her with extraordinary care. Her appearance was unlike her parents. She was naturally intolerant of the cold. And even though her father was still alive, her grandfather insisted on passing the position of head of the Shui family to her. All those anomalies that had previously been incomprehensible suddenly found an explanation. Judging from your origins, you're naturally not human. You were born from my sister's remaining spiritual consciousness, combined with half of my cultivation, into the frost flower, imbued with spirit. Shui Yu's tone remained cold and calm. Even though Shui Shuang bore some resemblance to Shui Ning, even though Shui Shuang was born from Shui Ning, Shui Yu's gentleness remained undivided for anyone other than Shui Ning. But when your grandfather Shui Rizhao took you away, he didn't follow the agreed method of allowing you to absorb sufficient spiritual energy from heaven and earth and transform directly. Instead, he sought the help of the Brahma temple and, at great expense, used secret techniques to send you, a mere frost flower, into reincarnation, where you would be reborn and return to the Shui family. If not for this, the millennia-long plot to kill Ning Xian would have begun long ago. Shui Shuang couldn't discern any emotion from Shui Yu's expression, and could only listen as she continued. But I already waited 1,000 years, so a few more decades won't be a big deal. So if you consider yourself a living being, it actually makes sense. Saint Lady Shui Yu. Shui Shuang finally recovered from her words. So you and my grandfather already knew about this so-called northern catastrophe, and formulated a 1,000-year-long plan for it? Yes, to be precise, it was a plan jointly devised by my sister Shui Ning and the former ancestors of the Shui family. I don't know the specifics of the plan. Because my sister had already arranged everything when she was alive, my only responsibility was to carry on her legacy after her death, and work with the subsequent heads of the Shui family to ensure that this plan could be carried out safely. After my sister's death, all her cultivation transformed into a snowy soul, snatched away by Ning Xian. Her spiritual consciousness returned to the scattered snowy mountains of heaven and earth. It took me 900 years to condense a trace of her consciousness, which is you. Why did the saint bring us here to tell you all this? The reason is simple. This is a small world, independent of the world of immortal cultivation, created by my sister herself. Only by speaking here can we ensure that our conversation will not be overheard by Ning Xian. I have one last question. Shui Shuang pursed her lips. Who exactly is Ning Xian? What was Ning Xian's origin that warranted the Snow Clan saint and the Shui family to join forces and orchestrate a 1,000-year-old chess game to kill him? He's half demon. A gentle voice sounded beside her, and Shui Shuang turned to look at Su Miao in shock. Chapter 264. A Miao? How do you know all this? Shui Shuang stared at Su Miao with wide eyes, disbelief. She and Su Miao had grown up together, and had a close friendship. If Su Miao had known about this for a long time, there was no reason for him not to tell her. I'm sorry, Shuang. I wanted to tell you this, but to prevent Ning Xian from spying on Grandpa Shui and the others' plans, I had to remain silent until we arrived in this cave. Su Miao smiled apologetically, then took out a white jade slip and placed it in Shui Shuang's palm. Remember when Grandfather Shui asked me to visit the forbidden area before we entered the snow mountain? This jade slip was given to me by him then. It was from it that I learned of Ning Xian's identity and his past with Saintess Shui Ning. Did my grandfather give you this jade slip? Yes, according to Grandfather Shui, this jade slip was passed down from your Shui family's ancestor. The same ancestor who had worked with Saintess Shui Ning to formulate this plan of killing. The jade slip is only passed down to each successive head of the family. However, your origins and identity are somewhat unique. Grandfather Shui was concerned that revealing this past before you met Saintess Shui you might cause unexpected consequences, so he asked me to keep it for you and give it to you after you have come to terms with your past. Su Miao explained softly, briefly recounting what he had read in the jade slip. Also, according to the jade slip, Saintess Shui Ning and the Shui family's ancestors' plan against Ning Xian 1,000 years ago wasn't to kill him, but to influence him. Shui Yu finished Su Miao's unfinished words with a blank expression. The demons, like us, the Snow Clan, are fatherless and motherless, born from the heavens and the earth. But the difference is that the demons are born from the countless evil thoughts and resentments in this world. As long as the evil thoughts in the world are eliminated, the demons will never be completely killed. Therefore, the 10,000 demon gorge, specifically designed to suppress the demons, existed in the world of immortal cultivation. Ning Xian, being half demon, was even more special. No one could kill him. The only way to eliminate him was to make him willingly accept death. Alas, my sister spent 100 years trying to find his way, but she failed and ultimately lost her life. The killing plan was a backup plan she had prepared in advance to prevent the persuasion plan from failing. Shui Shuang, you are the most indispensable part of this killing plan. Shui Yu briefly explained the plan from 1,000 years ago, but she remained silent about the story of Ning Xian and Shui Ning during that century. Okay, you now know almost everything you need to know. Don't you want to know where Ningxian is? I teach you how to sense Ningxian's location. Ningxian took my sister's snow soul and body, so he must be near her. You carry a trace of my sister's divine consciousness within you. You are the only person in this world who can sense my sister's snow soul without Ningxian noticing. Now, follow me in practicing the energy and chanting the mantra. The moment Shui Shuangshuang's jade fingertip gently touched her brow, she felt a chill surge into her consciousness, followed by a set of unfamiliar mantras and techniques. She obeyed without hesitation. As a strong dizzying and tingling sensation spread through her consciousness, the scene before her eyes finally changed. She saw a massive cave. No. It wasn't a cave, it was a cemetery. In the rock walls of the cemetery were countless upright, pitch-black coffins. Inside these coffins lay the zombies that had plagued the northern border for years. And in the center of the cemetery, a shimmering crystal coffin hovered in midair. The person lying quietly in the crystal coffin was none other than Saint Xuening, who had been dead for 1,000 years. I found her. Where is she? Where is my sister? Shuiyu's voice rang out with a hint of anxiety. Shui Shuangshuang hurriedly accelerated her energy, withdrawing her gaze from the Tianqing as much as possible to survey her surroundings, while trying to sense its location. An unknown amount of time passed before Shui Shuangshuang's strength gave way, and her consciousness immediately returned to the cave. Drenched in sweat, her entire body damp, as if she had been pulled from the water, she regained consciousness after a long moment and spoke the answer Shuiyu desired. We found her. She's in a Tianqing south of the snow-capped mountains. The Xiaoyao sect's members waited at the main hall entrance for a full half-hour before the doors finally opened. Then, a second later, Shuiyu and Shui Shuangshuang, supported by Su Miao, emerged, their face pale and frail. Shui Shuangshuang. What happened to you? Are you injured? Mo Yan immediately rushed to Shui Shuangshuang's side, his eyes filled with worry. But Shui Shuangshuang, having previously exhausted so much of her vital energy, didn't want to speak at all. Even standing now, she placed the weight of her entire body on Su Miao. Please rest assured, Immortal Mo Shuangshuang is only so weak from exhaustion. She recovered with a good rest. As soon as Mo Yan finished speaking, Su Miao instinctively answered for Shui Shuangshuang. I know you're all waiting here to ask Saint Snow Jade something, but now isn't the right time to talk. How about I take Shuangshuang back to Lanhua Terrace to rest, and then I explain everything to you. Second senior brother. Xiaoying stepped forward and pulled the stiffened Mo Yan aside. If you have anything to ask, wait until Sister Shui returns to rest. Fellow Daoist Su, we lead the way for you. Thank you very much. Su Miao sincerely thanked Xiaoying and the others, then skillfully carried Shui Shuangshuang on his back and followed Qin Lin Xiao. Early on the way to Lanhua Terrace, Shui Shuangshuang had fallen asleep on Su Miao's back from exhaustion. She showed no signs of waking up until Su Miao laid her on the bed. Mo Yin and the Xiaoyao sect members followed them silently. They witnessed Su Miao meticulously tucking in Shui Shuangshuang's quilt, lighting calming incense, and placing spirit-gathering talismans around the room to help her recover her spiritual energy. Finally, he cast a solid barrier before heading towards them. Everyone, follow me to the next room. I tell you everything you need to know. The moment Xiaoying and the others followed Su Miao into the room, a barrier suddenly rose from the ground, enveloping them all. But they remained unfazed, for the barrier's power clearly came from the snow jade. This further underscored the importance of what Su Miao was about to tell them. Everything you want to know is right here. Read it for yourself, but remember, do not engage in any discussion. Chapter 265. Su Miao finished speaking, unconcerned with the crowd's expressions. He took out the white jade slip that Shui Shuangshuang had recently given him and tossed it into the air. The text within the slip played like a slideshow, appearing before everyone frame by frame, word by word. The contents of the slip contained a restriction Xuening had set up back then. As long as those who read it refrained from discussing it, it would not alert Ningxian, far south of the snow-capped mountains, or alert him. The slip's contents were concise and to the point, and Xiaoying and the others only needed a quarter of an hour to read and digest it all. Even though they had long known that the entanglement between Xuening and Ningxian 1,000 years ago was more complex than Shuiyu had suggested, the complex entanglement between the two, as well as Ningxian's true identity, still left everyone feeling overwhelmed. Everyone remembered Su Miao's initial instructions, and no one discussed the contents of the slip. But from the equally solemn expressions on everyone's faces, it was clear that everyone's thoughts were similar. The amount of information contained in this jade slip was truly immense. I had initially assumed it was just the usual, commonplace story of a ruthless swordsman who murders his wife to attain enlightenment and then regrets it. But who could have known there were so many twists and turns hidden within, especially Ning Xian's identity. He was actually half demon. Xia Ying's mind raced. In fact, on her first day, in the world of immortal cultivation, she had taken time to ask Yin Yin for all the information on the Wanxiang continent, and devoted a considerable amount of time to studying it. Thus, Xia Ying had some knowledge of all the races that existed in the world of immortal cultivation. While she didn't know the underlying principle, it was clear that reproductive isolation existed within the world of immortal cultivation. Specifically, it's difficult for different races to produce offspring. But just because it's difficult doesn't mean there are no exceptions. While demons cultivate demonic powers, they also cultivate spiritual powers, just like humans. Therefore, some powerful demons with profound spiritual power and humans with pure spiritual power have the potential to produce offspring with half-demon blood. This is perfectly demonstrated by Ji Heyuan. At the same time, there are likely many half-demons like Ji Heyuan hidden within the world of immortal cultivation. Half-demons are permitted to exist, but half-demons are different. Demons are the embodiment of all the resentment and evil in the world. They feed on resentment and evil, killing and consuming their flesh and blood, and in doing so, they enhance their cultivation. The existence of demons is an enemy that all races in the world of immortal cultivation, with the exception of evil cultivators, unite to fight against. Not to mention that no one would fall in love with a demon and have children with them. Even if such an extreme love sickness existed, it would be difficult for them to produce beings with both bloodlines. But Saint Xuanning and the Xue family ancestors would never have conspired to fabricate a half-demon. After all, they weren't idle. Furthermore, after reading this, the reminder in the back of his mind that the quest progress had reached 40 also confirmed its authenticity. So one can imagine how special a half-demon, a creature that shouldn't exist, really is. But the quest progress was only at 40, which meant that the Jade Slip's record of Xuanning's secret was incomplete. Xia Ying's hands on the table clenched and unclenched unconsciously, her brows furrowed in a frown. She still had to figure everything out. Everything else could be ignored for now, but the murder plan laid out by Saint Xuanning must be thoroughly understood. They only knew the plan existed, but what it was, how it would be carried out, and what role they would play in it. Xia Ying had no idea. Su Miao calmly observed everyone's expressions, and only spoke again after confirming that everyone had fully accepted the situation. Shuang and Saint Xueyu have discussed this operation before. We are running out of time, so they plan to depart in 2 days. Saint Xueyu will gather the others tonight to announce this matter again. Su Miao paused, his gaze settling on Qin Linzhao. The saint has great faith in Qin Xianjun and believes he is the destined one mentioned in the final divination left by Saint Xuanning 1,000 years ago. This is why the saint asked me to tell you the truth. The saint hopes that no matter what happens, Qin Xianjun will lead your fellow disciples to aid the Northern Territory. Of course. Qin Linzhao, knowing the importance of this matter, naturally did not refuse. The saint has placed such trust in us, and we will not let her down. Here, the Xiaoya sect members were carefully discussing their plans with Su Miao. Even elsewhere, Gu Qinghuai and Lin Yuexiang, severely injured by Xia Ying, finally regained consciousness from the poison in their bodies. God knows how happy Wang Qing felt when he saw the two lying half-dead in the same room. But after that joy, recalling the memories of his past with Lin Yuexiang, Wang Qing could not completely sit idly by. He took out some common elixirs, and planned to treat Lin Yuexiang's wound briefly. Just as he was tending to her wound, Lin Yuexiang suddenly opened her eyes, arching her body like a fish, her eyes wide open. The next second, she was rolling around on the bed, moaning intermittently, "It hurts. It hurts so much." Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Wang Qing beside the bed. As if she had seen her last hope, she clutched his clothes tightly, her expression utterly anguished. "Brother, third brother, please help me, it hurts so badly, I can't bear it. How can I help you? Would ending it for you be a quick fix?" This secret and sinister thought flashed through Wang Qing's mind, but in the end, he didn't actually act. "Junior sister, how can I help you if you don't tell me what happened?" "It's Xia Ying. She injured me and poisoned me." As soon as she finished speaking, the dull pain in her body suddenly intensified, causing Lin Yuexiang to convulse and bleed from the corners of her mouth. Wang Qing was quite interested in the poison pill Lin Yuexiang mentioned, so he probed his spiritual power into her body, wanting to see what kind of poison could torment someone so agonizingly. But it was clear that even if he saw it, he couldn't detoxify it. "Junior sister, this poison is very strong, and I can't tell what it is, so I can't detoxify you. You probably just have to grit your teeth and hold on. Lin Yuexiang? Question mark. Even though she was already suffering from the poison pill, Lin Yuexiang was still furious at Wang Qing's irresponsible attitude. She gritted her teeth, enduring the pain. Third brother. Are you really unwilling to help me? It's not that I don't want to, it's that I'm truly helpless against this poison. You can't cure it, but Xia Ying definitely has the antidote. Brother. Go and beg her. Kneel down and beg her. As long as you can let her vent her anger. Who knows, she might even be willing to give me the antidote. Chapter 266. You want me to kneel down and beg Xia Ying for the antidote? Wang Qing couldn't believe his ears. He was so proud that even when Xia Ying pinned him to the wall and humiliated him with the nether blue lotus flame, he hadn't even kneeled down to beg for mercy. But now, Lin Yuexiang was brazenly telling him to kneel before Xia Ying. Wang Qing's heart, already deeply hurt by Lin Yuexiang, instantly grew even colder. Ding dong. Supporting character Wang Qing's favorability rating dropped by 5, and his current favorability rating for the charming heroine was 34. Lin Yuexiang's vision was blurry, so she couldn't see the coldness in Wang Qing's eyes. She naively believed that Wang Qing was still the same person who would give anything for her. Third brother, don't you love me the most? I'm in so much pain right now. Can you really bear to watch me suffer so much? Junior sister, stop talking. I love you, but you don't seem to love me. Wang Qing interrupted her impatiently. Besides, Xia Ying hates you so much she won't let you die so easily. This poison isn't fatal, it just caused you some pain. Just grit your teeth and bear it, won't it? Grit your teeth and bear it? Lin Yuexiang's eyes widened. Listen, is this even human language? But as the pain reached its peak, Lin Yuexiang's mind became even more lucid, and she finally noticed Wang Qing's unusual indifference. She still couldn't figure out what had gone wrong, but that didn't dampen her will to live. Xia Ying's poison pill only caused her immense pain, but the soul-devouring insect the man in red had planted in her was truly deadly. Gu Qinghui, like her, had been poisoned by the same pill and now, with his eyes tightly closed, was lost in layer after layer of illusions. Gu Qinghui could no longer be relied upon. Now, Wang Qing was the only person she could rely on. Third senior brother, don't be angry. It's my fault. Lin Yuexiang, trying hard to conceal the hatred in her eyes, spoke again. If you don't want to help me ask Xia Ying, then forget it. Can you help me with something else? It's very simple. You just need to find out where the trace of divine consciousness left by the previous saint of the Snow Clan is. Stop, stop, stop! Do you know what you're saying? The more Wang Qing listened, the more outrageous it seemed. The last bit of heartache and hope for Lin Yuexiang in her heart vanished with those words. This is the Snow Mountain, the territory of the Snow Clan. How important is the saint to the Snow Clan? Is he so tired of living that he inquire about the remaining divine consciousness of a fallen saint? Wang Qing felt that Lin Yuexiang didn't want his help, she wanted to die. I won't help you. Either do it yourself or forget it. With these words, Wang Qing abruptly stood up and walked away, never once glancing at Lin Yuexiang. He was completely unaware that the look Lin Yuexiang gave him from behind him had slowly transformed from disbelief to resentment, and finally to a deep murderous intent. Ding dong. Supporting character Wang Qing's favorability has dropped by 10 points, and his current favorability towards the charming heroine, Lin Yuexiang, is 24. Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening supporting character Wang Qing. The quest reward is now being issued, the Immortal Treasure. 1 Samsara Mirror. Xia Ying, who had already returned to her room, heard the constant stream of favorability notifications and the announcement of quest rewards in her mind. A flicker of understanding flashed across her eyes, and a faint smile crossed her face. When it came to destroying favorability, Lin Yuexiang truly never let her down. Now that Wang Qing had completely broken free from the allure of the charming heroine's aura, it was time to take his life. What kind of death should he choose? Xia Ying and Yin excitedly discussed this question. For the next 2 days, those who knew they would be leaving for the Tianqing in 2 days mostly stayed in their rooms, either practicing or recuperating to be in top form for the battle. Xia Ying also spent some time studying the immortal treasure she had just acquired, the Samsara Mirror. Unfortunately, she still didn't understand it. In Yin's words, she wasn't strong enough yet. Although the Samsara Mirror was an immortal treasure, it demanded extremely high standards from its user. Without extremely strong spiritual power, and a cultivation level above the spiritual transformation stage, it was impossible to activate the Samsara Mirror and make it work. So, Xia Ying had no choice but to temporarily store the treasure and diligently retreat into seclusion in her room for another 2 days. Unbeknownst to Xia Ying, during those 2 days of seclusion, she had been killed in Lin Yuexiang's room. Ever since that day's disagreement with Wang Qing, she had been moved to a different room, separated from Gu Qinghuai, thanks to Helian Yao's kindness. But at this moment, Wang Qing, who had previously fallen out with Lin Yuexiang, sat by her bedside with a smile on his face, carefully healing the damage in her meridians with his own spiritual energy. But a closer look revealed that this Wang Qing before him was completely different from the original Wang Qing in both demeanor and behavior, and this person was no longer Wang Qing, but Dai Tian, who, with Lin Yuexiang's help, had successfully annihilated Wang Qing's spirit and taken over his body. Lin Yuexiang lazily leaned against the pillow, chatting casually with the person before her. "Senior, what do you think of this body? It has some flaws, but it's definitely the best option available right now." Shortly after Wang Qing left that day, Dai Tian awoke from his slumber and immediately saw Lin Yuexiang's miserable state. After learning everything from her, Dai Tian looked at the wounded Lin Yuexiang with a rage even greater than her own. Thus, after confirming that Lin Yuexiang intended to kill Wang Qing to vent her anger, Dai Tian decisively considered possessing her body. There are simply too many restrictions to staying in the bracelet. How can it compare to the convenience of being outside? Wang Qing is courting his own demise. No wonder they're so ruthless. It's a pity we haven't been able to fully absorb Wang Qing's luck yet. No pity, he deserves to die. Lin Yuexiang's eyes were filled with undisguised murderous intent. Without him, there are plenty of people in this world of immortal cultivation whose luck I can plunder. Let's not even talk about anything else. Who among those in the Xiaoliao sect isn't more talented than Wang Qing, whose luck isn't greater than his? When there are so many better options, why should I waste my energy on him? Well said. Dai Tian wholeheartedly agreed with Lin Yuexiang's thoughts. Emotions are useless. You just need to be as ruthless as you are now, so that our ascension plan will go more smoothly. Don't worry, senior. I won't let unnecessary emotions interfere with our ascension. In Lin Yuexiang's heart, nothing is more important than ascension, but thinking of Xia Ying's current treacherous tactics, Lin Yuexiang subconsciously shuddered and couldn't help but add a word of caution. Chapter 267. Senior, you must be extra careful with Xia Ying. Don't let her discover your difference. Don't worry, little girl. Dai Tian's expression was indifferent. No matter how powerful Xia Ying is, she's only at the Jinden stage now. She's still a nobody. There's no need to encourage others and diminish your own prestige. But she's really strange now. Lin Yuexiang didn't know why. Initially, she had considered competing with Xia Ying, even killing her. But now, despite still harboring immense hatred for Xia Ying, she instinctively didn't want to get close to her. Especially after Dai Tian woke up, Lin Yuexiang had thought he could help rid her of the poison, but all he could do was ease her pain. In her mind, Dai Tian had always been omnipotent, but now, he was equally helpless against Xia Ying's poison pill. Doesn't this mean that, at least in terms of poison refining, Dai Tian is no match for Xia Ying? Little girl, what's wrong with you now? Why are you so afraid of Xia Ying? Are you scared after being beaten by her? How could that be? I just don't want any more accidents to happen. Lin Yuexiang's face froze after her true feelings were exposed, but she feigned indifference and suggested again. Besides, our original goal was to seize the luck of all the children of destiny in the world of immortal cultivation. Dealing with Xia Ying was just a convenient move, thinking she was an easy target. So? Now that you realize Xia Ying isn't a tough target, you're thinking of giving up and retreating? Dai Tian looked at him with disapproval, his eyes losing their usual gentleness. You should know that Xia Ying possesses considerable luck. If you had successfully replaced her spirit bones and nipped her in the bud, our ascension plan wouldn't have been repeatedly frustrated. Senior, that's an interesting thing to say. Why couldn't I replace her spirit bones? Is it because I didn't want to? Or even you couldn't do it? Lin Yuexiang retorted. Even though Dai Tian had been in her bracelet since she could remember, accompanying her throughout her growth, she couldn't stand Dai Tian's condescending accusations whenever something went wrong. Clearly, Dai Tian hadn't been of any help, had he? On several occasions, she let her trust Dai Tian's misjudgments lead to worsening situations. Now, in Dai Tian's words, it was all her fault. This wasn't the first time they argued. Dai Tian could clearly sense that Lin Yuexiang's trust in him was less than before. This wasn't a good sign. Lin Yuexiang, he had to keep her firmly in his grasp to ensure safety. A flash of coldness flashed across Dai Tian's eyes, but when he spoke again, his tone softened. It was indeed my fault. I didn't mean to blame you before. Thinking carefully, you do have a point. Xia Ying is indeed difficult to deal with right now. Instead of wasting energy on her, it would be better to seize this opportunity to plunder the luck of a few more children of fortune. As long as you acquire enough luck, your advancement will accelerate, and even thunder tribulations will not cause you much harm. As for Xia Ying, after we ascend, crushing her will be no different than crushing an ant. I carefully consider what you said, and won't let Xia Ying discover my intentions. Then, senior, please be prepared. Lin Yuexiang remained expressionless, but a secret pleasure welled up in her heart as she spoke the next half-sentence. My third senior brother has always been impulsive, foolish, and impulsive. Senior, if you don't act foolish enough in front of outsiders, there's no guarantee they won't notice. An invisible crack began to quietly appear between the two, though they were currently completely unaware. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuexiang had now recovered under Dai Tian's meticulous care, though the occasional bouts of the poison still left her in pain and anxiety. Besides, the two also hoped to contact the disciples of the Northern Territory families, and further plunder their luck, so they naturally endured the pain and followed the main group. But Gu Qinghuai, whose spiritual power had been frozen by Xia Ying, and who was now practically a cripple, was naturally not allowed to follow. No one cared who was right or wrong, let alone what Xia Ying had done to Gu Qinghuai. Aside from the fact that they had no connection with Gu Qinghuai, beyond friendship, there's an unwritten rule in the world of immortal cultivation. The strong reign supreme. The path is difficult, and they barely have enough time to cultivate and search for treasure. How could they possibly have the energy to be messengers of justice and judge others? Besides, even Gu Qinghuai's fellow apprentices didn't say a word to defend him, so who would care about him? Not only that, Saint Snow Jade even arranged for Xue Ji and the others to keep an eye on Gu Qinghuai, to prevent him from doing anything suicidal that would bring disaster upon everyone. Not long after everyone left Gu Qinghuai, Xia Ying's mind buzzed with another notification about a change in favorability. Gu Qinghuai's favorability towards Lin Yuexiang had dropped to 40. She was simply waiting for the Northern Territory situation to be resolved, then adding fuel to the fire to quickly drive Gu Qinghuai's favorability below 30. This would allow her to harvest one more head to commemorate the deceased original owner. But speaking of harvesting heads, Xia Ying's gaze suddenly shifted to Wang Qing and the team behind her, and she then cued Yin in the system space. Yin, do you think Wang Qing is a little strange? Have you noticed something? It's hard to say, but Wang Qing gives me a different vibe than before. A faint flicker of doubt flickered in Xia Ying's eyes. He doesn't seem as stupid as before. How strange. Could someone who's always been brainless suddenly develop a brain? Yin, Host, are you really sure you're not just insulting me? Of course not. You can doubt my abilities, but you can't doubt my character. Although, let's just say, is there a possibility that you, the host, have no character at all? Xia Ying sighed. Yin is becoming less and less like a proper ruler. Okay, seriously, there really seems to be something off about Wang Qing. Xia Ying pursed her lips, trying to find the most appropriate description. I used to feel an instinctive revulsion when I saw him. But now, my first reaction is discomfort. And behind that discomfort is a deep fear. And Wang Qing actually makes me feel fearful? Don't you think the very existence of such a thing is abnormal? Chapter 268. If what the host said is true, this is indeed very wrong. After Xia Ying finished speaking, Yin did not respond immediately, but spoke again after a while. But I just scanned Wang Qing, and didn't find any obvious abnormalities on him. So it was just my imagination. No, the host's intuition is not wrong. Yin's tone was firm. The host is a pure chaos saint body, naturally attracting all spiritual energy in the world. So, it is far easier for the host to perceive the world and the universe than for ordinary cultivators. I see. It means my sixth sense is extremely accurate. Xia Ying, receptive, quickly translated Yin's words into a more understandable version. I knew there was definitely something wrong with this person. Xia Ying glanced calmly at Wang Qing and the team, then quickly averted her gaze. Xia Ying was now very adept at deducing the truth she desired from Yin's words. No obvious abnormalities equal something abnormal. Based on my understanding of the world of immortal cultivation, there's a 99.9% chance that Wang Qing has been possessed by someone else. First, we have to rule out Helian Yao, who constantly switches bodies. Based on this Wang Qing's closeness to Lin Yuexiang and his level of care for her, his identity is easy to guess. I suppose it's the so-called senior who has been secretly guiding and protecting Lin Yuexiang, right? Xia Ying, quickly figuring everything out, slowly curled the corners of her lips into a mischievous smile. Things are really getting more and more interesting. Meanwhile, Lin Yuexiang and Dai Tian stayed in the group of disciples at the back, their eyes constantly glancing at Xie Ying's movements. Seeing Xie Ying wasn't paying much attention to her, her anxiety finally settled. However, she never imagined that Xie Ying, through discussions with Yining and her own deductions, had already guessed that Wang Qing was Dai Tian. It was simply because she had more important things to attend to at the moment that Xie Ying thoughtfully avoided bothering them. The group, each with their own thoughts, continued their journey in silence towards the unknown. After leaving the Snow Clan's control, the surrounding environment deteriorated at a noticeable rate, but fortunately, they now had the Snow Jade Saint in their group. Even though Ning Xian had forcibly gained control of half of the Snow Mountain, with the Snow Soul left behind by the Snow Ning Saint, he was no match for the Snow Maiden, who was born and raised in the Snow Mountain, and returned to the Snow Mountain after his death. With Saint Snow Jade's intervention, the blizzards had no significant impact on the group, and their speed was greatly increased. After only 2 days and 1 night of travel, the group finally arrived at nightfall at the south of the snow-capped mountains that Xue Shuangshuang had sensed. However, the snow-capped mountains were enormous, and there was little difference between them from a distance and up close. The cenote containing Saint Snow Ning's body was hidden within one of the mountains. Searching through each one would not only be laborious, but would also easily attract Ning Xian's attention. After all, their large group conspicuously stood out. For now, they were completely shielded from outside observation thanks to the barrier created by Shuiyu, Qin Lin Xiao, and Xue Shuangshuang, the most advanced cultivators. This search isn't a solution. Yu Lang paused. Didn't the saint already sense his location earlier? Why not try again now to determine the exact location of the cenote, thus saving us from wandering around like headless flies in the snowy mountains? Master Yu makes it sound simple. Shuiyu glanced at him coldly. Do you think our Snow Clan secret techniques can be used anytime, anywhere? Furthermore, performing such techniques consumes a great deal of energy. We're about to engage in a fierce battle with him. If I were to lose my energy now, would Master Yu be willing to lead the charge? Yu Lang paused, but remained stubborn. I simply don't want everyone wasting time on finding their way. After all, we don't have much time left, do we? Aside from this, is there a better option? Perhaps there is. A lazy voice broke the tense atmosphere between the two, and they looked in the direction of the voice. He realized it was indeed Xie Ying who was speaking. Everyone, I have a bold idea. Will your idea work? Yu Lang's face was skeptical, clearly unconvinced. We know if it works after we try it. Xie Ying casually played with a strand of hair that fell across her chest. Otherwise, does Patriarch Yu have a better idea? Yu Lang frowned. Why did these words sound so similar to what he had just said to Shuiyu? Is Xie Ying hinting at him? But before Yu Lang could even begin to speak, Shin Fuyu stood up to support his junior sister. Patriarch Yu, don't worry. Since my junior sister has an idea, it's likely to work. That's it. Shin Fuyu smiled meaningfully, but didn't continue. What is it? That this method is likely somewhat immoral, and someone will definitely suffer. Ji Huyuan took over the conversation naturally, as if discussing what to eat tonight. But everyone in unison took a half step back, quietly distancing themselves from Xie Ying. Ever since Xie Ying's bold words about the immortal way before the stone wall spread that day, the Snow Maidens had always discussed it in their private conversations. So naturally, the disciples from the aristocratic families, who had been staying with the Snow Clan for 2 days, had heard some of the rumors. Even the Lu Clan disciples, who had been trying to get close to Xie Ying for the position of young master of the Lu Clan, had silently. She chose to wait and see for the time being. Now that even Xie Ying's own senior sisters and junior brothers had spoken so, everyone was even more hesitant to step forward. No one wanted to become the sufferer Ji Huyuan had mentioned. After all, those who cultivate an immoral path are likely to have no morals, right? Xie Ying watched as everyone avoided her like serpents and scorpions. A flicker of bewilderment flashed across her eyes. Why were they all so far away all of a sudden? She wasn't going to eat them. Xie Ying rolled her eyes speechlessly, not bothering to explain, and spoke directly. Lin Yuexiang. I'm here. Suddenly called out, Lin Yuexiang stiffened almost reflexively. She responded subconsciously before reacting, her fingers trembling slightly beneath her sleeves. What do you want to do? Don't be afraid, I'm not going to eat you. Xie Ying smiled at her. Just a little question. It would have been fine if she hadn't smiled, but this smile instantly made Lin Yuexiang tremble even more violently. Chapter 269. What do you want to ask? Lin Yuexiang tried hard to overcome the inexplicable fear that had arisen in her, making her voice sound normal. But the increasingly trembling fingers, hidden within her sleeves betrayed her deep anxiety. When you acted independently and triggered the avalanche, you were captured by the zombies. Did they take you to their lair? No. When it came to a matter of life and death, Lin Yuexiang denied it without a second thought, quickly reciting her prepared explanation. My senior brother arrived just in time to save me, and we later struggled to get back to the team. Oh. So you don't know where the Tianking is? How would I know such a thing? Lin Yuexiang lowered her head, not daring to look at Xie Ying, fearing she would see her guilty conscience. If I knew I could help everyone, I definitely wouldn't refuse. That's great. So you must be willing to try this method for everyone. Lin Yuexiang, shock. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. Although she had long known Xie Ying was targeting her, when Xie Ying said it herself, her heart finally settled. Before she could think of any refusal, she heard Xie Ying's voice continue. Back in Yaohua town, I told Brother Shui that zombies are evil creatures that hide during the day and come out at night, feasting on blood. Since we know the zombie's lair is where Ningxian is, all we need to do is capture one and have it lead the way. That's easy to say. Yu Lang sneered. If we could capture the zombies, we would have found the Tianking long ago. Why would we be listening to your nonsense? It seems Master Yu really doesn't grasp the key points. Ridden by the ridicule, Xie Ying, far from angry, gave Yu Lang a look of sympathy, a look that only intensified Yu Lang's fury. Just as he was about to explode, Xie Ying averted her gaze as if nothing had happened and spoke quickly, not giving him a chance to speak. Zombies are known to be bloodthirsty and extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. So, we just need to push one person out and bleed him, and I'm sure the zombies will be drawn out soon. Xie Ying slowly outlined her plan. If the zombie we draw out is a low-level one with low intelligence, operating on instinct, I naturally find a way to temporarily control it and lead us to the sinkhole. But if it's a high-level zombie with some level of consciousness, that would be even better. Judging from the zombie that abducted Lin Yuexiang last time, it tends to take its prey back to its lair to feast on it slowly. So, Xie Ying chuckled and glanced around slowly. Do you all understand what I mean? Xie Ying's words were so clear that it was hard for anyone to misunderstand. Their gazes simultaneously fell on Lin Yuexiang. Lin Yuexiang's scalp tingled under the gaze of the crowd, but the next moment, Dai Tian and Helian Yao simultaneously stood in front of her. Such a risky method. Why don't you go yourself, Xie Ying? Instead, you want to push Xiangxiang out? Because I don't want to take the risk. Xie Ying said with such righteousness, if you care so much about Lin Yuexiang, you could have stood up for her. Thank you, Fairy. Helian Yao also looked disapproving. This method might damage your virtue. Besides, Fairy Lin recovered from her serious injuries because of you. I'm afraid she won't be able to withstand the bloodletting. Yes. You're all right. Xie Ying nodded perfunctorily, not bothering to listen to what he was saying. So, fellow Taoist Helian is willing to bleed Lin Yuexiang? Helian Yao, He fell silent. While he did have plans for Lin Yuexiang, he certainly couldn't afford to sacrifice himself for her. I'm willing to do that, but Immortal Wang is Fairy Lin's senior brother and closer to her. How could I possibly steal his job? Thank you, third senior brother. I knew you loved me the most. Lin Yuexiang unhesitatingly followed Helian Yao's lead and sold Dai Tian out. After all, Xie Ying only wanted her blood, not her life. She wasn't willing to compromise herself, so she had to compromise the senior. Dai Tian, who was quickly dispatched, said, "Not you." But before he could say anything more, a vine flew out from behind Xie Ying, tightly binding him and dangling him in midair. Without a word, Xie Ying slashed him. A moment later, the crowd, concealed within the barrier and wearing invisibility talismans, stared intently at Dai Tian, suspended in midair, their expressions complex. Dai Tian now bore numerous wounds, each one inflicted by Xie Ying herself. Blood dripped onto the ground, creating an eerie effect in the dim moonlight. Xie Ying also watched Dai Tian's every move. When he paled, she fed him a blood-growing pill, and then made another cut, repeating the cycle. Everyone assumed she wasn't feeding Wang Qing the blood-growing pill out of fear, but simply to drain more blood from him and maximize its usefulness. This woman, Xie Ying, is a demon. It seems like the blood isn't enough. Let's add some more. Xie Ying muttered to herself, her expression calm as she fed the medicine and continued to drain blood until the air became thicker and thicker. The Lu disciples who had once harbored some feelings for Xie Ying were now completely disillusioned. Let's not even talk about whether they could trick Xie Ying into marrying into the Lu family. Even if they did, she wouldn't have to live long enough to enjoy the position of young master, right? If they really shared Xie Ying's bed, they felt they would lose many years of their lives. After all, who knew if they could be strangled in their sleep by the person beside them? They simply couldn't bear to deal with such a ruthless character. Xie knew her methods today might be difficult for many present to accept or even deeply fear, but she didn't care. She cultivated to achieve enlightenment, not to make friends. As long as they didn't dictate her actions, she could think whatever she wanted. Here it comes! Xin Lin Zhao, who had been staring into the vast night, suddenly spoke. Everyone turned their heads in his direction, and saw a small black dot moving rapidly towards them. This method actually works? Xie wasn't deliberately torturing Lin Yuexiang and the others for personal gain. Seeing the black dot approaching, everyone held their breath and concentrated on not attracting its attention. It moved with incredible speed, leaping up, snatching Dai Tian away, and leaping into the vast night. The disciples exchanged bewilderment. What had just scurried out like a giant black rat? Is this the high-level zombie Xie had mentioned? But no one noticed that Xie, who had also seen the zombie's features in a quick glance, was slowly taking on a solemn look. Chapter 270. What are you all standing there for? Yu Lang, anxious, ripped off his invisibility charm. They've been carried 2 miles. Why don't you chase them? The others quickly reappeared. What's the rush? Xiuyu glanced at him unkindly. Could it be that Xie didn't anticipate this? Saint Xiuyu understands me. Xie, having regained her composure, raised an eyebrow and smiled at her. I already left a mark on him. As long as that zombie carries him to the Tianqing, I definitely find its location. Xie spread her palms, and a colorful paper butterfly fluttered forward. Dots of colorful light slowly fell between its wings, like the only light in the dark snowy night, guiding them in their direction. Let's go! Follow it, and we find the Tianqing. At this moment, Dai Tian, carried on the zombie's shoulders, blood dripping from wounds all over his body, felt dizzy and dazed. He channeled his mental energy to heal his wounds, but due to the excessive blood loss and the rough and bumpy road, his progress was slow. However, after experiencing it firsthand, Dai Tian seemed to understand a little of Lin Yuexiang's strange attitude towards Xie. This Xie was indeed very different from the cowardly loser who had lived in the Yutian sect before. Since his birth and transformation, Dai Tian had never been used like this, repeatedly as a tool. Who among those who had been fortunate enough to connect with him in the past had not worshipped him like a god? Only Xie. Only she dared to look down on him like that, draining a companion's blood as bait to attract zombies. Never before had the demons done such a puzzling thing. Xie was clearly more demonic than the demons themselves. The desire to kill Xie became the strength that kept Dai Tian awake and slowly mended his wounds. The zombie carrying him moved swiftly, almost as fast as a flying sword. Dai Tian watched the scene on both sides retreat at an extremely fast speed, and couldn't help but worry whether Xie and the others could keep up with the zombie's speed. Although his true strength didn't scare him much from Ning Xian, who had already reached the fusion stage, he was now using Wang Qing's body, and had to evade the current Heavenly Dao's surveillance. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to display his true strength and expose his whereabouts under Heavenly Dao's nose. And while Dai Tian was feeling anxious, the zombie carrying him had returned to the Tianqing and thrown him heavily to the ground. A flash of murderous intent flashed in Dai Tian's eyes, and he leaped to his feet. His spiritual energy transformed into a blade, flashing with a cold light. He aimed it at the zombie's neck and slashed it hard. But the blade missed, piercing the air. The zombie that had stood before him a moment before vanished in the blink of an eye. Even Dai Tian, a man of experience, couldn't help but be startled. Duh. With the sound of footsteps approaching from afar, a figure suddenly appeared in his sight. Then, several blinding rays of light burst forth from the ground beneath his feet, enveloping him completely. Then, a dizzying feeling of weightlessness washed over him, and his consciousness spiraled into a state of chaos. Before he completely lost consciousness, he saw only a startling flash of red. This is it. Half an hour later, guided by the colorful butterfly, the group finally arrived at the final destination of their snowy mountain trek. The Tianqing. Xie gently raised her hand, and the colorful butterfly immediately turned and flew into her palm, disappearing into it. The moment the colorful butterfly returned, the connection between it and the mark naturally returned to Xie herself, but Xie subconsciously frowned. Senior sister, what's wrong? I can't sense it anymore. Xie frowned slightly. It's as if the mark I left on him has been directly severed by a powerful barrier. Xie made no effort to lower her voice, so the wind carried her words unmistakably to everyone's ears. Some of the disciples' expressions immediately changed, and a flurry of discussion erupted, interspersed with accusations directed at Xie. What does this mean? Could it be that fellow Taoist Wang has already met with an accident in there? I knew this method wasn't reliable. What's the difference between this and sending someone to their own death? The sorcery inside controls corpses to attack. If fellow Taoist Wang dies in there, wouldn't that simply be adding to the enemy's strength? If you knew it wasn't reliable, why didn't you tell us earlier? Don't forget who brought us here. Shui Yuan glanced coldly at the most vocal of the Yu disciples. Pick up your bowl to eat, put it down to curse. Your family tradition is truly astonishing. All right. Shui Shuang scolded. What time is it now? Are you still arguing about meaningless topics? She appeared to be scolding Shui Yuan, but her cold eyes were fixed directly on the Yu clan disciple. I don't believe your clan leader has ever told you how dangerous the journey to the snow mountains is. I originally thought that since you were willing to follow me into the snow mountains, you were already prepared to sacrifice your lives for the northern territory. But it seems I clearly overestimated you. There's nothing shameful about being afraid of death, but you shouldn't blindly accuse others of it. Fairy Siet is the one I asked for help. The affairs of the northern territory have nothing to do with her. It's not your place to meddle with her actions. If you manage to escape alive, I will personally settle this account with you. Also, if anyone is afraid of death, please return and leave now. I, Shui Shuang, don't need cowards in my team. Shui Shuang's tone was quick and sharp, leaving the Yu clan disciples filled with shame and anger. Feeling humiliated, Yu Lang, before he could even speak, heard Shui Yu's voice from the front. Are you done yet? Are you still going in? Where are Xiang and the others? They were already inside while you were whining. The usually expressionless Snow Girl now showed obvious impatience. After all these years, how could the Northern Territory noble families still not break their habit of whining and blaming each other before major events, arguing about who was right and who was wrong? And this? Xiang asked me to give it to you. Chapter 271. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Shui Yu holding a thick stack of corpse-suppressing talismans. The next second, she handed the talismans to Shui Shuang. Xiang also said that the zombies inside might be different from those you dealt with before, and these talismans might not be as effective as before. But I still appreciate it if Master Shui could distribute them to your disciples. It's better than nothing. Shui Shuang quickly distributed the talismans equally, and then, along with Shui Yu, headed inside, followed by everyone else. Meanwhile, Xiang and the other brothers and sisters had successfully reached the depths of the cave, the cemetery where countless coffins and zombies lay hidden. The Tianqing. Although it was only a quick glimpse, Xiang could clearly see it and, with her limited knowledge of zombies, determined its level. A hairy zombie. And it was a hairy zombie about to evolve into a flying zombie. Hairy zombies alone are unafraid of fire and sunlight, not to mention flying zombies that can fly, evade the earth, and even use magic. When Xiang first saw that hairy zombie, she felt a bit apprehensive. She wasn't sure how many zombies of this strength were hiding in the Tianqing, or whether there were even top-tier zombies, like wandering corpses and incorruptible bones. Thankfully, after seeing the situation in the Tianqing with her own eyes, she felt somewhat relieved. While there were many zombies here, the most formidable one was the one she had just seen. Then, there was another question. Generally speaking, whether it's foraging or exploring the route, the smaller soldiers should be sent forward, right? So, after seeing that it was a hairy zombie that was coming to kidnap people, Xiang felt apprehensive. But the truth was, that hairy zombie was the most formidable of all the zombies. She had never met a boss who cared enough to let his subordinates go hunting on their own. So, that hairy zombie must have been a soldier sent out. And the one who said it was Ning Xian. A thought flashed through Xiang's mind, and she latched onto it. Suddenly, she understood the real reason everything had gone so smoothly this time. It wasn't their foresight, nor was it Shui Yu's help, but Ning Xian's tacit approval. He had gone from initially resisting being found and spied on to now actively establishing contact. It was a game of luring the enemy into a trap and catching the turtle in the trap, but unfortunately, they, who thought they could launch their killing plan, were the ones caught. Something's not right. Retreat. Having realized this, Xiang instinctively stopped and stopped the others from moving forward. We've been tricked. This is a trap. Go! But it was still too late. From the moment they entered the cave, all means of return were blocked. The Xiaoyao sect members, who attempted to turn back, didn't even have time to utter a single word of caution when they encountered Shui Shuang and the others chasing them. They were swept away by a powerful suction force from beneath their feet, knocking them unconscious. Before she completely lost consciousness, Xiang heard a faint, short laugh that seemed both distant and present. And a few mumblings. You? Go experience my life too. When she opened her eyes again, a rare look of bewilderment crossed Xie Ying's face. Questions filled her mind. Who am I? Bang! A rock suddenly struck her forehead, sending black blood cascading down her cheek. A torrent of abuse followed. Monster! You monster! Get out of our Xie family. Shame on you. Your mother doesn't want you anymore, yet you insist on staying here. It's because of you, a monster, that our Xie family has become the laughing stock of the Central Territory. You monster who shouldn't exist, go die. Why don't you just die? Even your mother doesn't want you to live anymore, so why don't you just die? No matter how harsh the insults, Xie Ying remained motionless in the corner. She was trying to process the situation. And those who were throwing stones and hurling abuse at her all looked like children, not much older than her. But there was no innocence in these children's eyes. Instead, they held malice and hatred even more extreme than some adults. The children's curses grew more and more intense, until, not content with simple verbal abuse, they saw Xie Ying sitting motionless. One of the girls, the most vocal, rushed over, grabbed her by the collar, and slashed her face with a blade of spiritual energy, wielding it directly from her spirit power. Ah! But the next moment, Xie Ying threw the girl to the ground, even the spiritual blade being snatched away by her, pressing it against her neck. The other children rushed forward to assault Xie Ying, but before they could even get close, they were all sent flying by black tentacles extending from her back. Although she still didn't understand what was happening, or who she was, it didn't diminish her annoyance. Yes, she was annoyed. What little brat dared to bully her? Did he really think she was easy to bully? And at this moment, the girl, pinned down by Xie Ying, continued to curse. Xie Ying! I'm warning you, let me go! I'm Xie Qing, the eldest daughter of the Xie family. How dare you, a **** like you, attack me? Who are you calling bastard? You're the bastard. Oh! You seem quite self-aware, and your words are quite fitting. You. Slap. A crisp slap rang out, and the arrogant Xie Qing couldn't even finish her words before Xie Ying slapped her face. I just saw it. Xie Ying stared at her coldly, gently pointing to her forehead. You smashed my head, so this slap is a return gesture. Xie Ying, are you crazy? How dare a monster like you attack me? Aren't you afraid I tell my father to throw you into a den of evil spirits? TSK. Xie Ying scoffed. I'm already a monster. What am I afraid of? What am I afraid of? If I remember correctly, you seemed to want to disfigure my face just now? Xie Qing stiffened, a bad premonition suddenly welling up in her heart. The next second, she saw Xie Ying raise her hand high. In her hand was the dagger she had conjured with her spiritual power. The dagger gleamed with a cold, cold light in the sunlight, and then it stabbed straight at her. A sharp pain rippled through her left cheek, and Xie Qing's agonized wail resounded through the air. All the children were stunned. They had bullied Xie Ying for so long, but they had never imagined she would resist. Dared to resist, and that resistance had directly injured the most prestigious young lady among them. After slashing a long gash on Xie Qing's left cheek, Xie Ying finally let go, casually throwing the dagger to the ground and brushing off the dust from her clothes. Everyone hurriedly helped Xie Qing up and left, no one daring to provoke her again. It was then that Xie Ying finally noticed the faint black line lingering on her fingertips. Was that demonic energy? A strange memory suddenly flooded her mind, and she remembered. So I'm half demon. Chapter 272. From the memories that suddenly flooded her mind, Xie Ying finally understood her own origins. A monster unacceptable to the world, commonly known as a half-demon. Her mother, Xie Xiangwan, a daughter of the Xie family, a prominent cultivator family in the Central Realm, met her father, a wandering cultivator known as the Danyu Scholar, while traveling. The Danyu Scholar possessed striking appearance and an extraordinary demeanor. The two met through a strange encounter in a small secret realm, and later partnered to explore the world of immortal cultivation. Xie Xiangwan hated evil, and was straightforward and impulsive. Meanwhile, the Danyu Scholar was gentle, calm, and rational. The two complemented each other perfectly in every way, and along the way, they naturally fell in love. This was supposed to be a beautiful love story. But the protagonist, the Danyu Scholar, was not human. He was a demon who had escaped from the 10,000 Demons Gorge and disguised himself as a human. Demons are naturally emotionally indifferent, and the story between Danyu Scholar and Xie Xiangwan stems from sheer curiosity about what humans call love and affection. If Danyu Scholar had continued his disguise, Xie Xiangwan would have remained oblivious to his true identity. But Xie Xiangwan, upon discovering her pregnancy, was eager to share the good news. She suddenly returned to their abode just as she should have been returning to the central realm, only to encounter Danyu Scholar's true form. From that day on, love turned to hate, to resentment. Xie Xiongwan resented Danyu Scholar's deception, resented him for playing her for a fool, and even more resented herself for incestuous relations with a demon. What she hated most was that she was pregnant with a demon's child. This hatred persisted even after Xie Xiongwan personally led the arrest of Danyu Scholar and sealed him back into the 10,000 Demons Gorge. For she discovered that no matter what she did, she couldn't remove the child from her womb. But as long as the child existed, Xie Xiongwan could never forget the humiliating experience. How ridiculous that a daughter of the dignified Xie family had given birth to a child with a demon. The very existence of this child was the greatest stain on Xie Xiongwan's life, and the first thing Xie Xiongwan did after giving birth to Xie Ying was strangle her to death. Unfortunately, no matter what she did, she couldn't kill her. She was left to fend for herself in the Xie family's forbidden grounds, among the demonic beasts. Throughout her life, Xie Ying relied entirely on instinct, hunting demonic beasts for food when hungry or thirsty, consuming their raw flesh and drinking their blood. She grew up in a difficult and arduous manner until she was 3 years old. It wasn't until the Xie family discovered that she could absorb the resentment and evil thoughts of others to strengthen herself, while also absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for normal cultivation, that she was finally rescued from the forbidden area. But what greeted her instead of her family's acceptance was malicious abuse, endless abuse, and humiliation. The Xie family treated her like their most useful weapon. No matter the danger, no matter how great, she was always the one charging to the front. After all, half demons can't die, right? But even so, the Xie family's attitude towards Xie Ying remained unchanged. They still gave her beatings and scoldings when necessary, and even the Xie family's dog would kick her for no reason. She grew up in this environment filled with prejudice and hostility until she was 10 years old. After briefly sorting through all her memories, Xie Ying raised her head expressionlessly. She couldn't understand. Was she a fool before? With all her formidable strength and immortality, she'd been bullied like a poor little thing for 10 years? Rise up and take down the Xie family, smash them to pieces. How wonderful is being a half-demon. Doing evil without feeling any guilt. Xie Ying's eyes hurt whenever she thought of that pitiful self in her memory. At the same time, her desire to overthrow the entire Xie family and avenge her past humiliation grew stronger. Just then, the disciples sent by the Xie family head to capture her and bring her to the punishment platform arrived. Holding chains, they intended to attack Xie Ying directly and tie her up before the Xie family head. But upon seeing Xie Ying's scarlet eyes, the black mist shrouding her, and the massive tentacles hidden behind her, they involuntarily took a half step back. Xie Ying was half demon, so she wouldn't die. But they would. Who knew if Xie Ying's demonic nature would unleash and tear them apart? So it was safer to stay away. Xie Ying, the patriarch wants you to go to the punishment platform. Oh, I see. Let's go then. Xie Ying started walking. Clearly a prisoner about to be brought to justice, he exuded the aura of a powerful leader. This unexpectedly easygoing approach gave them some peace of mind. They figured Xie Ying must have lost control of the demonic energy within him, causing him to lose control and injure the young lady. All they had to do was wait and see how Xie Ying would kneel down, begging for mercy and accepting her punishment. A few disciples, eager to watch the spectacle unfold, leisurely followed Xie Ying all the way to the punishment platform. The platform. Patriarch Xie, Xie Xiongwan, the elders of the Xie family, and the Xie disciples had all taken their seats. Seeing Xie Ying, shrouded in demonic energy, their eyes were filled with hatred and contempt. Xie Qing, whose cheek had been scratched and slapped by her, was now nestled in Xie Xiongwan's arms. Upon seeing Xie Ying, hatred and malice mingled in her eyes, and she quickly burst into tears. "Auntie! Look at my face! It's all Xie Ying's fault. I was just joking with her, and she destroyed it. Auntie, you must intervene. Qinger, my dearest child. You are my dearest. How could I bear to see you suffer such injustice?" Xie Xiongwan caressed Xie Qing's cheek, his eyes filled with tenderness. But the next moment, facing Xie Ying, his expression was filled with indifference and hatred. "Xie Ying, do you know you're wrong? Yes. Since you do, why don't you come over here and kneel down and kowtow to Qinger and admit your mistake? And since you hurt her face, you might as well lose an arm. You're dreaming. What did you say?" Xie Xiongwan suddenly looked up at her, his eyes filled with disbelief. "I said you're dreaming?" Xie Ying lightly snapped her fingers, and the black mist behind her solidified into a chair suspended in midair. She sat down gracefully in full view of everyone. Xie Qing, how dare you ask me to kneel before you? I was wrong, but it was because I didn't realize it sooner and resist. Instead, I was bullied by you rotten-hearted people for so many years. I'm making this clear today. You won't be able to bully me again. You're rebelling. I think you've gone all out. Xie Xiangwan stood up angrily. You dare to disobey me, your mother. How dare you, a mother, not raise her child? Xie Ying glanced at her lazily and sneered. Please don't insult the word mother, okay? Chapter 273. Looking at Xie Ying's eyes, devoid of any attachment to him, and the cold expression on her face, Xie Xiangwan froze in place. What was going on? How could things have suddenly gotten out of control? Doesn't this child crave his love the most? Why is he suddenly looking at him with such coldness? Everyone present was shocked by Xie Ying's words. No one in the Xie family knew how much Xie Ying longed for her mother's love and approval. It was precisely because they had grasped this weakness of hers that the Xie family had been able to wield this wounding knife with confidence for so many years. Because Xie Xiangwan was the sheath that could contain Xie Ying's blade. But what did they see now? What did they hear? Is the knife about to lose its sheath? But without its sheath, could it really still be used by them? A sense of unease welled up in everyone's heart, and the Xie family head's expression was utterly gloomy. This bastard, how dare she? The Xie family head waved his sleeves, and countless poisonous stingers flew out from them, striking Xie Ying in the face. At the same time, a black mist rose from the ground, encircling Xie Ying, and the poisonous stingers disappeared into the mist. When the mist dissipated, Xie Ying, sitting in the center, was unharmed, even toying with a small stinger in her hand. That's it? She chuckled softly, her slightly raised brows filled with mockery and contempt. It seems my sword is so effective that even you, the patriarch, have slacked off in your training and are now much weaker than before. I thought you were so formidable, I was so prepared. Being humiliated in front of the entire family by a half-demon bastard, Patriarch Xie's dignity and authority as patriarch were completely shattered. Veins bulged on his forehead, and the murderous intent within him could no longer be suppressed. Disciples, listen. Form a sword formation. Help me slay this demon. All right. I want to see how you kill me. Before he finished his words, Patriarch Xie pointed his sword skyward, and a sharp sword energy soared into the air. The disciples around the punishment platform responded. They shifted constantly around the platform, taking their positions as quickly as possible. As the runes beneath their feet lit up, a pillar of white light shot up into the sky, enveloping everyone. As the white light faded, a massive sword formation suddenly formed. Runes, formed by the interweaving of countless sword energies, shimmered beneath their feet, and Xie Ying was at the very center of the formation. Sword energy flew through the formation, piercing her with fierce and relentless force. The thick black fog that had previously enveloped her was shattered by the sword energy at a visible speed. Everyone was delighted at this, and they worked even harder to channel their spiritual energy into their swords, transforming it into sword energy and injecting it into the sword formation. However, they failed to notice the flash of mockery in Xie Ying's eyes as she looked at them. With a command from Patriarch Xie, a resounding sword chime echoed through the formation. The long swords in the hands of the disciples transformed into shadows and flew into the air, then converged into a single, mighty sword. The sword was sharp and resilient, its tip a gleam of cold light blinding anyone. Demon-slaying sword. Fall. With the words uttered, the mid-air giant sword slashed down towards Xie Ying. The countless sword chimes, like the sharpest weapons, pierced the eardrums of the disciples holding the sword formation. However, Xie Ying, at the center of the formation, remained unfazed, even taking the time to examine the giant sword in mid-air before offering a heartfelt assessment. Your sword is no good. The signs of shoddy workmanship are too obvious, and it's so ugly. Arrogant bastard. Die! The mighty sword slashed down with devastating force. But the satisfying scene that Patriarch Xie had imagined of severing Xie Ying's head did not occur. The moment they saw the situation on the punishment platform, everyone froze in their tracks. The black claws formed from the black mist clamped down on the mighty sword, preventing it from being cut even an inch. Xie Ying remained seated on the chair formed from the black mist, showing no sign of panic. She even took in their expressions with interest. Then, as their shocked and stunned eyes glared, she gently crushed the mighty sword, shattering it to pieces. The mighty sword was formed from the combined sword energy of everyone. Now that it was destroyed, everyone suffered the backlash, and they all spat out blood. How could this be? Xie Xiangwan and the rest of the Xie family looked at Xie Ying as if she were a true monster. For the past 10 years, they had hated bullying Xia Ying, yet they had been forced to hide her true identity from the public. The reason was simple. Xia Ying's sword was simply too useful. It was indestructible, so no matter how dangerous the secret realm, she could retrieve the treasures the Xia family needed. As for how badly Xia Ying would be injured or how much blood she would shed in the secret realm, no one cared. After all, they were human. Why would anyone care about a half-demon? But when this sword, which had been at their mercy for 10 years, was finally unsheathed and pointed at them, they finally realized and felt a hint of fear. As a half-demon, Xia Ying perfectly inherited all the genes of both demons and humans. Demons are most sensitive to all kinds of emotions in the world. Thus, Xia Ying, amidst the Xia family's overwhelming malice, sensed the slowly spreading fear. Fear of a demon like her. Surprised? I thought you already figured it out. Xia Ying leaned back in her chair, tilting her head to gaze at the pale-faced Xia family head and others not far away, then slowly cracked a smile. It was a perfectly innocent smile, but to the Xia family's eyes, it was terrifying. Some disciples, unable to bear the eerie atmosphere, tried to flee, only to discover that the black mist created by Xia Ying had already spread, transforming into thin demonic threads that bound them all tightly, preventing them from moving. They could only stand there, watching Xia Ying's slightly parted red lips, letting her voice, tinged with laughter, drift into their ears on the wind. A half-demon is still a demon. Demons can cultivate by absorbing the world's resentment and evil thoughts, and I, a half-demon, am even more powerful. Aside from evil thoughts and resentment, I can absorb anyone's negative emotions and transform them into my own strength. Unexpectedly? Whether it's your malice or murderous intent towards me, it's the best nourishment for my strength. Xia Ying said, her gaze finally landing on the Xia patriarch, followed by another sneer. With all this noise and momentum, I thought the patriarch had truly found a way to kill me. Now it seems, it's nothing more than that. Chapter 274. Xia Ying's mocking words were like slaps in the face, one after another, hitting every member of the Xia family. You bastard. Don't be so complacent. We can't kill you, sure, but don't think we have no way to deal with you. The Xia family head's face was as grimy as a spilled seasoning bottle, yet he held on, maintaining his airs as the head of the family. 10,000 Demons' Gorge is where all the demons are sealed. Every one of the monsters within is brutal and vicious. I admit that your talent and strength are indeed formidable, but if you lose your freedom and are trapped in 10,000 Demons' Gorge, how long do you think you can hold out against those powerful demons? Better be obedient, and then my Xia family will still have a place for you. Threatening me? Well, let's see if you have the ability. Xia Ying narrowed her eyes, a dangerous aura emanating from her body. The disciples trapped by the black mist felt their scalps tighten as the black mist broke through their flesh, attempting to penetrate their very bones and blood. In the past, humans infected by demonic energy had only one fate, death, but they didn't want to die. The disciples didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy before the black mist enveloped one of their number and dangled him in midair. And that person was one of Xia Ying's most ruthless disciples, the one who bullied her most during missions or during her time in the secret realm. Save him from me, if you can. You bastard. Stop it. I'm so sorry, I'm uneducated, and don't know the meaning of knowing when to stop. Xia Ying smiled sweetly, but I do know that a drawn sword cannot be sheathed unless it sheds blood. As her words slowly faded, the figure of the disciple suspended in midair was completely engulfed by the black mist. When the mist dissipated, only a skeleton remained in the air. As the mist receded, the skeleton fell from the sky and shattered. At that moment, overwhelming fear gripped everyone. Xia Ying had actually dared to kill. Who would be next? Who among them would be? Don't be afraid. I don't really enjoy killing people. If your patriarch doesn't say anything that irritates me, why would I kill you? Faced with Patriarch Xia's threat, Xia Ying handled it with remarkable ease, disrupting the enemy's morale, and even kindly pointing out the flaws in his words. Oh yes, there's one more thing I need to remind Patriarch Xia. Your idea of sealing me in the 10,000 Demon Gorge is a good one, but it's just an idea. After all, the 10,000 Demon Gorge can only contain pure-blooded demons, and I'm a half-demon, with both human and demon blood flowing through my body. I can be demon or human. So, the 10,000 Demon Gorge can't hold me. Xia Ying's words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the last spark in the disciples' hearts. Patriarch Xia and the elders were horrified. Who told her this? Even these Xia disciples didn't know that the 10,000 Demon Gorge couldn't hold half-demons. So how did Xia Ying know that? Looking at Xia Ying's confident and unyielding expression, Patriarch Xie knew he had completely lost the ability to subdue her. He turned his attention once more to his sister, the only relative Xie might care about. Xie Xiongwan. Not just him, but almost everyone's eyes were fixed on Xie Xiongwan, a tremendous pressure bearing down on her shoulders. Xie Xiongwan stepped forward with a stern expression, trying to soften her expression and tone. Xie, that's enough. It's time to stop making such a fuss. I know you were seriously injured in the secret realm some time ago, and it seems your memory has been affected, which is why you can't control the demonic energy within you. Xie Xiongwan took another deep breath and forced a gentle smile. If you stop now, I promise to forgive all that happened. You can still live in the Xie family, and no one will bully you in the future. Are you kidding me? You're old enough to breastfeed now, don't you? Xie rolled her eyes speechlessly. I lost my memory, not my mind. How can I not see what kind of people you are? Besides, now's not the time for you to bargain with me. It's really unpleasant to be inferior to someone else. I really can't let myself down, so I have to let you down. Also, that sword formation you just displayed, which was all talk and no action, was truly disgraceful to sword cultivators. I'm in a good mood, so I don't mind showing you what it means to truly split a mountain with one sword. Before she finished her words, Xiang opened her hand, and the sword of the nearest disciple flew out of its sheath and into her hand. As she raised her hand and wielded the sword energy emanated and lingered around her. As she gently slashed down with her sword, the overwhelming sword intent instantly solidified into substance, transforming into the sharpest blade in the world, carrying with it an unstoppable killing intent and falling straight down. Sword slash. Boom! After a deafening roar, the buildings behind the Xie family's leader and the others were reduced to rubble. But behind them was no simple building, but an ancestral hall housing the tablets of the Xie family's ancestors. The hall was protected by formations and barriers personally set up by a master formation master specially invited by the Xie family, but with a single strike, Xiang reduced everything to ash. Half-demons are truly monsters that shouldn't exist in this world. At only 10 years old, she already possesses such formidable destructive power. If she continues to grow, it's unimaginable how much disaster she will bring to the Xie family and the entire world of immortal cultivation, but Xiang herself had no idea how powerful her swordsmanship was. At first, she simply wanted to act like a boss, but the moment she grasped the sword intent flowed freely. It was as if this sword intent, along with a previous revelation that 10,000 demon gorge couldn't contain a half-demon, had been ingrained in her bones. Xiang had a vague feeling that something was wrong with her memory, but after a while she couldn't figure out what it was, so she simply put it out of her mind. Forget it, let's deal with the future later. For now, let's deal with these people in front of us. You? Okay, the game ends here. Xiang raised a finger to her lips in a silencing gesture, then smiled softly. Countless tentacles spread out from behind her like a tail, and a thick black fog quickly spread from her center until it enveloped the entire Xie family. This Xie family's lords, it's time for a change. I hope you remember what I'm going to say. From today on, I rule over everything in the Xie family. No matter where you go or what you do, you need my permission. Of course, you can tell the other families and join them in fighting me, but then you have to completely reveal the fact that you're keeping a half-demon as your sword. But you probably don't want to see that happen. So remember this. I, Xiang, am your only master. Chapter 275. After revealing her true strength that day, Xiang finally rose from the ranks of the peasants, becoming the true leader of the Xie family. She had truly avenged her past humiliation, but the Xie family's nightmare also began that day. She remembered all the ways they had bullied and excluded Xiang, all the inappropriate things they had done and said to her. So on that day, her revenge against everyone began in earnest. Xiang lived in the Xie family's most comfortable and spacious courtyard, feasted on delicious food, and enjoyed countless resources for cultivation. She also remembered daily, picking out a group of people from her grudge book to exact revenge on. In Xiang, the Xie family learned the true meaning of revenge. Xiang decisively pounded, taught, everyone who had bullied her a lesson. When she was in a bad mood, she would even slash a random enemy to liven things up. Xiang was happy, but she was the only one in the entire Xie family who was happy. Everyone else lived in constant fear, never knowing if they would be the next to be stabbed. After 3 full months of such dire straits, the Xie family head finally couldn't bear it anymore and secretly requested reinforcements from the northern border. To ensure Xiang wouldn't be able to resist when reinforcements arrived, he instructed his disciples to smear a layer of deadly poison on their bodies, before visiting Xiang each day. This poison would gradually seep into her body through contact. This method was like drinking poison to quench thirst, but the Xia family disciples were incredibly united on this matter. They feared death, but they hated being suppressed and manipulated by a half-demon even more. As long as Xia Ying could be taught a lesson and return to her former state of being at their mercy, they would be willing to sacrifice not only their lives, but even their very souls. Not only that, the Xia family head and Xia Xiongwan, in violation of their ancestral teachings, jointly set up a demonic array outside Xia Ying's courtyard. Their rationale was simple. Since righteous methods couldn't harm Xia Ying, they would fight evil with evil. They simply refused to believe that Xia Ying had no weaknesses. The good news was that their plan against Xia Ying was indeed effective. The bad news was that it wasn't very effective. Not only was it not very effective, but Xia Ying discovered their actions, enraging her. The night before the reinforcements from the northern border requested by the Xia family had arrived, the entire Xia family was engulfed in a sea of black flames. The demonized Xia Ying's hair was silver, her eyes had turned completely blood red, and tentacles behind her danced erratically in the air. Wherever she passed, black demonic fire ignited, and no matter how hard the Xia family tried, they were unable to extinguish it. But even after becoming demonized, Xia Ying remained lucid and conscious. Her revenge was directed solely against the Xia family and every enemy who sought her life. As for the rest of the city, and those who were unaware of the truth, they remained unaffected. She sat on a platform piled high with bones, looking down at the Xia family members struggling in agony below in the vast sea of flames. This included her mother, of course. At this moment, half of Xia Xiongwan's body had been engulfed in flames, and his face was covered in scars from the flames, leaving only half intact, looking particularly hideous and terrifying. Even so, Xia Xiongwan had no intention of bowing to Xia Ying. Her eyes, which bore a striking resentment to Xia Ying's, glared at her, then uttered what she considered the most vicious curse. Xia Ying, you half-human, half-demon monster, even if you kill me, I won't love you. You're a monster. You don't understand love, and you don't have any feelings. People without feelings can't love, let alone receive love from others. I curse you that even if you hold a high position and control the vast world of immortal cultivation, you will never receive the true love and love you desire. Besides power and strength, you will possess nothing. That's wonderful. Xia Ying smiled slowly. Thank you so much, my dear mother. Even at this time, you can still give me such a sincere blessing. Xia Xiongwan's smirk froze completely. Did Xia Ying not understand? What blessing? She was clearly cursing. As if sensing the surprise in Xia Xiongwan's eyes, and considering their blood connection, Xia Ying kindly explained so that she could leave with peace of mind. I know you're confused right now, but don't be confused yet. Honestly, I don't understand why I was so obsessed with your sincerity and love. After all, I'm a half-demon, possessing talents and strengths beyond your reach. What's the point of that illusory sincerity? But the most important thing is that I suddenly realized. It seems I've been dwelling on this in the past. Love is an innate human instinct. A half-human is still a person. The love I always sought, I can give myself. So what if no one loves me? I don't need anyone else's love at all. Because I will always love myself sincerely, passionately, and without betrayal. The moment she finished her last words, Xia Ying thought she heard a subtle crack in the void, as if something shattered. But she didn't take it to heart. Instead, she met Xia Xiongwan's dazed gaze, and said her final words with a smile. So, my mother, you don't have to worry about me. Now, please go on your journey with peace of mind. The fire at the Xia family burned all night, alarming the other noble families in the central territory. The noble families, upon seeing the strange black flames, felt a chill in their hearts. Demon. A demonic fire, with the power of destruction and devouring. But haven't all the demons in this world been sealed away in the 10,000 demon gorge? Why would traces of demons appear in this central territory, and they were completely unaware? Question and astonishment instantly filled their hearts, sweeping over. But they had no time to find the answer to this question. More than the answer, they were eager to save the others trapped in the flames. Perhaps saving the Xia family would naturally reveal the answers to these questions. But they soon discovered a cruel truth. They could neither extinguish the fire nor save the Xia family. This demonic fire was completely different from anything they had encountered before on the human-demon battlefield. The black flames were mingled with the pure spiritual energy of the human race, rendering all their methods developed specifically to combat the demons useless. They could only watch helplessly as the blaze completely devoured the entire Xia family, annihilating them. Until the moment the sky crackled with pale skylight and daylight appeared, the fire finally subsided. At the same time, A thin, but sturdy figure slowly emerged from the ruins. Chapter 276. Everyone hadn't expected the Xia family to have a survivor, and a glimmer of surprise and delight flashed in their eyes. But the next moment, when they saw the visitor's true face, their surprise was instantly replaced by a deep fear. For the visitor had white hair and red eyes, and half of her face was adorned with a magical pattern resembling a blooming crabapple blossom. She was a demon. So, the horrific annihilation of the Xia family was actually perpetrated by this little demon, who looked no more than 10 years old. If that were the case, they simply couldn't believe the sheer power of this demon. But then, something even more astonishing happened. Someone recognized the demon from the ruins, and suspicion crept into their voices. Look at that child. Is she the Xia Ying the Xia family had found? This sentence was like a stone suddenly dropped into a calm lake. A stone that stirred up 1,000 waves, and the onlookers were completely in an uproar. Although the aristocratic families often acted independently, they would cooperate when encountering particularly difficult secret realms. And no matter which operation, the Xia family would always have Xia Ying present. This, too, left a deep impression on her fellow disciples. It wasn't because she was young yet powerful, but because of her reckless fighting style during missions. Despite being the youngest of the disciples, Xia Ying was always the first to rush to the front when faced with danger. And no matter how badly she was wounded or how much blood she shed, her expression showed no fear, only numbness. She was someone who feared no death. But at this moment, seeing Xia Ying's complete demonic transformation, everyone finally realized something. It wasn't that Xia Ying wasn't afraid of death, but that she simply couldn't die. Xia Ying is a demon. So does the Xia family know about this? A question that concerned everyone immediately arose, but Xia Ying quickly and kindly clarified it. Oh! Everyone's here. That's perfect, it saves me from searching one by one. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Ying saw the people surrounding her grab their spiritual weapons, poised for battle, as if she were some formidable demon. However, Xia Ying didn't care or get angry. These people had never done anything excessive to her in the past. Some of their disciples had even secretly given her medicine. Xia Ying believed that even though she was a demon, she was a good demon with her own principles, a clear distinction between gratitude and resentment, and a sense of loyalty and righteousness. So, Xia Ying wasn't so ruthless as to take the lives of those who had no grudge against her, or even had shown her kindness. So, considerately, she stopped and didn't move forward. Instead, she repeated her old trick. She used the black mist to weave a giant floating chair for herself to sit on, observing the crowd with interest. Don't be so nervous. I have no grudge against you, so I won't kill you. Otherwise, this fire would have destroyed more than just the Xia family. You're a demon, but why do you still have spiritual energy fluctuating within you? Normally, we can't sense any demonic energy from you. Isn't that simple? Because I'm half demon, and why do you think I slaughter the entire Xia family? Xia Ying spoke with a smile, casually revealing her disastrous past. The Xia family's scandal, concealed for a decade, was finally exposed on this very day. They truly couldn't even maintain their reputation after death. Xia Ying, having kindly informed the Zhongjing family of all this, attempted to leave, but unexpectedly, the insurgents surrounded her. These people were clearly more humane than the heartless Xia family, understanding that Xia Ying, a half-demon, had been innocent in the beginning. They didn't want to fight Xia Ying, but as righteous cultivators, they couldn't allow Xia Ying, a half-demon, to leave like this. You want to fight me? Xia Ying's face suddenly darkened, and a black mist spread, accompanied by a murderous intent. Xia Ying, you misunderstood. We don't want to hurt you. The leader hurriedly explained, but we can't just watch you leave. We know you endured inhumane torture in the Xia family over the years, and we know you harbor resentment. But now that the Xia family has been annihilated by you, you no longer have any enemies in the Central Territory. We simply hope you can remain in the Central Territory. If you wish, we're willing to rebuild a mansion for you on the ruins of the Xia family. From now on, you can come and go as you please. The man paused before adding a sentence. There's just one thing, you can't leave the Middle Realm. No place within the Middle Realm is defenseless against you. To put it bluntly, isn't this just a disguised attempt to imprison me? Xia Ying scoffed. The demons are imprisoned in the dark 10,000 demon gorge, while I'm imprisoned in the entire Middle Realm. Honestly, I killed enough people today, and I don't enjoy killing innocent people. But if you're seeking death, I won't show mercy. Before she finished her words, the black mist behind Xia Ying suddenly exploded several times in size, enveloping them all. It held a distinctly dangerous aura, but not a hint of murderous intent. As the two sides clashed, a white light suddenly descended from the sky, landing directly on Xiang. Like a sharp sword, the white light cleaved the black mist behind Xiang and transformed into thousands of spiritual threads that entwined her body. In a matter of moments, she was wrapped like a silkworm cocoon, with only her head sticking out. Not only that, the moment Xiang was enveloped by the spiritual thread, the demonic features on her body quickly faded, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed back into a pretty, lovely human girl. What's going on? Everyone looked at each other, bewildered, wondering how the little witch, baring her teeth and arguing with them just a moment ago, could have transformed into a well-behaved silkworm in the blink of an eye. Is this an illusion? At that moment, a white figure descended from the clouds and stood beside Xiang, who was wrapped in a silkworm chrysalis. He lifted her up with ease, as if she were a chick. Before the Zhongjing people could ask, he took the initiative to introduce himself. Chapter 277. Shui Duo of the Shui clan in the Northern Territory. Greetings to all of you fellow Taoists. Shui Duo, dressed in white, and with a white beard, exuded a sage-like demeanor and a trustworthy demeanor. He proactively explained to everyone's confusion. I already know the specifics. The Xie family has committed their own evil deeds and is now suffering the consequences. No one else is to blame. This child is quite pitiful and innocent. If she were left in the Central Territory, you might not be able to control her. Why don't you let me take her back to the Northern Territory and raise her well? I see she has a good character, and with proper upbringing, she might be able to find her way back to the right path. Everyone, no fellow Taoist, are you not seeing clearly? It's true that Xiang is innocent. After all, being born a half-demon wasn't her choice. But how did they know Xiang was pitiable? Have you ever seen a poor little girl single-handedly destroy an entire family? However, everyone tactfully avoided asking this question, as they were more concerned with another issue. Fellow Taoist Shui, are you sure you can bring Xiang back on the right path? Her temperament seems. The man was about to say naughty and violent, but met Xiang's fierce glare and abruptly changed his tone. It doesn't look good. Don't worry, fellow Taoist. While I may not have the strength to do so, I have the Snow Maiden of the Snow Clan in the Northern Territory. The Snow Clan are the purest and most benevolent elves in the world. After I return to the Northern Territory, I will personally go to the Snow Clan to meet the Snow Saint and ask her to help raise this child. Even if I can't bring her back on the right path, the Snow Saint's strength can still trap her in the snowy mountains for life, preventing her from taking a single step out. After receiving Shui Duo's affirmative response, the people in the Central Territory finally relented and allowed Shui Duo to take Xiang away. At this moment, Xiang, still wrapped in her silkworm pupa, was bound to Shui Duo's sword with silk. Shui Duo stood behind her, and the two of them soared high above the clouds. After the strong winds had blown her hair all over her face for the nth time, Xiang finally couldn't help but speak. Hey! Stinky old man, how long will it take us to the northern border? At my speed, we reach the snowy mountains in about 2 days. Shui Duo gave her a disdainful look. You look quite cute, little one, but why are you so rude? You should call me Grandpa Shui. Humph. I'm so sorry. I never been to school and can't read. So I don't even know how to write the word polite. Oh. Really? Seeing Xiang's unmoved expression, Shui Duo smiled and shook his head, not a trace of anger. When he spoke again, there was even a hint of coaxing in his tone. Even though you can't read, you should know that this strong wind hurts your face, right? How about a deal? From now on, you change how you address me. Call me Grandpa Shui, and I help you create a barrier to block this annoying strong wind. Humph. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. Xiang cursed inwardly, treacherous old man, and turned away coldly. Who is she? She's Xiang, the little devil who single-handedly took down the entire Xie family. Would she bow her head for something as trivial as avoiding the wind? Impossible. A quarter of an hour later. Grandpa Shui, could you please, with a flick of your finger, create a small barrier for me? Xiang smiled sweetly at Shui Duo. Please, thank you. 2 days later. 2 figures, one large and one small, stood at the entrance to the snowy mountain. Over the past 2 days, Xiang had become completely familiar with Shui Duo. For some reason, even though she knew Shui Duo was the man Patriarch Xie had sent to deal with her, she disliked Patriarch Xie, but couldn't muster any dislike for Shui Duo. After all, as a half-demon with a keen sense of emotion, determining whether someone harbored ill will towards her was easier than breathing. Even though Shui Duo had wrapped her like a dumpling in silk and then subjected her to several hours of strong winds, forcing her to call him Grandpa, when they first met, Xiang still quite liked the old man. He was genuine, the most genuine person she had ever met. For this reason, Xiaoying wasn't as resistant to Shui Duo's offer to send her to the Snow Clan to learn from him. Mainly, she couldn't escape, so she could only accept the arrangement obediently. She'd never been to the north before, so staying a little longer wouldn't hurt. Xiaoying quickly reassured herself, then thought of the white silk wrapped around Shui Duo's waist. She wondered what kind of treasure that silk was, that it could completely control her. She'd see if she could get it from that old man and study it. This time, Shui Duo didn't take her far. When night fell, he took little Xiaoying by the hand and stood before a vast, dreamy palace of ice and snow. Wow! So beautiful! Xiaoying exclaimed heartfelt admiration, then a moment of unconscious daze. Why did it feel like I've been here before? As long as you like it, you'd be living here, training with Saint Xuening. Shui Duo, unaware of Xiaoying's momentary daze, continued to offer his instructions as he led her inside. The further they went, the more familiar Xiaoying felt with this place, as if she had actually been there before. This eerie familiarity instinctively stirred a sense of unease within Xiaoying. Combined with her fragmented memories, she felt as if she had forgotten something crucial. But what was it? What had she forgotten? However, before Xiaoying could figure this out, Shui Duo had already stopped. We arrived at the Saint Maiden Palace. Let's go in. As if sensing their arrival, the tightly closed palace gates suddenly opened wide the moment they approached. Then Xiaoying spotted a red plum blossom budding in the courtyard, her brows furrowing even deeper. Could it be the size already? However, she knew this was someone else's territory, so she tactfully refrained from questioning and simply let Shui Duo lead her deeper into the courtyard. Soon, they saw a snow girl with a cold and proud expression, stalking over and blocking their path. My sister is currently reading divinations and cannot be disturbed. Please wait here for a moment. Miss Xueyu, did the saint know I would be visiting today? Who is my sister? What in this world could possibly escape her divinations? Xueyu raised her chin proudly, her eyes brimming with pride, a true sistercon. Shui Duo smiled and nodded in agreement. Only then did Xueyu's gaze finally settle on the tiny Xiaoying beside her. Is this the child you mentioned to my sister last time? She looks quite cute, and doesn't seem like someone who could cause much trouble. Miss Xueyu, don't underestimate her. Shui Duo smiled and stroked Xiaoying's head, his eyes filled with kindness. She single-handedly destroyed the Xia clan of the Central Territory. If I hadn't arrived just in time, she would have disappeared long ago. But the Xia clan treated her cruelly, and her destruction of them was a way of settling that fate. And she didn't harm any innocent people when she took action, which shows she still has good intentions. I only hope that after she becomes a disciple of Saint Xuening, she will truly turn to goodness from now on. Don't worry, my sister has promised you this, and she will do her utmost to fulfill it. You can rest assured, little girl, stay with the Snow Clan. As Xueyu finished speaking, a white light lit up between her brows. Sister, I'm ready. Come with me now. Xiaoying remained silent throughout the conversation, following the two of them until she saw the woman sitting at the desk slowly raise her head. Then, she was completely captivated by her gentle eyes. Chapter 278. Xiaoying didn't know how to describe the eyes she had seen. The saint's eyes were so compassionate and gentle that through them, Xiaoying felt as if she were seeing all living beings, all things in the world. How strange, Xiaoying thought. This was clearly her first time here, but why did everything about the Snow Clan, that girl Xueyu, and even the saint before her, feel so strangely familiar to her? While the adults were talking, Xiaoying sat quietly aside, pondering these questions. When she regained consciousness, the three had already discussed and decided on her place. Seeing her constantly looking at the silk around her waist, Shui Duo knew she had taken a fancy to it, and before leaving, he specially cut a piece for her to study. Xiaoying settled down in the Snow Clan, formally becoming a disciple of the saint, Xuening, and practicing and learning various techniques with her at regular times every day. Life in the Snow Clan was peaceful, and 3 months passed unnoticed. One day, Xuening took Xiaoying on a special trip to a Tianqing, far from the Snow Clan. After arriving at the Tianqing, that eerie familiarity washed over Xiaoying once again, but she said nothing. After 3 months in the Snow Clan, Xiaoying was certain her memory was flawed. She knew her name was Xiaoying, and there was no mistaking it. But her identity, her memories, were all flawed. A person can lose their memory, but they can't forget their true nature. In other words, she absolutely couldn't be a grandson of the Xia family for 10 years. For this very reason, Xiaoying distrusted anyone who appeared around her, and naturally, she never spoke of this matter to anyone. She simply kept quietly searching for a way to recover her true memories. She didn't know why Xuening had brought her here, and she honestly didn't ask any further questions until Xuanning spoke up. Come here. Master, what are your instructions? Look closely at this formation. Xuanning waved her hand, and a large formation suddenly emerged from the surrounding snow. The formation was shaped like the 8 diagrams, with the 8 directions, Qian, Kun, Li, Kan, Dui, Jin, Sun, and Jin, constantly shifting within it. This Tianqing was located right at its center. Master, what kind of formation is this? Reversal of life and death. Xuanning slowly began to explain patiently. This is one of the ancient forbidden techniques. Legend has it that this formation can bring the dead back to life, but it also comes at a great cost. The formation is unpredictable, and to escape it, one must find the correct exit. Ancient forbidden technique? That must be a formation that cultivators are not allowed to use, right? Master, are you planning to teach me this formation today? Since you say it's forbidden, why would I teach you? Xuanning chuckled. I won't teach you how to set up the formation, but I will teach you how to break it. And I will only teach you this once, so remember this. As long as Master teaches diligently, I'm confident I can learn it. Faced with Xie Ying's confidence, Xuanning nodded affirmatively, then guided her to observe the patterns of movement and changes within the formation. I already carefully taught you the techniques of Bagua numerology, astrological manipulation, and divination. Although this formation has many variations, they all adhere to the same principles. They all follow the principles of the 5 elements, Bagua, and the 6 lines. I know it won't be difficult for you to find the true path to salvation within it, but the question is whether you can truly find it. Master once said that the northeastern Jin Palace, located after the beginning of spring, is the point at which all things are reborn, and it points to the gate of life. But since this formation is called reversal of life and death, if it can resurrect the dead, it must also be capable of destroying the living. Therefore, the gate of life isn't the true gate of life. I'm guessing the true gate of life is located in the southwest Kun Palace, correct? Yes, Ying is very clever. When faced with despair, living towards death is the last resort. Xuanning was generous in her praise of Xiang. However, for a fortune teller proficient in the art of Bagua deduction, this isn't difficult to grasp. The problem is that finding the escape route only allows one to escape from the formation, but it doesn't directly break it. Furthermore, every time someone leaves the formation, the location of the escape route is refreshed. Therefore, someone proficient in the invisible Bagua must remain within the formation to find the escape route for the others. But once this formation is activated, it will rob everyone within a quarter of an hour. So, Master is saying that if you encounter this kind of formation, escaping through the escape route is useless. The best approach is to break it directly. The center of the formation is crucial, destroying it will break it. Generally, the center is located at the center of the formation, but this formation has 2 centers, one at the life route and the other at the death route. Before Xie Ying could guess, Xuanning told her the correct answer. Furthermore, the strength of the formation is closely tied to the strength of the caster. Anyone with a significantly different realm who attempts to break the formation will inevitably suffer backlash. Furthermore, both the gate of life and the gate of death must be destroyed simultaneously, and there is only one chance to do so. Xuanning didn't bother to check Xie Ying's expression, quietly recounting the details of breaking the formation. Ying, remember this. You only have one chance to break the formation. If you fail, everyone will be left waiting for death in despair. So, if you decide to break the formation, you must succeed. Master, you're so strange. Why are you telling me all this all of a sudden? It's as if you already know I encounter this formation someday. Yes, Xuanning admitted with a smile. Ying, have you forgotten? I can see a person's future through the hexagrams. Without waiting for Xie Ying to ask again, Xuanning spoke. Actually, I've been waiting for someone. For whom? You, but not you. Xuanning smiled, unconcerned about whether Xie Ying understood or not, continuing on her own. To be precise, you're the only one who has managed to reach me, so I can only entrust these things to you. Ying, my time is running out. After saying this, Xuanning gently tapped her forehead. This is a parting gift from Master. I hope it helps you. Master? What parting gift? Are you letting me leave the snow mountain? Xie Ying's discomfort grew stronger, but Xuanning didn't answer her question. Instead, she asked it back. Ying, have you chosen your future path? Master cultivates the path of mercy, and I want to be like him. No. Xuanning shook her head slowly. The path of mercy is my path, but it's not yours. Can you really not remember anything at all? What is your own path? Who are you? Ying, aren't you going to wake up? Xuanning's words, one after another, were like a hammer, gently cracking the thin shell that enveloped Xie Ying's memories. True memories flooded back to her like a tide. Her body, once a 10-year-old girl, finally began to transform back into her original form. Chapter 279. Go! Xuening, unwilling to say anything more, flicked her sleeves and pushed Xie Ying out. At the same moment, a massive black vortex appeared behind Xie Ying, swallowing her whole. The familiar feeling of dizziness returned. The moment her spirit returned to her body, she felt her light-hearted heart finally settle. Opening her eyes again, Xie Ying discovered that many people were lying around her, all entangled by a black tentacle. Even around Xie Ying were several broken pieces of tentacle flesh. Xie Ying was all too familiar with this tentacle. It had served her well when she, as a half-demon, had slaughtered the entire Xie family. Now that her memory had returned, recalling that personal experience, combined with the words she had heard before losing consciousness, it was easy to conclude that Ning Xian had been responsible. I wonder what tricks Ning Xian used to simultaneously erase and replace all their memories, throwing them into the illusions woven from Ning Xian's memories. The Xie family members in the illusion are actually the Ning family of the central realm from Ning Xian's memories. And in the illusion, it was by rebelling against the Xie family and annihilating them that she attracted the attention of the Shui family of the northern realm, leading her to Xuening of the Snow clan. But Xie Ying was certain that Ning Xian had done nothing to harm the Ning family. Otherwise, the Ning family of the central realm wouldn't have survived to this day, and they wouldn't have only just discovered that a demon had been born in the world of immortal cultivation 1,000 years ago. And then, there was Xuening in the illusion. Although this was an illusion woven from Ning Xian's memories, the Xuening she saw was definitely more than just a fleeting memory. Xie Ying was certain that Xuening possessed her own independent consciousness. This made things even more puzzling. Even though she had successfully escaped the illusion, Xie Ying's doubts only intensified. She simply didn't have time to ponder them. The cemetery was dim, shimmering only from the crystal coffins suspended overhead. The countless coffins embedded in the rock wall were like silent guards, lurking in the shadows and watching their every move with a sinister gaze. A flash of cold light flashed through the dim cavern, and Xie Ying suddenly possessed a small, sharp-eyed dagger. Based on her understanding of these tentacles from her time as a half-demon, she channeled all her spiritual energy into the dagger and, with swift, precise, and ruthless strikes, severed the tentacles wrapped around Ji Heyuan and Shen Fuyu. Before they fully woke, Xie Ying repeated the same trick, severing the tentacles from Qin Lin Zhao and the others closest to her. In a short time, Xie Ying severed over a dozen tentacles, but not all those whose tentacles were severed managed to regain consciousness. While most emerged from the illusion, a small number remained mired in it. Junior sister? Shh, don't talk too much. Hearing the noise, Xie Ying turned and gestured to Ji Heyuan, silencing him. Help me cut off those tentacles first. Xie Ying turned and continued to cut the tentacles, but moments later, she heard Shen Fuyu's voice behind her. Junior sister. Xie Ying turned to see Shen Fuyu, his face grim, sword raised. We can't cut these tentacles. How could that be? We just need to focus our spiritual energy on the tentacles' weak points and slash them. Weakness? What weakness? Several people asked unconsciously. Xie Ying finally realized her difference from the others. Don't you remember what happened in the illusion? As half-demons, you should be well aware of the weaknesses of your tentacles. Their expressions darkened even more when they mentioned the events of the illusion. In the illusion, they were half-demons, at the mercy of everyone, despised by everyone. They also suffered all kinds of unfair treatment. It was simply the biggest nightmare they had ever experienced. Xie Ying, observing their expressions, quickly guessed something and spoke with some surprise. Really? Don't tell me you were bullied in the illusion the whole time, never unlocking your half-demonic abilities? Ah, Ying, you mean, you can still fight back? Why not? Even if I'm a half-demon, I'm not wrong. My origins aren't my decision. Why should I be bullied for such a specious reason? Honestly, host, with such a strong character, even if you don't become a cultivator and become a demon, you'd be very successful. Yining couldn't help but sigh. God knows how surprised and delighted she felt when she saw Xie Ying, even after becoming a half-demon, refusing to suffer any loss, and even slaughtering the entire family. As expected, following the host would help her memory ducts clear, even though she, as a host, didn't actually have any. Hidden remedy, what were you doing? Xie Ying quickly severed 2 more tentacles, continuing to talk to Yining in her mind. Why didn't you jump out and remind me during the illusion? There are limits, isn't there? Besides, the host has already mastered the essence of the way of evil. Even without Yining's warning, whatever the host does will succeed. Xiang curled her lips, not wanting to continue talking to Yinin, focusing solely on severing tentacle after tentacle. At the same time, Qin Lingzhou's voice rang out, and the others watched as he also effortlessly severed several tentacles. Ying is right. It's not a gentleman's fault to be born in a small country. One's origins aren't a fault. There's no need to belittle oneself. Before Shenfuyu and the others could speak again, the sound of several more tentacles being severed rang out. This time, it was Ji Huyuan who did it. The events in the illusion brought back those not-so-pleasant memories of his childhood, but he wasn't Ning Xian. Even though he was trapped in a quagmire, there was still a light in his heart. As Xiang and Qin Lingzhou had said, since there was nothing wrong, there was no need to feel bad about one's origins. With Qin Lingzhou and Ji Huyuan joining in, everyone's tentacles were quickly severed. Still dazed, Shenfuyu couldn't help but wonder, so what exactly did Ying and the others do in the illusion? Chapter 280. Shenfuyu's question was quickly answered. The moment Xiang severed the last tentacle and discovered that Saint Snow Jade was not among them, a deep voice echoed from overhead. No need to look, the person you're looking for is right here. Everyone looked in the direction the voice came from, only to see a fiery red figure appear beside the crystal coffin. The man had bloodshot eyes, red clothes and white hair, half his face covered in demonic patterns, and countless long tentacles danced behind him, looking incredibly eerie. And the snow jade they had been searching for was now suspended in midair by one of the tentacles. Seeing the worried looks from everyone, Ning Xian wasn't angry at all. Instead, he kindly offered explanations. Don't worry, Snow Jade is still alive. After all, she's my master sister. I won't take her life. Despite these words, no one present, having regained consciousness, dared to truly rest assured. After all, the one standing before them was not only a cultivator in the fusion stage, but also the only half-demon in the world of immortal cultivation. No one dared to take him lightly. Especially Xiang and the other two, who had awakened their half-demon powers in the illusion, were even more wary of Ning Xian's immense power. After regaining her memories, Xiang had thought more than once. If she had possessed Ning Xian's immense power, she would have overthrown the Yutian sect and become its own leader. She wouldn't have had to wait over half a year to avenge the deceased original master. Perhaps because she had experienced the malice and prejudice Ning Xian endured in the illusion, coupled with her 3-month mentor-disciple relationship with Shui Ning, Xiang felt no fear when facing Ning Xian and even showed interest in chatting with him. Actually, I think the filthy mist is much cooler than the tentacles, don't you think? These tentacles are pretty ugly. When she was a demon in the illusion, she preferred controlling the filthy mist to those disgusting tentacles, but it was undeniable that both were equally powerful. If she could make it out of the snowy mountains alive this time, Xiang would actually like to get a few tentacles to take back and see if they could be used as refining materials. Only you little girls care about aesthetics. I only care about convenience. That's true, but I still think the filthy mist is better and more convenient. Ning Xian's gaze passed over the crowd and fell on Xiang. It didn't surprise him that Xiang would initiate the conversation. After all, as the creator of the illusion, he could see everyone's behavior clearly within it. And this Xiang was the most special one among them. After all, she was the only one who accepted the identity of half-demon without hesitation, then directly awakened her magic power to use it, even showing no hesitation or mercy when killing people. After Ning Xian's initial surprise, he even felt strangely that Xie Ying's actions were even more impressive than those of a true demon himself. Ning Xian thought, this is a very interesting person. If it weren't for Shui Ning, he would have really spared Xie Ying's life. The atmosphere in the Tiankeng wasn't exactly harmonious, but Xie Ying didn't care at all, even showing interest in continuing to talk to Ning Xian. Come to think of it, I was also Saint Shui Ning's apprentice for 3 months in the illusion. If we follow seniority, should I still call you senior brother Ning? Why? Ning Xian raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to establish a friendship with me, so I let you go? If that's the case, then I advise you to save your time. I'm not asking you to just let us go. I just have a few questions I'm curious about. Of course, if you don't want to answer, there's nothing I can do about it. I can't beat you after all. Tell me about it. If I'm in a good mood, I might be able to answer them, and let you know for sure. Ning Xian glanced at the sky. Since there was still some time, he didn't mind chatting with this interesting Xiang for a while longer. Thank you so much. Xiang spoke quickly, unconcerned with the surprised looks from the others behind her. I have 2 questions. How did you create these zombies? And what is your purpose in doing this? The first question I can't tell you because I have an agreement with someone else. But the second question? Ning Xian's lips curled into a smile. his eyes full of meaning. You all seen my memories firsthand, don't you understand? What is my purpose? My purpose, of course, is to destroy this world of deception and hypocrisy. You're lying. Siang interrupted his impassioned speech. If your goal was to destroy the world, you wouldn't have to wait 1,000 years. You're completely deceiving us. It seems you're not going to have a proper conversation with us. Siang sighed with regret. I was thinking that if you were doing all this to seek revenge against the Ning family of the Central Realm, I'd be happy to help. After all, what they did to you 1,000 years ago was truly inhumane, and seeking revenge is understandable. But if you're blaming the Ning family's mistakes on innocent people, I truly cannot agree. Ha ha ha. Ning Xian burst into laughter after hearing Xie Ying's words. He stopped laughing after he had finished, looking coldly at the crowd below. You're right, I was lying to you. I have no interest in revenge. If I wanted revenge, I would have taken action 1,000 years ago. As for harming innocent people, to be honest, those who achieve great things must make sacrifices. After all, you are the most advanced cultivators I could attract. If my plan is to succeed, you are absolutely indispensable. But don't worry, I won't torture you. This will be over soon. Xiao He, what are Ah Ying and Ning Xian talking about? Why can't I understand a word? Well, I don't understand either. But it doesn't matter if I don't understand. As long as you know what's going on, junior sister will understand. Shin Fuyu, all right. That makes sense. While Xia Ying and Ning Xian were talking, several more people gradually awoke from their illusions, but they were equally perplexed by what they saw. Ji Heyuan and Qin Lin Zhao had a vague suspicion, but they tacitly kept silent. Besides Xia Ying, they were the only two who had quickly accepted their half-demon identities, and the only ones who had nearly stepped into the snowy mountains and encountered the 1,000-year-old Saint Xuening in their illusion. Thus, they speculated that Xia Ying might have discovered some important clue within the 1,000-year-old Saint Xuening, and her recent interactions with Ning Xian were merely probing. The true purpose of testing Ning Xian was also to test the validity of her own ideas. Chapter 281. The atmosphere, which had been eased by Xia Ying, became tense again. Everyone looked up at Ning Xian, who was suspended in midair, only to find his face veiled, making it impossible to see clearly. Just then, Xueyu, who was suspended in midair, also woke up. Ning Xian immediately noticed her movement and glanced over, greeting her cheerfully. Sister Xueyu, it's been 1,000 years. Are you all right? Humph. Xueyu snorted coldly and turned away, clearly unwilling to speak to him. Xia Ying, watching from below, felt that Ning Xian was the most stable demon she had ever encountered. Xueyu practically had the words "I looked down on you" etched on her forehead, but he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he acted as if it were normal, even kindly trying to comfort her. I know Sister Xueyu is still angry with me about something that happened 1,000 years ago, but that incident. It was clearly Master's fault. Ning Xian suddenly lowered his head to hide the flash of anger in his eyes, as if recalling something extremely unpleasant from the past, and a sense of low pressure enveloped him. But it doesn't matter. 1,000 years have passed, and I long since forgiven Master. Shut up. You don't deserve to mention her. Any mention of Xuening caused Xueyu to surge with inexplicable anger. Countless times over the past 1,000 years, she had thought, if she had simply refused Xue Duo's request, Xuening wouldn't have died because of Ning Xian, and none of this would have happened today. Whether we're worthy or not is not up to Sister Xueyu to decide. Ning Xian twitched the corners of his mouth with a forced smile. Let's hear what Master has to say in person later. What do you mean? Xueyu suddenly turned, her sharp eyes fixed on Ning Xian, but Ning Xian refused to speak. At the same time, the morning sun streamed in through the caverns above the Tianqing, falling squarely on the crystal coffin containing Xuening's body. Time's up. A surge of unease surged within Xueyu, and at that moment, Ning Xian's voice rang out again. A small, exquisite bagua plate appeared in his palm as he flipped it. Xueyu's pupils shrank slightly. That was her sister Xuening's natal magic weapon, the Tianji plate. Ning Xian. Give me back my sister's natal magic weapon. Sister Xueyu, the Tianji plate has long recognized me as its master. Impossible. That Tianji plate. Xueyu's words stopped abruptly, and she stared at the Tianji plate in Ning Xian's palm in disbelief. Under Ning Xian's control, the heavenly secret disc actually came to life. Its aura, imbued with profound meaning, transformed into tiny starlight, scattering across the Tianqing. As the heavenly secret disc's aura seeped in, the vast formation Ning Xian had long ago set up beneath the Tianqing was awakened and quietly surfaced. Xueyu, upon seeing Ning Xian using the heavenly secret disc, had been stunned. How could this be? When the heavenly secret disc was forged, it gave birth to a spirit. This spirit had always recognized Xuening as its master, and was utterly loyal to her. How could it now recognize Xuening's murderer as its master? At that moment, the Tianqing shook violently, and rocks crashed down from the rock walls. However, nearly half of the disciples still lay on the ground, unable to recover from their illusion. While Xiang and the others struggled to steady themselves, they had to work together to cast a barrier to protect them from being crushed by the boulders rolling down from the Tianqing. Look! The trembling in the sinkhole showed no sign of stopping until a blinding burst of sunlight shone into the pit. Someone nearby exclaimed in surprise. Everyone looked to see the sinkhole suddenly split in two and collapse, sending up a whirlwind of snow. Black, resentful snow had suddenly begun to fall from the sky. Ning Xian, using his spiritual power to propel the crystal coffin aloft, hovered in midair, commanding the viewer. The black coffin, previously embedded in the rock wall, now formed a circle, held captive by the foul mist, immobilizing everyone. The previously motionless zombies within the coffin suddenly opened their eyes, their lifeless, dead fish-like eyes fixed on the group with a terrifying intensity. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I gouge out your eyeballs and string them together like a chain, draping them around your master's neck. Xiang roared fiercely at the hairy zombie, which had begun to develop some intelligence. Shenfuyu didn't know if it was her imagination, but she seemed to notice the zombie's expression grow noticeably more vacant after being bullied by Aang. Aang, do they understand human language? It doesn't matter if they don't. We can't lose in spirit. Xiang said confidently, we're all cultivators. How can we be afraid of a bunch of corpses turned into spirits? With that, the nether azure lotus flame, at her command, transformed into a long whip and landed in her palm. Xiang grasped the whip and lashed it at the nearest coffin. The azure whip slashed through the air with a crisp sound, and flames, like blooming lotus flowers, descended upon the coffin, instantly incinerating it. The zombie in the coffin had avoided the azure lotus flame, but not the sun. Without the protection of the coffin and exposed to the direct sunlight, the zombie spontaneously combusted in front of everyone, incinerating completely in a matter of moments. Xiang cracked the coffins with her whip while casting a corpse-suppressing talisman to immobilize the zombies, quickly clearing a large area. The others were stunned for a moment before quickly reacting, imitating Xiang's method, destroying the coffins, while simultaneously using the corpse-suppressing talisman to restrain their movements. Everyone was a master in their respective families, and once they got the hang of it, dealing with a swarm of zombies was no problem. It wasn't long before most of the coffins surrounding them were cleared, and the atmosphere finally lost its previous gloom and oppression. However, Xiang couldn't smile at Ning Xian's meaningful gaze in midair. Why had she suddenly taken action to clear out the zombies? Wasn't it because she sensed something was amiss, and a hint from her arm prompted her to get everyone out of here as quickly as possible? Ning Xian's grievances with the Snow Clan, and indeed the entire Northern Territory, must be settled today, but she couldn't allow herself to be trapped in the place Ning Xian designated. Alas, no matter how keen Xiang's sense of danger was, she was no match for a 1,000-year-old fox. As early as the moment the Tianqing cracked and exposed everything to the light of day, the great formation that had been set up beneath the Tianqing many years ago had already been awakened and put into operation. Chapter 282. Boom! A booming sound echoed, and a dazzling light erupted beneath their feet, forcing them to close their eyes. But when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves within a massive formation. This formation was unlike any they had seen before. There was no discernible pattern, only the shadows of 8 gates shifting constantly within it. What kind of formation is this? Yu Lang, a member of the Xian sect, looked grim. He could see that the formation incorporated elements of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, but the problem was that he knew nothing about formations, and had no idea how to break them. Where's Mo Xianjun from the Xiaoyao sect? I heard he's a cultivator specializing in formations. Second senior brother hasn't woken up yet. Shenfuyu glanced at Mo Yin, lying on the ground, his eyes filled with worry. Second senior brother had always had excellent concentration and a solid foundation, so how could he not have woken up yet? Until Immortal Mo wakes up, we won't know what this formation is, so how can we break it? I know what it is. The smile on Xiang's face vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. The answer was clearly on the verge of coming, but as she spoke it, she felt those 5 short words carry 1,000 pounds of weight. Death-life reversal formation. At that moment, Xiang finally understood the final words Saint Xuening had spoken to her in the illusion. What she had glimpsed through the hexagram wasn't her own future, but Ning Xian's. 1,000 years ago, Saint Xuanning had foreseen what would happen today, which is why she waited in the illusion to teach the method to break the formation to the one who could reach her. As soon as these words were spoken, Ning Xian and Shui Yu, both in midair, were the first to change expression. Ning Xian was stunned for a moment, then a look of ecstasy appeared. He knew it. He knew Xuanning's spiritual consciousness hadn't completely dissipated. That person hadn't lied to him. Xuanning still had a glimmer of hope, but in contrast to Ning Xian's ecstasy, Shui Yu's expression was filled with immense fury. Ning Xian, are you crazy? You killed my sister with your own hands, and now you're using forbidden techniques to try to resurrect her. Do you think this will atone for your sin of killing my sister? My sister cares for the people, and loves them immensely. She would never willingly sacrifice countless lives for the sake of her own life. Of course, I know what kind of person Master is. Ning Xian interrupted Shui Yu slowly, but Sister Shui Yu, don't you want to see Master alive? Even if you don't want to, please don't stand in my way. After all, the spirit of the heavenly secret disc, and I have waited so long for this day. Shui Yu was livid. She trembled. No wonder the spirit of the heavenly secret disc willingly accepted Ning Xian as its master. It turned out they shared the common goal of resurrecting Xuanning, but activating the life-death reversal formation to resurrect a single person would be extremely costly, let alone Xuanning, who had been dead for 1,000 years. To fully resurrect her, the entire northern territory would inevitably be sacrificed. No. Even for Xuanning's sake, she couldn't bear to see this happen. Shui Yu ignored all else. While Ning Xian carefully moved the crystal coffin toward the center of the formation, unconcerned about herself, she stabbed the tentacles wrapped around her with her spiritual power. Having spent years with Ning Xian, she naturally knew the tentacles' weaknesses. As expected, the tentacles gave way with pain, and Shui Yu leaped down into the life-death reversal formation. Foolish. For Master's sake, I wanted to spare your life, but if you insist on seeking death, then it's not my fault. Ning Xian coldly looked at Shui Yu, who was seeking her own death, his expression devoid of any tenderness. But the next second, Ning Xian, for some unknown reason, smiled again at Shui Yu. Sister Shui Yu, don't worry. I will definitely resurrect a master who has only me in her heart and eyes, and who treats me sincerely. I'm sure she won't be angry with me for your death. Madman. Shui Yu cursed inwardly, ignoring Ning Xian and quickly running to Xie Ying's side. She was a mere practitioner, not as skilled as her sister Xuanning. While she knew how to break the life-death reversal formation, she couldn't tell the difference between the life gate and the death gate within it. What's more, these 8 gates are constantly changing. Xie Ying, since you know what this formation is, you must know how to break it, right? I know. Saint Xuanning taught me specifically. I can break it, but I need someone equally proficient in formations, and the 5 elements and 8 trigrams to work with me. The gate of life and the gate of death must be destroyed simultaneously, otherwise, this formation will never be broken. Xie Ying's original choice was second senior brother Mo Yin, but who could have imagined that Mo Yin was still unconscious? Ning Xian had also never expected that Xie Ying not only knew about the life-death reversal formation, but also how to break it. Thinking of the second half of Xie Ying's illusion, which he hadn't been able to glimpse, Ning Xian's expression darkened, and a hint of jealousy and resentment clearly flashed in his eyes. Xuanning actually taught Xie Ying how to break the formation. Why, Xuanning, even after you died? You were still plotting to take my life? Do you really want me dead that much? You want me dead, but I live. Ning Xian, whose obsession and regret had already consumed most of his ego, now had only one thought, to resurrect Xuanning. He wanted Xuanning back alive. He wanted the master who loved him, protected him, and treated him sincerely back. Want to break the formation? Dream on. Ning Xian suddenly channeled a vast amount of spiritual energy directly into the formation, then threw the heavenly secret disc into the air above it. The heavenly secret quickly transformed into a form equal to the formation size. A hint of the aura of the heavenly Tao once again transformed into countless star points, and sprinkled into the formation. The formation's speed suddenly increased significantly, leaving only a shadow of the 8 gates as it transformed. It's too late. We can't wait any longer. We must take a gamble. Xiao He, help me. Xie Ying made her decision without even considering anyone else's thoughts. Although Ji Yuan wasn't versed in esoteric arts or formations, he had the best rapport with her of all present. As long as she could simultaneously locate the gates of life and death, and then strike simultaneously with Ji Yuan, there might be a chance of success. But then, at this moment, someone who had been largely invisible since arriving in the Tianqing stepped forward. Thank you, Fairy. Let me take over for Immortal Lord Ji. Chapter 283. This person was none other than Su Miao, who had come here for Shui Shuang Shuang. I'm well versed in Xianmin techniques, and have also studied formations. Let me do it, Su Miao said, pulling out a Tai Chi diagram. After a few seemingly inexplicable manipulations, the diagram suddenly transformed into two amaze spears, one black and one white. Yin Yang Tai Chi spears. Yu Lang exclaimed, looking at Su Miao with a look of doubt and uncertainty, the gentleness in his eyes instantly fading. Who are you? Why do you have our Yu family's treasure? Brother, I didn't mean to reveal my identity. Su Miao sighed softly, raising her hand to remove the deception and transform back into her true form. Seeing her true appearance, Yu Lang could no longer conceal his shock. Yu Miao! How could it be you? Weren't you already dead? Master Yu, if there's anything, let's talk about it when we get back. Shui Shuang Shuang blocked Yu Lang's gaze, retorting with a single sentence, nothing is more important right now than breaking the formation. I won't let you ruin my chance. If this formation weren't able to absorb the vitality of living beings and transform it into new power, he would have slain all these restless people long ago. The overwhelming pressure of a powerful fusion stage cultivator overwhelmed them like a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming them, and forcing them to kneel before Ning Xian. Shui Yu, Qin Lin Zhao, Shui Shuang Shuang, Su Yanji, and even Yu Lang, the most advanced cultivators, held up a barrier for Xia Ying and Yu Miao. Ji Hiyuan, Shin Fuyu, Shui Yuan, Lu Shang and others promptly blocked the tentacles, and thick foul mist flying from all directions. Everyone was working hard, trying to buy Xia Ying and the other two more time to break the formation. I search for the gate of life, and you search for the gate of death. Once we find them, wait 3 breaths before we strike. Xia Ying quickly explained the method to Yu Miao. Fellow Taoist Yu, we only have one chance, so we must strike and win. With that, the two quickly separated, searching for the gate of life and gate of death among the fleeting afterimages. Found it. I found it too. Shortly after Yu Miao's voice rang out, Xia Ying also delivered the good news. Without delay, the two of them followed their initial plan. After 3 breaths, they simultaneously thrust their spiritual weapons at the shadowy gate before them. The shadowy gate transformed from a phantom into a physical form upon impact, but their spiritual weapons could no longer penetrate even a fraction of the way there, as if blocked by an invisible force. Remembering Saint Xuaning's words, Xia Ying couldn't care less. She knew only that she couldn't give up. Several golden cores within her spiritual palace circulated at high speed, transforming the vast spiritual energy within her spiritual sea into strength and transmitting it to Xia Ying. She gritted her teeth and clenched the Qianquan spear, pouring all her spiritual energy into the tip of the spear. Enduring the painful backlash, she pushed the spearhead a little deeper. Yu Miao on the other side did the same. For them, the most difficult part wasn't finding the locations of the gate of life and gate of death, but destroying the array's core at this moment. The gap between their realms and Ning Xian's was vast, so the backlash they experienced was naturally extraordinary. If it weren't for Xia Ying's unique physique and the simultaneous activity of several golden cores, her Jindan stage cultivation wouldn't have been able to hold out for long, let alone completely destroy the array's core. Fortunately, their persistence had already begun to cause numerous cracks to appear on the 2 doors, extending outward from the center. If they could hold on a little longer, they could completely destroy the core of the formation. Buzz! The heavenly secret disc, which had been specially bound to the life-death reversal formation, sensed the imminent collapse of the formation and immediately signaled Ning Xian. Ning Xian's murderous intent intensified. If he had known Xia Ying would be such a nuisance, he shouldn't have given in to the word senior brother Ning, he should have killed her outright. Ning Xian's murderous intent against Xia Ying crystallized into countless sword shadows, striking at her back like a torrential barrage. Xia Ying caught a glimpse of Ning Xian's attack from the corner of her eye, and her heart sank even more. But she couldn't move. If she did, everything she had done would be in vain. Xia Ying even prepared herself for the possibility of taking the blow head-on. After all, she had taken the path of physical cultivation, and her Dao body was undoubtedly more resilient than the average person's. Even so, Xia Ying didn't dare to take it lightly, and quickly contacted Yin to activate the system protection. But the sword shadow had already arrived before the system could respond. A flash of white light passed by, and Xia Ying felt no pain, but the jade pendant at her waist shattered into pieces. The jade pendant contained a trace of nascent soul power left by Sanyang, and now it blocked the attack for her. But Ning Xian was clearly intent on killing, and how could he let Xia Ying go so easily? More and more fierce killing moves followed, but this time, even faster than Ning Xian's killing moves was Ji Hiyuan's sword intent. Ji Hyun already possessed nascent soul strength, and with someone to protect him, his purpose in wielding the sword became clearer, and his sword intent naturally became even more refined. Clad in a blazing blue robe, he stood behind Xiaoying, his sword raised to block countless fatal blows for her. Senior sister, focus on breaking the formation. Leave the rest to me. Ji Hyun groaned, a few traces of blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, but he paid no heed, raising the broken frost sword and charging forward. Your opponent now is me. Finally, with everyone's efforts, the cracks in the door grew larger and larger, finally shattering cleanly like spider silk in an instant. The relentlessly rotating magic circle beneath their feet finally stopped, and Xiaoying and Yu Miao, severely injured by the backlash, both collapsed. Shui Shuang quickly supported Yu Miao, while Xiaoying let herself fall backwards, landing in Ji Hyun's arms. She knew Xiao He would catch her. This attempt to break the formation nearly drained all of Xiaoying's spiritual energy. Her hands trembled, unable to even lift a medicine bottle. She spoke helplessly. Xiao He, I'm feeling weak. Could you please give me a bottle of replenishing spirit pill? It's in my storage bag. But before Xiaoying could even swallow the pill, Ning Xian's furious voice nearly pierced her eardrums. You destroyed my formation. I want you dead. Chapter 284. Ning Xian's demonic energy surged, his murderous intent fully revealed. Xiaoying thought to herself, this was bad news. She had destroyed the formation, completely severing Ning Xian's chance of resurrecting Xuening. Ning Xian was likely going even madder, and any attempts at friendship were now pointless. As expected, a foul mist and tentacles obscured the sky and sun, swathed in thick murderous intent, assaulting everyone present. Both of them were powerful cultivators of the fusion stage, but the remnant soul they had encountered in Chaofeng City was no match for Ning Xian. Ning Xian was a half-demon who had cultivated for a full 1,000 years, while the most powerful among them was Xueyu, who had reached the great perfection of the spiritual transformation stage. Even if Xueyu could achieve enlightenment and successfully ascend to the fusion stage, she would be no match for Ning Xian. Ning Xian's murderous intent was like a vast net hanging over everyone's heads, from which no one could escape. The pressure of the fusion stage weighed heavily on them. Each one's heart felt as if an invisible hand were squeezing them tightly, making it difficult to breathe. Ning Xian. Stop! Xueyu mobilized the power of her snow soul, striving to create an unaffected space within the foul mist. My sister is dead. Even if you kill us all, she won't come back. Saint Xueyu. Could you please stop talking? Xiaoying, unable to breathe and looking like she was about to faint, struggled to speak. He's gone mad. Can you please stop provoking him? Xiaoying always heard Yin say her mouth was poisoned, but now it seemed Xueyu, and she were truly evenly matched. I know you want to wake him up with your words, but it's no use. Ning Xian now clearly wanted to kill everyone equally. Xiaoying's heart ached with every word she spoke. Before you wake him up from his scolding, we die first. Xiaoying was practically crawling on the ground in a dark, twisted state. She really didn't want Xueyu to continue provoking Ning Xian, because the intense pain would seriously affect her thinking ability. There's no such thing as a dead end in this world, absolutely. There must be another way out. Ning Xian clearly hated them to the core, not wanting them to die quickly. He was determined to make them experience countless painful struggles before their death, and ultimately die in despair and terror. Only in this way could he gather enough resentment after someone's death. He would re-refine these people into zombies for his control. Failure this time didn't matter. He was immortal after all. As long as he could obtain Xuening's consciousness, he could easily spend another millennium to resurrect her, but it wasn't enough. This resentment wasn't enough. He wanted to see friends facing off with swords, lovers turning against each other and turning their weapons, siblings slaughtering each other. Only such scenes could gather enough intense resentment. Watching the people struggling in agony within the foul mist, Ning Xian finally laughed out loud. Actually, I always wanted to say that love is the most false thing. It doesn't even exist in this world. But why do you always do such ridiculously stupid things for so-called love? Today, let me liberate you. I will see you die at the hands of those you love most, those closest to you. The suffocating pressure lifted, and before anyone could even breathe a sigh of relief, Ning Xian gently raised his hand, and countless black threads flew out from his palm, burying themselves between everyone's eyebrows. Immediately, everyone uncontrollably stood up, drawing their spiritual weapons, and stabbed their closest relatives. Puff! The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh echoed. Shui Shuang, gripping the sword that had pierced her shoulder, looked up at the person before her in disbelief. Mo Yen Yu. Before she could finish her words, The sword thrust further into Shui Shuang's body. Blood dripped down her palm and the blade, staining the pristine white snow a bright red. If Shui Shuang hadn't dodged in time, the sword wouldn't have pierced her shoulder, but her heart. Shui Shuang backhanded a palm strike to Mo Yan's chest, quickly retreating to distance herself from him. But Mo Yan seemed oblivious to the pain, charging forward again, with his sword in hand the next second. Against her will, her body met the blow, each strike just as ferocious as Mo Yan's. At this moment, Shui Shuang finally realized the difference between Mo Yan and the others. Even though all of them, under Ning Xian's control, were forced to engage their comrades in battle, they all remained sane. Only Mo Yan, unlike the others trapped in the illusion, remained unconscious, nor did he retain his sanity. Mo Yan was like a puppet in Ning Xian's hands, completely controlled by him, monotonously and mechanically repeating Ning Xian's orders. Kill Shui Shuang. Shui Shuang's gaze fell on the wound on Mo Yan's arm, which had opened again and was shrouded in wisps of black energy. She finally understood the problem. But she had no power to change it. She could only watch as Mo Yan attacked her again and again, and she was forced to fight him until one of them was dead. The entire snowy mountain became a battlefield. Su Yinji and Shen Fuyu, Ji Hiyuan and Xia Ying, Yu Lang and Yu Miao, each one was forced to stab the sharp blades in their hands against the ones they loved most, or the ones they had the closest ties to. Ning Xian, the instigator of all this, was floating in midair, watching the chaotic battle below with rapt interest. Xia Ying, in particular, had already exhausted all her spiritual energy from breaking the formation. The spirit replenishing pill had just taken effect, and the power she could unleash was even less than the damage she could unleash during her chi refining period. Ji Hiyuan, however, was at the full strength of the nascent soul stage, and under Ning Xian's control, he was unable to restrain his power. The fight between the two seemed more like Ji Hiyuan's one-sided crushing and brutal attack. Even though Xia Ying fought with all her might, she could only take the beating, but Ning Xian soon noticed something was amiss between the two. Each of Ji Hiyuan's killing moves against Xia Ying not only failed to harm her, but instead caused the exact same wounds to reappear on his own body. Chapter 285. Yinin, aren't you feeling alright yet? Hurry! If you don't hurry, he will be hacked to death by himself. Host, please be patient. The connection between you and Ning Xian is being severed. The current progress has reached 80. Xia Ying, who had long since noticed this, anxiously urged Yinin in her mind, her eyes filled with worry that could no longer be concealed. The double ring bracelet was a magical weapon that could transfer damage. She had known this the day Ji Hiyuan gave it to her. But she didn't know it was actually a two-way damage transfer magic weapon. Once activated, it could transfer Ji Hiyuan's damage to herself, and similarly, it could transfer damage she received to Ji Hiyuan. Now, every time Ji Hiyuan injured her, the silver bracelet on her wrist would light up, and then Ji Hiyuan would have another wound on his body. If this continued, Ji Hiyuan would die at his own hands without Xia Ying even needing to fight back. Ding dong. Progress reached 100, connection severed. The moment Yinin's voice rang out again, Xia Ying felt her entire body lighten, the feeling of being controlled and restrained finally vanishing completely. At the same time, Ji Hiyuan slashed down with his sword again, but this time Xia Ying nimbly dodged it with a tumble. While dodging Ji Hiyuan's lethal blows, she pulled several bottles of pills from her storage bag and poured them down without even glancing at them. Ordinary spiritual elixirs were simply not enough to help her cope with the current situation. To break the deadlock, she had no choice but to resort to drinking poison to quench thirst. As the pills entered her stomach, vortexes immediately formed around Xia Ying, continuously drawing the spiritual energy of the vast snow-capped mountains into her body. With this maneuver, the spiritual energy lost from breaking the formation was completely replenished in an instant. Not only that, her cultivation level leaped from the golden core stage to the spiritual transformation stage under the effects of the elixir. A sword cultivator could cross the border to attack, and a spiritual transformation cultivator could barely hold their own against a combined force. Wow! This is the style of an elixir cultivator, popping elixirs like candy without blinking an eye. Stop the sarcasm. I only have half an hour. We must fight quickly. Holding the Qianquan spear horizontally in front of her, Xia Ying grasped it with both hands, transforming it into twin swords. Yinin! Tell me where the wires controlling them are. Xiao He's behind her head, eldest brother's is 3 inches from her neck, Patriarch Shui's is directly behind her. Xia Ying's moves were swift and impeccable, her sword energy landing precisely at each point Yinin indicated. In a matter of moments, Xia Ying had completely severed the black wires controlling Ning Xian's men. Except for Mo Yan and the others who were still unconscious, everyone else regained control of their bodies. Xiao He, take this. Go heal your wounds. Xiang tossed a bottle of high-quality healing elixir directly into Ji Heyuan's arms, then naturally stood in front of everyone in a protective posture. Xiang, you repeatedly ruined my plans. You deserve to die. Ning Xian's expression darkened again. If the sharp gaze he cast at Xiang could have been physical, it would have pierced her to pieces. I don't deserve to die. You deserve to die. You betrayed your master and ancestors. You're heartless and selfish. You're the one who deserves death the most. Don't even mention that you cultivate the ruthless way. The true ruthless way is nothing like you, who kill your loved ones for selfish reasons, in the name of probing the truth. You can't even compare to 1/10,000th of Saint Xuaning's compassion and great love. Xiang, while furiously attacking, had already soared into the air on the Bibofan, her sword energy materializing and charging towards Ning Xian. Ning Xian's face sank to a sullen hue, and the tentacles behind him flew forward, transforming into a solid shield to completely block out Xiaying's sword energy. Yet Xiaying's sword energy, pure and sharp, was faintly tinged with the aura of the heavenly Tao. Even Ning Xian, a powerful half-demon, could not avoid being affected by such a powerful sword energy. Furthermore, Xiaying had once been a true half-demon in the illusion. Besides Ning Xian, only Xiaying knew the weaknesses of a half-demon best. Facing Xiaying's attacks, Ning Xian, for some reason, did not resist but instead dodged. Xiaying, even if you could briefly elevate your cultivation to the divine transformation stage, it would be useless. You can't kill me. No one in this world can kill me. I know. I don't intend to kill you. A half-demon is immortal. I don't intend to fight against a rock with an egg. Xiaying nodded casually, simultaneously swinging her hands in a sword flower pattern. The Qian sword slashed down from above, while the Kuan sword stabbed upwards from below. The angles were so sharp that Ning Xian couldn't defend himself. But not dying doesn't mean you can't get hurt, right? As long as I can seriously injure you, that's enough. Furthermore, as the creator of the life-death reversal formation, I doubt that breaking it would cause any backlash. Besides, your control over us just now must have drained a lot of your energy. Otherwise, why are you just dodging and not engaging in combat? I heard you're a ruthless swordsman. Why do you never draw your sword? Don't you want to, or can't you? But that's to be expected. After all, a swordsman who has abandoned his true heart, and even his chosen path, is no match for a sword. The two clashed in midair. The people below, whose realms were so vastly different, were unable to help. Their figures were as swift as shadows, making it impossible to tell who was who. Only Xiaying's provocative cries carried relentlessly to everyone's ears on the wind. Draw your sword. Why don't you draw your sword? Draw your sword. You lost your swordsmanship. Xueyu, who had just been told by Xiaying not to provoke Ning Xian, looked bewildered. No. What's going on? Didn't she tell me not to provoke Ning Xian? But her words seem even more provocative, don't they? It's very simple. Shenfuyu sighed, his tone filled with a sense of familiarity. When you're defeated, it's necessary to show weakness and surrender. But once you're able to resist, you naturally attack the enemy with all your might, and without blinking an eye. This isn't the first time Aang has caused someone's spiritual heart to collapse. It's just her usual style. Xueyu realized, this is what it means to be a true hero who understands the times. Chapter 286. I go help. Although Xueyu was a cultivator, she was the only one remaining who had reached the spirit transformation stage. Furthermore, this was a feud between the Snow Clan and Ning Xian, so there was absolutely no reason for Xiaying to rush out and do everything. Before she finished her words, Xueyu had already transformed into a stream of light and soared into the air. Qin Linzhao said nothing, but followed closely behind, sword in hand. The seriously injured Ji Heyuan and the others could only watch from the ground as the battle unfolded, a battle they could not intervene in. While they couldn't directly deal with Ning Xian, they could deal with the zombies who obeyed Ning Xian's orders. Not to mention Imoyan, who was still under control and was obsessed with killing the one he loved most, relentlessly pursuing Xue Shuangshuang. When Xue Shuangshuang first regained control of her body, she had indeed held back because Imoyan was under control, so she had always been reserved when she attacked her. But she held back when she attacked, while Imoyan killed her without hesitation. This inevitably reminded Xue Shuangshuang of Imoyan's hurtful words and his heartless abandonment of her. The rage she had suppressed for years finally erupted. Xue Shuangshuang kicked Imoyan away with a single kick, coldly shutting down the Xue disciples, who wanted to help. Don't interfere. This is between him and me. I want to end this myself. Even before she finished her words, Xue Shuangxuang shot out like an arrow. Though she didn't kill him, every move she made was perfect for suppressing Mo Yin. As their former closest companions, Xue Shuangxuang knew Mo Yan's tactics all too well. Not to mention that her current cultivation level was even stronger than Mo Yan's. The two men fought fiercely below, while Xue Shuangxuang and the others gradually gained ground above. Meanwhile, the situation in midair was developing in a positive direction. Under the combined pressure of Xie Ying, Qin Lin Xiao, and the Snow Jade Saint, Ning Qian, already suffering backlash from the destruction of the life-death reversal formation, was at an even greater disadvantage. What most devastated Ning Qian wasn't Xie Ying's piercing provocations, but the sight of Xie Ying and Qin Lin Xiao working together to weave a sword net with their sword intent to entrap him. Within the net, he sensed a familiar aura. It was his sword intent. It was the sword intent he had left behind 1,000 years ago, after successfully entering the ruthless path and comprehending the sword intent. On the back mountain of the Snow Clan. But why? Why? While his master was still alive and well. Had his sword intent unhesitatingly recognized someone else as its master? Even willingly merging with that person's sword intent? Could it be true, as Xie Ying had said, that he had lost his sword heart, and therefore his sword intent as well? Xie Ying keenly sensed the trembling in Ning Qian's heart at this moment. Thinking of what she was about to do, she decided to add a few more swords to Ning Qian's heart. Her red lips curled slightly, her brows raised, her eyes a mixture of 3 parts sneer, 3 parts contempt, and 4 parts indifference, embodying the demeanor of a vicious villain to the extreme. It seems you noticed. How pitiful. Even your own sword will have betrayed you. Speaking of which, in the secret realm, Xie Xiangwan. Oh no, it should be Ning Xiangwan. She said something that has always stuck with me. She said, I always long for love. But isn't the me in the illusion you? So you're the one longing for love, right? Ning Qian, don't you find this ridiculous? You keep saying love is fake and useless. So why do you still pursue such an illusory thing? You keep saying others are hypocritical, but have you ever been honest with anyone? You're just a coward who's been hiding in the snowy mountains for 1,000 years, unable to even draw a sword, and can only deceive yourself. Host. That's enough, I said it. The system has detected that Ning Qian's anger has reached maximum. Under these circumstances, you, the host, cannot withstand a swing of a sword. Don't worry, don't worry. The worst that can happen is death. It wouldn't be the first time I died anyway. She didn't want to say any more, because she had already seen her host, enraged by Ning Qian's sword, sent flying. The sword traced a perfect arc in the air, and finally slammed heavily into the mountainside, sliding down, creating a human-shaped crater in the snow. She looked utterly miserable. Really? That coolness only lasted 3 seconds. The moment Xie Ying was sent flying, she had only one thought, great! He finally drew his sword. All those hurtful words she deliberately said were worth it. Her internal organs nearly shifted under the blow, and the sharp sword energy ripped through her body, turning her face pale with pain. Even so, she didn't forget she was playing the villain. She had to completely provoke Ning Qian's murderous intent, and she had to force him to draw his sword and unleash his killing move. Only then could she achieve her true goal. So, Xie Ying calmly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, then lazily raised her eyes to look at Ning Qian, raising an eyebrow and sneering. That's it? As expected, her contemptuous attitude completely infuriated Ning Qian, and his murderous intent reached its peak at that moment. With his sword energy surging, he slashed through the sword net surrounding him, his sword intent blazing like a rainbow, piercing Xie Ying's vital point. Ning Qian's movements were so swift, that no one present was able to stop him. Even the gravely wounded Ji Heyuan was ready to activate his double ring bracelet, transferring the fatal wound to himself. But something no one had anticipated occurred. Just as the sword was about to strike Xie Ying, a gentle yet powerful aura suddenly appeared, followed by a white shadow blocking her path. It was Xuanning. The moment Ning Qian saw Xuanning, it was too late to withdraw. He could only watch as the tip of his sword plunged into her heart without hesitation. It was just like that day 1,000 years ago, when he had personally killed Xuanning to prove his truth. The shadow shattered instantly, transforming into a cloud of snowflakes that fell gently. Though the snowflakes were incredibly cold, they felt a surge of warmth as they landed on their bodies. Even Mo Yin, who had always been unable to break free from his control, froze after being touched by the snowflakes. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Ning Qian frantically tried to catch these snowflakes, to leave behind the last trace of Xuanning in this world. But the snowflakes, once dropped into his palms, instantly melted into snowy water and flowed through his fingers. He couldn't catch the snowflakes. He couldn't hold her back either. Chapter 287. Everyone was stunned. No one had imagined that within Xie Ying's body lay a trace of Saint Xuanning's divine consciousness, much less that it was this divine consciousness that saved Xie Ying's life in such a crucial moment. Sister. Shui Yu's eyes were filled with infatuation. She had never imagined that she would see Xuanning again in her lifetime, even if it was only a shadow. And compared to the fragmented divine consciousness she had spent nearly 1,000 years gathering, the divine consciousness of the shadow that had just appeared was clearly more complete. But why was this divine consciousness within Xie Ying's body? Why? Ning Xian's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Xie Ying. Why is Xuanning's divine consciousness within you? Why do I have to go through the pain of killing Xuanning with my own hands again? You have to figure this out for yourself. Xie Ying didn't want to discuss this further, pressing her fingers together between her brows. A soft white light emanated from her brows, and as her fingers moved backward, it slowly converged before Ning Xian's eyes, forming a palm-sized white ball of light. At the same time, a beam of white light flew out from Shui Xuanxuan's body and merged directly into the ball of light. The ball of light instantly grew several times larger, then drifted towards Ning Xian with a clear purpose. The ball of light was so close, and the aura of Xuanning was unmistakably lingering within it, yet Ning Xian felt an inexplicable surge of homesickness. Finally, he mustered the courage to reach out and touch the ball of light, but the moment he touched it, it dissipated again. Ning Xian quickly withdrew his hand in fear, frozen in place, not daring to move. But after the ball of light dissipated, it didn't vanish completely like the shadow before, but instead transformed into countless shimmering points of light that floated beside Ning Xian. These are all the memories of Saint Xuanning, from birth to death. The living can lie, but the dead cannot. If you want to know anything, go and see for yourself. After saying this, Xie Ying leaned against the mountain behind her, concentrating and regulating her breathing, without saying another word. Hearing this, Ning Xian hurriedly reached out to reach for the bright light, and his consciousness was drawn in. Familiar images flooded before him like a tide, replaying before his eyes frame by frame like a kaleidoscope. Ning Xian finally calmed down and stopped his madness, and everyone finally had a chance to heal. After Xie Ying silently circulated the technique for several small cycles within her body, calming the excruciating pain, she opened her eyes again, her clear eyes examining Ning Xian, who was immersed in Xuanning's memories. Since entering the world of immortal cultivation, she had never suffered such a great loss or such a great deal of suffering as today. Even with Yinin's help and the elixir she earned from completing quests in her storage bag, the backlash from these injuries, combined with the side effects of forcibly increasing her cultivation through consuming elixirs, wouldn't heal for at least 10 days or a month. If Xuanning's voice and a flurry of unfamiliar memories hadn't suddenly resonated in her mind when Ning Xian went berserk and tried to kill them, she wouldn't have deliberately provoked Ning Xian just to release Xuanning's divine consciousness. Xie Ying couldn't help but sigh at the thought. Xuanning storing her divine consciousness within herself would be fine, but if she was going to eliminate Ning Xian, why did she set the condition that it would only appear when Ning Xian held his natal sword and attacked with murderous intent? Is it some kind of ritual? Xie Ying didn't understand. She truly didn't understand. It was almost over. Why didn't she look happy? If you were beaten like this and couldn't fight back, how could you be happy? Xie Ying rolled her eyes in annoyance. This system, aside from giving her good equipment through quests, really didn't help her at all. But Ning Xian's incident did serve as a wake-up call for me. Alas. Xie Ying sighed again. Yinin, I'm still not strong enough. If I were a true divine transformation cultivator today, I wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat Ning Xian, but at least I wouldn't be so passive, being led around by him from the start, constantly on the defensive, and now in such a state of disgrace. The bottom line is, I'm just not strong enough. Yinin, Yinin was numb. She no longer wanted to say anything about her host's unwitting Versailles. She felt that the current scenario of down-and-out supporting actress counterattacks everyone simply didn't suit her. The arrogant dragon Alkian slaps, the supporting character in the phase scenario, was more suitable for Xie Ying. Look at her host's unknowing ability to act impressively, how satisfying and full of potential to become a dragon Alkian. Xie Ying had no idea what Yinin was sighing and muttering inwardly. After a pause, she finally reached out for the nearest bit of light. Xuanning's memories had only flashed through her mind before, and she only had a vague understanding of the true story between her and Ning Xian. Xie Ying, still mindful of her unfinished mission, naturally seized this rare opportunity to uncover the true nature of the saint's secret. The moment her finger touched the light, Xie Ying's consciousness was instantly drawn into Xuanning's memories. The memory she touched happened to be the day when young Ningxian, filled with hatred and resentment, was sent to the Snow Clan. Xia was quite happy to suddenly see that lovely old man Shui again. But when she saw Ningxian, a wolf cub standing next to Shui Duo, she couldn't help but sigh softly. He's not even as cute as I was back then. Xia already knew what was going to happen next, so she didn't intend to continue watching. Instead, she drifted into Xuaning's room. She remembered that Xuaning was probably divination ing at that moment, and she was quite curious about what she was doing, so much so that she hadn't even paid attention to Ningxian and the others outside. But when she saw the hexagram clearly, her heart trembled, and her expression suddenly changed. During those 3 months living with the Snow Clan in the illusion, Xia had learned a lot of divination from Xuaning. That's why she was so heartbroken after understanding the hexagram. Many things that had previously remained unexplained now seemed to have been explained, and a bold hypothesis suddenly emerged in Xia Ying's mind. She quickly withdrew her consciousness from this memory, and quickly touched another point of light. Chapter 288. Just as Xia Ying had completely grasped everything she wanted to know through these memory blips, the melodious quest reminder finally sounded again. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the side quest The Saint's Secret. A reward is now being issued to the host. A chance to randomly draw a treasure of immortal quality or higher. The host can use the reward at any time. Perhaps knowing Xia Ying still had things to attend to, Yining finished her businesslike announcement and fell silent. Meanwhile, Xueyu and Ningxian, who had already read through Xuaning's memories, shared a look of shock and stunned silence. How could this be? Xueyu muttered. Sister, have you never considered taking Ningxian's life? Ningxian was a half-demon. Although Xueyu hadn't targeted him due to his identity, when he first arrived in the Snow Clan, she had always been wary of him. So when Ningxian suddenly murdered Xuaning and betrayed the Shui clan, then repeatedly accused them of being no different from the Ning clan of the Central Realm, and simply wanting him dead, Xueyu didn't deny it. Because she had always believed in her heart that Xuaning's purpose in doing all this was to make Ningxian willingly and voluntarily die. But now, after reviewing Xuaning's memories in full, she realized how utterly wrong her previous assumptions had been. Xuaning had never deceived Ningxian from the beginning to the end. Never had she thought of sacrificing a single person indiscriminately for the sake of the people of the world. Xuaning had never wanted Ningxian's life. In her eyes, there was no difference between one person and the world. She loved all living beings, and Ningxian was one of them, so she would not give up on him so easily for any reason. It's a shame that Ningxian betrayed Xuaning's good intentions. She never understood Xuaning's deeper meaning. She had always assumed Xuaning would harbor hatred and resentment for her death at Ningxian's hands, so for years her obsession had been to kill Ningxian, to avenge Xuaning and cleanse the Shui clan. But it turned out that none of them truly understood Xuaning's true feelings, not even her own sister. Why? Ningxian slumped to the ground, her voice piercing. Why don't you want me to die? Why is the truth like this? Saint Xuaning, Ningxian is incredibly talented, and his cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds. If this continues, I'm worried he truly become a world-destroying demon. I know Ningxian harbors delusion about the saint, but if we can capitalize on this, perhaps we can completely eliminate this hidden danger. Ningxian is half-demon, and half-demons are born with a hostile nature. Ordinary people cannot kill a half-demon. To kill him, he must willingly accept his own death. What the Shui family master said was indeed a good idea. This was the conversation he had overheard with his own ears between Shui Duo and Xuaning, while hiding in the shadows. At that time, he felt his sincerity had been misplaced. It turned out that Xuaning, who had always claimed, "It's okay to be half-demon, I have the right to choose my own life," was actually a liar. Xuaning was no different from the Ning family members, who had heard him for so many years. They all wanted his life. It's just that Xuaning's tactics were far more sophisticated than the Ning family's. If he hadn't heard these words with his own ears, he might have truly followed Xuaning's wishes, followed her path, and ultimately, willingly died for the sake of the so-called common people. He hated Xuaning's deception, and so from then on, he and Xuaning went their separate ways. While they both shared the path of ruthlessness, Xuaning embraced a universal love, cherishing all things equally. But he had taken a narrow-minded and extreme path of ruthlessness, sealing away all his emotions and becoming a truly heartless person. In the end, he even went so far as to prove his point by personally killing the person he loved most and meant most to him. Although Ningxian regretted killing Xuaning and hiding in the mountains for years, he never considered himself wrong. That's why, at that person's instigation, he conceived the idea of using forbidden techniques to bring back Xuaning, A woman who held only love and cared for him alone, with no murderous intent. To achieve this goal, he even practiced the insidious art of corpse refining, transforming corpses and living beings into zombies for his own use. But now, Ning Xian finally realized how wrong he was. After 1,000 years, he realized that what he had heard was only half the story. The other half, which he had overlooked, was, "But I don't want to do this." Ning Xian was born without expectations, living a life of deception and malice. It was the world's malice and prejudice that shaped him into his current character, piece by piece. But he wasn't a bad person by nature, and he shouldn't have lost his life for something that hadn't happened yet. No matter who they are, they deserve a chance to turn for the better. Even if one day I had to eliminate him for the sake of the people of the world, I would not resort to this method. Master Shui, exploiting someone's feelings to achieve my goals is not my nature, Xuening. I have my own method, and I only need the cooperation of Master Shui and your descendants. Ning Xian couldn't describe his feelings right now. Regret? But everything was his own fault, and at this point, who else could he blame but himself? Ning Xian. Xie Ying struggled to stand, using her sword as support, then limped over, using both swords as crutches. I always wondered, since you value Saint Xuening so much, why did you kill her so cleanly and without hesitation? Someone told me that everything Xuening did for me was a lie. Her motive was the same as everyone else's, to kill me. Ning Xian realized his voice was hoarse as he spoke, but he didn't care anymore. He was tired and didn't want to fight anyone for any reason. He would tell Xie Ying whatever she wanted to know. Xie Ying frowned. You don't believe Xuening, so you believe what others say? No, I didn't believe it at first either. Ning Xian chuckled to himself. But I overheard her conversation with Shui Duo, but I didn't hear the whole thing, so I misunderstood her, and from then on, one misstep led to another. Thinking about it now, that person deliberately said those words to stir up my suspicions, and then deliberately led me to the back mountain to hear those conversations. He was the one with truly sinister intentions. Xie Ying, didn't you ask me earlier where I learned the art of corpse refining? Ning Xian raised his eyes, meeting Xie Ying's understanding gaze, and spoke slowly. I also learned it from that person. Chapter 289. Xie Ying thought so, and seeing Ning Xian's cooperation, she quickly pressed the issue. Who is that person? I don't know. Every time he appears, he wears a dark cloak that completely conceals his face, and his voice is also indistinguishable. Ning Xian shook his head honestly. Not only do I not know his identity, I don't even know if he's a man or a woman. Xie Ying's already furrowed brow deepened upon hearing this. Who was the person Ning Xian was talking about? A hidden villain? Does such a person exist in the original novel? But based on my 2 experiences with him, he's extremely skilled at deceiving people. I don't know what he's trying to achieve by using me, but now that everything I've done has been disrupted by you, I'm sure his goal will be thwarted. Who knows, he might even make a comeback in the future. Seeing Xie Ying hesitate to speak, Ning Xian took the initiative to remind him. A dying man's words are kind. Ning Xian suspected it was because Xie Ying had never shown any resistance to her half-demon identity, and because she was the only one who had taken Xuening as her master in the illusion, sharing a master-disciple bond with her like himself. So, after casting aside his unwarranted murderous intent, he viewed Xie Ying with a rare fondness, almost as if he were truly treating her like his own junior sister. Xie Ying, come here. I have something for you. Ying. Shen Fuyu and the others hadn't accessed Xuening's memories, so naturally, they had no idea of the story between her and Ning Xian. She instinctively feared Ning Xian and worried about her junior sister, so she subconsciously wanted to intervene. It's okay, senior sister. Xie Ying smiled at her. I know what's going on. Shen Fuyu opened her mouth, but ultimately gave up and decided to respect Xie Ying's opinion. Xie Ying was closest to Ning Xian, so she could clearly sense the deathly aura lingering around him. She believed that Ning Xian no longer posed any threat to her at this point. Before the limping Xie Ying could fully approach, Ning Xian flipped his wrist, and a small white fragment, resembling jade, appeared in his palm. The fragment emanated a soft glow in Ning Xian's palm. Xie Ying tentatively felt it, but there was no spiritual energy fluctuation, no immortal aura, and no divine will. It looked like an ordinary piece of broken jade. What is this? I don't know. Xie Ying, ? Good boy. You're giving me something I don't know. They could be considered senior and junior brothers, right? How come to Ning Xian, the master is a treasure, and the junior sister is just a weed? The confusion and resentment in Xie Ying's eyes were too obvious. Although she said nothing, Ning Xian understood her meaning. He curled his lips into a rare smile and began to explain. This is something I found deep beneath the Tianqing when I began setting up the life-death reversal formation 800 years ago. It looks like jade, but it's not. My intuition tells me this fragment is something special. I spent 800 years trying to understand its secrets. Now I give it to you. What I can't do, perhaps one day you can. Thank you. Xiaoying paused for a moment before decisively accepting this rare gesture of kindness from Ningxian. The snow had begun to fall again without anyone noticing, and soon it blanketed Ningxian's shoulders. He knelt on the ground like a stone statue. Just when Xiaoying thought Ningxian would say nothing more, he suddenly asked her a question out of the blue. Xiaoying, what does it feel like to be loved? Ningxian's voice was so soft, almost inaudible, as if it would dissipate on the wind as soon as it left her mouth, but Xiaoying heard it all the same. Why are you asking me? Aren't you loved too? Haven't you seen everything with your own eyes? Xiaoying paused. Even though she had experienced everything Ningxian had gone through, there were some things she couldn't empathize with. Therefore, she wouldn't accuse anyone of wrongdoing. She also didn't want to lie with sweet nothings. She simply objectively stated the facts as she saw them. The day you arrived at the Snow Clan, the hexagram Xuening cast wasn't for herself, but for you. You don't study hexagrams, so you don't understand. That hexagram clearly revealed one thing. She was your lifeline, but you were her doom. She could have avoided this fate by shutting you out, but she didn't. Because she loves all living things, and you are one of them. So to guide you toward goodness and guide you back to the right path, she would have no regrets, even if it meant sacrificing her own life. Otherwise, how could you have killed her so easily? Although you are immortal, Saint Xuening is equally powerful. If she had sought to survive, you would have been severely injured. She simply believed that sacrificing her own life to save someone from ever turning to goodness was a blessing for her. I can't match Saint Xuening's selfless love, but I admire everything she does. The hexagram of the 6 yaos shows understanding without hesitation. It often takes even greater courage to do something knowing it's impossible. Ningxian remained silent, but his heart felt even calmer than before. A mysterious aura even slowly enveloped him. The crowd nearby stared at this scene in amazement. Did this Ningxian attain enlightenment? Too late. Su Yinji sighed regretfully. He's already determined to live and die. Enlightenment won't save him now. As he understood the vastness of the universe, yet still felt pity for the green grass and trees, so this is the ruthless way that Xuening had willingly sacrificed her life to teach him. He closed his eyes, and details he had previously ignored came flooding back to his mind. He saw it. He saw the letter Ning Xiongwan had secretly written to the Xue family, begging them to take her away. He saw the complex yet tangled maternal love beneath her cold and repulsive exterior. He saw the pity in Xue Duo's eyes when they first met him. He saw the stern Xue Yu, yet she would personally arrange everything for him within the Snow Clan after turning away. The love he had always sought, it turned out, had been found from the very beginning. At this moment, Ningxian had truly let go of his greed, hatred, and delusion. He had truly found liberation. When he opened his eyes again, the aura surrounding Ningxian was completely different, and his body was slowly dissipating. Xiaoying, sensing something, looked up and met Ningxian's smiling eyes. Thank you. She heard Ningxian's voice. Ningxian, no regrets in this life. Chapter 290. Ningxian's figure, along with the crystal coffin in midair, dissipated into tiny specks of light, following those memories, as they flew deep into the snowy mountains, returning to the world. The wind and snow here grew stronger, but no one felt a hint of cold. The entire snowy mountain was warm, like spring in March. A gentle breeze brushed Xue Shuangshuang's cheek, and she felt as if a pair of warm hands in the void gently embraced her. Then, a whisper, audible only to herself, echoed in her ears. A sudden bitterness welled up in Xue Shuangshuang's heart, nearly bringing her to tears. Master? Nothing. Xue Shuangshuang raised her hand, signaling everyone not to worry. However, her eyes met Xue Yu's, and they exchanged a smile. They all heard Saint Xuening's final farewell. Thank you. Your mission has concluded. From now on, please be yourself and live for yourself. Ningxian's body and spirit vanished, and the disciples who had been trapped in the illusion because of him finally awoke one after another. They stared blankly at the scene before them, listening to their companion's joy, their faces dazed. So, while they were only having a nightmare, the others had already completed their mission. Why did they feel so redundant? Look, what's that? Shortly after Ningxian vanished, a large number of multicolored balls of light surged from the ground beneath the Tianqing, vying for the sky. Seeing this, Saint Xue Yu quickly used her spiritual power to weave a vast net, catching them all and stuffing them into the crystal bottle she carried before explaining. These are the souls trapped beneath the Tianqing by Ning Xian for millennia. Don't worry. Since Ning Xian is a member of my Snow Clan will naturally atone for his sins. I will send these souls to the underworld for reincarnation, and the Snow Mountain will no longer be sealed. As long as they don't harm the Snow Mountain, we, the Snow Clan, welcome everyone. No one could have imagined that the imagined life or death battle would end this way. The half-demon, feared, loathed, and eager to be eliminated, actually willingly accepted death. The Xiaoyao sect members, having learned the entire story from Xia Ying, were also deeply troubled. The demons were brutal and bloodthirsty, unparalleled in their cruelty. Since their birth, they had committed countless evil deeds in the world of immortal cultivation, and everyone deserved to kill them. But the demons were born from absorbing the evil thoughts and negative emotions of both humans and demons. They themselves had created their greatest enemy. Just like Ning Xian's recent incident, Ning Xian had no intention of destroying the world, but he was still driven step by step by the prejudice and rejection of the world to a point of no return. It can be done without any effort. It's no exaggeration to say that most of the demons in the world of immortal cultivation were, if you trace their origins back to their own creation, created by them. Isn't it time for the human and demon races to reflect on their own actions? This was a shared thought among the Xiaoyao sect, but they tactfully avoided raising it before the people of the Northern Territory. With Ning Xian's death, control of the Snow Mountain had completely returned to Shuiyu. Thus, the return journey wasted no time, quickly returning to the Snow Clan. Everyone returned wounded from the battle, and therefore had to remain in the Snow Clan for a while to recuperate. However, Xue Shuangshuang immediately used a communication jade slip to inform the other clans staking out the Snow Mountain of the situation, to reassure them. The three most seriously injured in this clash with Ning Xian were Xia Ying, Ji Heyuan, and Xue Shuangshuang. Xia Ying undoubtedly contributed the most to this incident. Not only were Xue Shuangshuang and the others deeply grateful to her, but even the Snow Maidens gifted her various treasures to express their gratitude. After learning that Xia Ying's original intention was to obtain the Xianming iron from the depths of the Snow Mountain, Xueji led her men to the iron mine overnight, and personally struck down the largest and finest piece of Xianming iron from the mine, and delivered it to Xia Ying's room. When Xia Ying saw the Xianming iron, which nearly filled half her room, she was stunned and speechless for a long time. With so much Xianming iron, let alone integrating it into the Qianquan spear for reforging, it would be more than enough for her to forge another batch of spiritual weapons using Xianming iron as raw material to sell. Unable to refuse Xueji's generous offer, she happily took the large piece of Xianming iron and remained in her room to recuperate. While she was recuperating and no one would disturb her, Xia Ying finally had the chance to carefully examine the fragment Ning Xian had given her. But as she examined it, she noticed something was amiss. Why did she feel like she had seen this fragment somewhere before? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration crossed her mind. Xia Ying, having successfully grasped it, woke up as if from a dream, and smacked her head in frustration. Thank goodness I figured it out. She shifted her mind, and with a flick of her wrist, another white fragment appeared in her hand. Xia Ying placed the two fragments together, examining them closely. She discovered that both the aura and the veins were of the same origin. The only difference was that the fragment Ning Xian had given her was noticeably larger than the one she had received as a system reward. Yinin, come out. I have something to ask you. Oh, my dear host, what are your instructions for summoning Yinin? Although Yinin had no physical form, Xia Ying could still picture a sleazy cartoon face from her flattering tone. She felt that if Yinin could take form, it would probably look not much different from her imagination. Host? Yinin, you look very happy. Of course. The host completes every task so enthusiastically and beautifully, so my performance evaluation will definitely be good. Of course I'm happy. You're happy, and that's a good time to answer my question. Come on, tell me what this fragment is. Do you have any more? Sorry, host. Yinin dropped her flattering tone and became serious. I'm a ruler with a clear bottom line. So I have to pay more? Xia Ying raised an eyebrow, and then heard Yinin's serious voice again. Even paying more isn't an option. I signed a confidentiality agreement. I absolutely cannot reveal anything about the work to the host in advance. So this fragment is indeed related to a possible future mission. Yinin, I didn't say anything. Given the bond and rapport they built up over their long collaboration, Xia Ying took Yinin's silence as tacit agreement. Based on all the tasks she reorganized recently, Xia Ying had always suspected that the system's purpose was definitely more than just eliminating the influence of the charming heroine's halo on the world and restoring it to normalcy. Now it seems so. Chapter 291. Xie Ying calmly suppressed her suspicions, then suddenly asked a question out of the blue. You mean, if gathering all the 5 element spirit orbs doesn't summon a dragon, then do you think I can summon one if I gather all these fragments? You mean, ? Host, please give up on this desire to summon a dragon. The dragons in the world of immortal cultivation have long been extinct. Even if you gather all the rainbows, it's useless. Okay, I understand. Then if gathering all the 5 elements doesn't summon a dragon, it must be a powerful weapon, right? Host, I repeat, it can neither summon a dragon nor help you kill. Then, I advise you not to waste your energy on further probing. I won't say a word. Emin interrupted Xie Ying righteously, then was nearly irritated by Xie Ying's reaction. Oh! So you figured out I was testing you. Emin, what else? She was truly pissed off at Xie Ying. Host, I'm Tonzi, not a fool. Xie Ying was about to say something else when there was a knock on the door. Ying? Are you awake? Can I come in? Third senior sister, of course. As Xie Ying finished her words, Shinfuyu opened the door and entered, sitting down beside her bed. You look much better today. It seems the Snow Clan's elixirs are indeed quite effective. Don't worry about me, senior sister. Physical cultivators recover more easily from injuries than other cultivators. Have you visited Xiaohe? How is he doing? Don't worry. Xiaohe is senior brother, and the others taking turns taking care of him. Are you worried about him not being considerate? Shinfuyu looked Xie Ying up and down, confirming she was alright, before retracting his gaze, a hint of teasing in his eyes. You're so concerned about Xiaohe. It seems the king of Xiang has a dream, and the goddess is also concerned. Senior sister, don't talk nonsense. As Xiaohe's senior sister, I'd be equally concerned if they were hurt, whether it was Xiaohe, Shi, or Fuing. Oh! Really? I don't believe it. Shinfuyu leaned in closer, looking at Xie Ying with an anti-smile. You dare say you don't know Xiaohe's feelings? You don't have any romantic feelings for him? Senior sister, don't provoke me. If I say yes, I mean yes. If I don't mean no. I don't say one thing and mean another. Xie Ying snorted, her tone tinged with a hint of arrogance. I'm indeed a little tempted, but it's perfectly natural for me to be attracted to someone as outstanding as Xiaohe. After all, I cultivate the way of evil, not the way of heartlessness. Xiaohe would be overjoyed if he heard that. Shinfuyu had long seen the signs of these two, and now that Xie Ying had also come to her senses, he was even happier for them. Actually, for us cultivators, romantic relationships are merely icing on the cake, and cannot compare to our true path. But the path is lonely, and finding someone to walk alongside you would be a blessing. Shinfuyu simply sat down beside her, and gently stroked Xie Ying's head. But you and Xiaohe are both still young, so don't overthink it for now. Focus on cultivating and improving your cultivation. Of course. Xie Ying nodded in agreement. I didn't think too much about it anyway. With things like this, it's best to just let things unfold naturally. Shinfuyu nodded, not continuing the conversation. The next moment, her eyes fell on the fragment that Xie Ying hadn't had time to put away. Is this what Ning Xian gave you? So you've been pondering this in your room? Yes. There was nothing to hide from her own senior sister, so Xie Ying openly unfolded the fragment for her to see. It's just a pity you can't see its specialness, no matter how hard you look at it. Isn't not being able to see its specialness itself a kind of specialness? What third senior sister said actually made sense. Could it be that third senior sister was the one destined for this fragment? Her eyes lit up. How about you take it back and study it? If you figure it out, just let me know. This is something Ning Xian gave you. I can't take it. Xie Ying had expected Shinfuyu to refuse her request, but she didn't expect Shinfuyu to just shake his head slightly. Ying, you're very smart and talented. This fragment, after years of wandering around, finally found its way into your hands, which proves it's destined for you. I'm just offering a few words of caution from an outsider's perspective. I can't really ask you to delve into such intellectual pursuits. Please don't make it difficult for me. Shinfuyu chuckled and paused before continuing. Also, we all know you're hiding a secret. Not just you, but Xiaohe and Shi too. They all have secrets. We don't ask or explore because we're your seniors, your family. But outsiders don't care so much. A tall tree attracts the wind. If you act too flamboyantly, you inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. If it weren't for Xie Ying's overwhelming attention, completely overshadowing everyone in the Northern Territory, Shinfuyu wouldn't have wanted to say such a disheartening remark. The world of immortal cultivation is never short of geniuses, but those who truly rise to become powerful figures are few and far between. Because these geniuses are so much more exceptional than ordinary people, while enjoying top-tier resources and widespread admiration, they also face danger and schemes from all sides. Since Xie Ying began her cultivation, she had rarely encountered any bottlenecks in her cultivation. Such smooth progress was naturally a good thing, but over time, Shin Fuyu worried that Xie Ying would stumble elsewhere. Xie Ying naturally understood her senior sister's good intentions. Shin Fuyu's words echoed the warnings given to her by Xie Zan, the black market lord. She gripped Shin Fuyu's hand reassuringly, her tone serious. I understand everything you said, senior sister. Don't worry, I'm well informed. Of course, I trust him to handle things. Shin Fuyu smiled, returning to his usual cheerful demeanor. The two senior sisters were about to huddle together for a private conversation, but the communication jade slip on Shin Fuyu's waist suddenly lit up. She quickly picked it up to examine it, a complex expression on her face. Sister, who brought this news? Senior brother? Is there something urgent, senior brother? No, senior brother said he saw something exciting and asked if we could go see it together. Xie Ying? Question mark. Are you sure this is senior brother? Could it be that someone stole his jade slip? Chapter 292. Finally, Xie Ying dragged her still fragmented body out the door with Shin Fuyu. She simply couldn't resist watching this excitement. After all, it's ingrained in the DNA of every carbon-based creature, and what's more, this excitement was all about second senior brother Mo Yin. They couldn't miss it. According to a reliable source, the eldest senior brother said he personally heard Shui Shuangshuang take the initiative to meet Mo Yin. The two agreed to meet on the trail behind the mountain at 3 o'clock tonight. The relationship between Mo Yin and Shui Shuangshuang has been quite turbulent. While everyone kept silent, they were deeply concerned about their progress. At first, when Xie Ying saw Shui Shuangshuang and Su Miao's unconcerned intimacy, she thought Mo Yin was doomed. But who knew Su Miao was actually Yu Miao, a girl from the Yu family disguised as a man? This is truly a case of seemingly endless difficulties, only to find a way out. Clearly, her fellow senior brothers shared her thoughts. Because when Xie Ying and Shin Fuyu rushed to the trail behind the mountain, they happened to run into Ji Hiyuan and the other two. They exchanged a knowing glance, and then naturally found a good spot to hide. Xie Ying generously gave everyone an invisibility talisman to ensure safety. If the timing hadn't been so inappropriate, Shin Fuyu would have even considered moving all the melon seed rattan chairs he always kept for watching the fun to the back mountain. What do you think Patriarch Shui wants to say by inviting Mo Yin to the back mountain this time? It can't be a confession. Xie Ying curled her lips. I bet Sister Shui is completely severing ties with second senior brother. Xie Ying and I share the same idea. Shin Fuyu, standing beside Xie Ying, finally pulled out a handful of spiritual melon seeds and cracked them, nodding solemnly. Mrs. Shui is a strong and resilient woman. 10 years ago, her sincerity was trampled upon by second senior brother. Even if she still has feelings for him, she won't show them. Ying and Fu, you're right. The serious Qin Lin Zhao nodded in agreement. The group was chattering at once, when the sharp-eyed Ji Hiyuan spotted a figure approaching from afar, and quickly warned them. Brothers and sisters, please stop talking. Second senior brother seems to be here. At these words, Xie Ying and the other three, who had been chattering a moment before, instantly fell silent. The quiet back mountain path suddenly returned to its original tranquility, with only the faint whistling of the wind. Xie Ying and the others stared intently at Mo Yin, noticing that Mo Yin, who usually paid close attention to his appearance, had indeed dressed up. Although he looked normal, those familiar with him could immediately discern the subtle scheming hidden in Mo Yin's collar and him. Xie Ying sighed inwardly. It's not easy. Second senior brother has finally caught on. Mo Yin paced anxiously while waiting for Shui Shuangshuang, but upon hearing the noise behind him, he instantly regained his composure. He coughed softly and turned to see Shui Shuangshuang, dressed in a light blue dress, approaching on the moonlit night. Ahem. Mo Yin cleared his throat and took the initiative to bring up the topic. How are your injuries? Don't worry, you won't die. Shui Shuangshuang remained calm, her emotions unwavering. They're almost healed. The remaining minor injuries won't be a problem once I return to the Shui family and slowly recover. Well, I'm glad you're okay. After all, I was the one who hurt you after being controlled. If you were truly hurt, I feel guilty. Don't worry about it. After all, you didn't do it on purpose. I didn't hold back when I beat you up later. Besides, after this incident, I figured out a lot of things I hadn't figured out before. Shui Shuangshuang's calm demeanor made Mo Yan's heart skip a beat. The way he rubbed his fingers behind his back betrayed his current anxiety. So you asked me to come here today because? I asked you to come here to tell you something. Shui Shuangsheng interrupted him, smiling at Mo Yin. Before, or now, I don't intend to hold a grudge against you for what you did to me. When I first emerged from confinement, I abducted you back to the Northern Territory to vent my anger, but I know your feelings haven't changed since 10 years ago. Love has trapped us for too long, but we have more important responsibilities besides our own feelings. I let it go now, and I hope you won't continue to be trapped by what happened back then. You mean? Mo Yin, move forward. I give you your freedom. Shui Shuangsheng gave him a relieved smile, then decisively turned and left, not giving him a chance to respond. For some reason, Mo Yan's eyes suddenly felt a little sore. This was the outcome he had always wanted. But when it finally arrived, Mo Yan found he wasn't happy. His heart seemed to be clouded by dust, and he suddenly lost sight of what he truly desired. The night breeze, tinged with a slight chill, cleared Mo Yan's fuzzy mind. He stood there for a moment before turning back. After Mo Yan left, Xie Ying and the others, who had been hiding in the shadows, tore off their invisibility talismans and revealed themselves. Did I see that? Did second senior brother secretly drop little Pearl after sister Shui cut him off? Ing, you must have seen that. Shinfuyu sighed, the melon seeds in his hand suddenly losing their fragrance. But second senior brother looks like he's been crying. I didn't expect you two to be so right about their relationship. The five of them slowly walked back, Su Yenji's tone tinged with regret. Although Qin Lin Zhao didn't join in the conversation, his expression showed that he was also worried about Mo Yan's current situation. Only Ji Heyuan suddenly spoke. Why are you sighing like that? I actually think this is a good thing. As soon as he said this, the others' gazes suddenly fell on him, leaving Ji Heyuan somewhat bewildered. It's a good thing indeed. If Patriarch Shui hadn't spoken clearly with second senior brother, with his emotional indecision, there's no telling when second senior brother would have finally come to terms with his true feelings. Now that Patriarch Shui has ruthlessly severed his ties, it's a good opportunity for second senior brother to see his true self clearly. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. I don't think this matter will end here. Chapter 293. No one mentioned what happened that night. Since Mo Yin didn't mention it himself, the Xiaoyao sect members pretended to be ignorant. The day for the group's departure arrived in the blink of an eye. Those disciples whose injuries weren't serious had already left the Snow Mountain and returned to Haining City, led by Yu Lang. Lin Yuexiang even took advantage of Xie Ying recuperating, while Wu Xia noticed her and quietly slipped away with Dai Tian and Gu Qinghuai, following Yu Lang. In the end, only the Xiaoyao sect members and the Shui clan disciples remained in the Snow clan. Shui Shuangsheng and the Shui clan disciples walked with Xie Ying and the others all the way to the Snow Mountain exit. Song Xiushi and Ming Fuiying, who had received news of their senior brothers and sisters a few days earlier, were already waiting there with Li Yu. Are you all really not going back to Haining City with us? Thanks to you, the Northern Territory was saved from danger this time. I'm sure the other family heads are waiting to thank you when you return. We appreciate Sister Shui's kindness, but we really don't enjoy socializing, so let's forget it. Xie Ying smiled and politely declined Shui Shuangsheng again. But the thank you gift won't be forgotten. Don't worry, you money grubber. Every thank you gift will be given. Even if they refuse, I reason with them. Shui Shuangsheng affectionately tapped Xie Ying's forehead. As she looked back at Su Yenji and the others, she regained the composure expected of a family head. I discussed the matter Su Xianjun mentioned to me earlier with the other family heads when I return. I believe that as long as it's beneficial to our Northern Territory and harmless to the world of immortal cultivation, they won't refuse. In that case, I await good news from Patriarch Shui at the Xiaoyao sect. All good things must come to an end. We bid farewell now. We shall meet again someday, no matter how far we travel. Goodbye. Shui Shuangsheng and the others bowed, then turned and left without looking back. The Xiaoyao sect members also headed towards the northern border. Li Yu had already been intimately close to Xie Ying the moment they met her. Seeing that Xie Ying wasn't shy, she even boldly took her hand. Ming Fuiying, who hadn't seen her for many days, was also chattering non-stop with Xie Ying and Shinfuyu. Senior sister, have you and Patriarch Shui reached any consensus? Yes, it was Ying who reminded us. Although we in the Xiaoyao sect dislike interfering in outside affairs and prefer to remain secluded, the world of immortal cultivation is not peaceful these days. There's no telling when we might become a thorn in someone's side. Therefore, finding reliable allies is essential. After hearing Shinfuyu's words, Ming Fuiying suddenly understood. No wonder For's senior sister specially prepared gifts for Brahma Temple when she took us there. It turns out For's senior sister had already been planning to seek allies. It's always good to plan ahead. Xia Ying generously admitted her intention. Besides, even if I'm worrying too much, more friends are always better than more enemies. Xia Ying always remembered that the biggest reason the Xiaoyao sect fell so quickly in the original novel was that it could not hold its own. No matter how powerful the Xiaoyao sect was, it could not withstand the attack of the entire cultivation world. What she needed to do next was to strengthen herself and help the Xiaoyao sect become the most powerful sect in the cultivation world, while also working hard to attract the supporters of Lin Yuexiang and He Yinyao from the original novel to the Xiaoyao sect. Humph! Not only does she want to seize Lin Yuexiang's path, she's also going to completely block all other avenues for her. Let's see what trick she can come up with. That's exactly what Ying said. Fortunately, I had a very pleasant conversation with Patriarch Shui. I don't know about other aristocratic families, but the Shui family is a sensible family. The friendly relationship between our Xiaoyao sect and the Shui family will remain unchanged. Su Yinji smiled in agreement. He understood Xia Ying's point, which was why he readily accepted her suggestion of forming an alliance with the aristocratic families of the Northern Territory. His master, Su Xi, was a calm and indifferent person, and had long intended to pass the position of sect leader to him. For years, he had assisted Su Xi in handling all matters within the sect, both large and small. Now, he only had to wait for him to break through to the spiritual transformation stage, and Su Xi would officially pass the position of sect leader to him. Su Yinji's current position within the Xiaoyao sect could be described as deputy sect leader, which was why he dared to directly discuss the alliance with Shui Shuangshuang on behalf of the Xiaoyao sect. The others were well aware that Su Yinji would eventually take over the Xiaoyao sect. Now, hearing his certainty, they felt even more reassured. The group chatted lively as they journeyed, but Mo Yin, uncharacteristically silent, remained in the group. Li Yu, holding Xia Ying's hand, listened to her uncles and other seniors recount interesting stories from the sect, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Then, catching a glimpse of Mo Yin, who was lagging behind, the young girl suddenly remembered something and asked, "Master, isn't Senior Mo going to marry Patriarch Shui soon? Why is he coming back with us? Is Senior Mo going to leave Xiaoyao sect and return to the Northern Territory after her wedding?" Li Yu's question was both innocent and pointed, leaving everyone stunned. This child truly deserves to be Ying's chosen disciple. Her other skills aside, she possesses the ability to pierce someone's lungs with her very first words, a skill she knows without needing any instruction. Li Yu had been with the Wang family since childhood, and while she had learned little else, she had mastered the art of reading people's expressions to perfection. Seeing the complex expressions in the elder's eyes, she quickly realized her mistake and apologized. "Master, I'm sorry. I misspoke. Little Li Yu, you're right. If you have questions, you should ask them. That's the right thing to do." Mo Yin felt a pang of pain, but he didn't take it out on the young Li Yu. He reached out and gently patted Li Yu on the head. "I made a mistake a long time ago and didn't make amends in time. Later, when I finally had the chance to make amends, I still didn't seize it. So, the engagement between Master Shui and me has been cancelled. Do you understand?" "I half understand what Master meant." Li Yu's eyes were clear. She remembered what Mo Yin had just said, "If you don't understand, ask." So she spoke without hesitation. "Master taught me that in life, we must strive to avoid regrets. Misunderstandings should be resolved, and mistakes should be made amends. Only when we have truly done our part can we rest assured and accept fate. Since Master knew he was wrong, why didn't he make amends? It was just a missed opportunity. Master Shui is still there, isn't he? Why do you have to wait for others to give you a chance? Opportunities don't just wait." Chapter 294. Li Yu's childish words were like a gentle breeze, blowing away the dust clouding Mo Yin's heart. Suddenly, his heart was clear, and he smiled. "I'm obsessed. I can't see things as clearly as a child. Second brother, I'm glad you understand." Seeing the worry finally fade from Mo Yin's brow, Xia Ying smiled happily as well. "Second brother, your mouth isn't just for eating. It's better to speak clearly if there's anything you're about to say, so as to avoid regrets." Although the others remained silent, the looks they gave him spoke volumes. Mo Yin hadn't expected such a small matter of his own to draw so much attention, and he scratched his head in embarrassment. "All right, I know what to do with my own affairs. Don't worry about me anymore. Go back to Xiaoyao sect, and I do my thing." With that, Mo Yin smiled and walked away gracefully, his unrestrained energy reminiscent of the day Xia Ying first met him. "That's great." Second senior brother should just be the dashing and charming immortal lord he is now. Seeing him lose his soul earlier was truly painful for her. Ji Heyuan calmly approached Xia Ying. Li Yu, upon seeing this, sensibly gave them space to talk, then grabbed her junior uncle Meng Fuiying and ran off. Didn't junior sister say she stopped interfering with second senior brother's affairs? He's second senior brother after all. Consider this a final warning. Fortunately, second senior brother isn't hopelessly pedantic, otherwise, nothing you and I could say would matter. It's just that those involved are often confused, while those on the sidelines can see more clearly. Now that second senior brother has finally figured things out, there might be good news soon. I really don't care this time. Whether the outcome is good or bad is second senior brother's own business. Xia Ying yawned lazily and hurried to catch up with the main group. Let's go! It's been a while since I've been back to Xiaoyao's sect, and I'm thinking about Master and the others. I think senior sister isn't missing Master, but rather Master's help in teaching you a new disciple. Untold, you still be my most beloved junior brother. The group chatted and laughed as they left the northern territory and rode the wind straight toward Xiaoyao's sect, their laughter gradually fading on the wind. Xia Ying's absence from the sect wasn't long, but the disciples of Xiaoyao's sect were still deeply worried about senior sister Xia. After all, when Xia Ying left the sect before the sect competition, she was still in the foundation establishment stage, but before the competition was over, she successfully advanced to the golden core stage, in less than half a year. So, everyone in Xiaoyao's sect was genuinely worried that their senior sister Xia would, like last time, jump straight from the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage. They really couldn't move anymore. It wasn't until they saw Xia Ying that everyone in the Xiaoyao sect finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, their beloved senior sister Xia hadn't turned into a nascent soul-level monster at such a young age. But why was there another little girl with senior sister Xia? Does senior sister Xia really have to pick up a child every time she goes out? While the disciples were discussing this, Xia Ying had already taken Li Yu to meet the sect master Su Ci and master Long Kong and the others. Under the guidance of Xia Ying and the others, Li Yu had become much more outgoing and cheerful than he was at the beginning. Upon seeing Su Ci and the others, he politely knelt and saluted. Disciple Li Yu, I greet all the grandmasters, granduncle masters, and granduncle masters. She's a good child. Get up. Xia Ying had sent a letter back to the sect to her master on the first day she took her under her wing, detailing Li Yu's situation. Thus, the sect elders were well aware of the situation. The Xiaoyao sect, unlike other sects, doesn't adhere to strict rules, requiring disciples to reach the Dan stage and form an infant form before accepting them as disciples. Since Li Yu was Xia Ying's chosen one and her conduct was impeccable, the Xiaoyao sect would certainly not reject her as a disciple. Thus, Li Yu quickly received a welcoming gift from the elders, her face flushing with excitement. The matter of Xia Ying taking her as a disciple had thus concluded. Long Kong signaled Qin Lin Zhao and the others to take Li Yu away, leaving Xia Ying, Ji Heyuan, Song Xiushi, and Meng Fuiying behind. Does the sect master and master have anything to tell the disciples? Yes. Seeing Su Ci's composure, Long Kong spoke directly. Ying, do you still remember when the Immortal Demon Alliance's head elder invited you to join the alliance? Of course. Every 10 years, the Immortal Demon Alliance selects outstanding disciples from across the Immortal Cultivation world to join and serve in the alliance. The most recent one will be next year. Xia Ying still remembered this event clearly. After all, being able to join the Immortal Demon Alliance without leaving the Xiaoyao sect would be the perfect opportunity for her. After all, joining the Immortal Demon Alliance was like being granted a government position in the Immortal Cultivation world. Whatever Xia Ying wanted to do in the future would be much easier than it is now. Master, why are you asking about this out of the blue? Has something happened with next year's disciple selection? Not really, but a few days ago, we received news that the Immortal Demon Alliance is selecting a significantly larger number of disciples this year, and the selection method has changed compared to previous years. The strangest thing is that the Immortal Demon Alliance requires all participating disciples to attend 3 months of classes at Jiushu Academy before the selection begins. Xia Ying's head was etched with a huge question mark. What kind of bizarre requirement was this? Pre-employment training. So, if you want to participate in this selection, you don't have much time to prepare. In at most a month, you have to depart for Landau City, home to the Central Realm Immortal Demon Alliance. Long Kong paused, his gaze shifting from Xia Ying, the leader, to the other three. I understand Ah Ying's plan, but I wonder what you three think? Your senior brothers and sisters, each with their own duties, aren't suited to participate in this selection, but you three are quite suitable, both in age and cultivation. If you are also willing to participate, I will submit your names to the Immortal Demon Alliance. What do you think? Long Kong said this without rushing, allowing the other three to consider their thoughts. He was an open-minded master. While joining the Immortal Demon Alliance offered many advantages, he wouldn't force Ji Hyun and the others if they weren't interested. What Long Kong didn't expect was that the three brothers and sisters made their decision without even a second thought. Chapter 295. Master, we want to give it a try too. Okay. In that case, you should prepare early and avoid getting caught off guard. Master, don't worry. Xia Ying stepped forward again. As your senior sister, I will definitely take good care of my junior brothers and sisters. There's just something I might need your help with. Long Kong stroked his beard. Tell me about it. I plan to go into seclusion for a month today to prepare for the upcoming Immortal Demon Alliance selections, but Li Yu. Alright. Long Kong raised his hand to stop Xia Ying from saying anything else. I thought it was something serious. With so many of us old hands, can't we teach a little kid well? Remain at ease in seclusion. We teach your little disciple well for you. Xia Ying smiled sweetly. Then I'd like to thank Master and all the senior brothers. Meanwhile, in Haining City in the northern border. Upon learning that Xia Ying was the greatest contributor to this snow mountain trip, Patriarch Lu was brimming with pride, believing his earlier decision had indeed been a success. After confirming Shui Shuang's return date, Patriarch Lu, contrary to his usual practice, personally arrived at the gates of Haining City to wait. But when he saw that only Mo Yin had returned with Shui Shuang from the Xiaoyao sect, and no one else from the Xiaoyao sect, especially Xia Ying, was visible, Patriarch Lu's smile finally faltered. He strode forward, his eyes etched with anxiety. Patriarch Shui, why are you alone? Where are the other immortals from the Xiaoyao sect? Shui Shuang half smiled. When did Patriarch Lu change his ways, and show such concern for the Xiaoyao sect's fellow Taoists? During this trip to the Snow Mountain, the immortals from the Xiaoyao sect provided great assistance to the Northern Territory. Even if I were ungrateful, I would never go unrequited. But Patriarch Shui, why didn't you accompany our benefactor from the northern border, but instead returned on your own? It's truly wonderful that Patriarch Lu knows how to repay a favor. It's a pity that the Xiaoyao sect seems to have some urgent business, and Su Xianjun and the others have already departed for the sect. If Patriarch Lu had gone now, perhaps he would have had time to thank them in person. Hearing this, Patriarch Lu was furious. How could he not have recognized Shui Shuang's sarcasm? But even among the aristocratic families, even broken bones are connected, especially since the Shui family has made such a significant contribution this time. No matter how unhappy Patriarch Lu was, he had to give Shui Shuang some face. So that's how it is. It seems I misunderstood Patriarch Shui. No problem. If it's a misunderstanding, let's just clear it up. Shui Shuang graciously said, if Patriarch Lu has nothing else to do, I will return home to handle follow-up matters. Please do as you wish, Patriarch Shui. Now that he knew Xia Ying's whereabouts, Patriarch Lu naturally didn't waste any more time on Shui Shuang and immediately returned to the Lu family. Patriarch Lu felt a rare sense of defeat at the fact that none of his 4 carefully selected disciples had been able to capture Xia Ying. But he simply didn't want to give up on his ambitions to establish a relationship with the Xiaoyao sect and bring Xia Ying back to the Lu family. So, after much deliberation, he personally selected a generous gift and summoned Lu Shang, ordering him to immediately deliver the thank you gift to the Xiaoyao sect and find a way to stay by Xia Ying's side, so he could benefit from the proximity. But Patriarch Lu didn't expect the usually obedient Lu Shang to actually reject him. How could Lu Shang actually have the nerve to reject him? Say what you just said again. Master, please forgive me. Lu Shang said, his face stiff. I'm willing to deliver the thank you gift to Xiaoyao's sect on your behalf, but I truly do not wish to remain with Fairy Xia. Please forgive me. Why? Master Lu frowned, bewildered. You don't like Xia Ying? If you truly do, then fine. Let Lu and the others go. It's not that I don't like her, it's that I don't dare. The delicate flower was beautiful, but it was poisonous. He didn't want to worry about his Taoist companion draining his blood even while he slept. Xia Ying, this beautiful, poisonous flower, was not something he could possess. Lu Shang spoke seriously, unconcerned about whether his master understood or not. My disciple's persuasion is in vain. None of us wish to remain with Fairy Xia. Master Lu? ? He didn't believe it. But soon, after summoning the other 3 and receiving the same response as Lu Shang, Master Lu was convinced. No, he just didn't understand. Did his head freeze after a trip to the snowy mountains? What was so wrong with Xia Ying that they were avoiding her so desperately. Patriarch Lu was nearly driven to death by his clan members. Before he could think of a better way to win over Xiaoying and the Xiaoyao sect behind her, the person Shui Shuangshuang had sent to invite him to discuss serious matters arrived. He was concerned about the Xiaoyao sect, and was eager to learn more from Shui Shuangshuang, so he followed the person to the Shui family without delay. It was precisely because of this that Patriarch Lu happened to miss Helian Yao, who had come to show his goodwill. After witnessing the abilities of the Snow Girl and Ning Xian in the snowy mountains, Helian Yao was shocked to realize that the Northern Territory, which had always been the least visible in the world of immortal cultivation, actually had many extraordinary individuals. Thus, he began to consider recruiting and winning over the 8 great families. He aspired to ascend to the upper realms and become an immortal or a god, and at the same time, he also aspired to rule and dominate the entire Wanxiang continent. Regardless of his goal, achieving it inevitably required expanding his power. Helian Yao had already established considerable influence in the east, south, west, and central regions, but he had yet to make his move in the north. So, he immediately set his sights on the Lu family. After all, another target, Lin Yuexiang, happened to be the granddaughter of the Lu family's head. Helian Yao was confident that the Lu family would not refuse his overtures and alliance, but upon his arrival, he was informed that the Lu family was not home. After sitting for 3 hours at the Lu family's house, waiting for the Lu family's return, Helian Yao finally had the opportunity to explain his purpose. He sat in the hallway with an elegant demeanor and engaged in conversation. But before he could even sip his tea to moisten his throat, he heard the Lu family's blunt refusal. "I understand Mr. Hulian's meaning. I'm deeply sorry that our Lu family may have let you down." Chapter 296. Helian Yao's smile softened, and he lowered his eyes to hide the flash of anger. He had been in the world of immortal cultivation for many years. Whether he was serving in the demon sect or later, when he established his own sect, no one had ever denied him respect. But after all, he had said so much from the bottom of his heart, the head of the Lu family had rejected him without a second thought, as if he didn't even take him seriously. This was truly outrageous. Helian Yao had already mentally crossed out the Lu family, but his expression remained impassive. "Master, could you tell me the reason? Of course, it's nothing shameful." Although the demon sect no longer existed, the head of the Lu family wouldn't be so foolish as to offend Helian Yao. Until the Lu family had chosen a new young master to stabilize the people, he didn't want to cause any trouble for them. "It's quite unfortunate. We just arrived at the Shui family's house, at the invitation of Patriarch Shui, to discuss serious matters. Patriarch Shui mentioned forming an alliance with the Xiaoyao sect. I don't mean to look down on Lian Palace, but the Xiaoyao sect has been a favor to our northern territory. Now that the Xiaoyao sect is interested in an alliance with our northern territory noble families, I can't refuse even if it means returning the favor. So, I have no choice but to let you down. It seems I arrived at an unfortunate time. I'm sorry to bother you, Patriarch. I take my leave now. Goodbye, Mr. Helian." The smile on Helian Yao's face vanished the moment he snapped back to reality. He clenched his fists, anger boiling within him. Xiaoyao sect. Xiaoyao sect. Why is this Xiaoyao sect getting in the way everywhere? First, accepting Ji Yuan as his disciple prevented him from attacking him openly. Now, he wants to expand his power, and they've beaten him to the punch. The Xiaoyao sect was truly his nemesis. No, he had to find a way to completely remove this thorn in his side. Time flew by, and another month passed in the blink of an eye. Although Xia Ying had been severely injured in her battle with Ning Xian, she had also benefited greatly. The 3 months she spent learning divination from Saint Shui Ning in the illusion were also a novel yet extremely valuable experience for Xia Ying. Saint Shui Ning's divination skills were unmatched in the world, and although Xia Ying had only learned about 30% or 40% of them, it was more than enough. During this month of retreat, she remained in her cave, concentrating on breathing exercises, repeatedly practicing the Xiaoyao Ju hard method to channel her spiritual energy, consolidating and stabilizing all she had gained. When she emerged from retreat a month later, the number of golden elixirs circulating in her Dantian spiritual palace had increased to 7. The 8th golden elixir was also halfway solidified. Although Xia Ying was currently in the Jindan stage, with her 7.5 Jindan cultivation realm and the immense spiritual power within her, she wouldn't necessarily be at a disadvantage even against a cultivator at the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. Xia Ying could vaguely sense that her realm was weakening significantly, and perhaps she would soon reach the opportunity to break through the Dan and form a nascent soul. However, it was unknown whether her nascent soul would have the same number of Jindan as she did now. As soon as Xia Ying emerged from retreat, Ji Heyuan, Song Xiushi, and Meng Fuiying followed suit. In the Xiaoyao sect, the seniors who had joined before Xie and the others had already taken up positions within the sect and were unwilling to join the Immortal Demon Alliance. The disciples who joined later, regardless of their age or cultivation level, were not suitable to participate in the selection process for the Immortal Demon Alliance at this time. Therefore, the Xiaoyao sect ultimately sent only 4 disciples from Qibao Island to participate in the selection process. With the day of admission to Jiuxiu Academy approaching, Xie and the others quickly bid farewell to their master after emerging from seclusion and boarded the boat. As they departed, all the Xiaoyao sect disciples came to see them off. Qibao Island was packed, and disciples waved to the 4 people standing on a leaf boat. Xia, senior sister, you must defeat the other opponents and successfully enter the Immortal Demon Alliance to bring honor to our Xiaoyao sect. And senior brother Ji, junior brother Song, and junior sister Ming, don't let up either. You are here to represent the reputation of our Xiaoyao sect. We are waiting for your good news here. Come on, senior brothers and sisters. Don't worry. We won't let you down. The shore was filled with Xiaoyao sect disciples cheering the 4 people on. Even though the leaf boat had sailed far away, their voices could still be heard on the wind. The atmosphere touched them, and smiles involuntarily appeared on their faces. Senior sister, how long will it take us to get to Landau City this time? Not long. Xiaoyao sect is on the sea, and Landau City is in the middle realm. Once we reach land, we fly over by sword. It probably take 2 or 3 days. Meng Fuiying nodded, then asked, what about Jiuxiu Academy? Why haven't I heard of it before? Also, is there anything special we should be aware of when we get to Landau City? Meng Fuiying had been wanting to ask this question for a month. Having lived in Lingsang Mountain since she was a child, she knew very little about the outside world. During her time in the Xiaoyao sect, she'd been busy cultivating. Aside from the 9 major sects she specifically researched, she knew nothing about the other forces within the world of immortal cultivation. But this time, the Immortal Demon Alliance was openly recruiting disciples for the entire world, and they were sure to meet all sorts of people. Don't want to make a fool of herself and bring shame upon the Xiaoyao sect by being completely clueless, so Meng Fuiying wanted to take this opportunity to learn more. Jiuxiu Academy is an organization under the jurisdiction of the Immortal Demon Alliance. It's a place dedicated to the unified instruction of disciples within the Immortal Demon Alliance, and its operations are similar to those of our Xiaoyao sect's academy. However, Jiuxiu Academy possesses the most comprehensive collection of various magical texts in the world of immortal cultivation. Those who can serve as teachers there are among the best in the world of immortal cultivation. And whether it's swordsmanship, alchemy, magic, talisman cultivation, or weapon forging, Jiuxiu Academy has teachers to teach all disciplines. Song Xiushi, noticing Meng Fuiying's curiosity, patiently explained. However, Jiuxiu Academy has always been open only to disciples of the Immortal Demon Alliance. In previous years, only those who successfully passed the Immortal Demon Alliance's selection process were eligible to study at Jiuxiu Academy. But this year, the Immortal Demon Alliance requires disciples to study at Jiuxiu Academy for 3 months before the selection process. This is certainly a good thing for the disciples, but as Master said, it's also a very strange thing. As for whether there's anything special to be aware of, nothing special to be aware of. Chapter 297. After listening to Song Xiushi's introduction to Jiuxiu Academy, Xie finally spoke lazily. She sat cross-legged on the leaf boat, a piece of dogtail grass dangling from her mouth, looking nonchalant. Although Landau City is the territory of the Immortal Demon Alliance, and the Immortal Demon Alliance is indeed powerful, we are upright, so there's no need to restrain our temper. If we do something wrong, just apologize. If others deliberately provoke us, we fight back. Fuiying, don't worry. Even if the sky falls, we still have our brothers and sisters here. Even if we accidentally get into trouble, it's okay. With me here, what's there to be afraid of? Then I completely rely on you, senior sister, to protect me. Of course. Ahem. Before Xie could finish her words, Meng Fuiying lunged into her arms. Goodness. She almost got internally injured by Meng Fuiying's direct impact. Fortunately, she was also a physical cultivator, otherwise that blow would have shattered her completely. Meng Fuiying, however, hadn't realized how cold and hard she was, and she still held Xie tightly, holding on tightly enough to make Xie feel like she was being strangled. Senior sister, you're so kind. I know I'm fine, ahem. But Fuiying, could you please let me go before you talk? Do you know how big you are now? Let go. Ji Heyuan grabbed Meng Fuiying by the back of her collar. Senior sister, you're almost strangled to death. Meng Fuiying, slow to react, let go, and was then grabbed by the back of her collar by her respected 5th senior brother and thrown back to Song Xiushi. "I'm sorry, senior sister." Ming Fuiying's ears flushed red, and she scratched her head sheepishly. "I always forget my current size." "It's okay. I'm not as fragile as your 5th senior brother says." Xiang waved her hand to show she wasn't concerned, but as she looked at Ming Fuiying, she couldn't hide the complexities in her eyes. Her little junior sister, who had once felt incredibly soft to the touch, had finally grown into a powerful brown bear with astonishing fighting power. Poor 6th junior brother, he never know what it's like to hold a warm and tender jade in his arms. Because little junior sister is actually harder than steel. 2 days later, the four, having traveled day and night, finally arrived at the gates of Landau City. As expected of the location of Jiuxiu Academy, Landau City's bustle rivaled even Yujing City, the most prosperous city in the world of immortal cultivation. Especially with Jiuxiu Academy's grand opening and welcoming of new students just a few days away, Landau City was packed with disciples from all over the world of immortal cultivation. All the inns in the city were packed, and Xiang and the others searched 8 before finally securing 2 available rooms. This Landau City is truly bustling. Fortunately, we arrived early. If we had arrived any later, we might not have found a room even if we had walked the entire city. Ming Fuiying patted his chest with relief and turned to survey the bustling streets. Everywhere he looked, he saw disciples from all corners of the country, dressed in a variety of robes. But can Jiuxiu Academy accommodate so many disciples? Of course not. I suspect the Immortal Demon Alliance must have another round of screening before admission. I wonder how they select the disciples who enter Jiuxiu Academy. This little fairy is truly clever. Xiang was talking to Ji Yuan and the others when someone suddenly interrupted from behind. The 4 of them turned to look, only to see a man dressed as a scholar. He wore a long white robe, a small crown on his head, a folding fan at his waist, and held a brush and a book. He approached them with a familiar air. "I am Bai Xiaosheng from Landau City. My greetings are best." The 4 of them remained silent, staring at him coldly, with no intention of responding. Even so, Bai Xiaosheng didn't seem the least bit embarrassed, as if oblivious to their indifference. He simply approached them and lowered his voice. "I see you're all here to participate in the Immortal Demon Alliance's disciple selection, but since you're still young, this must be your first time. Things are different now. The rules for this year's Immortal Demon Alliance selection are much more complex and difficult than in previous years. To put it another way, just the selection to enter the Jiuxiu Academy alone will eliminate nearly 90% of Landau City's current disciples. But the fact that we happen to meet here is fate. As luck would have it, I have inside information about the Jiuxiu Academy's disciple selection. Would you be interested?" Hearing this, Xiang and the others finally piqued their interest. The 4 of them exchanged glances and tacitly let Xiang step forward to negotiate. This is the time to let senior sister take the stage, so that Bai Xiaosheng will realize how unwise it was to plot against them. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaosheng had no idea just how formidable the 4 randomly selected individuals were, and was still gloating over the fact that he had chosen 4 more big winners. Really? Is this fellow Taoist trying to trick us? The Immortal Demon Alliance's disciple selection is such a significant matter. How could you possibly know this inside information? Others naturally wouldn't know, but I'm Bai Xiaosheng. There's only things in Landau City I don't want to know, but there's absolutely no news I can't uncover. Regarding the matters surrounding Jiuxiu Academy, I naturally have my own sources. In short, I can guarantee the authenticity of my information. It's just a matter of whether you want to know or not." Xie Ying's eyes flickered at this, and the next second, a hint of excitement appeared on their faces. "Could you elaborate?" "Of course." Bai Xiaosheng was easygoing. "But it's too crowded here for such an important discussion. Why don't you all come with me to a quieter place, so we can sit down and discuss it in detail?" "Okay." Xie Ying agreed immediately, a smile slowly spreading across her face. What a coincidence. She also wanted to find a quiet place to talk. Otherwise, if she damaged Landau City's facilities or accidentally hurt innocent people, she would feel guilty. Chapter 298. Xie Ying showed no displeasure or alarm after discovering Bai Xiaosheng was leading them out of the city. She simply followed him casually, occasionally asking him questions about the Jiuxiu Academy selection process. Because of this, Bai Xiaosheng felt even more confident that he had chosen the right person. The moment he saw these 4 people on the street, he knew they were a gift from heaven. These 4 young men, unaccompanied by their elders, clearly revealed themselves to be disciples from some unknown sect. Disciples of this background were numerous in the world of immortal cultivation. Even if a few hundred were missing, no one would notice. Especially since the Immortal Demon Alliance announced the selection process to the entire world, Landau City suddenly had an influx of disciples, greatly facilitating Bai Xiaoxing's operations. In the past, when he tricked Jin Dan disciples out of Landau City, he had to be extremely careful not to be detected by the Immortal Demon Alliance. Now that Landau City was bustling with activity, his movements became much more relaxed. Unseen by the four, Bai Xiaoxing lost his gentle scholarly demeanor, a bloodthirsty smile curling his lips. Now they're only 2 golden elixirs away from achieving the Great Tao. These 4 are a godsend. If the timing wasn't so wrong, he'd have laughed out loud. Bai Xiaoxing, convinced that Xia Ying and the other 3 were also his prey, didn't notice the gradually cooling expressions of the 4 men behind him. Can you sense it? There's a strong smell of blood around here. Not only that, this place is thick with blood and filled with the aura of death. Many people must have died there. So Bai Xiaoxing's goal isn't robbery, but murder? Meng Fuiying couldn't conceal her surprise. It's likely true, but it's hard to say who killed whom. Xia Ying spoke cheerfully. She wasn't afraid of what was about to happen, but considering Song Xiusher and Meng Fuiying hadn't yet reached Danjin, she still offered a few more words of caution. But we don't know Bai Xiaoxing's background, so remember to act according to circumstances and avoid impulsiveness. Sister, don't worry. 6th senior brother, and I won't hold you back. If the situation gets out of hand, we hide. The 4 of them communicated with each other through their spiritual senses while surveying their surroundings. After leaving Landau City, Bai Xiaoxing led them south until they entered a vast valley. But upon entering the valley, they were met by a dense forest. The original mountain had vanished, as if they had instantly traveled to another dimension. The dense forest was vast, and atop the tall, lush trees sat squirrels, munching on pine cones in groups of 3 or 4. The occasional rabbit hopped through the bushes on either side, creating a vibrant atmosphere. It felt like a hidden paradise hidden in the mountains. But if a Buddhist were present at this moment, with a single glance, they would see the death and danger beneath this peaceful and vibrant landscape. The lush trees were actually twisted, ghostly figures, and the squirrels perched in the trees, and the adorable rabbits leaping through the trees were all hideous, ferocious beasts. And what they gnawed upon were not pine cones, but bloody human fingers. This was no paradise at all, but a living hell hidden beneath the noses of the Immortal Demon Alliance. And all the beauty presented to Xia Ying and the others was nothing but a clever deception. Fellow Taoist Bai, haven't we reached the place you mentioned yet? Watching Bai Xiaoxing lead them deeper and deeper into the cave, the deathly aura lingering around them growing heavier, Xia Ying finally stopped and gave up on this tedious game. There's no one else here. Fellow Taoist Bai, please tell us what you know as soon as possible. Bai Xiaoxing paused and turned around, his smile gentle and unwavering. Fairy, why are you so anxious? If I had told you the news you wanted to know sooner, you would have paid me sooner. Before he finished speaking, the space behind Bai Xiaoxing suddenly distorted for a moment, and 2 blood-stained cloaked figures silently appeared on his left and right. Seeing the wariness in the 4 men's eyes, Bai Xiaoxing explained slowly. Don't be afraid, everyone. These 2 are my companions, and they'd definitely be involved in what we're discussing. Fellow Taoist Bai has been talking so much nonsense. Can't you say something useful? Xia Ying was a little annoyed. This Bai Xiaoxing is such a pervert. Can't he just say it directly? Why is he wasting time with all this dithering? Tell us the news, and we pay you. Spirit stones in exchange is the fairest deal. Spirit stones? Bai Xiaoxing scoffed at this, his face filled with disdain. Who wants such tacky stuff? I want your 2 golden cores. Foolish things. You've been fooled. Thinking of what was about to happen, Bai Xiaoxing finally let go of the venom in his heart and laughed out loud. The blood-stained figure behind them also lowered his head, a strange laugh slowly escaping his throat. But their laughter was soon drowned out by an even more frenzied laugh. Hee. I thought you wanted something, but it turns out you're after our senior sisters and brothers' golden cores. Why bother beating around in circles? The laughter of Bai Xiaoxing and the other 2 abruptly died down. They stared at the little girl before them, her smile more villainous than a villain's. Before they could even speak again, they watched as Xia Ying reached into her spiritual palace and pulled out a handful of multicolored golden cores. Fellow Taoist Bai, what kind of golden core do you want? This fire core, like red agate, or this wood core, as warm as emerald jade, or this ice core, as pure as ice and snow? Or perhaps you want all of them? I have plenty of golden cores, and I wouldn't mind giving you a few more. I just don't know if the information you provided is worth the golden core reward I pay. Chapter 299. Bai Xiaoxing, who relied on devouring others' golden cores to improve his cultivation, looked at the large, plump golden cores in Xie Ying's hands and nearly lost control of his expression. This is fake, right? How could anyone in the world of immortal cultivation simultaneously cultivate so many golden cores with varying properties? Could it be that this woman before him was also an evil cultivator? Bai Xiaosheng had a hunch that Xie Ying was not easy to deal with, but the rich spiritual energy emanating from each golden core made him unable to suppress his greed. Regardless of whether they were of his kind or not, now that they were in his hands, he would never let them escape the ghost tomb alive. Stop talking nonsense. If I kill you, all your golden cores will become my tonic. Before Bai Xiaosheng finished his words, he was in front of Xie Ying like an arrow, the folding fan at his waist transforming into a morning stick without him noticing. With every gesture, the might of the nascent soul-level monster spread rapidly in all directions. At the same time, the two blood-stained figures behind him decisively attacked Ji Yuan and Song Xiao respectively. Meng Fuiying. The morning stick, shrouded in countless resentful and deadly auras, slashed directly at Xie Ying's face. This morning stick was one of Bai Xiaosheng's life-defining magical weapons, forged from countless souls thrown into a furnace, and then forged with the spines of countless Jindan cultivators. Anyone struck by this stick would instantly have half their souls and spirits dissipated. Bai Xiaosheng had used this evil weapon to secretly plot and claim the lives of countless innocent cultivators. The thought of obtaining multiple Jindan pills for medicinal purposes, allowing him to directly enter the realm of divine transformation, nearly stretched Bai Xiaosheng's face to the back of his ears. But the imagined scene of Xie Ying's soul being shattered by a single blow of his club never occurred, and Bai Xiaosheng's savage smile froze on his lips. His morning club had struck a mere phantom. Where's the person? Where did that female cultivator go? Are you looking for me? A clear voice came from high up behind him. Bai Xiaosheng turned suddenly and discovered that Xie Ying had unknowingly floated in midair, a treasured fan imbued with spiritual energy beneath her. Playing tricks. Trivial tricks. Today, I show you my methods and make you die knowingly. Bai Xiaosheng didn't need to examine closely. Simply by sensing the spiritual energy pulsating from the fan, he knew it was a top-notch spiritual weapon. The lust in his eyes grew even stronger. Whether it was a golden elixir or a treasure, it had to be left to him today. Bai Xiaosheng stretched out his hand and grasped at the air, and the surrounding space suddenly distorted, as if a curtain had been lifted from their eyes. The true state of the dense forest was finally fully revealed to Xie Ying and the others. Snarling ghostly figures, hideous beasts, scattered limbs and bones, the lingering scent of blood, and the massive 3-meter-tall cauldron behind Xie Ying. The presence of all these things revealed the true identities of Bai Xiaosheng and the others. Evil cultivators. Evil cultivators have always existed in the world of immortal cultivation. They are a unique entity between normal cultivators and demons. Though human, they practice demonic deeds. Some evil cultivators are even more vicious and ruthless than demons. Thus, the righteous in the world of immortal cultivation treat evil cultivators no differently than they treat demons. But what Xie Ying and the other three hadn't anticipated was that evil cultivators could openly enter and exit Landau City. You have to know that Landau City is protected by the Immortal Demon Alliance, yet Bai Xiaosheng not only has free access, but he even brazenly deceives and murders so many Jindan cultivators right here in Landau City. Looking at the withered bones and limbs, Xie Ying's expression turned cold. Was Bai Xiaosheng truly powerful, or was the Immortal Demon Alliance completely ineffective? Bai Xiaosheng had been watching the others' every move. Seeing Xie Ying's unfriendly gaze cast upon the withered bones, he felt no fear, but rather pride. Just as he removed the decoy, he had already set up a barrier around the ghost mound. He wasn't afraid of these little treats escaping, so he wasn't in a rush to kill them. After all, killing someone outright is the most boring. Slowly torturing them to a certain point, only to dissect out the Jindan, is the most delicious. And after he successfully ascends to the divine transformation stage this time, he'd be able to hunt nascent soul cultivators next time. The nascent souls of these righteous cultivators must be more delicious and more useful than golden elixir. Don't worry, after I had enough fun, you naturally become one of them. What kind of evil cultivators are you? Xie Ying wasn't afraid. She secretly signaled to Song Xiaoshi and the other two to take care of themselves, then began a conversation with Bai Xiaosheng and the other two. For her and Ji Yuan right now, killing these three evil cultivators in the nascent soul stage wouldn't be difficult. But rather than simply killing Bai Xiaosheng, she wanted to know what enabled him to wreak such rampant evil in Landau City. An evil cultivator who relies on consuming human flesh to improve his cultivation? Ha ha ha. The blood-stained figure to Bai Xiaosheng's left laughed. Who are you looking down on, little girl? Even among us evil cultivators, we have different ranks. Those who feed on humans to improve their cultivation are the lowest of the evil cultivators. Don't lump us in with those unworthy creatures. Oh, then what are you? High-level evil cultivators? Of course. We never eat human flesh. Even after being tempered with spiritual energy, the flesh of a cultivator is difficult to clear of its turbidity. Only the golden elixir, the condensation of all cultivation, is the true tonic we need, especially the golden elixir condensed by young cultivators like you, which is extremely nutritious. Although Xia Ying couldn't clearly see the blood-stained man's appearance, she could tell from his appearance that he was a savage. A strong sense of pride could be heard in his tone. Xia Ying found it ridiculous. Being an evil cultivator actually gave them a sense of superiority. Ghost face, why are you talking so much to a little girl? Can't you see she's trying to trick you? The blood-stained figure on the right spoke in dissatisfaction, only to be rebuked the next second by the one called Ghost Face. Minggu, why are you so nervous? They're just 2 Jindan and 2 Foundation establishment cultivators. They already entered our ghost tomb. Are you afraid they escape? Ghostface is right. Bai Xiaosheng clearly agreed with Ghostface's idea. It's okay to let them die clearly. Just consider it a good deed. After saying that, his eyes fell on Xia Ying again. Little girl, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. While I'm in a good mood, I make you a clear-headed ghost. Will you answer everything I ask? Of course. He was just a dying man. What was there for him to be afraid of? Then listen carefully. Xia Ying sat on the bibofan, looking down at Bai Xiaosheng from above, and spoke slowly. How exactly are you able to move freely in and out of Landau City without fear of being discovered by the Immortal Demon Alliance? Is your disguise truly exceptional? Or is someone in the Immortal Demon Alliance covering for you? Chapter 300. Bai Xiaosheng's smile faded. Little girl, stop asking about things you shouldn't. It seems to be the second option. Xia Ying wasn't surprised by this outcome. Bai Xiaosheng's attitude told her everything. You're simply courting death. You're the one seeking death. Xiao He, attack. Kill the other 2 except Bai Xiaosheng. You ignorant brat, you're so arrogant. You dare kill my 3 brothers? Bai Xiaosheng suddenly attacked, his spiritual energy surging as he unleashed a punch. This punch contained 90% of the power of the nascent soul stage. The force of the blow was as powerful as a landslide, enough to rupture the internal organs of a Jindan cultivator. But Xia Ying, this punch, filled with murderous intent, was met with her bare hands. Though small in stature, Xia Ying was brimming with strength, not to mention the 7.5 Jindan cores in her body that were constantly circulating, providing her with a constant supply of spiritual energy. Although Bai Xiaosheng's punch was powerful, it couldn't hurt Xia Ying at all. How could that be? You're not a Jindan cultivator. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm a genuine Jindan cultivator. Xia Ying caught Bai Xiaosheng's punch with her right hand, and her left hand wasn't idle either, sending the same punch directly into his face. Bai Xiaosheng's seemingly handsome face was completely distorted. Impossible. If you were a Jindan cultivator, you couldn't possibly take my punch unscathed. I'm a Yuanian cultivator with great perfection. Nothing is impossible. So what if I'm a Yuanian cultivator with great perfection? Isn't it just that you, a Yuanian cultivator who relies on unconventional techniques, are too weak? Sandbag-sized fists rained down on him. Bai Xiaosheng, a Yuanian cultivator with great perfection, was pinned down by a Jindan cultivator a whole realm below him. This realization ignited an uncontrollable rage within Bai Xiaosheng. His aura surged, and the dense, evil energy sent Xia Ying flying. The wailing stick returned to his grasp. After all, Xia Ying was a nascent soul cultivator on the verge of ascending to the divine transformation stage. Although Bai Xiaosheng's might hadn't injured Xia Ying, he was still forced to retreat dozens of steps before steadying himself. Damn it! You humiliate me like this. Today, I will personally extract your golden elixir and crush it. Give me your life. Bai Xiaosheng swung the wailing stick, sending countless vengeful spirits and evil ghosts flying out, encircling Xia Ying. The ghost beasts within the ghost mound, summoned by Bai Xiaosheng, attacked Ji Yuan and the others. Zhu Zhu! Go help! The moment the ghosts completely surrounded them, Xia Ying released Zhu Zhu. The ferocious Zhu Zhu immediately charged into the fray, sending the small ghost beasts scattering, then used her large pincers to string them neatly together like candied haws. Senior sister? Ashi! You too, don't panic. You don't need to worry about me and my little sister. Ming Fuiying instinctively moved to help, but was blocked by Ghostface. Ghostface's magical weapon was a curved sickle half the height of a man, its blade already stained purple-black with the blood of countless cultivators, as if it were infused with poison. The sickle slashed towards Meng Fuiying's head, but Meng Fuiying ducked and narrowly avoided it. Then, using a flying palm technique, she darted to Ghostface's side, while he was off guard and struck the sickle with a punch. Meng Fuiying was an orthodox physical cultivator. No matter how powerful her spiritual weapon or magical weapon was, it could not match her own strength. Because she herself was the ultimate weapon, if Meng Fuiying had struck Ghostface, who had reached the nascent soul stage, this punch wouldn't have caused much damage. However, she had targeted his sickle. And with her full force, she actually cracked a tiny crack in Ghostface's sickle. She didn't want to fight any longer, but quickly retreated before Ghostface could react. Song Xiushi, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately attacked. Countless talismans flew out from behind him, forming a small talisman array that tightly trapped Ghostface. The pressure from Ghostface's fury sent the two flying, and they fell heavily to the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. The scent of their blood attracted even more ghost beasts from the ghost tomb, but they had already sustained serious injuries from temporarily trapping Ghostface, who possessed nascent soul strength, and were powerless to offer any resistance. Thankfully, Juju arrived just in time to scare off the ghost beasts, preventing them from being torn apart. Song Xiushi knew full well that his talisman array wouldn't be able to hold Ghostface for long, but even so, he refused to give up. Song Xiushi stared intently at Ghostface. Whenever he saw the slightest crack in the talisman array, he would immediately cast a new talisman to fill the gap. Song Xiushi and Meng Fuiying knew that even with Juju's help, killing the nascent soul monster with their cultivation at the great perfection stage would be a struggle. So, from the outset, their goal was simply to trap Ghostface, the weakest of the three. They knew the strength of Ji Heyuan and Xie Ying best. If they could hold off Ghostface for a while, preventing him from catching them and using them as a threat, they would surely be able to wipe out all three evil cultivators. As if to confirm Song Xiushi and Meng Fuiying's thoughts, the next second, with a flash of white light, the broken frost sword severed Nether Bone's head. His nascent soul tried to escape, but was instantly captured and slain by an icy sword force. The moment Ming Gu's nascent soul was slain, his body instantly turned to a pile of bones. Ji Heyuan wasted no time, and the next second, he drew his sword and slashed at Ghostface. Bai Xiaosheng, who was using the morning stick to disrupt Xie Ying's mind so he could capture her, also noticed Ming Gu's tragic death. He was horrified. He had never imagined that this seemingly insignificant foursome could possess such formidable strength. The female cultivator before him, incredibly powerful in close combat, was already a real headache, and now there was also an equally powerful physical cultivator and a talisman cultivator who cast talismans without a care in the world. To make matters worse, there was also a sword cultivator who killed without blinking an eye. Bai Xiaosheng deeply regretted his decision today. It was like inviting a wolf into his house. But at this point, there was no room for retreat. No matter the cost, he had to keep these four people in Ghost Tomb today.